Today, this guy and his friend Tam headed to the National Sports Center to catch the arrival of the country's strongest fighter, Pak Han Wong. Pak Han Wong is a cocky dude who thinks he is unbeatable. He looks down on the scrappy players from Tron's country, and even openly calls them losers. To teach Pak Han Wong a lesson, Tam offered 2 hot pot meals as a bet for Tron to challenge him. Tron had only been playing this game for 2 months, and just mastered the rules last night. Yet, just for 2 hot pot meals, he boldly stepped up to face Pak Han Wong. What no one expected was that Tron completely wiped the floor with Pak Han Wong and won by a landslide. When interviewed after the match, Tron did not hide that it was his very first time playing. He was a total newbie. This truth only humiliated Pak Han Wong even more. Who would have thought the country's strongest player would lose to a freshman playing the game for the first time? That day, Tron shattered Pak Han Wong's pride and restored his country's honor. Amid cheers from the crowd, he rose to the top and became the new champion of the game called Armor. After that match, Tron quickly became the bright new star in the esports world. With countless records and top rankings, he successfully entered the Hall of Fame. Unfortunately, the higher you rise, the more envy you attract. Just as Tron was basking in glory, he ran into a traffic accident. Thanks to that accident, he was lucky to survive, but his cranial nerves were seriously damaged and unlikely to fully recover. When he is highly focused, Tron's reflexes slow down by 3 seconds. Normally, this would not affect daily life much, but for a pro gamer like Tron, it had a huge impact. From then on, his rankings kept plummeting. Once the number 1 player, Tron dropped below rank 100. The same people who once respected him openly mocked him every time they met in-game. Today, the headache hit him again. Tron planned to just sleep it off, but when he stood up, he accidentally spotted something under the desk. It was the Heavenly Thunder V headset, specially made for Hall of Fame members, recently sent by the Moonlight Corporation. After being hunted for so long, he would forgotten he was even a Hall of Fame member. Curious, he decided to check out this new game. The moment he powered on the headset, Tron felt like he was swimming in a sea of data. Moonlight Corporation's Vertec is seriously next level. Soon, Tron found himself at the Hall of Fame's Welcome Temple. It felt so real, like he would actually stepped into a lavish palace. Even the stone pillars in the temple looked completely authentic. Welcome, Tron, to the Welcome Temple. A clear voice echoed, "Hello, I am the Spirit System." A tiny fairy appeared before Tron, representing the Heavenly Thunder System. After verification, the system recognized him as a Hall of Fame member from the country's Z region. Players who are Hall of Fame members get special exclusive IDs. Tron could continue using his old ID, Tron. He changed it to another name, Chech Kizamps. To start fresh, Chech Kizam means iron not yet tempered. Must forge oneself to become stronger. Tron really liked the meaning behind that name. After confirming his ID, the system let him choose his race and class. 10 basic classes appeared before him. This time, Tron took a long time to think. He was not sure which class suited him best. Should he pick a knight known for strong action or a balanced warrior with offense and defense? While Tron was still undecided, the system suddenly flashed another notification. The Ver headset will automatically take a blood sample through a tiny needle on the left side to check his health status. About that accident, Tron is terrified of blood draws, so his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. After the blood sample was taken, the system quickly returned the health check results. Strangely, all of Tron's vital signs were in the red zone. For example, his heart rate was 30% lower than normal, his temperature 70% below standard, and his brain waves exceeded 120% of the normal range. Most importantly, his signs of life were only at 50%. This totally freaked him out. What the heck is going on? Could it be that his VIP level gaming helmet is just an empty shell? That night, a bright red light and a young man's singing came from Tron's apartment. Damn it! Do not mess with me like that. Yet, Tron's alarming physical condition unlocked a hidden class, the Death Spirit Swordsman. Talk about finding a silver lining in the worst situation. The Death Spirit Swordsman is the strongest warrior in the Purgatory, a descendant of the divine Tula tribe, wielding Death Spirit energy, ruling over all night spirits. Tron never expected to get so lucky. There was no way he could refuse the Death Spirit Swordsman class. After confirming his class, Tron hurriedly logged into the game. He woke up in the rookie village, feeling like a loser abandoned and ready to fight back. Tron appeared as a dried-up skeleton, and not just any skeleton one dug up from the ground. He was super annoyed. Why did his game intro have to be so messed up? Does this look anything like a cool Death Spirit Swordsman? The system seemed to read his mind and explained that this skeleton form was just the Death Spirit Swordsman's training state. Tron did not bother arguing. Whatever. It is a special hidden class, he would just have to deal with it. The one who greeted him was the village chief of the rookie village, a level 10 spirit mage. After a scary interrogation, Tron's inventory gained a new item sent by the chief, a peachwood sword. Tron grabbed his new weapon and headed to the Radish Garden to fight some level 2 spirit rabbits. With the little monster's low P, One good swing was enough to finish them off, but Luck Tran's biggest problem was a 3-second delay in processing information, so he decided to predict his opponent's moves and swing his sword 3 seconds ahead. The plan sounded perfect, but when Luck Tran tried it, he totally missed. He swung and missed, getting kicked hard by the spirit rabbits. If swinging 3 seconds early did not work, he would try slowing down his timing. He tried swinging 2 seconds early. Still missed. Then 1 second early missed again, but when he timed it at 0.9 seconds early, the hit finally connected. Turns out it was not the rabbits moving too fast, it was Luck Tran's reflex delay improving, even though he still got knocked back to the spawn point by those low-level spirit rabbits. Luck Tran felt super happy. Arena. Level 13. Chaos in the Bamboo Forest. The #1 swordsman in the world is back. Luck Tran swung his sword and headed back to the Radish Garden once again. On the way, he kept wondering why his reflex delay dropped to 0.9 seconds instead of 3 seconds, like the doctor said. His mind was spinning, like he would forgotten something important. Random images kept popping into his head, from a sports car smashed in the front, a bloody baseball bat, to the image of Guan Yu. None of it seemed to connect. Luck Tran was puzzled why these kept flashing through his mind. He also remembered the doctor saying his nervous system might recover on its own. Back then, he thought that was just to give him hope, but judging by how things are now, maybe the doctor was right. Looks like he still needs to visit the hospital for a checkup for now. Though, he just has to smack those spirit rabbits back to the Stone Age. The system kindly reminded him to aim for their necks, since that is their biggest weak spot. Luck Tran obediently followed along, and having realized the delay time was not actually 9 seconds, he quickly turned the tables. The reduced delay time made Luck Tran feel really refreshed. The more he fought, the more fired up he got, hoping that one day the delay would disappear so he could rise to glory once again. After slaughtering the entire mustard garden, Luck Tran suddenly caught a strange creature. Upon closer look, it was another player with the in-game name Tonight's a bit cold. Seeing him get wrecked like that, Luck Tran immediately guessed what would show up next. It had to be the giant boss of the mustard garden. Sure enough, not long after, the level 10 giant rabbit appeared, holding another player named Tonight's a bit lonely by the leg. The big-eared rabbit king was a muscular beast dominating the entire mustard garden. Comparing its muscles to Luck Tran's mobile skeleton armor was like night and day. The guy Tonight's a bit lonely got thrown like a rocket by the rabbit. Just then, Tonight's a bit cold was used by Luck Tran as a shield. These two bras charged straight at each other and instantly grabbed hands to respawn. You two just go ahead. I will handle the defense, Luck Tran said coolly. After dealing with those unrelated guys, he focused on the main problem. This was Luck Tran's first boss fight since the delay cooldown was reduced, and he could not help but feel excited. He gripped his spear tight, ready to face the enemy. Surprisingly, the Rabbit King also had a weapon. Seeing Luck Tran draw his spear, it quickly strapped on some sharp bear claws. With its gangster vibe, Luck Tran started feeling the pressure, but he forced himself to stay calm. The opponent would use high-speed, close combat attacks. The best way to counter that is to use stillness against motion. Dodge the attacks and wait for an opening. Just as Luck Tran thought this, the Rabbit King launched its attack. Its speed was crazy fast, and Luck Tran could not dodge in time. What shocked him was that this first hit took away 25% of his health. While he was still stunned, the system simulation window popped up with a notification. Immortal trait of the Undead. Before health drops to 0, the Undead swordsman can quickly heal damaged bones, maintaining their full skeletal state, but health points do not regenerate. Luck Tran read it twice and still could not figure out what the system was rambling about. Health can recover. Then how is it immortal? Still, this was less important than dealing with this gangster rabbit. If one hit took 25% of his health, how much damage could his full power strike do to the enemy? Luck Tran gave it his all, but only managed to deal 8 damage. He quickly backed off. This nameless beast was tough fast, skilled at attack, and its defense was rock solid. Luck Tran kept a safe distance as he retreated. As soon as his foot touched the ground, the rabbit aggressively charged again. This was all part of Luck Tran's plan. Using its charge, he carefully slashed straight at the enemy's weak spot, the neck. But to his surprise, beneath the rabbit's fur was a layer of armor. It is just a boss for low-level mobs. Does it really need to be this tanky? The Rabbit King was furious after Luck Tran's counterattack. One punch smashed a nearby ancient tree in half. Luck Tran nervously swallowed. If he got hit head-on by that punch, his skeletal armor would shatter instantly. In this situation, finding a breakthrough was really tough. The rabbit's biggest weakness was already protected by armor. Judging by the health lost on both sides, the Rabbit King could probably take dozens more hits. But if Luck Tran took one more hit, he would be done for. He had not even come up with a way to fix this yet. Meanwhile, the opponent seems to be losing it. It uproots a willow tree by hand, and then swings it straight at Luck Tran. Fighting a scary opponent like that rabbit seems tough, but Luck Tran is not so weak that a tree can take him down. He uses his rapid strike move to deal with the willow, but just as Luck Tran is busy breaking the tree, the Rabbit King sneaks in a surprise attack. Luck Tran did not expect that big guy to be that clever. However, as it lunges forward, a splinter hits its eye, instantly causing 20 damage. Luxtran spots the weak point. It looks like the eye is the real vulnerability here. But focusing on that distraction, Luxtran gets punched. Luckily, he manages to follow the punch direction, tucking his chin and avoiding a direct hit, only losing 15 health. Still, before he can celebrate, the opponent throws another punch, this time straight into his ribs. The crack of breaking bones deals 40 more damage. Luxtran is thrown back by the Rabbit King, crashing into a nearby tree. Now, he is down to just 5 health points. The impact made a huge hole in the tree trunk. Luxtran's upper body is stuck inside, with only his legs dangling outside. While the Rabbit King is not about to take a break, seeing its prey trapped in the hollow, it charges like an arrow, aiming for a final deadly blow. But as the Rabbit King's fist swings, Luxtran vanishes from the hollow. Its arm is caught by vines inside the tree, while Luxtran slips out quietly. Looks like this moving skeleton form has its perks. His small size makes it easy to squeeze through tight spaces. Hey little bunny, I am right here. Luxtran perches on a branch. Do you like the gift I got for you? This dry tree is full of tangled vines inside, making it super hard to break free. Once caught, the Rabbit King struggles nonstop, but Luxtran knows the more it fights, the tighter the vines wrap. Its only way out is to destroy the whole tree. But how could Luxtran let that happen? Gripping his blade, he leaps down from the branch and stabs straight into the boss's eye, dealing 100 damage. The eyes really are the boss weak spots. The Rabbit King is down to just over half health. But here's the problem. Luxtran's strike triggers its rage state. The Rabbit King's speed and defense drop by 50%, but its attack power jumps by 50%. Still, Luxtran is not too worried facing a blind, slower, and weaker defense enemy. No matter how strong the attack, it won't be a big deal. Even though he is slowed for 9 seconds, he can still handle the situation. Finally, Luxtran defeats the big-eared Rabbit King. He levels up to level 4 instantly and gets loot from the boss. It is a reversed armor set that grants 20 health and 9 defense, plus a great magic stone. This stone can be traded with merchants for a decent amount of gold. Luxtran quickly equips the armor, covering some of his fog-like body. The boss drop has only 2 items, but leveling up also gives him 10 free attribute points. Luxtran can distribute them among health, mana, strength, and speed. Since the armor already adds 20 health, he does not need to boost health right now. He is still unsure how to split the 10 points. While Luxtran is thinking, a loud scream suddenly breaks the silence. Looking down from the tree, he sees 2 players running frantically like they are being chased by ghosts. And somehow, those 2 look kinda familiar. Looks like they are the 2 guys from earlier Cold Night and Lonely Night. But what are they doing here? Luxtran jumps down, and as soon as he appears, the duo starts complaining. Green Bean. First Undead, then Mad Dragon. Looks like the heavens want to wipe us out. Seems like someone's chasing them. Luckily, Luxtran had no intention of fighting those 2. In fact, he even helped them block enemy arrows. You 2 go ahead, leave this spot to me. Luxtran waved the 2 young guys away like shooing off pests. Honestly, it was not that he cared about their lives. Luxtran was just pretty curious about the guy chasing them, a bowman. From that last arrow, it was clear his firing speed was fast, but his technique was kinda basic. With Luxtran's reaction speed now, those arrows could not touch him. The opponent was a level 7 bowman named Tiu Ho Dung from the Wild Dragon Guild. This guy looked tough, but moves like a total pansy. His bowstring kept pulling tighter in his hands. He was clearly pissed that Luxtran dodged every attack. A level 5 skullcap playing hero. What a joke. Tiu Ho Dung cursed and unleashed his special move, Galewind Barrage. Even though it was his strongest move, it did not faze Luxtran. After all, Luxtran was a gaming prodigy, and now he would mastered his 0.9 second delay perfectly, handling everything smoothly. Instead of dodging Galewind Barrage, Luxtran faced it head-on and countered. Gritting his teeth, Tiu Ho Dung grabbed another arrow, launching another full attack. But he had no idea how Luxtran suddenly appeared right behind him in a blink. The enemy was at his back. What happened next was obvious. Luxtran even said a polite goodbye before sending Tiu Ho Dung's arrows flying back to the respawn point. After all, archers are long-range glass cannons. Getting into melee like this usually means they can take a hit. Just after sending Tiu Ho Dung packing, the ground beneath Luxtran shook violently, scaring the forest wildlife into fleeing. What is going on? Such a huge commotion. Can be just some newbie fight? The tremors got stronger, and Luxtran guessed that the Wild Dragon Guild was clearing the area to trap a boss, explaining why Tiu Ho Dung chased after those 2 newbies earlier. Unfortunately, he failed, letting one slip through the net. Luxtran himself, curious, Luxtran ventured deeper into the Divine Light Forest and found a battle going on. On one side was a level 15 Blue King Crab boss, already half down on health. On the other were newbies led by a level 9 Night Knight named Long Han Thien Ha. Although he was leading, Long Han Thien Ha was not fighting personally. He was just throwing money at the monsters. He promised everyone that for every drop of health taken from the boss, they would get 50 gold coins. This gambling style play blew Luxtran's mind. 1 drop of health was worth 50 gold coins. That means the other 1,200 drops of the Blue King Crab add up to 60,000 gold. Spending that much just to take down a forest level boss Is this rich guy crazy? Every newbie here was basically a slave to money. They cheered for young Master Long and the Wild Dragon Guild. But honestly, it was all about the cash. Still, even though the Blue King Crab was a forced level boss, it was not easy for newbies to handle. Casualty rates were rising fast. This beast looked even more terrifying than the big-eared rabbit king Luktran took down earlier. Luktran doubted the surviving Wild Dragon Guild members could hold out, but Longhand Thean seemed totally clueless. Despite mounting losses, he kept ordering his guildmates not to stop attacking. Stick together, hold your positions, bait the boss into attacking first, then strike back while it is focusing. He said, use the boss's freeze skill to hit, then retreat, do not stop. The more Luktran listened, the more annoyed he got. What Longhand Thean had just said was so obvious even a newbie could think of it. How is that a real strategy? The problem is, attacking mindlessly like that only hurts their own side more and more. Something so simple, could the rich kid really not have figured it out? Luktran found it a bit suspicious and leaned toward the idea that Longhand Thean had wanted to slowly drain the boss AP using other players. Numbers started racing through Luktran's head. Each player death pays 300 coins, plus 500 more if they get demoted. The guild with Long has 50 people. If everyone got sent back to the respawn point and demoted, that is a total of 40,000 coins, adding in the bonus for damaging the boss. Longhand Thean would have to spend as much as 100,000 coins. Is 100,000 coins really worth it for a forced level boss? Come on, like a nosy gossip, Luktran quietly watched the battle unfold from a corner. With Longhand Thean's meat shield tactic, the Blue Roach King Seppi was definitely dropping, albeit slowly. A squad of archers positioned in the outer ring began firing simultaneously. That wave took a good chunk of the boss Seppi, and Longhand Thean was clearly thrilled. Great archers, stop attacking when the boss is almost dead. I will finish him off. Luktran smirked. No wonder this guy was nearly level 10 so early in the game. Senza always used money to buy the chance to finish off a boss like this. But the lowest AP phase is always the toughest. Just as expected, the Blue Roach King entered a rage mode. It sprouted 6 arms, doubling its attack speed and power, and boosting defense by 50%. Things looked grim for Long's guild, but the paid suicide squad kept charging forward relentlessly. They wanted to nibble away more P from the boss, earning themselves some extra cash in return. Longhand Thean had timed it perfectly. Once the boss Seppi hit a tiny sliver, he made his move. But the rich guy never dreamed he would get his boss kill stolen by some random stranger. Just as his weapon was about to strike the Blue Roach King, Luktran knocked it away. You were not just standing there watching. With way more experience and skill than Long, Luktran successfully stopped him from stealing the boss kill. Long's face flickered between green and white with rage. His anger made the veins on his forehead twitch uncontrollably. Who the hell are you? Longhand Thean growled. Just a passerby, Luktran replied coolly, his tone dripping with nonchalance. I happened to walk by and saw your guild pushing away a bunch of players, so I stepped in to stand up for them. Long scoffed. Standing up for others? Or just trying to steal my boss kill? I am just trying to clean up the playing field. Luktran showed zero shame at all, but arguing further would be pointless. Longhand Thean could not let someone mess with his stuff, especially stuff he paid a fortune to gather. On one side, Long launched an attack, while the Blue Roach King was desperately using its last bit of strength. Luktran was caught in a pincer attack but stayed completely calm. To him, whether it was Longhand Thean or the two bosses, they were all just walking salt cellars. Their struggles only made them die faster. In 1 second, Luktran stabbed his sword through Longhand Thean, sending him back to the respawn point. Go home and practice your skills. Rich kid. Money alone won't get you anywhere. Before Long completely disappeared, Luktran gave him a friendly heads up like a senior player. Luktran knew with Long's ego, he would definitely come back with a squad to hunt him down, so better to speed up the boss kill. Just then, the Blue Roach King's rage mode ended. Its speed dropped by 150%, defense by 100%, and attack by 200%. Its speed is reduced by 150%, defense down 100%, and attack power slashed by 200%. Just one reward hit from Luktran is enough to take down the enemy. Even though his eye sockets are empty, Luktran's eyes seem to be glowing now. He is super excited to see what loot the boss will drop, but what greets him instead is a bright red warning from the system. Lustron's health is way below the limit, so he is forced to log out. Luckily, the system is still kinda merciful. It automatically saves all the XP and gear Lystron earned after beating the boss, so Lystron logs out of Thin Tongue. Totally frustrated, just as he takes off his gaming headset, there is a loud knocking at the door. Lystron thinks it is some kind of robbery and grabs a baseball bat as he heads to open it, but to his surprise, it is Tam and he looks seriously panicked. What are you doing here at this hour? Lystron's confused. Seriously? Of course I am worried about you. Tam is out of breath, like he just sprinted all the way here. You did not reply to my texts or answer my calls. What the hell's going on? Before Tam can finish, he looks up and freaks out at Lystron's current state. He screams and falls backward in shock. Oh man, it is a zombie. Seeing Lystron stunned, Zedap Tam pulls out his phone and shows him a picture of his current face. Even Lada Citron is shocked. His face is covered in weird blotchy spots that look like they are eating away at his skin, and those spots are actually moving. Only a dead body would have skin patterns like this. Plus, the spots are spreading fast, starting from under his eyes. Zedap Tam says seriously, "Hey, it is only Tua. Do not mess around like this. It is probably just some kind of skin allergy." Zedap Tam was not joking. What is happening to La Citron matches exactly with forensic records from his dad's work. La Citron's got a headache, exhaustion, and is totally freaked out by the blotchy marks, so he quickly faints. Zedap Tam takes him to the emergency room at People's Hospital No. 4. The head of the department, Zay Trungten, is Zedap Tam's dad. After examining him, Zay confirms the marks on La Citron are definitely zombie spots. In his whole career, he has never seen a living patient with symptoms like this. Zay quickly orders blood samples and a bunch of other tests. After analyzing Lastruna's blood, he is even more baffled because there is a huge virus in his blood that science does not even know about yet. Strangely, it is not attacking his healthy cells, it is actually trying to repair the damaged ones. But there are way too many damaged cells in La Citron's body. This is slowing down his blood circulation. The seriously starved for blood areas are the main reason the zombie spots are appearing all over him. But the spots are not even the worst problem. If his blood circulation keeps slowing, it might stop completely, and we all know what that means. He would be toast. Seeing La Citron stressed out, Zay quickly tries to reassure him. "Don't worry. Modern medicine's advanced. I am sure we will find a way. We have already prepped a PET scan. First, let us check if this virus is affecting anything else in your body." "Yes? Thank you, Z. No need to be formal with me. Liz, have you experienced anything strange lately?" La Citron pauses for a few seconds at Zitrung Chikan's question. He's actually had some weird things happen, but they are all pretty vague, so in the end, he decided not to mention them. He steps into the PET room and starts the scan. Outside, Zedap Tam is still burning up with worry. "Dad, when you asked earlier, were you suspecting Lassie was hiding something?" Zay Trungtin shakes his head. He just wanted to double check. It is likely Lishtron himself can't even remember what happened to him. That is actually the brain's way of protecting itself. In other words, Luxtran has peased and has subconsciously forced himself to forget some past events. But judging by Luxtran's current circulation rate, Dukan Trung is convinced he went through severe trauma before, even nearly dying once. Luxtran's condition right now is not looking good at all. Dukan Trung urged his son to quickly inform Luxtran's family. Seeing his best friend fighting for his life like this, Zedap Tam felt absolutely terrible. Meanwhile, in another turn of events, the rashes on Luxtran's face started slowly fading away. Suddenly, he felt a warm energy enveloping his body. Once the PET-C scan finished, Dukan Trung told his son to quickly move Luxtran to another room while he went to get the films. But the moment Zedap Tam stepped inside, he could not help but frown because all the rashes on Luxtran's body had completely vanished, leaving Dukan Trung stunned. Having lived half his life, this was the first time he would ever seen something so scientifically impossible. "Little Luck, how are you feeling now?" Luxtran honestly explained that during the scan, he suddenly felt a warm flow inside his body. After that, his headache disappeared, and now he did not feel any discomfort at all. The more Dukan Trung heard, the more unbelievable it sounded, so he kept turning Luxtran's face left and right to check. "This is wild. Your face looks normal. Your hands are fine. Even your pupils are normal. Could it be that just one PET scan made all the rashes disappear?" To Dukan Trung, Luxtran looked like a rare exotic animal that had escaped its cage. Even though it was late at night, he was so excited he insisted on taking him to the lab. So Luxtran ended up staying in Dukan Trung's lab for another 3 hours. By the time he got out, his face was pale, and he was completely drained. He had to rely on Zedap Tam to support him. Just now, Dukan Trung almost wanted to dissect him for research. Luxtran was worn out because the doctor had drawn 800 cc of his blood for experiments. After 3 hours of struggle, Dukan Trung confirmed that X-rays suppressed the virus. That is why Luxtran's rashes disappeared after the PET scan, and the Du family's situation showed a bit of hope. Now, as long as they find the right X-ray wavelength to treat him, Luxtran can definitely recover. It was 6 when Zedap Tam helped Luxtran onto the sofa to rest and went out to get breakfast. Luxtran was too tired to respond. Looking at his smooth, unblemished hands that seemed untouched by injury, he felt really puzzled. Dukan Trung said he had severe injuries, so why did he have no memory of it? Not long after, Zedap Tam returned, carrying a bag of breakfast and a juicy story he had just overheard. Old luck. There is a gorgeous woman in a sports car arguing with the security guard right at the building's gate. She has got a sporty headband on and looks like she is on a mission to catch some home wrecker. Should we go down and check out the drama? Hearing gorgeous woman, headband, and sports car, Luxtran's head started pounding like a hammer again. Zedap Tam, did you get any photos? Zedap Tam loves gossip, so of course he snapped some pics. After seeing the photo, Luxtran's head spun once more. Because it was the guild leader from Doinhat Fyong, the jumbled Fragmented memories in his mind slowly became clear and pieced back together. Lux Tran finally remembered everything. Last night, after his first date with the guild leader at Thai Nat Fuel, he died. The gorgeous woman Dudap Tam photographed was the guild leader, her real name Hang Yin. The moment Lux Tran recalled everything was when Hang Yin arrived and started pounding on the door. Dudap Tam was so shocked he dropped his phone, even though he did not understand what was going on. He felt Hang Yin's tone was not friendly at all. Alright then, since you two already know each other, I will go open the door. You guys talk directly and see how it goes. As Videthup Tam said that, he stood up and headed for the door, and Lashtron instantly panicked. Thuppy Tam, wait, do not open the door. Lashtron shouted after Zatha Thup Tam, but ended up face-planting on the floor. His whole body was still weak and shaky after he took 800cc of blood from him. I have something to tell you. Lasitron's voice was so small and fragile that the Athop Tam barely caught it. Outside, Hungud was furiously banging on the door, screaming so loudly that Zathup Tam got completely freaked out. As soon as he grabbed the door handle, Hung-in aggressively pushed her way inside. La Seastrun. Hung-I's eyes darted everywhere, desperately searching for him. Zathup Tam played dumb, claiming she had the wrong room and did not know who La Seastrun was. But Hengund was not someone easy to fool, especially since she would just heard La Seastrun's voice from inside. Ignoring the Thup Tam's panic, she started tearing the place apart looking for her loved one. Finally, Hung Unta stormed straight into the bedroom. La Seastrun was hiding behind the wardrobe in that very room. This is bad, La Seastrun thought. Thuppy Tam, didn't I tell you to find a way to get her to leave on her own? Why did you let her wander right into the bedroom? Hung Und was creeping closer to the wardrobe door, scolding Lasitron for avoiding her. Lasitron did not even dare to breathe loudly, but just as Hung Is hand reached for the wardrobe handle, Zathup Tam suddenly screamed out, Lasitron is dead. Hung I's hand froze, then started trembling uncontrollably. No way! Lasitron can be dead. You're definitely lying to me, 100%. If you do not believe me, you can check the autopsy report at public hospital No. 4. Zathup Tam said with absolute confidence. That actually worked. Hung I trembled for a long moment, then burst into tears, yelling at Lasitron to stop being such a scammer as she ran out. After her figure disappeared, Zathup Tam finally dared to open the wardrobe door. Lasitron was sitting curled up inside, looking utterly dazed and lost. Back at the hospital, I thought using the healing beam would restore me to normal, but ever since my memory was shattered, I am not even sure if I am still alive right now. Lasitron's weak, trembling voice was full of despair, and what he said only made Zathup Tam more confused. Hearing you say that just makes everything feel even more unreal. What exactly happened to you last night? You have not really explained that yet. Lasitron took a deep breath, and then started recounting what happened yesterday. It sounds crazy, but you were buried alive. Zathup Tam was shocked hearing that. Turns out, yesterday afternoon, Lasitron accepted Ung Ye's invitation to meet up. At first, he thought it was just a casual online friend meetup, but it turned out she was the vice president of Gags Asia. Hung Unye used Lexer Tron sold and Game Gear to cash out 200,000 yuan, then invited him to join a new project team she formed. At the same time, she confessed her feelings for Lasitron that she would held for a long time, but he rejected her, which made Zathup Tam really regretful, because who can say no to someone as talented, beautiful, and rich as Ung Ying? But Lasitron had his reasons for saying no. His illness and delayed reflexes. Being together would just be a burden on Heng Yin. He did not want her to waste her time on a useless guy like him. But on the way back, something happened. Hung Ye's rival for the Gags Asia presidency saw no chance of winning, so set a trap to take her down mid-route. The other side had overwhelming numbers, and every one of them was armed. Lasitron and Hen were in a seriously tight spot. In that desperate moment, to save himself, he blew up the gas tank of a nearby vehicle, causing a huge explosion, but that blast only bought him a little time. Hung Ai even fainted from the shock. Just then, a broken-down truck passed by. It smelled bad, but Lasitron had no choice but to toss Hang Yin onto it to escape. The hunter's mission ended in total failure, so they took out all their frustration on Lasitron. By then, he was exhausted and outnumbered, so he could not escape being chained up until he almost stopped breathing. After they were done venting, everyone assumed Lasitron was done for, so they dragged him to a mass grave north of the city. Just like that, barely hanging on, Lasitron was buried alive. Zathup Tam could not hide his disgust when he heard mass grave. This was not the first time those guys had committed a crime like this. Back to the main point. That day, Lasitron was not quite done yet. Right after those bastards left, a heavy rainstorm poured down. The mud covering Lasitron softened from the rain. He was unconscious but somehow crawled out like a zombie. He did not know how he managed to move but felt the pain in his body slowly fading away. When he came to, he was vaguely standing in front of his own house. The key thing was, aside from his clothes being torn to shreds, he had no injuries, just occasional dull headaches. Zathup Tam thought the big virus his dad found in Lasitron was probably contracted while he was buried, but it did help him recover physically. It sounds unbelievable, But what Zi Shentrung said was spot on. Lassie Tron went through major trauma, he nearly died. So his brain blocked out some memories to protect him. After recalling things, Lus Tron's feelings were incredibly complicated. Thuppy Tam, do you think he can still be called alive? Thup Tam could not answer that yet. He only knew all the secrets were buried in that mass grave north of the city. And that is what pushed Thup Tam to go check it out. Lussie Tron wanted to come too. But with his current condition, even standing up was tough. Plus, Thup Tam had to stop by People's Hospital No. 41 in Chun CIA first. Earlier, Sin and Trung asked him to bring Lassie Tron's gaming headset for study. After breakfast, Thup Tam hauled the headset to his dad's expert lab. As soon as he stepped inside, he froze for a few seconds because the room was not just his dad, there were a few silver-haired old guys. All big shots in their field. While Thup Tam was out, Lassie Tron quietly sat and planned what he needed to do before things got worse. That included finding someone to keep his dad company, leaving him retirement money, helping Han rebuild Sikia Mung Hun, and writing a proper farewell letter. Soon after, Thup Tam came back, hearing his voice. Lassie Tron quickly hid the plan. Thup Tam showed up carrying bags like he was running away from home, and actually, he kind of was without waiting for Lassie Tron's okay. He declared he was moving in, but there is only one bed in the house. Lassie Tron did not get it at all and crossed his arms. No worries. Your couch is big enough for me. Lassie Tron felt a headache coming on. From Thup Tam's expression, he guessed there was a 90% chance his health had gotten bad enough to need care. But nonsense, he was just bored being alone. And you, no way you are dying that fast. As he spoke, Thup Tam pulled out a health report on Lassie Tron, which said his condition was actually pretty good. Thup Tam admitted he did not believe it at first, but this report is the result of many experiments by old professors, so he only barely trusted a little. Actually, Dukan Chung did not want to reveal Luck Tran's condition either, but since the virus's genetic sequence in his body is so complex, he could only find others to help. Those are the gray-haired doctors Thup Tam saw in the meeting room. After that, more and more people showed up, older and higher in rank. Eventually, they formed a group of top scholars full of academic clout. This was clearly not a normal meeting, it was a full-on medical showdown, and these old professors all carry serious influence. Just one call from them could turn that mass grave north of the city into a military no-go zone. Thup Tam would not bother going there anymore. In half a day, all the secrets in that grave had been uncovered. Beneath the burial site was actually a mass grave from the late Han Dynasty. According to Thup Tam, it might even be connected to Gyuan Yu. Sounds unrelated, but fragments of that legendary figure appear in Luck Tran's scattered memories. The strangest part, a fluid was leaking from outside the tome, and inside it, they found a viral protoform. It had the same gene code as the virus running through Luck Tran's body. This was a groundbreaking discovery. Luck Tran was infected with a virus from 1,000 years ago. Since he was the first infected, the doctors named the virus after him. While Thup Tam started packing up, Luck Tran kept studying the report carefully. He noticed the virus traits were only briefly introduced, no detailed info. Makes sense, since the report was written in just half a day. Even with decades of expertise, those top doctors could not fully analyze the virus traits so fast, but they could confirm one thing: it has an incredibly high regeneration ability. Proof is, it repaired Luck Tran's damaged cells and surprisingly boosted his body's strength. But what bothered Luck Tran most was that none of these top elders seemed interested in his body. Actually, a debate broke out between them at that moment. Most wanted to keep him in the lab under 24-hour observation, but some leaders insisted they respect his opinion. Thup Tam explained. Then, the leading doctors found the viral protoform was more valuable for research, so Luck Tran's importance was downgraded. Now he is just a reference subject for the protoform virus. When Thup Tam said this, Luck Tran finally let out a breath of relief. He feared becoming a Guinea pig the most. Dukan Chung alone had already taken 800 cc of his blood and tortured him for hours. Now with over a dozen professors, if they all did the same, Luck Tran would not survive. Didn't expect this virus had been drawn out 3 times. Luck Tran muttered. 3 times? Wasn't it just twice? Thup Tam asked. Recovering cells after near death is 1. The protoform virus preventing the professors from turning him into a Guinea pig is 2. Lastly, reducing his reaction delay to just 0.9 seconds. That last one was the first time Thup Tam had heard of it since Luck Tran's accident. He got so excited he grabbed Luck Tran's gaming headset, urging him to jump into the game and feel it out. Luck Tran then noticed something different in his game console. Thup Tam proudly said it was his dad's important invention. His dad installed a text emission system that suppresses the virus's growth. That means Luck Tran won't need daily hospital radiation treatments anymore. Besides the upgraded headset, Thup Tam also brought a life monitoring bracelet. It can track Luck Tran's health data and send it directly to the hospital anytime for research, though he still needs a full checkup at the hospital once a week as a reference. Thup Tam's mouth was about to say more when Luck Tran quickly cut him off. That is because the ring he just put on was flashing a blinding red light, and Lutran got zapped so hard he was shaking all over. Do Thap Tam saw that and got totally freaked out. Oh man, what the heck is going on? And just like that, the ambulance had to show up again at Lutran's place. Dukan Chung came straight to the scene too. After some adjustments, the red lines and electric shocks disappeared. Turns out, the chaos happened because Do Thap Tam rushed to put the ring on without first setting the mode properly. So now, he is feeling super guilty about it. Uncle Thap Tam's had a rough day, so it is understandable he forgot a few things. Lutran jumped in to defend him, but Dukan Chung was not really convinced about his precious son. Since he was here, he decided to personally explain the ring's functions to Lutran. It can constantly monitor Lutran's health. When the ring is black with no lines, that means everything is normal. But if red lines show up, it means Lutran's cardiovascular system is having issues. Then it sends out electric shocks like before to help restore his heart function. If the ring glows bright blue, it means there is a lung problem. It can fix that by injecting medicine into the glands on his shoulders. Lastly, green lines mean there is a blood circulation issue. Lutran's condition is unique because of the virus inside him. That is why when Do Thap Tam did not set the parameters and just slapped it on, the red lines showed up immediately, and Lutran got shocked. Dukan Trung told him not to worry too much, because once the ring sends a signal, they can rush over within half an hour anywhere in the city. So if you want to leave the city, you have to let us know first. It is all for your safety, so please understand. Dukan Trung warned him, but Lutran knew this was not just a warning, it was a firm demand. He is now a special research subject. It is only natural his movements are limited to the city area. After agreeing on that, Dukan Trung headed back to the hospital. Lutran finally turned his attention to the gaming headset. Hey Lulup, your game it's still the same? I want to go online and add you. Changed it. What about you? Lutran shared his new in-game name with Do Thap Tam, and the other guy had also switched to a cooler name, Supreme Master. Lutran stayed silent for a few seconds, then gave a thumbs up. With a name like that, your attitude's making Do Thap Tam proud. What do you mean? You do not think I deserve that name? Of course you do. Hurry and set up the server. When you are online, take me flying. Supreme Master. Everyone knows Do Thap Tam's a terrible gamer. Though, Lutran joked with him on the surface, but inside he promised to recover fast and turn him into a real Supreme Master. Since last night, a lot of time had already been wasted. For a newbie grinder, every hour counts. Lutran quickly logged into the game, and as the headset powered on, the system's ray feature activated too. That warm, cozy feeling spread all over Lutran's body again. This feeling was seriously comforting and relaxing. When he logged into Thien Tung, the system automatically placed him back at his last spot, before connecting the Blue Ant Cave in the Divine Light Forest. Now Lutran had time to check out the gear he would receive. It was a sword called the Pine Forest 6-color blade. Lutran was eager to test the power of this new weapon. He swung the sword, and in the blink of an eye, it sliced a big tree in half. Something that sharp, he wondered how effective it would be against monsters. Just as he thought that a monster appeared right in front of him. Isn't Lutran supposed to be in the Blue Ant Cave, even though the Blue Roach King was defeated by him? Tons of monsters under its control are still out there. They are all level 7 or 8 blue roaches. This opponent was just what Lutran wanted. He had a new weapon in hand, so he unleashed a full combo slash. Wherever Lutran swung, a blue roach dropped. Taking control of the battle like this felt incredibly satisfying. I am in a hurry. Level you all up at once, he said. Seeing that the blue roaches were not that strong, Lutran spoke confidently, but he did not expect the monsters to understand human speech and charge all at once. Still, even then, the difficulty only rose a little and did not change the fact that he was in control. Lutran fought harder and harder, and before long, he finished the fight, wiping out all the green ants. Although he was still a bit weaker than before, the guy felt he looked totally cool and handsome just now. The shout of Long Spear Chairman echoed loudly. Lutran thought it might be Do Thap Tam coming to find him, or maybe Long Hang Thien Ha coming to settle the score. But when he turned around, he saw a strange guy instead. The system notified him this was the Soul Judge, one of the strongest spirits in hell, who came to the human world through a pact, his current power unknown. For some reason, Lutran felt a bit tense. This guy probably was not here to cause trouble for him. Was he? After confirming the player of the Long Spear Chairman, the Soul Judge began to issue a verdict. Lutran had no idea what he was up to. Then, the Soul Judge just threw a warrant into Lutran's hand, a bounty worth 250 gold coins on the Long Spear Chairman. This is called a Soul Bounty, basically a way to hunt down other players in the game, and this bounty was issued by Long Hang Thien Ha himself. Any player who successfully takes down Lutran and causes him to lose levels will get a reward from him. 250 gold coins is no small change. 1 gold coin equals 100 yuan. Take him down once, and you get 25,000 yuan right away. This jerk is clearly trying to buy his way to kick Lutran out of the game. Even though Lutran started this beef, this still made him furious. He clenched the warrant in his hand. Long Hang Thien Ha, just wait. Let us see who gets kicked out of the game first. Setting that aside, after wiping out the Blue Roach nest and defeating the boss earlier, Tran completed the main Blue Roach mission. He leveled up to 10 and earned the right to promote his class. Now he just needed to return to the newbie village to get the promotion letter. Then head to Henbang Seeing to finish the class promotion. Tran was so happy he jumped up finally. He could promote. Shortly after, Tam and another top player in-game sent him a guild invite. After confirming, Tran saw the guy nervously send a message, of course. The message asked who Tran had pissed off to get a 250 gold bounty on his head. Old Luck, you still have not promoted yet? Not yet. Just about. Tam sighed heavily. No wonder a bunch of players who already promoted were eyeing Tran like prey, ready to gang up on him. Tran knew that after the bounty, many would target him, but he did not expect someone to already rally a whole team for an ambush so fast. Quick, check the guild chat. They are probably gathering. Tam urged. Tran usually ignored that stuff, but since Tam said so, he had to take a look. Sure enough, the guild chat was exploding. Everyone saw him as the target, and multiple teams formed just to hunt him down. Tam looked really worried, but Tran himself stayed surprisingly calm. Makes sense, painful as it is to admit, no one in this world understands what it is like to be hunted more than Tran. Throughout his last year in Lingdong, he managed to survive even while being hunted by the entire gaming community. Yeah? I never asked before, how did you manage to hold out during that final year online? Tam's curious. Talking about that, Tran still feels bitter. He spread fake news, faked his death, disguised himself as a wild beast, and even pretended to be a roadside rock. Then he used a fake it to sneak into enemy camps and even stayed inside Boston's group for half a month. Basically, he did everything just to survive. Back then, his friends nicknamed him the Great Master of Running Away. Who'd have thought that after just one day of playing Thian Tung, the Great Master of Running Away had to make a comeback. To face the people hunting him, Tran had already come up with a plan. First, he took a picture of himself and sent it to Tam. Then he asked him to spread the photo around, claiming Tran was in the Shen Guang Fem Kui forest. He wanted to lure those players into the forest, while he took the chance to change classes. There it is. Old Luck. Tam could not help but laugh. Too flashy. Too flashy. That is just basic skills of the Great Master of Running Away. After the plan was set, Tran used the time to camouflage himself with leaves and grass, then disappeared. Not long after, Tam exactly as told, spreading the photo on the world channel. Sure enough, the dumb players all took the bait, rushing into Shenguang Forest chasing the money, not realizing the person they were after was just the rock they would pass by. Tran had already returned to the newbie village to get his class change letter. The village chief told him to go to Henbang Kong to find the spirit swordsman Luan and give him the letter personally written by the chief, saying Tran could become Luan's disciple. So he ran full speed, knowing once he got to Henbang Kong and changed classes, he would be safe because that is the territory of the Wild Spirit Camp. Normal players on the righteous side enter that camp, and PCs automatically mark them as enemies. Actually, Tran had a bad feeling about this, since Henbang Kong is the only class change spot for wild spirits. His gut told him Long Han Thian must have sent troops to ambush there, but Tran could not run forever, especially since changing class was something he had to do. No matter if his enemies were right in front of him, he had to charge forward. Tran ran across a vast misty valley. Once he got through this, he would reach Henbang Kong. He climbed to the highest spot to scout how many enemies were outside Henbang Kong. If there were few, he could fight them head-on. If there were many, he would have to use a diversion attack from the east while sneaking in from the west during the chaos to change class. Just as Tran guessed, there were a few ambushers outside Henbang Kong. A level 12 female archer was on watch. She was accompanied by a level 15 technician, a level 13 warrior, and a level 14 shield warrior. They all thought Long Han Thian was way too cautious, sending 4 people to deal with a kid who had not even changed classes yet. Everyone got ready to move when the female archer suddenly said, after waiting so long, "It is finally time." Following her direction, at the end of the path, Tran slowly revealed himself, seeing only 4 enemies. He breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing it is not a big crowd. Otherwise, it would be way tougher to handle. "Hey, we just met and you are already shouting to fight. Can't we sit down and talk this out?" Tran spoke up, actually stalling to find the right distance to strike. Unsurprisingly, the 4 did not listen to a word. No surprise there, they are all from the Mad Dragon Guild. Earlier, Tran already stole the boss and messed with their guild leader, so there is no way they would sit down and negotiate now. In fact, they think Tran got scared and backed off, which just makes them look down on him even more. The Wild Dragon Guild might be loaded, but their vibe is super rough. I am just a small-time nobody, so being scared would not be embarrassing at all. Tran shot back with a sharp comeback, but you big shots could just lightly strike and pretend I am invisible, right? As he spoke, he took a few steps forward. Tran was now 10 meters from his opponents, just 2 meters more, and he would be in striking range. The level 12 archer was ready with bow drawn, and the rest were also geared up to attack. Letting someone walk into the frozen steel cage and ignoring who moves first. We are not that weak yet. Long Thiyu, Order the heavy spear to charge and finish them off, but the attitude's not bad. I might just consider knocking you back to your respawn point once, and call it a day. Boss, leveling up is not easy for us either. Why make things harder for each other? Lufttran kept stalling, stepping forward while talking, now only about 3 meters away. He stopped and stood still. Lufttran put on a helpless act, constantly blaming himself for offending the wrong people, just to make them lower their guard a bit. Unexpectedly, they took it seriously and proudly boosted their guild status to the skies. They even dared to compare their guild and Long Theus elite squad to the legendary Bamboo Shadow Riot Guild. Hearing that, Lufttran could not hold back and burst out laughing loud and clear. Haha, you guys actually think you can stand shoulder to shoulder with Bamboo Shadow Riot? What a bunch of idiots. Damn, who dares mock my guild and Long? You must be begging for trouble. Lufttran was not interested in this pointless chat anymore. He would already close the distance he wanted. Honestly, he did not want to waste words on these naive kids. They only saw a small level 10 necromancer like him talking big. With no fear, they wanted to beat him down to level 0, just to feel satisfied. The level 12 archer started her opening move. But even though she was higher level, she was paper thin. She could not block a single hit from him. Lufttran took her down in a second. Now who is the joke? Yet they put her on the front line, as if she was a threat. Your weak team spirit is making me laugh so hard because of 2 words from the enemy. You blindly face them head on. Are you all mentally challenged or what? Lufttran's words dripped with mockery, and the opponents started to panic, but they forced themselves to regroup mentally, reminding each other there were still 3 of them. Handling Lufttran was totally doable. The strategist quickly ordered them to split up and attack from 3 sides. But Lufttran remained calm as ever, without any sneaky ambushes. Just in close combat alone, he was unbeatable. The level 13 warrior tried to sneak an attack, but before she could even land a hit, Lufttran spotted her. The 3 of them rushed in, trying to overwhelm him physically, but Lufttran was not scared at all. Then suddenly, he missed his strike. This time was different. With experience, Lufttran quickly realized his reaction delay had decreased. For now, to be safe, he had to back off and figure out exactly how much his delay had dropped. Lufttran was thrilled given how fast his nervous system was recovering. In just 2 days, he might be strong enough to take on Bamboo Shadow Riot. After testing, Lufttran confirmed his reaction delay had dropped to just 7 ticks. That made things even easier to handle. The enraged warrior missed her attack and furiously unleashed her ultimate move, Earth's Wrath. Unfortunately, this skill did not pose any threat to Lufttran. To you, even a level 14 warrior is just cannon fodder, just like that archer. He quickly got sent back to the respawn point by Lufttran. Now only that annoying level 15 knight is left. He is finally scared and rushing to speak. Wait, can we just sit down and talk this out? Too bad. Before he could finish, Lufttran's sword was already plunged into his forehead. After sending his opponent off to respawn, Lufttran casually wiped his blade clean. Only when it shone like new again did he step inside Hen Bang Kong. The Long Dragon Guild members are coming soon. Time to retreat. After Lufttran turned and left, the wound on the knight's forehead healed itself. Not sure how he did it, but he definitely did not die just now. Seeing Lufttran walk away, he finally stood up and sighed in relief. But before he could even enjoy that relief, Lufttran appeared behind him like a ghost from England. Hey, that one line from you scared the guy so bad he almost crapped himself. Lufttran closed in from behind, like a true hellish monk. How can someone just come back to life right on the spot? Did you secretly stash some kind of resurrection potion? Nope, bro. That knight claim player's level 15, and up can revive instantly on the spot. You just hit level 15? Lufttran sighed. Instant revival does not really work in your favor. If the enemy catches you right there, it is game over. Looks like you gotta be even more careful now that you are level 15. Bro, I told you everything, so can I go now? The knight carefully pushed Lufttran's sword away from his neck. His sneaky backbend move made Lufttran feel nothing but contempt. But this time, he wanted to teach this arrogant fool a lesson, so he kept tapping the guy's head with his sword. Each hit only costing 1 GP but hurting and humiliating him big time. Just as Lufttran was starting to enjoy himself, Longhand Theanha called the knight. The knight got super nervous, trying to sneak away while Lufttran was not paying attention. But nothing slips past Lufttran's hawk eyes. Lufttran grabbed the knight's hand and forced him to answer the call. Hello? Long Thieu. Hai Long's voice came through, shaky but urgent from Longhand Theanha. I got the location you sent. Keep him busy. I am on my way. This time, kill him until he is completely out of the game. The knight was super tense knowing Lufttran caught him secretly sending the GPS to Longhand Theanha. But Lufttran did not even bother with him, yelling straight into the call. Longhand Theanha, you guys are a bunch of worthless losers pretending to be tough. On the other end, Longhand Theanha shrank back a step, scared stiff by Lufttran's voice. After all, he would been sent back to respawn once before by Lufttran, so this dry mist guy still scared him a bit. You are the Deathstrike Serpent, right? Yep, that is me. Your Hai Long got used up by me. I will be waiting for you at Hen Bang Kong. If you want to take me down, You are not even worthy yet. Then Luck Tran quickly slit the knight's throat as a warning to others. Long Han Thian was yelling at Luck Tran not to touch his friend. But before he could finish, the call dropped because the knight was already dead. Long Han Thian was furious. Grinding his teeth, he split his followers in half. One half followed him to Hanbang Kong. The other half guarded the respawn point, hoping to trap Luck Tran the moment he respawned. Soon after, Long Han Thian arrived outside Hanbang Kong. The moment he saw that familiar blue cloak, he launched an attack. A bunch of players joined him, all kinds of classes attacking together, unleashing an unprecedented storm of attacks. Long Han Thian laughed out loud, convinced that no matter how many lives Luck Tran had, even with level 10 blood columns, he could not withstand such heavy damage. But before he could laugh for long, a glaring red warning window popped up right in front of him. This meant the system had issued a red alert. Long Han Thian, Big On Dragon, the Earth King, and many other players actively attacked Fak, the captain of the Night Spirit Patrol in Hanbang Kong. All players in the human settlement area of Hanbang Kong were now considered enemies of the Night Spirit Patrol. This announcement instantly terrified everyone there. They would just log in, barely leveled up, and already made themselves enemies with the Dark Faction NPCs. Even Long Han Thian had not expected this move. While he was still full of questions, the blue cloak was suddenly pulled down by the opponent. Humans, your guts are growing bolder, daring to attack the mighty Fak Vi. When the cloak was pulled down, Long Han Thian had realized it was not the enemy he wanted to fight, but the Night Spirit Patrol captain. Fake, this was clearly a trap set by Luck Tran. And unfortunately, the rich but dim-witted Long Han Thian had fallen right into it. Fak was a high-level NPC of the Night Spirit Battalion. Being marked as an enemy by him was definitely bad news. Long Han Thian ordered his followers to stay calm and hold their formation. But in this situation, who could stay calm? As for Fak, he was not about to let those who attacked him without reason get away. Dream on if you think you can run, no one escapes death here. At Fak's command, the ground cracked open and dry skeletons rose up, grabbing the player's legs tight. Even Long Han Thian was not spared. Against an army of skeletons like this, it was nearly impossible to break free, especially when they were controlled by a high-ranking Night Spirit Battalion officer like Fak. Long Han Thian panicked wildly, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Hurry! Call for backup." Fak felt like he would just heard a joke. His weapon fired straight at Long Han Thian's head. "Backup? Fine by me killing a few pawns like you can even scratch my wrath." Long Han Thian was beaten senseless. While his followers were slaughtered by the Night Spirit Battalion, none escaped. All of this was witnessed by Luck Tran. Hiding nearby, he was thrilled to see his plan to kill with a borrowed sword succeed. Definitely worth the 10 gold spent earlier buying those 10 ragged outfits that looked just like mine from Newbie Village. Remember earlier, when he met Fak, Luck Tran had used every flattering word he knew to hype him up, saying he was a true fan, praising him like a mighty river's current. Then he took the chance to gift Fak the outfit he would just bought at the village store. Once Fak put it on, Luck Tran kept praising him so much he never wanted to take it off, so in the end, the blinded Long Han Thian mistook him. After this mess, Luck Tran hoped the guild and Long could chill out for a while, but unexpectedly, the bounty orders were updated again right after. Previously, you got 250 gold only if you caused Luck Tran to lose a level. Now, just killing him once even without a level drop earns 500 gold. Plus, anyone who brings info on him gets 10 gold. The bounty money skyrocketed just like Long Han Thian's fury. Luck Tran was not worried though. The more the enemy wastes money, the more chances he gets to fight top players. And those top players would become stepping stones for him to climb back to glory step by step. After the Long Han Thian group was taken care of, Luck Tran confidently pushed deeper into Hanbang Kong. Finally, Luck Tran found the wandering swordsman's spirit the village chief had mentioned. So excited, he practically hopped over to it. "Master, I have come to find the spirit you spoke of earlier. How dare a stinky ant like you step into my territory?" Stay put. No surprise those fake spirit warriors all act so hot-headed. In the end, Luck Tran had to pull out the village chief's letter of introduction to finally make Tuluan's sword stop. Village chief Naivan is an old friend of Tuluan. If he personally vouched for you, then Tuluan has no reason to refuse. I will listen to my old friend and take you on as my disciple. But kid, remember this, as a spirit swordsman, your body and soul have to be utterly pure. Whatever Tuluan said, Luck Tran nodded eagerly. "I will remember that, Master." Tuluan looked really pleased and even gave Luck Tran a generous head pat, totally different from his fierce sword-ready look earlier. He said before granting his title, he needed to stimulate Luck Tran's talent a bit first. The hand on Luck Tran's head seemed to press down harder. Then Tuluan began to speak brightly and clearly. "O restless soul lord who sleeps deeply, let your deathly spirit power shine everywhere and overturn all the rules of this world. Descendant of the death spirit, awaken your talent now." So awaken your talent in Thian tongue is this epic. After a moment, the system notified that Luck Tran had unlocked a talent called Death Spirit Power. Death Spirit Power Level 1 awakens the power of the sleeping soul, increasing damage by 5% against all enemies. Each level up increases the talent's effect by another 5%. This talent can be leveled up to 10 at max, Luck Tran can boost damage by 50%. This is definitely a power everyone would envy. Tuluan looked pretty proud seeing his new student unlock such a high-level talent. Then he started another ritual to officially grant Luck Tran the status of Death Spirit Swordsman. After the ritual finished, Luck Tran checked his status screen. Everything had increased, and Luck Tran himself felt his body was now bursting with power. There was only one thing that did not sit well with him, even after officially becoming a Death Spirit Swordsman. He still looked like a skull, definitely not handsome at all. Tuluan patted Luck Tran's shoulder to comfort him. The path of cultivation is tough and bitter, and a skull is our true nature. Kid, I can see your skeleton structure is quite unique. Here are 3 skill books that can help you advance quickly. Luck Tran's eyes lit up, but before he could even thank him, Tuluan snatched the skill books back. Turns out, even between master and disciple, these are super valuable. So he still charged Luck Tran 5 silver coins per book. Luck Tran's heart ached, tears welling up. He just finished a bunch of quests and boss fights, barely saving up 24 coins. And now his new master just took 15 of those coins with a single word. Master, we are close, can you cut me some slack? What is that jump for? 1 silver coin per book is already the cheapest price. Tuluan showed no mercy. He grabbed Luck Tran's purse, threw him the 3 skill books, and kept saying he was practically selling at a loss. Luck Tran eagerly opened all the skill books. He got 3 new skills. Basic swordsmanship, boosting sword damage by 5% for fighter-related moves. Next was plunder, which helps Luck Tran find loot from corpses. Lastly, slash attack, increasing damage dealt to all targets by 10%. Luck Tran did the math. Basic swordsmanship and slash attack combined already boosted damage by 15%. Add that to the talent he unlocked after the class change. That is a solid 20% damage increase. Before, playing as a spirit, his swordsman skills could only increase damage by a fixed amount, but Death Spirit Swordsman skills now boost the entire damage output by 100%. So with that base boost, his damage will just keep growing from here on out. This class really is the best way to test these new skills. A fight. Thinking that, Luck Tran immediately asked Han Tuluan, Master, do you have any good quests for me? Tuluan was still basking in the thrill of getting 15 gold coins, so he lazily threw Luck Tran a high-level urgent quest. It was called Skull Captain. The quest: go to the Great Graveyard, slay 50 low-level skull soldiers hiding among humans, and collect 10 skull fingers to give back to Tuluan. Luck Tran gripped the quest with excitement. He rushed to the Great Graveyard. The skull soldiers there were level 12. Before, he could still take them down, but after the class transfer, his attack power had grown a lot stronger. Luck Tran took down that skull soldier in a flash with just 1 sword strike. But right after he fell, a dazzling purple flame rose from his body. That thing shot straight at Luck Tran. Even though he did not know what it was, he instinctively raised his sword to block, but Luck Tran's sword just sliced through thin air. That flame had no physical form at all, and now it was too late to dodge. The flame slammed right into Luck Tran's body. The fire burned into him. Strangely, Luck Tran did not feel pain or burning. Instead, he felt really comfortable. The system notified him that he had just absorbed a harmonized soul, but his experience did not increase, and his stats stayed the same. Luck Tran found this weird. Could it be that this thing only gives a momentary pleasant feeling and nothing else? He planned to check the forums after logging out to look for info. For now, let us see if that skull soldier dropped anything good. Luck Tran had high hopes but ended up even more disappointed. That skull soldier dropped only a torn, low-quality piece of cloth, totally worthless. Man, this lame loot made all my waiting pointless. Luck Tran yelled out loud, gotta keep hunting, there is no way every skull soldier's this stingy. Not long after, Luck Tran had sliced through 50 skull soldiers and collected all 10 skull fingers. Mission complete, and he leveled up to level 11. Now he just had to head back to the frozen steel to get his reward from Tuluan. The last skull soldier dropped a little demon stone, still kinda useless, but better than the 49 cloth scraps. Before, Luck Tran sighed, ready to return when he realized he would wandered too far. He would enter the Kingu bone area deep in the tome, surrounded by towering tombstones. For some reason, Luck Tran had a feeling something was about to show up. Sure enough, a huge misty figure appeared. It was a level 15 Kingu skull, but this one was not just big, it was massive. Standing before it felt like an ant facing an elephant. Seeing its sheer size, Luck Tran started feeling a little nervous. Hey, little skull brat, where did you come from, daring to cause trouble in our turf? The Kingu skull roared, its voice echoing far and wide. Luck Tran was not interested in chatting with some monster and pests, so he attacked first. Expecting a tough fight, he went all out, unleashing a whole combo of skills. But surprisingly, this huge mighty Kingu skull went down easily to Luck Tran. He even scratched his head, puzzled why this mini-boss was easier to handle than the regular skull soldiers. Seeing Luck Tran's confusion, the system quickly explained. Kingu skulls are the main race in the Kingu bone area, big but weak in combat power. However, they excel at team fights and love to act in groups. Luck Tran only caught the part about them liking to fight in groups. Just as he finished reading, a fiery arrow shot straight at him. Luck Tran jumped to dodge and muttered, Guess I poked the hornet's nest. The Kingu skull he just killed was probably just the vanguard. The real threat was the group of Kingu skulls working together behind it. They attacked from all sides. Coordinating well, their strength was definitely impressive, but they still were not strong enough to take Luctran down. Seeing how strong he was, more Kingu skulls kept coming, and Luctran started feeling overwhelmed, even though they were weaker. Dragging the fight out would wear him down. Then Luctran got an idea. Was not he surrounded by those towering tombstones? He slashed a line on the tallest tombstone with his sharp sword, then circled behind and kicked it hard. The tombstone immediately toppled right where he cut it. The Skullbone guys could not escape fast enough and were quickly crushed under him. Luctran had planned to use the chaos to make his jetaway, but before he could leave, he felt an enormous pressure bearing down on him. With power like this, the Senza boss has definitely arrived. Sure enough, the big Skullbone guys all dropped to their knees in respect. The creature that just appeared snapped its fingers and effortlessly lifted that tombstone. Calm down. Who are you to dare harm my people? Luctran swallowed nervously. That was the order from the Skull boss. Luctran was already surrounded by the Skullbone gang. Standing before Luctran was not just any skeleton, it was the Soul Lord Than Vu. His level unknown. The system warned Luctran he could not beat this enemy yet and needed to retreat quickly. Since Luctran could not see the opponent's level, it had to be at least 20 levels higher. There was no way he would try to fight. But now he was surrounded by layers of Skullbone guys. Escaping would not be that easy. The Soul Lord Than Vu began advancing slowly. On the way, he accidentally stepped on a crippled Skullbone guy, cracking his skull instantly. Luctran tensed up even more. He struggled to chop that Skullbone's head with his blade. Yet this guy shattered it with just one step. Accept your fate, weakling, Than Vu said coldly, his tone icy. Not joking at all. With each step, the ground cracked beneath him. Luctran felt his mind go blank. Just how terrifying was this power? How the hell was he supposed to handle such a monster? Suddenly, an idea sparked in Luctran's mind. He scanned the area, finally pinpointing the direction back to the frozen fortress. Than Vu had already reached right in front of him. Any last word? Luctran wiped off his earlier cowardice, flicked his middle finger at the Soul Lord, and laughed in defiance despite the threat. What? Threatening me with a broken tombstone and calling yourself boss? You really think you are some kind of king? Come on then. Smash me with that tombstone if you dare. Luctran's attitude stunned Than Vu. For a moment his anger was about to explode. The Soul Lord's right hand glowed red, fingers radiating an intimidating heat. You bastard. Yuan will pay for his arrogance. As he struck down, the tombstone shot straight at Luctran. It was flying toward the direction of the frozen fortress. Seeing his trap work, Luctran grinned inwardly. He timed it perfectly and jumped onto the tombstone as it hurtled toward him. Goodbye, Skull Day. Luctran zipped past the stunned Skullbone gang, who just exchanged confused looks, while Than Vu lost his usual arrogant composure, still standing there staring. Chase after him. Damn it, he shouted. The Skullbone guys snapped out of it and chased after Luctran, but it was too late. When they reached the border of the graveyard, the big tombstone was already abandoned behind. Luctran had not even wasted time carving a few words on it during his escape. Thanks to Soul Lord Than Vu for the giant tombstone. He even carved a big heart next to it. The Skullbone guys looked on dumbfounded. His writing was neat, and the heart was pretty cute. Than Vu was so pissed off by his subordinates' cluelessness he nearly threw up blood. His entire body radiated a fierce aura that terrified everyone. The Skullbone gang bowed their heads, begging their lord to calm down. He ordered them to hunt down Luctran and kill him on sight. But how could they catch Luctran when he was already back at the frozen fortress handing in the mission? As Tuluan received the 10 fingers, the mission was officially complete. Luctran leveled up again after gaining 1200 experience points. He also earned 5 fame points and a glowing wrist guard. This gear boosts his physical resistance by 8, magic resistance by 4, and strength by 2. Luctran quickly strapped it on. This wrist armor actually matches his inverted armor nicely. Finally, a new piece of gear. One step closer to a full set of armor. Luctran muttered. His stats have definitely gone up quite a bit. Even though he still can face the Spirit Lord directly, he can at least take on the Blue Skull minions to level up. Tuluan could not hide his shock hearing that you have actually clashed with the Blue Skull minions and the Spirit Lord Than Vu. That is right. Luctran nodded repeatedly. If I had not acted fast, I probably would not have made it back. Tuluan's expression suddenly turned serious. Then he gave Luctran a solid pat on the shoulder. He said since Luctran got involved with the Spirit Lord, he would have to take on another mission. Recently, that Than Vu has been gathering a huge number of blue skulls to attack Hanbang Kong. Given the situation, Tuluan thinks they need to strike first to gain the upper hand. As soon as Tuluan finished speaking, a new set of missions appeared for Luctran, all top-tier ranked tasks, a level above the earlier Blue Skull mission. The first mission: hunt down 200 Blue Skull minions and collect 20 of their fingers to hand over to Tuluan. Completing it rewards a Darkstone weapon, 2200 experience points, and 21 fame points. The second mission: eliminate 200 Thorn Dust Skulls and gather 40 of their fingers for Tuluan. The reward is another piece of gear, 3,000 experience points, and 45 fame points. The last and toughest mission is a direct fight against the Spirit Lord's Blue Skull Guards. Buying time for Luan to hunt down the Spirit Lord. Completing this mission grants a bronze sword, 4,500 experience points, and 100 fame points. Luxtran read through the mission list, sweat breaking out on his forehead. The rewards are generous, but these missions won't be easy to finish. Great rewards always come with great danger. As long as the Spirit Lord does not absorb your soulless fire larvae, you should be fine. Tuluan spoke up to reassure him. Tuluan explained that fire larvae souls are the source of life for the spirit races. The spirit races are divided into 4 major clans, ruling over all spirits together. The largest group is the Mighty Spirit Lord clan. Next is the Corpse Demon clan, known for their strong bodies. Then the Elf clan, masters of advanced magic. And finally, the Ghost clan, who can possess and vanish without a trace, immune to any physical harm. The largest group, Luxtran asked suspiciously. Why do I get the feeling our Spirit Lord clan is kind of inferior? Among the 4 spirit clans, only our Spirit Lord clan can absorb fire larva souls and evolve endlessly. We are actually the strongest spirits. Luxtran was not exactly sure why they were the strongest, but judging by Luan's serious look, he figured it was not a lie. Master, what happens if the fire larvae soul gets absorbed? You fall into a dark hell, you get erased from existence in this world. Luxtran swallowed hard, tense, so that basically means total annihilation. Looks like the Spirit Lord clan is pretty ruthless, relying on absorbing souls from their own kind to keep evolving, starting as a simple Spirit Lord, then leveling up to Spirit General, then Spirit Lord, and finally Spirit King. Ultimately, after absorbing enough fire larva souls, they can become the strongest beings in the Night Spirit world, the absolute rulers, known as the Night Spirit Kings, or you could call it something shorter. Tula. The master looked at Luxtran and Tram to D for a moment, then continued. Sura is the path of endless evolution, the proud duty of the Spirit clan. I may not have a chance anymore, but Luxtran has awakened a unique spirit power. His future is certain to be great, and I am rooting for him. Luxtran nodded slightly, then said he wanted to hunt the blue skeletons. The master warned him to be careful. He is the hope of the Spirit clan. Luxtran's back disappeared quickly, so he did not hear his master's next words, that he was also the master's hope. Outside the blue skeleton tomb area, a group of level 15 blue skeletons guarded the place. Suddenly, a level 3 messenger spirit ran over, calling out a few times. The blue skeletons looked surprised and suspicious. What is up there making that noise? Another shook his head, denying it. Don't joke around. These burial mounds are too tall for anything to climb up. That was true, the mounds were really high. They assumed it was just some birds perched up there, but there really was someone, Luxtran, hiding on one of the tombs. He only relaxed after the blue skeletons left. That was close. I am exposed, I gotta patrol somewhere else. Luxtran avoided the skeletons, then started patrolling. After half an hour, he would figured out the situation. There were 8 patrol teams outside the blue skeleton tomb area. Each team had 5 skeletons plus a messenger spirit for communication. He had to take out the messenger first, so they could not call for backup. The tricky part was every 10 minutes 2 teams met up once. Every 10 minutes, he had to take out 2 teams without getting caught. Then repeat. This was a huge challenge for Luxtran. He thought it over but decided to go for it. When the skeleton patrol passed by, he started the timer and attacked the first group without hesitation. Caught off guard, the blue skeletons panicked loudly. Before they could react, Luxtran's sword cut through the messenger spirit's body. First move, a success. His speed was too fast for the skeletons to keep up. Each strike took down a skeleton, slime splattering everywhere. He started using his skills. Pale purple sparks appeared in the blink of an eye. The skeletons feared his skills would wipe them out. One charged wildly, swinging his club at Luxtran, but Luxtran finished activating his skill, and his sword strikes hit the skeletons like lightning. His sword moves were so fast they were invisible to the naked eye, impossible for the skeletons to track. Luxtran's skill set was devastating, but he felt he was still too slow. He had to be faster. Time was tight. Soon, all the skeletons fell, except for a single floating blue finger bone. Luxtran found just one bone. The drop rate was way too low. The clock was nearly at 2 minutes. Luxtran knew he could not afford to use his ultimate move anymore. At this pace, the next team would arrive in 7 minutes. That meant he had to finish each fight in under a minute. This was going to be tough. Time flew by, and suddenly strange lightning bolts appeared in the sky, leaving the patrolling skeletons stunned. What on earth was going on? But when they saw the bodies of the skeletons and patrols lying on the ground, panic set in even more. 8 squads were wiped out completely. If they had not switched shifts, no one would have found out. The skeleton patrols on this shift had increased in number, and one hesitated, wondering if they should report this to their master. But another stopped him, saying that letting someone escape today already angered their master. If this mess happened too, their master would be utterly disappointed. Hearing this, the skeletons behind nodded in agreement, realizing it made sense. The leader ordered to double the patrol squads. But even doubling the teams would not matter if the 4 messenger creatures did not expand their search area. They had to catch the troublemaker. Elsewhere, Luxtran was hiding in the disease zone, quietly checking how many skeletons were left. So far, he would only taken down 40. He would only collected 4 skeleton fingers too. So finishing the mission was still far off. He had to dive deeper into the tome to keep hunting. Still, Luxtran made some progress. Defeating 40 had pushed him to level 13. Completing the mission would get him to level 15. He wondered where he ranked now, thinking that he could not help but glance over the leaderboard and felt a pang of awe seeing the top player. The Demon Valley Archer was already level 18. Way ahead, definitely a player of the same class. Meanwhile, he was stuck at level 13. So what was his rank? He scrolled through the rankings searching for his name, but could not find it. Only when he reached position 125, outside the top 100, did he finally see it. Seeing this rank, he could not help but feel frustrated. He would always stayed in the top 100 in spirit agility, but here he would drop to 125. That was unacceptable. He had to get back into the top 100. With that thought, he grabbed his sword and prepared to run. But then, a figure suddenly appeared from the shadows. It was the Demon Valley Archer, the spirit warrior. Luxtran stared in shock at the figure before him. It really was the Demon Valley Archer. Through him, Luxtran learned he was wanted. He was surprised why was he suddenly being hunted. The Demon Valley Archer had come for the 500 bounty, originally looking for Luxtran but did not expect to find him here. Luxtran narrowed his eyes at him, the ghostly voice saying, "Your bounty 1T be easy to claim." The Demon Valley Archer chuckled softly. "Perfect. If you were too easy, it would not be any fun." No sooner had he spoken than his spear lunged toward Luxtran. The strike was not too fast, so Luxtran easily dodged it. The Demon Valley Archer was shocked Luxtran actually dodged and even dealt some damage back. He immediately counterattacked, thrusting the spear again. This time it grazed Luxtran's arm, causing him to bleed. Luxtran took advantage as the archer pulled back his weapon, leaping away and settling into a thoughtful stance. The archer's reaction speed was slightly slower than Luxtran's, but his defense was incredibly strong, probably the weakness of a spirit warrior. Now filled with fighting spirit, the Demon Valley Archer admired his opponent. He really wanted to keep fighting and charged forward again. Luxtran tightened his grip on his sword, ready to respond. When the spear tip was nearly upon him, he saw his chance. Then he used his sword tip to push back the spear thrust. The Demon Valley Archer could not believe it. Luxtran timed it perfectly, knocking his spear aside. For a moment, he was stunned, and Luxtran charged forward, taunting him, "Don't zone out like that, I am number one." You know. As he spoke, purple energy blades appeared around him, activating his skill and slashing fiercely at the Demon Valley Archer, dealing heavy damage. By the time the archer reacted, he gripped his spear tighter to block the attack. Though hurt, he seemed fine and stood firm, grinning fiercely. "If you have used all your skills, then it is my turn." With that, he gathered momentum and charged at Luxtran. In an instant, his spear was surrounded by pale blue spiritual flames, piercing toward Luxtran. But his weakness was speed. His reaction was too slow, and Luxtran easily dodged the piercing attack. But just seconds later, a sharp pain suddenly hit his head. Luxtran's body was trembling uncontrollably. The pain was so intense he could only brace his sword against the ground for support. At that moment, Luxtran could not react fast enough and got stabbed by a spear. Losing a lot of blood, he collapsed to the ground deep in thought. What on earth just happened? His head felt like it was about to explode. Seeing Luxtran struggling, the Demon Valley guy shouted aggressively, cursing him to die. At this point, Luxtran could not dodge anymore. He could only raise his sword to block the spear thrust. Gritting his teeth fiercely, he fought back, but the spear kept sinking deeper. Clearly holding the upper hand, the Demon Valley guy twisted his wrist and knocked Luxtran's sword flying far away. Luxtran watched his weapon fly out of reach, silently thinking it was over, planning to run and retrieve it, but the Demon Valley guy would not give him that chance, blocking the path. He stabbed Luxtran again, making him lose even more blood. Luxtran was terrified. His weapon was gone, his blood below half, while his opponent was still strong and undefeated. At this rate, he was doomed. While he was caught up in these thoughts, the Demon Valley guy did not hesitate and lunged with his spear again. Seeing the spear almost piercing him, Luxtran cursed under his breath. No time left. Sure enough, he took the hit head on, flying backward and crashing hard into the tombstones behind him. The Demon Valley guy smirked with satisfaction, then retrieved his spear, thinking the fight would soon be over. But Luxtran was fine. He could still stand up. Suspicious he somehow blocked that blow. The Demon Valley guy stared at the wounded figure getting up before him, still alive. Well, that was fine. He immediately turned on his camera. A skull appeared in midair. He wanted to record taking down Luxtran to get his reward, something he had forgotten earlier. Next, he planned to fight seriously, but when he saw Luxtran's action, he was strangely delighted. Luxtran was intently staring at the leaves in front of him, and suddenly purple sword light flickered from his hands. This strange move confused the Demon Valley guy. Was Luxtran cutting the leaves as they fell? Staring in horror, the leaves floating aimlessly suddenly split into 100 pieces under Luxtran's strike. Luxtran laughed confidently. So that is it. The headache was because his reaction delay was cut by 0.5 seconds. This familiar feeling was the 0.2-second delay. Looking at the Demon Valley guy in front of him, Luxtran smirked with a fresh grin. Now he had the perfect test subject. He taunted him. "Remember when you provoked me? Now let us step it up. Shall we?" The Demon Valley guy was enraged by Luxtran's cocky attitude. How dare someone unarmed be this bold? Swinging his spear fiercely, he was truly determined to kill Luxtran with this strike. Luxtran could feel the intense killing intent, but Luxtran stayed calm, casually blocking the spear with a single finger. A second later, the demon's spear was deflected aside. His speed was just too slow. This stunned the Demon Valley guy, using just one finger to easily fend off his attack. Impossible. Furious, he pressed on with more attacks. This time, he unleashed a rapid, piercing combo. His spear split into multiple strikes, fast as slicing wind, but the result was the same. Luxtran casually blocked all of them with a single finger. Luxtran squinted mockingly. "Demon Valley guy, your attacks do not faze me." Naturally, the Demon Valley guy refused to back down. "Don't get cocky. Those were just warm-ups. See if you can block this." Without missing a beat, his spear transformed into a sharp long lance and stabbed forward. But Luxtran stayed calm, standing his ground. He smiled sly, his voice dripping with disdain. With attacks like that, why bother blocking? He did not move or dodge. The lance sliced straight through him. But what shocked the Demon Valley Master was that the spear had cut through, but did not cause him any damage. For a moment, he was stunned. Luxtran stepped right up to him and reminded him this was not the time to be dazed, then punched him straight in the face. The Demon Valley Master could not dodge or block Luxtran's punch. He had no idea, when Luxtran got so close, what the heck just happened. Of course, no one answered his question. At that moment, Luxtran grabbed hold of his spear. He kicked hard into the demon's stomach, making him lose some blood without giving him a chance to react. Luxtran yanked the spear out of his hand. The Demon Valley Master realized he would underestimated Luxtran, slid and fell to the ground, and his weapon was thrown far away. Seeing him on the ground, Luxtran immediately taunted, "No weapon for you now." Meanwhile, Luxtran had already pulled his own sword out of a tombstone. The fight had turned. He said that and took a running start forward. Once again, he launched a rapid combo attack at the Demon Valley Master. He wanted to end this in one move, but the Demon Valley Master was not going down that easy. He activated his demonic armor to protect himself. Smirking, he told Luxtran that this armor was not something you could just break through. Luxtran frowned at the invisible protective layer and muttered, "Impressive," but the real surprise was yet to come. Suddenly, the Demon Valley Master made a move. Could he have a backup weapon? Just as Luxtran guessed, the Demon Valley Master pulled out another spear from his gear and fiercely threw it at him. A pale blue energy wrapped around the entire spear. For long, the area in front was engulfed in flames. At the same time, the demon's demonic armor ended, leaving him weakened for 15 seconds with an 80% defense drop. Seeing the raging fire, Luxtran finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was it. He would taken down the Demon Valley Master, but his spear was stuck in a tombstone behind him. As the flames died down, Luxtran stood there calmly, even raising an eyebrow to taunt. "You really thought you had me?" No way he could pull that off. The Demon Valley Master could not believe the person standing before him. How was he unharmed after taking a full blast of his fire missile attack? Luxtran chuckled softly, teasing him for overthinking, then suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was right in front of the demon and stabbed him with his sword, dealing heavy damage. The Demon Valley Master gritted his teeth fiercely. His current defense was way too low. Even a bonus hit dealt 106 damage. After the skill ended, his defense stat had dropped significantly. Luxtran noticed this was his perfect chance to finish him off. He pressed the attack relentlessly. His sword slashed fiercely, his speed too fast for the Demon Valley Master to keep up. He did not even need to use skills to take him down. Luxtran smiled victoriously at the defeated foe. "Not bad for beginner, just unlucky to face me." But only then did he realize the Demon Valley Master was dead. He frowned. Dead just like that? Looks like it is over. Back at the Demon Valley Master's place, even after dying, he could not leave the screen. He was still reviewing the battle video. Unbelievable that even at half speed, he still could not figure out what happened. The Demon Valley Master had no clue how Luxtran pulled it off. He would have to watch frame by frame to get it, so he kept fiddling with the playback speed, rewinding and reviewing. The slow motion footage of Luxtran's moves gradually became clear. The Demon Valley Master paused and analyzed every detail. He finally spotted the trick. Luxtran just shifted a tiny bit to dodge the attack, then snapped right back, creating the illusion that the spear went straight through him. That speed and technique, seriously unbelievable. Only top masters in the Hall of Fame like Bamboo Shadow and Lu Chen could pull that off. Thinking about it, he got excited and grabbed his gaming gear. Big hands, like his can't he miss out. Meanwhile, Luxtran suddenly sneezed twice in the game. No idea who is scolding him. At the Life Tome, the place is still shrouded in eerie darkness and fear. Devil Valley Z returned quickly, but could not spot Luxtran. Maybe he logged out or went on a mission. Doesn't he matter? As long as he is at Hanbang Gang or the big graveyard, he will definitely find him. Luxtran, who was hiding on a tombstone, suddenly sneezed again seriously. He is starting to think he might be catching a cold. Or maybe someone keeps reminding him. Why the constant sneezing, while lost in thought? A sharp voice suddenly rang out. It was the Blue Mist Patrol, not sure who ambushed them. But they had to work overtime on their day off, ruining their date plans. They kept yelling about sneaky backstabs, calling them cowards who just hide and do not dare show themselves. They even called Lutran a lonely dog who does not know how to enjoy his day off, did not miss a word, and it made him twitch, and still called him a coward. So he decided not to wait any longer, shouted loudly, and jumped down to attack, startling the Blue Mist Patrol into looking up in shock. The messenger quickly cried out, and the Blue Mist guy glared fiercely at Lutran. Before they could react, Lutran slashed one down, openly admitting he was the one who took them out. The messenger and the Blue Mist's perch were cut in half by Lutran's blade, and both dropped dead in an instant, staring at the corpses at his feet. His eyes filled with hatred. Those dry Blue Mist guys dared call him a lonely dog, but he just did not want to upset his guild leader more. The Blue Mist Patrol was stunned by Lutran's move, and after a moment, they shouted that he was the one they desperately wanted to catch, the notorious patrol infiltrator. In a flash, messengers filled the sky, and the leader quickly ordered the others to follow him. At the same time, the messenger in the sky sounded an alarm. The 6th patrol team in the northeast graveyard was under attack. Seeing this, the Blue Mist guy immediately smirked and told Lutran to just give up his life already. But Lutran was not scared at all, even complimented them on being smart for scattering their signals. Messenger signals can be blocked. At that moment, the Blue Mist guy rushed toward Lutran and told him to watch his move. Lutran calmly looked at him, eyes full of contempt. Seeing his cocky attitude, the leader immediately ordered everyone to rush and take him down together. In a blink, a fierce battle broke out in a corner of the graveyard. The Blue Mist guys were no match for Lutran no matter how hard they fought. They could not land a hit. Then they were shocked and asked how he could dodge attacks so easily. Lutran did not answer. Another guy shouted, "Reinforcements are coming soon." Lutran smiled brightly. Perfect. Hopefully, they arrive a little faster. Sitting around after wiping out the last group was boring. So right after speaking, he sprang into action, pale purple energy crackling in the air. Their speed was so fast they were invisible, followed by screams of terror. Then the graveyard echoed with messenger alerts non-stop. Patrol teams kept getting ambushed, but Lutran kept switching directions, making it impossible to predict his moves. The Blue Mist captain, hearing the 8th team got attacked, ordered a quick rush east to block Lutran's escape. But while they ran, Lutran was running right toward them. The captain sensed something and stopped. Something was coming, but before he could react, a streak of sword light appeared out of nowhere, slashing toward him. Half of him was cut clean in two. This unexpected move left him dumbfounded. What just happened? He hurriedly asked his Blue Mist soldiers if they were okay, but when he looked back, horror struck. His soldiers were completely down, and 2 fingers floated ominously in the air. The captain glared at the fallen soldiers, furious. Who the hell did this? He quickly scanned around and sure enough, spotted a blurry figure standing there. He recognized him as Dry Frost, the guy he was desperate to find. Meanwhile, Luxtran up ahead did not even notice him. He was still frustrated, feeling like he had not reached his old speed and precision yet, letting one lucky guy survive. After all that grinding, Luxtran had collected 215 blue frosts and 19 fingers. Still not enough. The captain, ignored and pissed off, kept questioning him, saying, "Aren't you supposed to be in the east graveyard?" Luxtran just smirked, remembering to glare at him. He mocked the reinforcements for being too slow, so he had no choice but to come here himself. Saying that, the sword in his hand flared up again, ready to strike. Enough talk. Time to finish off the last one. The captain, insulted by his arrogance, snapped back, "You are so damn rude." He aggressively swung the heavy mace in his hand, aiming to crush Luxtran. Too bad he was too slow. Luxtran dodged to the side, and the mace slammed into the ground with a heavy thud. He could not believe he missed. But what was even crazier was Luxtran's ghost-like movements vanishing and reappearing like a shadow. The sword, wrapped in purple energy, suddenly exploded upon hitting the captain's body. Within seconds, the captain lay chopped on the ground, dropping an item the last finger finally collected. Mission complete. The system quickly sent a notification congratulating Luxtran for finishing the mission and told him to head to Hen Bangkong for his reward. After completing the mission, Luxtran thought about his new skill. Without even a 2-second delay, dealing with those blue frosts became a piece of cake. Hen Bangkong, the place where the southern region is buried in cold. Luxtran arrived here following the system's instructions to claim his reward. He wondered what kind of soul stone he would get this time, hoped it would be a pair of gauntlets. After claiming the reward, he still had to find someone to fix his broken weapon. After the fight, his sword had chipped quite a bit. Just then, Luxtran suddenly stopped. He heard crying echoing from somewhere. Moments later, a group appeared carrying a coffin. The whole scene looked pretty grim. Luxtran stared blankly as the group approached him. The leader was weeping nonstop, lamenting how someone so young had died. His head was gone, and he was tossing around round white talisman papers. Luxtran frowned slightly. The patrol member died. Lost his head. That had to be a hidden mission. He could not just ignore it. Thinking that, he immediately asked the people ahead what happened. It turned out to be Faker, the patrol captain. The moment Faker heard the noise, he quickly raised his head, seeing Luctran. He excitedly grabbed his hand and said the patrol team was in serious trouble. They found the body but no head. Luctran pretended to be indignant, saying it was outrageous. The patrol was supposed to protect Henbang Kong, not get distracted by revenge. As he spoke, he scowled and cursed that iron-backed bear for attacking them by surprise. Faker immediately trusted Luctran's judgment and praised him for being sensible, saying his future would be bright. Luctran nodded without hesitation and told him to rest assured. He then accepted the high-rank F-class mission, take down the iron-backed bear, earning 20 fame points and 2,000 experience. After reading the mission notice, Luctran smirked. The mission was timed. It looked like he had to leave immediately. Faker told him to head 500 meters east to a soulsmith workshop. Luctran thanked him and quickly set off eastward. The soulsmith workshop was not far, an old-fashioned building with a skull displayed out front. Luctran arrived soon and gazed thoughtfully at the building. This was the soulsmith's place, but something was off about the smith. The respected Master Lang hung a craftsman S sign around his neck. Luctran asked if he was the smith. The man openly admitted it and proudly bragged about his many skills. He stood up from his chair and walked over to Luctran, greeting him. Long time no see. Want to enhance, repair, or dismantle equipment? Luctran honestly said he came for repairs. But this work takes strength. Can old Master Lang handle that? Master Lang smiled, then shrugged off his black outer robe, revealing his sturdy arms. He confidently said, "These small gear repairs? Child's play." He raised an eyebrow at Luctran and told him to hand over the equipment. After a moment's hesitation, Luctran gave him his sword. Chief Lang took it and then threw it onto the equipment to absorb enough heat, then slammed it hard. Chief Lang grabbed the forging hammer, looked arrogantly at Luctran, and said, "Watch closely." Right after, he started hammering down on the hot sword on the table. Luctran watched his skilled moves from the side and could not help but praise his talent. Soon, Chief Lang reached the final step, polishing the dull white sparks continuously appearing around Luctran's sword. Quickly, Chief Lang let out a relieved breath. The sword in his hand was now flawless, not a single drop of water on it. Luctran took the polished sword in his hands, eyes shining bright. Amazing. It looked like a masterpiece. Flattered by the sweet words, Chief Lang proudly pulled on his shirt, standing tall, saying without even looking, "I am the top blacksmith around here." Luctran refused to argue and asked how much it would cost. Since Chief Lang knew him, he only charged 1 silver coin. Luctran quickly paid and turned to leave. Next up was his iron ore delivery mission. 45 minutes left. Still plenty of time. Henbang Trail leads from Henbang Stronghold to Fubang City. It is a battleground between the light faction and the dark faction. On the right is Green Pine Stop, two totally opposite scenes. No wonder it is a hotspot. The boundary is crystal clear. Luctran figured the bear would be at Green Pine Stop, so he faced that way and called out to it. He kept shouting loudly but got no response. But then his expression grew serious. A massive level 20 iron ore bear was sound asleep ahead. It was so huge it shocked Luctran, revealing its terrifying blood-red eyes. The giant iron ore bear's body suddenly stood up, almost blocking Luctran's view. It was awake and ready to fight, but after staring silently at him for a while, it just lay back down and went to sleep again, as if Luctran was not a threat. If that is the case, he decided to act immediately. No sooner said than done. He aggressively jumped onto the hill and swung his sword down, aiming for its head. But it seemed to sense danger. Its eyes snapped open and it sat up. Luctran's sword only struck its chest, causing little damage. Luctran stared in shock. Its armor was too tough. All damage got blocked. Now the iron ore bear realized Luctran was attacking, so without hesitation, it slashed its massive claws at him. Luctran shouted loudly and dodged swiftly. Once safely on the ground, he furrowed his brow thoughtfully. He had underestimated his enemy. How could he sneak attack a scout and not be detected? Besides, its defense rivaled that of Kua Kavazan CT. This was going to be tough. Thinking this, he called out to the iron ore bear to continue. The big bear, seemingly angered, let out a roar and charged fiercely at Luctran. As the bear got close, Luctran smiled smugly. This dumb bear had strong armor, but that did not mean every part was tough. Saying that, he immediately stabbed his sword toward its belly. This time, the damage was much greater than before. The bear collapsed onto the ground, unable to fight back for now. Luctran squinted and smiled faintly. Sure enough, its belly was softer than its armored back. But his joy was short-lived as the bear stood up again. Now its eyes were filled with murderous intent as it roared aggressively at Luctran. Still, Luctran was not scared. He already knew its weak spot and was ready to move. But just as he spoke, a layer of iron armor started growing over its belly. Seeing this, Luctran was horrified. There was another trick. Under Luctran's shocked gaze, the iron armor bear suddenly curled up and rolled wildly toward him like a storm. He jumped up onto the hill to dodge in surprise. The bear's body slammed behind him, and Luctran breathed a sigh of relief. That was way too close. But the iron armor bear did not stop. It kept rolling straight at him. Luctran grit his teeth, snarling at it to stop. gripping his sword tight, waiting until its body got close to you. The sharp sword blade started to flicker in the center of the fight. Luxtran struggled to hold back the massive iron-backed bear, but its force was just too strong, making it tough for him. Still, Luxtran did not give up. He pushed with both hands, shouted for it to scram, then flung the huge bear's body away. The iron-backed bear's body was knocked backward by Luxtran's strike. Rolling a full circle away, Luxtran raised an eyebrow when the bear spins. It not only gains momentum but also boosts its defense. If this keeps up, it is too risky. He can let it curl up into a ball again. At that moment, the iron-backed bear stood up from the ground. Its eyes were filled with hatred as it glared at Luxtran. Then it let out a steel-like roar and charged toward Luxtran. Luxtran realized that its back was turned. This was a perfect chance to finish it off. As the giant bear aggressively lunged at him, Luxtran dodged swiftly. The iron-backed bear then fell right into the center of the fight. Keeping a cool head, Luxtran thought, "It is done attacking. Now it is my turn." He fiercely swung his sword, the sharp blade cutting deep and seriously wounding it. The iron-backed bear hauled in pain, glaring fiercely at him. Before Luxtran could even react, it counterattacked again, startling him into retreating. Then it took a wide step forward, charging fast. In no time, it was right in front of Luxtran. Seeing this, Luxtran guessed it was trying to curl up again, but at that moment, Luxtran figured out how to stop its attack. He just needed to stab its spine. Without hesitation, he drove his sword down, aiming straight for the iron-backed bear's spine. That way, it would never be able to curl up again. Luxtran's sword pierced right through the iron-backed bear's body. The giant creature at his feet started to struggle to get back up. Looking at it, Luxtran could not help but admire its tenacity. Its spine was badly wounded, yet it still stood up, knowing it wanted to counterattack. Luxtran shouted, "In your dreams," and charged his sword to block it. Luxtran's lightning-fast strike caught the iron-backed bear off guard, stabbing it right in the eye. He even leveled up to 15. Soon after, tons of loot dropped from the iron-backed bear's body, making Luxtran thrilled. Level up materials: a great demon stone, guardian pants, and a mask. The rewards from the iron-backed bear were seriously top-notch. First, he decided to swap on the guardian pants. Luxtran quickly changed into the new gear. Though the guardian pants were not as protective as metal armor, they boosted his resistance speed significantly. Luxtran was very happy with them. Changing gear increased Luxtran's strength and resistance speed noticeably. Glancing at the other dropped gear, he admired the mask, pretty useful for disguise. Wearing it, he could finally leave the Icefang Fortress. Mission accomplished. Luxtran headed back to Icefang Fortress. As soon as he arrived, he loudly told Faker he would completed the mission. Only then did he notice someone else standing with Faker. Surprised, he asked if they often teamed up, but figured it was good to hand in both missions at once. Faker explained he and swordsman Sullen had known each other for over 500 years and often trained together. Luxtran did not pay it much mind and then handed the blue bone finger to Sullen, who praised him for a job well done. Without wasting time, they handed over the rewards. Completing 2 missions earned him over 4,000 XP, more than 40 fame points, and an engraving stone. He then leveled up to 16. Luxtran's eyes lit up seeing his rewards: green leather gloves, a king fan, now just missing boots and arm guards to complete his set. He just leveled up, got new gear, and his stats jumped significantly. But one thing still puzzled him: how to use this king fan. Thinking it over, he asked swordsman Sulan if it was a strategist's weapon, and if he could trade it. But Sulan shook his head and said no. But at Fee Bang Bridge, there is a human market. You could try your luck there. When Trun slightly frowned, not welcoming the shadow spirit, "You still have a disguise mask. Try using that at the Fee Bang Bridge market." Lost Tron wore his disguise mask to enter unnoticed. From start to finish, no one recognized him. He even traded a King Wong fan for a pair of shoes and 11 silver coins. Not bad at all. Just then, something suddenly blocked his path up ahead, forcing him to stop. Sure enough, a sharp sword swung at him without warning. The attacker was the assassin Kung Long Nuno Ket. Squinting at Lost Tron's sword blocking his strike, Kung Long Nuno was stunned. His reflexes were fast, as the little white dragon said, yet Lost Tron still managed to block him. Lost Tron looked at the man in front of him, furrowing his brow, saying he was not familiar with the Chimex, a spear the assassin mentioned, and told him he had the wrong person. Even so, panic crept into his heart. Why did Kung Long's men know he was exposed? Kung Long Neno Kit pointed at the spear in Lost Tron's hand. Even with the mask and disguise, it was too recognizable. The entire Ice City only had one of those, and that is when Leish Tronton realized he forgot about his 6-colored tongue SM spear. Before he could think further, Kung Long Neno Kit did something unexpected. He suddenly shouted a 50,000 bounty. The Chimexa spear belonged to the man in front of him, who swore on the honor of the Kuang Long Guild. Lostron did not expect this move. Angry, he scolded him for playing such a dirty trick. But the assassin just shrugged and said whatever works. Who cares how it is done? With a 50,000 bounty and black stones involved, the crowd began to surround Lassitron. Kung Long Neno Ket sneered, telling him to surrender. Lassitron squinted at the crowd, eyes flashing with disbelief. Just them alone thinking they could take him down. This was a joke. He immediately raised his sword, clearly ready to attack. Kung Long No eyed him warily, preparing to strike, but suddenly, Lusitron turned and ran, leaving everyone shocked. A few seconds later, the assassin snapped back into action and chased after him. How dare he try to pull a stunt like that? While chasing Lusitron, he contacted his men, reporting that Lusitron was heading toward Hunbing Sitaging and ordered teams 1 and 2 to ambush at the canyon entrance. But the others said they could not send anyone. Hearing this, no panicked. The other side quickly explained that Fong Estachi Hai and Tifeng had just wrecked the main headquarters, and their guild leader had taken the entire team to hunt her down. Nioto bit his lip and cursed he had not even finished dealing with the Chimexa spear yet, and now they had to face Fong Sachihai and Tefeng too, with no other choice. He told his men to handle Fong Sachihai the Feng, while he went alone to deal with the Chimexa spear. Meanwhile, Lusitron had reached the pine forest next to the Hunbing Trail. Passing through this green pine forest meant entering the safe zone of Hunbing Sun. But fate had other plans. Lusitron sensed danger closing in. It was Nino catching up. Without hesitation, he lunged with twin blades at Lusitron, who quickly raised his sword to block. Lusitron pushed him away with force, cursing him non-stop. You are like a dog, clinging on in one T let go. No, sneered, glaring at Lusitron. If you stick around any longer, you will ruin the Kung Long Guild's reputation. You need to disappear. Lusitron scanned the area, sensing no one else around. He looked at Nino Kit, asking if he was alone. Hearing this, Neo has flashed with caution. Lusitron seemed about to use a skill. Sure enough, as soon as Lusitron started his move, sparks of sword energy flickered in the air. Danger was imminent. Nino Ket quickly dodged. The sword energy struck the empty space where he would been moments before. This surprised Lusitron. Nino actually managed to avoid it. But even more shocking, another person suddenly appeared behind Nino Ket. Lusitron frowned. Why was that person here? As soon as he said this, Nino Ket froze in shock. Who was he talking about? He turned around and saw the Ghost Valley Master. The Ghost Valley Master was also watching Lusitron, because Lusitron wore a mask. He did not recognize him right away, just felt a faint familiarity. He checked out Lusitron's gear, spotted a green sword too, and soon realized it was him. The moment he recognized him, he threw the wolf in his hand at Lusitron. Injokut quickly jumped aside to dodge. Lusitron stayed calm, slicing the wolf in two with his sword, eyes flashing with anger. Yet here came another complication. One attack failed, and Kukudi charged forward with his spear. It had been a long time since their last fight. Lusitron coldly told him to stay away. He did not want anything to do with him. As Lusitron spoke, he dodged the spear strikes that hit the ground with a thunderous crash. Nearby, Ninjuo watched in shock. These two actually had each other's backs. Thinking this over, he saw a chance and suggested teaming up with Kuko Seti, but Kukudzi did not even glance at him, slashing him down on the spot. Ninjuo was stunned. Were not they enemies? Why attack him? No one answered, and he quickly lost his life. Kushishiti looked at the fallen man with pure contempt. Strong warriors do not settle things like this. Ninjuo gritted his teeth, warning the demon gang would not let Ku Siko Sifty get away with this. Then he withdrew out of the game, but Kudu Ct ignored Ninjo Kuti's threats. What was a mad dragon to dare threaten him? Then he glanced at Lusitron and bluntly said the annoying little pest was gone, so they could continue. Lusitron found him irritating, who wanted to fight him, but Kukudzi noticed Lusitron had leveled up. That meant he was definitely stronger, so he attacked again. Seeing the glowing spear coming at him, Lusitron got mad and shouted, "Don't you understand human language?" Saying that, he dodged, but Kutu City was faster this time, slipping past Lusitron's arm. Watching this, Lusitron was shocked. His speed had really improved. He had to finish quickly. With that thought, he launched a counterattack, catching Ku Cect off guard. In just a moment, Lusitron's sword struck, drawing a lot of blood, but Lusitron did not stop. He kept slashing. His attacks were lightning fast, jumping midair. Even Ku Disi could not keep up, taking hit after hit. Ku Fifzi gritted his teeth, furious too fast. He did not expect Lusitron to be even quicker now. Suddenly, Lusitron kicked him, sending him flying. His body slammed into a pine tree behind him. Kuchu was furious. Why was not he winning, even with all his points in agility? While he was lost in thought, Lusitron charged again. Just as Kuchu realized Lusitron was right in front of him, he panicked and summoned his demon armor. Too late. Lusitron's absorption skill activated, glowing pale purple around his sword as he struck, dealing massive damage. This blow killed Kuchu on the spot. Lusitron sighed in relief. Finally done. Time to retreat, but before he could take a few steps, Kufufute revived. Lusitron was stunned. He revived so fast. Should he keep fighting? Kusu glared at Lusitron, then calmly said this was the second time Lusitron had knocked him down immediately. Then, hesitating, he loudly demanded if Lusitron was secretly using a sub-account from the famous IE Sen Guild. Lusitron flinched, so he had not guessed, just suspected. He quickly waved it off, saying he was not. Besides, He was not even a member of SSS anymore. But Kukazi did not believe him, stubbornly insisting Luck Tran was a cursed agent. There was no way he would lose repeatedly to a nobody. He had to be from SSS. Hearing this, Luck Tran raised an eyebrow. No way. He reminded Luck Tran of SSS, but he could not be a nobody. That comment stirred memories for Luck Tran, taking him back to that day at the final tournament backstage. While he was preparing his weapon, people were already gossiping about who would win the final, and it was him. Everyone was sure that Chuck and Lone would win, and they just saw Luck Tran as some newbie from another game who got lucky this time. Back then, you got mad, said it really could not be done, but the truth proved them wrong. You won, defeating Chuck and Lone, so you believe nothing's impossible. It is just about wanting it or not. Hearing that, Kufuti was a bit surprised. Luck Tran ignored his reaction and kept asking if gear and level alone could really decide everything. Kufuti frowned, wanting to argue but was left speechless. Luck Tran went on, saying Tung is not just about having the highest level and best gear like him to guarantee a win. The real opponent is the player. If he is not determined to keep fighting other players, he might as well give up now. Hearing that last line, Kufuti got mad and asked on what basis Luck Tran claimed he lacked the will to fight. Luck Tran shrugged and said, then who just lost to someone with lower level and gear, and to top it off, he made excuses that the opponent was part of a prestigious guild, then refused to admit defeat. Kufuti was furious and could not reply. Luck Tran did not bother arguing anymore, turned around, and started to walk away. Kufuti hurriedly stopped him. He thought his loss was just because he was not in good form. He would not quit, he would win for sure. No matter if you are Chuck and Lone or anyone else. Luck Tran sighed. This guy's really stubborn. He did not look back, just waved and said he was looking forward to that day. But he advised Kufuti to review the replay because his form was really bad and his play was pretty sloppy. That last comment hit hard, leaving Kufuti speechless as he watched Luck Tran's back disappear at the Quintakini house. He pulled up the replay, but his old, crappy Vel hat made the data load painfully slow. After a while, he finally logged in. He wanted to see if he really played that badly, or if he was just off his game. He watched closely, and after a bit, his expression darkened. The video showed him fighting Fem, but with his health already seriously drained. He slapped his forehead, muttering he must be a pig. After fighting Fem, he only had a third of his health left even during the weakening phase of the Demon Armor Beast, and he still charged head-on. Adding points to speed was quick, but the increase rate was too low to catch up with the opponent. Such a waste. A warrior should focus on boosting health and defense instead. He sat watching the replay, but the more he watched, the more he felt Luck Tran was not just any player. He stood up, walked to the board on the wall, and started jotting down notes. After a while, satisfied he had not missed anything, he finally stopped. The board had all the info about Luck Tran and himself, plus details about his 2 losses. He frowned at the board, then muttered to himself that full force attacks, while powerful, had too many flaws. If monsters noticed those flaws, they could not take him down. But pros like Cheek Kitch Chemiksai would definitely fall in one hit. On defense, though, he would hold the advantage. So against Cheek Kitch Chemiksai, he would have to rely on health and defense, counterattacking only when the opponent showed an opening. He was sure this strategy would work. His eyes gleamed with fighting spirit. He was determined to take down Cheek Kitch Chemiksai. Meanwhile, in Henbangkong's residential area, this was the resting place for the wild spirit race, with a portal that helped warriors recover from fatigue. Luck Tran had returned here. He was half asleep after being scolded, having stayed up all night again. He was about to enter the portal to log out and get some sleep, but someone deliberately blocked him. Kufuti had tracked him down and ambushed him from behind. Luck Tran jumped up to dodge, and Kufuti's spear struck the portal behind him. Luck Tran angrily shouted, "Are you crazy? Breaking the portal is just asking for a holy stab." Kufuti squinted confidently, saying he would study the replay and found a way to beat Luck Tran. This time, he was not going to lose. Hearing this, Luck Tran looked at him like he was nuts. Does he really think watching replays alone is enough to figure me out? If that is the case, then just give it a try. Right after, the two quickly wiped off their sweat and clashed fiercely, their energy colliding with a loud boom. Before long, the Thorn Skeleton was defeated. Luck Tran casually sat on a tombstone, drinking a stamina potion. His defense and counterattack strategy was good but still missing something. A moment later, the Thorn Skeleton revived, laughing proudly at Luck Tran, saying, "This time I lasted 18 minutes. He still wanted to keep challenging Luck Tran, but the result was the same. Luck Tran beat him again. Then he kept reviving and fighting, only to be defeated each time. It was a relentless cycle, and even using his level, he did not stop. This really annoyed Luck Tran. This time, instead of finishing him off, he broke the Thorn Skeleton's spear and gritted his teeth, scolding him. Does he even know when to quit? The Thorn Skeleton had already been beaten down to level 15, but he still did not seem to get it. Luck Tran kicked him hard, telling him to calm down. "I am not your free training dummy. If you want to fight, Bring it on. But no matter how much effort he put in, hearing this, the thorn skeleton just clenched his teeth and stayed silent. The great thorn graveyard everywhere was covered with thick thorny vines. Luctran came here on a mission. He was fighting the thorn skeletons connected to that Tan, who was only level 10, pretty average. Then he leveled up quickly. Luctran was almost level 20. That Tan complained. I thought everyone was as monstrous as you. Luctran thought for a moment and suggested sending him some money to buy gear and potions to level up faster. That Tan was thrilled and praised him as a good guy, saying he would help update intelligence in the guild city. Luctran complimented him, then hung up. Meanwhile, Luctran was battling a thorn skeleton warrior. He dealt heavy damage with one slash, but only took minimal damage back, just 5% counter damage. Realizing this, his eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Squirm all you want before you die, he said, then attacked even more fiercely. The thorn skeleton went down from that strike, and Luctran collected 242 thorn bones. With the loot complete and the mission done, he leveled up to 20, which made him really happy. He opened the leaderboard. It had changed a lot. Luctran was not even close to the top. The guild city was brutal. He was level 20 but still not in the top 10. The top players were Feng Sakhyoyan Tong, Tu, and Da. The top 10 had Force 4 level players, and the top 20 included 9. Compared to solo players, the Dakbae Guild was the biggest rival to Kokim Munghan in the future. Daptam had to focus on investigating them. Just then, his stomach suddenly rumbled, and he wondered what was going on. The system immediately warned him that his fullness had dropped, and he was weakened. He needed to eat quickly. Luctran collapsed to the ground. He would forgotten about that. Since logging in, he had not eaten anything. The system kept sending alerts. Luctran bit his lip angrily. He might be the first player to die of hunger in his hunger-induced days. He suddenly noticed the grass in front of him. With no other choice, he grabbed a handful of grass and swallowed it. This barely kept him going, but he felt awful. Still, cornered with no options, he had to eat it. Suddenly, a voice behind him asked what he was doing. Luctran jumped, recognized the voice as a little girl's, quickly put on his mask, then turned to look. Behind him, there was a cute little girl wearing a pink dress, her hair shoulder length, carrying a basket. The girl, named Siron, was a newbie human PZ. Luctran was a bit startled and shy, stammering slightly, but she was smart and knew he was hungry. Without hesitation, she took an oat bread from her basket and offered it to him. Her mom had baked it, and she said it was really good. Luctran nodded gratefully and devoured the bread. The bread restored him to normal. Luctran was thrilled. Just one piece and his hunger bar was full. Feeling energized, he suddenly punched the big tree in front of him, breaking it in half. Siren watched this scene with admiration, amazed at how strong Luctran was. Luctran smiled softly and said it was all thanks to the girl's bread. Then he pulled out a silver coin to pay Siron, but she refused, saying one bread did not cost much. Luctran frowned slightly if she would not take the money. It must be a quest. Thinking that, he asked if he could help her with anything. She shook her head and said her mother was sick, and the doctor said only white mushrooms could cure her. Luctran was a bit suspicious. Did she want to handle this on her own, without a quest from the guild? He hesitated but warned her that many dangerous wild spirits roam nearby. Was she okay going alone? The girl was not scared at all. Her eyes full of determination, she said her mother was not afraid. As long as she gathered 2 white mushrooms a month, her mother would get better. Luctran frowned again. A whole month. This must be a pretty big quest with rich rewards. If so, he would have to keep an eye on it. With that, he dropped a silver coin into her basket and said, for the next month, bring him 1 bread every day. Consider this payment for the flour. Sarin nodded softly, then said goodbye and walked away. Luctran watched her back, curious to see what this month would bring. This quest was kinda interesting. Meanwhile, the Demon Valley Kid checked his to-do list, thought for a moment, then decided to buy some supplies before going to fight the boss. But before he could leave, arrows suddenly sliced through the air from behind, aiming straight at him. Startled, he dodged just in time. The arrows struck the center of the area, piercing ancient trees and causing them to explode. The Demon Valley Kid frowned fiercely. Who the heck is shooting at me? Then a loud laugh echoed. Turning around, he saw Demon Dragon Arrogant Bone leading a group toward him. Narrowing his eyes, Demon Dragon sneered, reminding the Demon Valley Kid that he had warned him the Demon Dragon clan would not let this slide. Hearing that, the Demon Valley Kid coldly promised retaliation and immediately attacked. His spear had not even reached Arrogant Bone before it struck a shield. He raised an eyebrow, telling the other to move, but the figure stood firm, blocking his way. Focused on the person in front, the Demon Valley Kid forgot about the attack from behind. His health bar quickly dropped as Arrogant Bone stabbed him from behind. Glancing back, the Demon Valley Kid's face was twisted with hatred. Elsewhere, at the Frozen Iron Cross, Luctran completed a task and earned 3,000 experience points, 45 fame points, a spiked sword, and hacking gauntlets. Sulan saw the rewards and happily thought, this gear's good enough for now. Then Sulan spoke up again. Luctran's sweep mission was done, and now he would take him to hunt the super boss. With that, He raised his sword to the sky and summoned the troops. Instantly, a squad of Steel Frost soldiers appeared. Luxtran could not hide his surprise. These spirit swordsmen could even summon reinforcements. That was seriously cool. Sulan nodded and asked if he wanted to learn. Luxtran agreed eagerly. But first, they had to finish off the super boss. They quickly made their way to the large graveyard of Steel Frost and started eliminating the Super S soldiers. Luxtran used his spirit summoning to take down waves of enemies, then boldly called out, "Super Rabbit King, show yourself." The Steel Frost soldiers in front of him gasped in shock at his words. Soon after, the super boss appeared, leading his own Steel Frost troops. Opposite them stood Sulan, Luxtran, and more Steel Frost soldiers. The super boss immediately ordered his troops to attack Sulan's group. Both sides charged, and the battlefield quickly filled with fallen soldiers. The super boss watched in frustration as Sulan's troops kept falling. Those Steel Frost soldiers were no match for him. Healing the spirit swordsman did not help first. They had to take out the boss. Thinking this, the super boss narrowed his eyes and charged at Sulan, who was surrounded by Steel Frost soldiers. He swung aggressively at Sulan, who quickly raised his sword to block. The super boss glared at him, demanding to know why he was still alive. The two clashed fiercely, metal ringing out with every strike. Sulan looked the super boss in the eye. He was not just alive. He was one step away from becoming a Sura. Hearing this, the super boss was immediately terrified. Sulan did not say more, just waved him back. But right then, Luftran suddenly vanished into the ground, shocking the super boss. Moments later, he burst out of the earth and launched a spirit attack that dealt heavy damage. The super boss howled in pain, cursing Luktran before charging fiercely at him with his sword. Luktran smirked, taunting him before summoning a spirit swordsman. In a flash, the spirit swordsman blocked the super boss's blow for him. The super boss's strike was powerful, dealing serious damage to the freshly summoned spirit swordsman. The super boss eyed Luktran suspiciously. "Are you also a spirit swordsman?" Clenching his teeth, he thought, a lone spirit swordsman can evolve into a Sura, unless they absorb the firebug souls from the east. But spirit swordsmen are so rare. Finally, he realized why Sulan managed it. He was truly cunning, but Xiling was too rare. In the end, he realized why Sulan managed it. He really was cunning. At that moment, Luktran pointed right at Xiling and yelled, "How dare you steal from my house?" Xiling just snorted twice without saying a word, then suddenly burst out laughing loudly, asking if he still did not get it. His good master wanted to accuse Sulan, but before he could finish, a burst of divine energy pierced his throat, and he started coughing up fresh blood fiercely. Sulan appeared from behind, telling you to stop waiting and take action. Lasitron nodded slightly. Then he shouted, sword energy crackling in the air, and the enemy was swiftly defeated. You gained 4,500 experience, leveling up directly to 23, and picked up lots of loot. Lasitron nodded in satisfaction. Just 2 more levels, and the 2 bronze swords would be usable. But at that moment, pale purple fire spirits suddenly entered Lasitron's body. Surprising him, he frowned and asked Sulan what was going on. Sulan straightforwardly said he was old and did not need them, urging him to absorb the spirits quickly, since letting the fire souls dissipate would be wasteful. Hearing this, Lasitron understood and nodded, beginning to absorb the fire spirits. After a while, he absorbed the last one, but he was still just a dry husk. He had not evolved into a death spirit warrior yet. Sulan said bluntly that this was the suffering of the death spirit. Lasitron frowned, wondering why it was so painful. Sulan slowly explained that the death spirit swordsman is a special kind of family spirit. The death spirit ancestor stole part of Shura's power, so the death spirit bloodline was cursed. The swordsman death spirit's evolution path has no checkpoints, only a starting point as a swordsman death spirit and an endpoint as a Sura. Lasitron asked skeptically if there was only the endpoint. Then what about the evolution path his master once told him? Sulan nodded slightly. He was afraid Lasitron would lose faith. That path is too hard, uncertain, with no direction, only a vague endpoint. He gave up, but he hopes Lasitron can make it. Lasitron was not discouraged and said excitedly, "That is what makes it interesting." Sulan nodded with satisfaction. Looking at him, he knew he would chosen the right person. Lasitron stared at him, a bit speechless. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Kutu CT and the Mad Dragon Guild, though Kukugo CT had taken down quite a few enemies, many still remained. He was alone, his health bar barely holding. A fierce enemy glared at him, warning him not to push too hard, threatening to finish him off. Kutu shouted defiantly that if it were not for his teammates' support, that guy would have died already. Hearing this, the enemy did not hesitate and charged forward with his spear. Kusucidi activated his demonic armor to defend, but the spear still pierced right through it. Outside the vast forest, Lasitron arrived on time, waiting for Kusuciti. While waiting, he opened the leaderboard and saw he would finally crack the top 10, even surpassing the Mad Dragon Kukukusif. But it is already past noon. Why has not he shown up yet? Remembering back, after Lasitron asked how much he could commit, Kusuciti said he would give everything, and it would not be a regret. He made that promise yesterday. Today's the official first day of training, so he wouldn't be late. He did not even reply to private messages. La Citron saw him online for quite a while but still had not leveled up at all, which seemed strange, suspicious. La Citron checked the World Channel and saw Kutsikuse T near the Hanbang Sang Demon Forest, finally unable to hold out. He sat leaning against a tree, surrounded by Mad Dragon Guild members. The guild leader Ingo Kekut raised an eyebrow at him. Impressed he really was a top 10 master. His armor was shattered, yet he still fought back and even invited Kutsutusiti to join the Mad Dragon Guild, promising to spare him. But Kutsutusiti was arrogant and coldly scornful. Seeing this, Ninjuo Ket angrily told him he was courting death and ordered his men to advance. The others immediately obeyed and rushed toward Kufef's T, but before they could act, powerful sword energies blocked their path. The sword strikes came so fast they could not keep up, and many fell. Ningo Ket stepped back warily and asked who it was. When the dust settled, the newcomer's figure appeared clearly before them. It was Lostron, standing in front of Kutsikti T, glaring at the crowd and gritting his teeth, saying, "You dare mess with my people." Just as both sides were about to clash, a shout echoed out, "No need for a long fight," alongside Longo Kot. He shouted as soon as they met, "No need to wait. The timing was perfect. That saves me the trouble of searching. I will send you off right now," he said, then spun around and dashed backward fast. He stepped out to join some others, mages and archers. The mages were preparing spells, while the archers lined up, ready to defend. Without hesitation, Changsa folded his hands behind his back with a smug look, acting all arrogant but really just putting on a show. "Ha, I came alone. But of course, I have got my trump card. Watch the special skills of the Death Spirit Swordsman." Then he pulled 2 healing potions from the Demon Valley Kid's bag. The Demon Valley Kid was shocked. "What is this? You can do that?" Changsa raised his sword to the sky and shouted, "Recover, Frame Claw Dragon." Longakot stared up at the sky, utterly baffled. What the heck? When nothing happened, they sensed trouble. Looking back, they only saw a log. Changsa and Demon Valley Kid had already fled. They exchanged shocked glances. "We have been tricked," Longakot shouted. "Chase them down." At the same time, the mage archer team behind began unleashing skills, surrounding the 2 fleeing figures. Explosions lit up the sky non-stop. Demon Valley Kid sprinted, yelling, "At this rate, we are done for. Might as well take a risk," and turned back. Changsa shook his head. "Trust me. Follow me." A bomb flew toward them, forcing the 2 to jump away quickly, or they would be lunch. Behind them, the mage archers kept bombarding relentlessly. Longakot shouted, "Dunti, stop. Blow them to bits." All firepower was focused on the 2. Do these guys have no limits? They are throwing skills like it is free. Explosions and archers kept closing in, making Demon Valley Kid panic. "Oh no, run." The 2 grabbed hands and dashed forward, bombs still exploding behind them. They raced toward the Soul Patrol base, already blasted apart. Debris flew everywhere. Longakot, with his squad close behind, laughed. "Changa, no way out now, time to die." Changsa turned back. "No escape left, no escape. You are the ones with no way out." He swung his hand, slamming the main gate. Long and Gokot was stunned. Changsa shouted, "Soul Patrol, get out here." Immediately, a squad of Soul Patrol appeared, surrounding Long Gokot's men, who looked shocked and scared. Long and Gokot realized they would fallen into a trap. This was bad. The Soul Patrol captain spoke. Luckily, Changsa sent word. "We are the Earth Hidden Team. You humans dared to raid our base." Demon Valley Kid was stunned hearing this. "Oh man. This was all Changsa's plan." Longokot roared with fury. "Changa, you little rat. Let us see what you have got, human or not." Changsa cut him off. "Don't listen to him. He just wants to heal. Brothers, get ready." Longokot clenched his fists in anger. "Demon Valley Kid, I am counting on you. The Earth Mark Captain and shield soldiers and ranged fighters are handled by the Soul Patrol." Changsa gave orders. Demon Valley Kid nodded. "Got it." Then Changsa raised his sword and charged toward the riverfront first. He lunged at Long Gokot, his sword transforming into a crescent blade. Long Gokot was now in full offense-defense mode, bracing with both hands. Annoying, the Earth Mark Captain swung his staff to suppress the enemy. "Take out all these humans." Soul Patrol soldiers fought the mages and archers fiercely. "Kill them all." The attackers panicked. "Don't come here. Help." Demon Valley Kid faced off against the Azure Dragon King, laughing arrogantly. "Haha, no archers or mages backing you. So weak." The Azure Dragon King just scowled. Annoying. Demon Valley Kid did not hold back and unleashed an attack. "I told you, I would solo you in minutes." Chamkontramsa shot forward like an arrow, lightning fast toward the assassin. He tossed a healing potion to Demon Valley Kid. "Take this. Heal up." Demon Valley Kid thanked Chamkontramsa, nodding. This is exactly why team fights have the advantage. Chamkontramsa slashed his sword across the waist of the Konglong and the assassin, catching them off guard. Just as Chamkontramsa was about to finish off Konglong Okot, a soldier appeared behind him. This was the perfect last chance to finally take down Kan. Cham Contramsa reacted just in time, blocking a deadly blow with his sword, relying only on sheer guts. Captain Fapcac laughed loudly after killing the sorcerer. Haha! Disciples, wipe out these invading humans. But at that moment, a spear flew past Fapcac's head, decapitating him instantly. The attacker held Fapcac's severed head. It was Kwang Min, Du Heap Fong Sak Huan Tong. She gripped the skull in one hand, and held a sword across her shoulder. Her mask and flowing cloak making her look fierce and unstoppable. Cham Contramsa was shocked. She just killed Fapcac. The Kong Long clan really has some heavy hitters. Little Long Vong, fighting Kwai Kok Tu. Shouted. Fong Sak Hoing Tong finally joined Kwang Long. Tuh, you are dead meat. Kwai Kok Tu rushed forward, striking Little Long Vong with a fierce spear attack. Even if she helped, there was no saving her now. Long Vong called for help. Fong Sak Huan Tong, come save. Kwai Kok Tu taunted. No backup. Don't I know how to fight? He chuckled slyly as he saw Fong Sak Huan Tong flying fast toward him. But instead of helping him, she swooped in and beheaded Little Long Vong in one swift strike. Kwai Kok Tu looked confused. Aren't we supposed to be on the same team? Then Fong Sak Huan Tong turned and slashed at Kwai Kok Tu. Both Little Long Vong and Kwai Kok Tu fell. Cham Contramsa was deeply worried. Tuh, Cham Contramsa lunged at Fong Sak Huan Tong, slashing his sword at her. What is your game, woman? Fong Sak Huan Tong spun to dodge the blade effortlessly. With a deadly spin, she swung her sword and sliced Cham Contramsa's neck. She was terrifying. One strike wiped out everyone in the blink of an eye. Bodies littered the ground while she calmly adjusted her camera to claim the reward. A message popped up. Tuh, well, this woman's insanely strong. She cleared them all alone so fast. Cham Contramsa replied, yeah, it is just coincidence. Our team's blood is not enough. If we do not move now, she will grab the reward and lock our bodies away. He looked at Kwai Kok Tu and sent a message. We are near the exit line camp. The faster we revive, the better. I will count to 3, then we come back and kill her. After that, we retreat. Kwai Kok Tu responded. Agreed. We can't let her snatch the bounty so easily. The countdown began. 1, 2, 3. Cham Contramsa signaled. Revive. Fong Sak Huan Tong was busy adjusting her camera to survey the area. Kwai Kok Tu and Cham Contramsa revived almost simultaneously. Rushing forward to unleash their skills, Chun and Min Ho, followed by a power strike aimed at Fong Sak Huan Tong. The attack caused a massive explosion, black smoke billowing everywhere. The first strike's damage was not great. Fong Sak Huan Tong dodged quickly and grabbed Kwai Kok Tu's spear. Cham Contramsa stepped back, signaling Kwai Kok, who immediately responded. Coming, Lu Quangtram. Cham Contramsa shouted as Kwai Kok Tu unleashed the skill Kwai Jiup to block the attack. Fong Sak Huan Tong lost some health, now at 124 stamina. Kwai Kok Tu praised. Nice one. Fong Sak Huan Tong gritted her teeth. You are asking for death? She angrily swung her sword back at them. Cham Contramsa barely dodged but still took 89 stamina damage. One spear hit Fong Sak Huan Tong, dropping her stamina by 221. Fong Sak Huan Tong quickly stabbed back at Kwai Kok Tu. How dare a close-range fighter get cocky? Kwai Kok Tu lost 246 stamina from the strike, while Cham Contramsa saw an opening and prepared another ambush. He unleashed a powerful combo of speed and force, slashing Fong Sak Huan Tong, whose health dropped to 125 stamina. She began losing balance and slowly fell over. She lay flat on the ground. Kwai Kok Tu stepped forward and angrily kicked her. Thought you were top tier. Still got killed like everyone else. Keep your body here overnight and see how tough you really are. Cham Contramsa grimly grabbed Kok Tu's hand. Keep your head. We need to get out fast. No spirit patrols around. If the Kong Long members respawn soon, this will get messy. Notification displayed. Countdown for the Spirit Patrol team revival: 23 hours, 58 minutes, 13 seconds remaining. Cham Contramsa and Kwai Kok Tu immediately turned and ran off without saying much. Time to level up quickly. Exactly. Outside Hanbang Port, Cham Contramsa had already killed several small training monsters. While you were eating the bread that Tam Nian casually brought over, you looked down and noticed Tam Nian seemed really sad. Tam Nian, you did not seem happy earlier. What happened? The girl nodded, pointing into the distance, and replied, Big brother, there is an old man over there who looks injured. Can you help him? The old man's hurt. Cham Contramsa's eyes lit up. Alright, I will help you take care of him. Don't he be sad anymore. Tam Nian could not help but smile and stood up cheerfully. Big brother, Tam Nian knows you are a good guy. Cham Contramsa laughed heartily. In his head he thought, no mission alert again, but checking it out, 1T hurt better than nothing. Deep in the wild forest, Cham Contramsa discovered an old man sitting, leaning against a tree, breathing heavily. I am about to die. Wild bears have been attacking me for days. The loud shout clearly meant the old man was not out of danger yet. Turns out he was a wild hunter. Cham Contramsa approached carefully and asked, Sir, are you okay? Seeing Cham Contramsa, the old man was terrified. A night spirit. Then the old man wielded his bow and arrow, shouting, Don't he come near me. Cham Contramsa bit his hand. Oh no? He forgot to wear his mask. Night spirits and humans are not on the same side. Would the old man still give him a mission after knowing he is a night spirit? Determined, Cham Contramsa decided to risk it all. No way could he let the mission slip away again. He knelt down, repeatedly pounding the ground with his fists, pretending to be in pain, tears and snot streaming down his face. Wah! You do not know I was once a human soldier, but after being bitten by a night spirit on a mission, I turned into one. But I still follow the rule. I only eat grass, no harming humans. The old man felt sympathy. That is so tragic. The old man stepped forward and patted Cham Contramsa's shoulder. A good kid is a good kid, whether human or night spirit. If you have a conscience, you are good. Cham Contramsa nodded. I am a good guy. But why are you hurt here? The old man explained. Young man, I am the only hunter in this village. I came here hoping to find some meat, but I did not expect so many wild bears. I have been attacked for 3 days. If you had not come today, I would be dead. Cham Contramsa shook his head and chuckled. Don't worry. I will help you get out of the forest. The old man's eyes brightened, and he grabbed Cham Contramsa's hand excitedly. If you help me out, I will teach you hunting and cooking skills. I am a famous hunter and chef around here. Cham Contramsa clasped the old man's hand tightly. Don't worry. I have got this. Inside, he was thrilled he had 2 side gigs that others only dream of. Just after finishing this mission, Cham Contramsa reached level 25, immediately equipped new weapons and armor, thinking to himself, man, I am looking cool. At that moment, a notification popped up showing his character stats. Name, Cham Contramsa. Class, Death Spirit Swordsman level 25. Tier 1 stats P 575, Mana 355, Strength 35. Agility 16, Tier 2 stats Attack 6190. Defense 80, Movement 32, Fame 264, Magic Power 0, Magic Resist 49, Attack Speed 32. Luck 1. Simultaneously, another notification appeared. Your hanging quest rewards have increased. Your bonus rewards have gone up. At that moment, Dudap Tam called D to ask, Old Lou, what did you do? The bonus reward just jumped to 80,000. He replied, what? 80,000. I am seriously tempted to off myself for that kind of cash. Dap Tam smiled and said, if you can do it, leave it to me. He agreed. Makes sense. Hurry up and hit level 25 so we can grab that reward. Dudap Tam flattered. Leveling up needs resources too. Lou bro, toss me some extra cash to help out the little brother. Cham Contramsa glared at Dap Tam. Didn't I just give you 15 silver? Where'd it all go? Dudap Tam explained. Lou bro, you do not know city prices in Bangda. Healing 100 AP costs 4 silver per applesauce potion. And buying gear, 2 potions alone are a fortune. Cham Contramsa opened a skill window, staring at the ingredients. Incredulous. 4 silver. That stuff costs 4 silver. Cham Contramsa activated a skill and checked the materials 4 silver coins for that. Seriously, on the cooking menu, level 1 applesauce, requires 5 apples and 1 bottle of water. Restores 100 P. Level 2 stew needs 15 glutinous rice, 5 chicken meat, and 5 salt. Restores 200 P. Back at the Kung Long Guild Hall, Longhand Thean has slammed the table angrily and shouted. Twice now. Twice, the elite troops of the Kung Long Guild were wiped out twice. What a disgrace. Xiao Longvong did not dare argue and just replied, Boss, calm down. I already added extra rewards. Someone who can kill him will at least hate him. We will have good news soon. For sure. Hearing this, Longhand Thean have finally calmed down a bit and sent people to handle those guys with the reward money. Sitting nearby, Kung Long Gokot frowned, thinking, that woman's getting more and more outrageous. Didn't we agree not to give her any rewards and just ignore her? Longhand Thean has sneered coldly. Let her be arrogant. I have got plans for her. Scene shifts to Fubang City Square, a busy market street. A group of people are bustling about. Boss, how much for this stuff? Someone shouts from afar. Rare ghost stone. Come check it out. Cham Contramsa, wearing a disguise mask, loudly sells in the square. Don't miss out. Fermented applesauce. 2 silver coins a portion, plus premium bear fat. Thinking happily. With my hunting skills, 2 apples means less material cost. 2 silver coins a portion is a great deal. 4 silver coins. No contest. A crowd passing by stops immediately and asks, Boss, how much for the fermented applesauce? Cham Contramsa points to the ingredients and shows 2 fingers. 2 silver coins a portion. No fakes. 10 times compensation if you get cheated. Hearing this, a crowd rushes over. I will take 5 portions. 3 for me. First, I want. Cham Contramsa urges. No pushing. 1 person at a time. Within minutes, he has made a lot of money, happily scanning his pouch. 400 silver coins easily earned. Just then, someone approaches. Boss, that bear fat is not bad. How much? Cham Contramsa looks up. Brother, you know your stuff. My bear fat is grade 2 material. The buyer is Bathian Dao Ru Heap. Cham Kinche quotes a price. 2 silver coins apiece. He seems to know Bathian Dao well, the clan's top boss. Definitely loaded. Gotta be careful dealing with him. Bathian Dao examines the bear fat as Cham Kinche pitches. Brother, this is premium bear fat with a good tailor. One piece can make 2 or 3 decent leather armors. Bathian Dao nods in approval. Not bad. This is level 28 wild bear fat, really rare. Without much more talk, Bathian Dao pulls out a pouch and says, I will take it all. Cham Kinchamsa happily takes the money and laughs. Thanks, boss. You are generous. Thinking to himself, rich fools are so easy to scam. Suddenly Bathian Dao laughs and says something that stuns Cham Kinchamsa. You have got 80,000 in rewards and still selling at the market. As expected of you, Cham Kinchami says, pulling out his sword just in case. What do you mean by that? Bathian Dao quickly puts money in his hand. Chuckling. Haha, brother Chamkin, no need to be tense. We are not enemies. I am just impressed by your skill and guts. Chamkin Chamsa ponders a moment, then starts packing up. The shop's closed now. Guests, please leave. Bathian Dao smiles softly and says, no rush to leave, brother Chamkin. Since this is our first meeting, I want to discuss a business deal. Chamkin Chea looks surprised. Bathian Dao explains, I saw your fermented applesauce is top quality. Your other goods are not bad either. I want 1,000 portions of grade 2 chicken rice at your price. 1,000 portions. You are killing me. Chamkin Chamsa emphasizes. Thinking, not only skilled, that clan boss is loaded with cash. Can he pass up a rich client like this? He calculates, then puts a finger up to bargain with Bathian Dao. At most 100 portions at your base price of 10 silver coins each. The rest at 30 silver coins. Bathian Dao nods and immediately hands over 500 tiger coins. Chamkin Chiv realizes he priced too low. Scene shifts to the wild forest. Chamkin Chan and Kwai Kok too have been training together for a while. Haha. Chamkan, you itching to scratch me or what? Kwai Kok tu taunts. Suddenly, Chamkin Cham casually drops his sword. Seeing this, Kwai Kok tu seizes the chance, using his twin flame strike to charge straight at him. Chamkin Chamsa just laughs. So you were faking the sword drop? Huh. Nice fire move from the side. A level 28 wild bear spirit lunges at Kwai Kok tu, disrupting his attack and causing his skill to fail. While Kuko CT was restrained by the spirit bear, Chemem Kintemexa casually distracted him. Remember, not every chance in battle is a real opportunity. Sometimes it is a trap. When your defense breaks, do not panic. Stay calm. Think clearly, and pick the best move. Then he caught the sword. Kutsuko CT was using his spear against the bear that was trying to bite him. Suddenly, he seemed to figure something out, the best possible opening. Kufifiti quickly deployed his demon armor formation to counterattack the spirit bear's wild assault. Kutsudu CT's quick thinking earned Chiemkin's praise. Such a fast reaction can instantly switch to a defensive stance and minimize damage. Kusufiziti kept trying to control the bear. Is this the end of it? This bear's level is even higher than his. Chemkin Chimexa stood wiping his sword, telling CQCT that this spirit bear was transformed from a dragon soul skull in a previous mission. He explained that once he kills something, no matter the level, he can convert it into a summon, and as his level rises, his summons get stronger and cooler. By then, Kuchifizi had just finished handling the spirit bear. He immediately turned to attack Chiem Kinchem XA. You want to argue? Then come and die. But somehow, Chiem Kin summoned another spirit bear, a huge one. Kufiti groaned. Not again. Kusu CT had to focus on the second spirit bear. He unleashed his demon spear attack while cursing. His skills all hit summons perfectly. Meanwhile, Chamkin silently circled from the side and jumped behind Kutsus FT. Don't forget, there is more than one enemy here. A flash of sword light. Chamkin landed a critical hit on Kuko 50, who collapsed to the ground. Looks like he can win a single round today. When Kutuga CT woke up, he started reflecting on what he would learn so far. He was already second place on the leaderboard. The gap to first place was still huge. No wonder Chiemkin Chimexa was unbeatable. A small bird landed on Kukutsikoti's hand. He watched it thoughtfully, grasping battle opportunities and predicting enemy moves down to the details. Chamkin really was teaching him a lot. Even though I keep losing, I feel myself getting stronger. I need to find a real pro to test myself. With that, he stood up strong, determination clear on his face. The scene shifts to a dark swamp where a level 30 Blackwater crocodile is under attack by a group of people. It is a team from the Tikbi clan, led by Zaktibite, a level 24 warrior. Guys, finish it off. The boss can't hold much longer. The Blackwater crocodile is being bombarded with explosions and is about to give up the fight. Then Kutugosi suddenly rushes in, steals the kill, and lands a critical strike that deals 215 damage to the croc. The Zaichibiata crew stand there, mouths wide open, shocked and stunned. The crocodile collapses next to Kukupasif T. Vetiba grabs him and curses. You bastard. Angry, Asexibia tries to charge, but someone nearby holds him back. Captain, calm down. He is Kutago CT, the famous one lately. He single-handedly wiped out several elite squads from other guilds, and is second on the leaderboard. He is driving the Dragon Clan crazy. Vefibade just stares up at the sky and groans. Why do we have to run into this guy? Knowing his limits, Efiadio warns. Do not push it. We are from Zef B. Kusu CD smiles. You guys are Rife of B? Great. Esibadia looks a bit worried. What do you mean by that? Kusu CD looks them dead in the eye. Killing bosses is just a bonus. You guys are my real target. The Zekbai members visibly panic, completely freaked out. Later, Kusu CT stands alone amid the bodies of the Beef BA squad. No wonder this elite squad is so tough to handle. Clenching his fist, he thinks happily. I really am getting stronger. Scene changes to Fiu Bang City's commercial street. At Food Shop 13, Thuptam looks surprised. Did old Master Last really register my name? He nods. Fiu Bang City charges high taxes on spirit players. Owning a shop saves you some cash. Thuptam is even more surprised to learn Chaem Kanchai has two side jobs: hunting and cooking. Gathering his own ingredients and cooking his own meals means almost no costs on spices. If Mess, then Yo knew this, she would probably cry her heart out. Trum Hun quickly fired back. Why are you crying? Money means nothing to Daisy B. How's the intel gathering going? Thuptam reported that Si Kim Mung Hun's strength was pretty weak, lacking top-tier players. Their leader still has not logged in. Trum Trin Trumixe fell silent, deep in thought. Then he spoke up. I need to level up fast. You handle selling the food. If you run into anyone from Si Kim Ung Hun buying stuff, remember to keep the prices low. Thuptam rubbed his hammer and said confidently, don't worry about logistics, I have got it down. Should I get the reward money from you before leveling up? Trum Hun looked Thuptam over, eyeing his basic gear. You want the reward money with that white blood gear? No one would believe it. Without another word, Trum Hun tossed a stone hammer to Thuptam. Take this hammer for now, I will trade you for a full set in a few days. Thuptam caught the hammer with a big grin. Not bad. Brother, scene shifts to En Bing Ting, where a gate stands under a gloomy, foggy sky. On the ground lies a level 17 phone line in ragged clothes, looking like a beggar. He has white hair and a sharp, familiar face. As Tremrhan approaches, he stares in shock. He shouted angrily. Who did this? Kukufiti quickly sent Tremfun a message. Hurry. Fong Saja Hong Taifeng and the Long and Hang Hai want to cleanse Hen Bing Sing with blood. After reading it, Trem Hun just smirked. Blood cleansing, Hun Ming Ting. What a bold claim. Up on a cliff, Fong Saja Hein Tifeng had been waiting for Trem San. He glanced at her with a wary look. Yep, Fong's Sti Hein Tifeng was her. She jumped down, sword raised to strike Trim Churn, but he blocked just in time. With sharp eyes, she asked, what now? He sneered. You are top of the leaderboard, yet you hang out with the Long Kung Sai. She slashed back. None of your business. While they fought fiercely, the system notified that Kukutsufati had revived. Sitting aside, he mused. Too fast. They did not even make a move, these two monsters. Fong's Khan kept attacking Trem Scene, who defended with his sword but had not countered yet. Suddenly, Tram Hun summoned a level 28 giant bear spirit to attack her. It quickly swiped and struck Fong S. High into Feng, knocking her down. Hard health dropped by 12. Then 11. Then 8. She was stunned, unable to understand how her summon could overpower its master. Those words triggered Trimken and the bear spirit to charge and attack her together. She raised her sword, glowing yellow with holy energy. Sneering, summons are just dark creatures. Nothing special. Truman stared at her in shock, and the big bear also paused. She unleashed a radiant golden attack Ru Kwang with blinding light growing bigger. Trem Kun raised both hands to shield his face. The bear spirit stood in front to protect him. The blinding holy light hit, dealing 421 damage. Warning flashed. You are under the effect of Ru Kwang light. Defense reduced by 20%. Meanwhile, the bear spirit was reduced to a charred skeleton, completely burned with no meat left. Trem Kun realized this skill was deadly against spirit summons, so he quickly took down the bear summon to lessen the defense debuff. She swung her sword at Tremturn. Next. You are next. He raised his sword to block. He taunted. Is that all you have got? She pulled out a card. It was an ice and snow defense skill card. Too long can see guys watch from afar, amazed. Little Dragon King said to Long Han Thiev. Fong said Hein Tifeng actually has a skill card. I thought only bosses above level 35 got those. Long Hunding A said after thinking. But she is Fong Si Hein Tifeng, so it is not surprising. After she played the card, countless ice shards started falling on Trem San, forcing him to raise his sword to defend. The ice shards hit him repeatedly, draining his health, losing 24, then 25, then 31. The wind from the ice was so strong it lifted Trem 10 into the air with a shout, and nearby Kusiet got blown away too. He silently cursed. Damn it! She only knows how powerful the skill cards of the domain system are. But even so, this is just insane. Then she gathered all the ice shards in one place and ordered them to attack. Countless shards rushed straight at Zamkan, who was hovering midair. The Ghost Valley Kid clung tightly to a rock to avoid being swept away, shouting loudly, warning Zamkan to be careful. Suddenly, a purple light flashed, shaking the ground beneath them. The Ghost Valley Kid felt like he would just escape death, thank goodness. Then, a giant wind spirit lion appeared, smashing the ice shards to bits. Zamkan still held a skill card in his mouth, proudly thinking, I got a skill card too. The fierce lion roared, whipping up a storm that blew away all her pathetic ice chunks. Because of that, two guys from the Dragon Clan Guild were flung into the air, clutching onto pillars to hold on. Dragons rule of the world, they shouted in surprise. No way, they both have skill cards too. The wind spirit with its blue glow and Zamkan with his purple light clashed fiercely, neither backing down. The wind spirit studied Zamkan's skill card. After blocking ice and snowstorms, it unexpectedly unleashed intense flames. As their swords clashed, hers glowed redder and hotter. Suddenly, her sword shattered, sending Zamkan's blade crashing into the ground. Zamkan looked smug, dropping his weapon and thinking, you are done. Then he readied his dual rings to finish her off. She pulled out a knife to block Zamkan's strike, catching him completely off guard, with weapons in both hands. He was puzzled when her other hand caught his sword too. Then she unleashed a flowing light slash that seemed to kill him, but he dodged it. He thought, oh, this is bad. He cursed silently. Damn it, if I had not prolonged my base stats, I would not need to rely on the flame garment to boost evasion, but my stamina is already down to 34. Seeing Zamkan dodge her attack, she looked shocked. There is no way he could dodge that, not able to hold back any longer. Zamkan quickly pulled out the Them Lang skill card. A purple light surrounded Zamkan as the game system announced. You use the Them Lang card. Attack speed increased by 5%, movement speed up 5%, effect lasts for 30 minutes. Immediately, Zamkan swung his sword in a horizontal slash, but she quickly stepped back and dodged. On this side, the two guys from the Dragon Clan Guild watched, still gripping the pillars. Dragon King's wrath. No way, you can even dodge skill card attacks. Dragon's rule of the world looked annoyed. Jealous? Not even an entire guild could get a single skill card, yet he has two. Suddenly, they both charged and stabbed each other. She pierced Zamkan's chest, dealing 288 damage. He stabbed her in the stomach, causing 175 damage. Then both collapsed. Zamkan was unwilling, thinking, damn, who knew we could both die like this? The light system really counters me. The Ghost Valley Kid watched the whole fight. Seeing both on the ground, he did not know what to say and looked frustrated. This was a real fight, both pushing their limits with no wasted moves. Could he even catch up to these two? Just after dying, the system announced both had revived. Zamkan loudly activated his ring again, and she stubbornly pressed on with her flowing light slash. Dragon's rule of the world watched with satisfaction. These two are crazy. Quickly send Oquad over here. The Dragon King's wrath obeyed the order immediately. Then the system showed they kept killing each other over and over, dying and respawning countless times, until both finally dropped to level 17. Sensing things were getting out of hand, Zamkan laughed loudly and said, haha, let us stop killing each other. Staying the same level with anyone is not good. Although Han-Hin nodded in agreement. Haha, truce. The Ghost Valley Kid standing nearby spoke up. You guys finally calmed down. Look over there. Zamkan turned to look. Finally, the mercenaries showed their faces, along with the Dragon Clan Guild. A crowd was moving toward them. Dragon's rule of the world laughed. No way, the fight between those two is so exciting. I would not dare miss a minute. Wind Spirit held up a camera ball and said to Dragon's rule of the world, you came just in time. The whole fight is recorded here. Don't forget to pay the bounty and the rental fee. Suddenly, Dragon's rule of the world broke the camera ball, shocking her completely. The Ghost Valley Kid and Zamkan stood there, eyes wide in disbelief. Wind Spirit was furious, shouting, what? That long-hand Thean Hagai even threw his head back arrogantly. Like, come on, it is just a camera, do not get mad over a camera. Seriously, Fongsak Huan Tong was so mad her face turned red, itching to run back to Longhand Thean Has wrecked car. He mocked her. Oh right, you are just in it for the prize money. Haha, my targets are not just them, but you too, Fongsak Huan Tong. You think you are top tier, just because you mess with the Long Kong Guild. Now you want to back out. Then he shouted, you are all gonna die. The three on that side just stared at each other, totally confused. Fongsak Huan Tong, furious, cursed at Longhand Thean Ha. You lowlife scoundrel. When you invited me to team up, I should be just killed you then. Trash. Player Tramkin Cham Say invited you to the group chat. Longhand Thean kept provoking. I have invited you to join the Quanglong Guild many times, but you ignored me. Don't blame others if you make your own choices. Tramkin glanced at her and nodded, signaling something. The Quanglong crew stood far away, unsure what the three were planning, their expressions dark and suspicious. A message popped up in the group chat. Kwai Kok 2 insulted Fong Sak Hyoyen Tong. You are crazy. Look at the trouble you cause yourself and others. Happy now? Fong Sak Hyoyen Tong shot back. 2. You want to die again? Tram Kanchamsa asked. You dragged me into this just so this guy could trash talk me. Kwai Kok 2 was speechless. Then Tramkin quickly stepped in. Everyone calm down. Now's not the time for fighting. Kwai Kok 2 and Fong Sak Hyoyen Tong kept bickering behind Tramkan, both furious. Well, Tramkin pointed right at Longhand Thien Ha's face. Can T get it? Destroy it then, said Longhand Thien Ha, pointing back at Tramkan. Aren't you afraid of getting kicked out and ruining your reputation? Haha, one lunatic stealing bosses and killing, another who kills everyone responsible just for cash, and one criminal topping the bounty list who is the real joke here. A message popped up in the group chat. Tram Kanchamsa suggested, we are all under level 20 now. The only chance to win is by teaming up. Kwai Kok 2 agreed. Alright, Fong Sak Hyoyen Tong nodded too. Okay, I will team up with you once. Longhand Thien Ha shouted, I have destroyed the only video proof for the reward. Now the rest of you better quit the game and end this. He claimed to fight for the people, not to harm them. Then he ordered his minions to move out. They all shouted in unison. Yes, sir. Thousands of colorful minions swarmed toward the other three. The minions exploded on impact, shaking the whole sky. Longhand Thien Ha thought he would kill the three, laughing proudly. Haha, record this and post it online. Gotta show everyone what happens when you mess with the Kwang Long Guild. Behind him, more minions kept firing out. Then a second, even bigger explosion rocked the area, black smoke billowing everywhere. Suddenly, the three defended successfully and yelled back at him. Don't mess this up. The minions kept charging, but Tram Kanchamsa and Fong Sak Hyoyen Tong were unfazed. The two drew their swords and flew toward the Kwang Long Guild. Longhand Thien Ha smirked contemptuously. You are about to die, but still struggling. Bring it on. Little Long Vong launched forward, quick as a flash. Confidence dripping. Boss, watch me work. Another minion charged in with a spear. Opposite them, the three also dashed forward at lightning speed. Tram Kanchamsa unleashed a precise strike. Fong Sak Hyoyen Tong matched him blow for blow, their attacks sparkling on impact. Fong Sak Hyoyen Tong, furious, shouted, Get lost. The two slashed twice, and the minions were sent flying, unable to fight back. Longhand Thien Ha gripped his spear tightly, muttering curses. Useless rookies. Didn't expect I would have to handle this myself. He unleashed a skill. Fire Flame Surge. Golden light radiating fiercely around him. He swung at Kwai Kok 2, who quickly blocked with his spear. Fong Sak Hyoyen Tong and Tram Kanchamsa flew beside him. 2, you got this. He shouted. Leave it to me. Kwai Kok 2 replied confidently. Fong Sak Hyoyen Tong and Tram Kanchamsa zipped past Longhand Thien Ha. Seeing this, he sensed something was wrong. He turned and ordered his minions. Everyone, protect the hidden disciples in the back. Seeing him distracted while fighting him, Demon Valley Sun got furious and attacked him, acting like he did not care about me at all, and quickly blocked Demon Valley Sun's taunt, promising that once your defense skill fades, you will be crushed anytime. Demon Valley Sun was holding a bag, laughing out loud. Haha, bring me a bag of chicken rice. My demon armor can stay active all day. Do you have that kind of stamina? He added. One more thing, your demon fur only needs protection from afar. You are sweet-talking while attacking me. The long world hair guy overheard and glanced left. Hem was surprised and blurted. What? The demon fur healer was hit repeatedly by Fong Sak Hyoyen Tong's radiant attacks, draining Han's health by 541, and Han panicked, begging for help. Why does this woman have light attacks? Help! The guy next to me just slashed the demon fur warrior, spilling blood everywhere, down to 421 health, and could not react. Just shouted, how can a level 17 kill a level 25? The long world hair guy saw his ally getting slashed and gritted his teeth, and focused so much on that he dropped his guard. Demon Valley Sun saw a golden opportunity and unleashed a double Ming Hu strike. But bad luck for Demon Valley Sun, this guy reacted fast. Grabbing his spear tightly, he gasped in disbelief, blocked it. His attack skill's power is not strong enough, and immediately counterattacked, slashing at Demon Valley Sun. You think you can hurt me by sticking close? Get lost. Better stay the comfy meat shield. Then Han ordered his troops. Everyone, attack. Support's not coming. Just kill them. Tremkin and Fong Sak Hyoyen Tong were still fighting hard, but things looked grim. Fong Sak Hyoyen Tong said, their attacks are too strong. We need to retreat. As Fong Sak Hyoyen Tong tried to pull back, Tremkin grabbed her arm, calming her down. Don't worry. We are a team. Demon Valley Sun rushed over. Yeah, we are a team. Then he activated his demon armor to form a shield protecting all three of them. They stayed inside the shield. Tremkin signaled. The attack's almost over. Get ready to strike back. Fong Sak Hyoyen Tong nodded in agreement. Got it. As the attack ended, Trum Kan and Fong Sak immediately charged at the Kwong Long group. Long Hunting He saw this and got furious, hand threatened. Trum Kan and Fong Sak, you are going down. Fong Sak Huan Tong flew toward him. Long Hunting H, you are my target. She swung her sword at his shoulder, but he blocked it just in time. Sneering, wanna die. Trum Kan was surrounded by Kwong Long's men, who arrogantly mocked him. Throwing yourself into the crowd, you are brainless. Prepare to die. Trum Kan, he just chuckled and pulled out a red skill card, Fireblaze skill. The Kwong Long henchman's jaw dropped in shock. How does he still have skill cards? Trum Kan activated the skill. A golden light flashed, followed by a huge fireball burning Kwong Long's minions one by one. Long Hunting He saw his men burning and exploded in rage. Trum Kan, Chem, you forced me. He pulled out a yellow skill card with a Kylan on it. A message popped up. You activated Kill and Horn skill. First attack 100% crit, second 200%, third 500%. This boosted his power. He swung hard at Fong Sak Huan Tong, and despite her best defense, she was thrown back. Gasping, too strong. After that, he charged at Trum Kan. Got you now. Trum Kan was ready, right on time. Long Hunting He flew in to slash him, but Trum Kan stepped back to block. He did not expect that slash to be so strong it broke his sword in half. Seizing the moment, Long Hunting He spun and slashed again. Die. Trum Kan did not know what to do. This might be the end. Suddenly, demon armor appeared, and his spear could only pierce the shield. Demon Valley Sun appeared, but Long Hunting H's spear shattered the shield. The spear pierced Demon Valley Sun's shield, dropping his health by 418. Trum Kan, behind him, could not help but praise. Well done, Demon Valleys. Long Hunting Aishi and Kutsuka City face off. Long Hun is fuming at Kutsu, grumbling. Damn it! Why does it feel like there is someone everywhere I go? Kutsu City fires back confidently. I am the frontline meat shield in this squad. Before I die, no one's going down. Got it. Kutsu City stabs his spear right into Long Hen's gut, draining 110 vitality points. But Long Hun just laughs it off. You really think that busted gun can kill me? Dream on. Kutsu smirks. It is a team fight now. The gun does not need to be fancy. It just has to work. Long Hun, confused, suddenly feels a sword appear behind him. Fong Sak Hai and Tafeng raises it. Die. You lowlife, using a swift glowing slash. Fong Sak Hai and Hefeng cuts Long Hun's reckless head clean off, draining 522 vitality points. Long Hun falls, body and head apart. Kut 3T slaps him 10 on the shoulder, laughing loudly. Haha, nothing beats fighting as a team. Chen nods. Exactly. And Fong Sak Hai and Tafeng just made a soft sound, and all three of them are deadly serious. Scene shifts to a wild jungle. Fong Sak Hai, Tikung, looking tired, asks Chim, Kutsu T's gone. Aren't you off live yet? Chem Sen, resting under a tree, replies, yeah, we took heavy losses today. I need to level up first. Fong Sak Hai and Tafeng coughs and asks, are you in Province G now? Chemsen answers, yeah, ins. Fong Sak adds, me too. Want to meet up? Chemsen agrees but sets a condition. Okay, but you have to show me your face. No mask, or forget it. I can meet someone I do not even know. Fong Sak Hai and Tafeng thinks it over quietly. Then she says, alright, and moves her hand to take off her mask. At Teehausen Sam, a small cafe downtown, Lussie Chun is sitting, scrolling his phone, waiting for someone. It is almost 3 o'clock, but she has not shown up yet. Suddenly, a soft voice breaks the silence as a cup of coffee is placed on the table, startling him to look up. In front of him stands a stranger girl, but the people around seem to know her and are whispering. From their chatter, he learns her name is Lam Jit Jitchen, the campus queen of universities. Lussie Chun frowns slightly, murmuring the name Fong Sak Hai and Tafeng. Lam Jit N sits across from him, and he immediately suspects he guessed right. This playful game must have some hidden agenda. Lam Jit Hen smiles softly, shyly explaining this is an apology for the past. She admits she was greedy and got used by her obsession. Lussie Chun shakes his head, refusing to judge. Losing a few dozen thousand on a bet is not wrong, but she did not need to beat them over a dozen times. Talking about this makes Lemdram Jit An even more upset. She quietly admits the first time was for the reward. The rest were just venting her anger. Lussie Chun frowns again. She continues explaining an old mission. She was assigned to wipe out the Vong Line patrol after 10 hours of prep. Unexpectedly, Lussie Chun and Kutsifita led the Konglong gang to battle the Vong Line patrol, ruining her plan. It was a low-level mission, and in the end, she got nothing. When she tried to claim the reward, Lussie Chun beat her back. The more she talked, the angrier she got, face flushing red. After hearing her out, Lussie Chun chuckled, saying they would all had enough. Then he asked why she came to find him. Inside, he silently cursed her for holding grudges like that. Best not to mess with her in the future. Lum Jid-an got straight to the point. She wants to form a guild and invited him to join. With their top 1 and top 2 skills combined, things would go smoothly, but Lesh Chun immediately refused, saying he would not join. Lum Jitan clearly saw his resolve and did not push. After all, they fought together, and even if he did not join, they could still be friends. Lasa Chun had no problem with that and asked if her real goal was not just to deal with Kwang Long. Lum Jitan did not hide it. Kwang Long was just a side target. Her real aim was to dominate IT Biazio. Zaifaf Biwi. And Lash Chun himself, hearing this, Lucy Chun gave a faint smile. Interesting, after chatting for a bit, the two reached an agreement and then parted ways. The next day, the Dap Tam and Luk Chan were packing up. Dap Tam asked him about meeting Lam Jiet then yesterday. Hem was worried Luk Chan got tricked or something. But now he was suddenly finding a place to set up a studio. Luk Chan shook his head, locked onto the room ahead, and explained slowly that he had originally planned to start a studio for flexible playstyles. Unfortunately, after passing through Thien Tung, money was tight and he could not afford to rent an office. But after taking down the guild leader of Kwang Long, he got some cash. So he was really grateful for the reward. The two entered the room slowly, looked around, and Dap Tam seemed pretty satisfied. The place was nice, and asked Luk Chan what the next step was. Luk Chan shared his goal, to recruit the first member for the studio. Hearing that, Dap Tam's eyes lit up, and Hem wanted to know who he planned to recruit, and suggested Fong Sak Hyun too. But Luk Chan shook his head. Lam Jiet was not someone you could just invite anytime. Plus she already had her own plans. Dap Tam raised an eyebrow if he could not invite her. How would he get any new recruits? But Luk Chan smiled mysteriously and said every studio just needed one new recruit. Dap Tam caught the hint and asked who he wanted to invite. Luk Chan gave a faint smile and named one person, of course. It was Kwai Tu. Dap Tam was shocked as soon as he heard the name. This was a top 10 level player, and the leaderboard only had Luk Chan's name above him. He would really just recruited this guy into the studio. Luk Chan was confident. He patted Dap Tam on the shoulder and told him to relax. Tonight they would get some good rest, then start the next step. That night, Luk Chan logged into the game in Hambang Kwang's Demon Hunting Grounds and messaged Kwai Kok Tu, telling him to come by if he was not busy. Kwai Kok Tu replied quickly, asking what was up. Luk Chan said it was good news, and he agreed to come. Kwai Kok Tu was a rare expert. Though he was weaker than Luk Chan and Lam Jiet then now, he was still a top player who could handle elite enemies alone. After a while, Kwai Kok Tu finally arrived. He went straight to the point, asking Luxian what was up. Luxian called him Little Kui once, then asked if he would ever thought about joining a guild. Kugu, suspicious, asked why he suddenly brought this up. Luxian was straight with him. He would just started a studio and wanted to invite him in. The spot was in the new district of cities. Convenient private rooms, meals covered, unlimited mana recovery, food provided. Kugo frowned slightly but confidently said he was top level, and plenty of people outside were after him. Why join Luxian's studio then? Luxian smirked and asked if he wanted to become one of the top players. Kugo nodded without hesitation. Of course he did. So no problem joining Luxian's studio, and training under him was totally within reach. Hearing this, Kugo agreed to join and even promised one day he would beat Luxian. After saying that, he left. Luxian watched his back, sighing helplessly. Why did everyone have to target him? The next day, at the train station, just as planned, Gongtan Go arrived in cities. Luxian and Shi-san came to pick him up. They called him Little Kui warmly, but he was really annoyed by the nickname and angrily told them to stop. Luxian did not rush to take him to a hot restaurant. Shi-san put an arm around him and said, Little Kui, from now on we are brothers. Faced with Shi-san's friendliness and the nickname Brother B, Gongtan Go awkwardly said he would heard and did not dare respond. Embarrassed, Luxian sat aside, watching them, feeling conflicted. His studio's first top player was actually a super level rival always gunning for him. Shi-san squinted at him and asked why he called him Brother B. Gongtan Gu bluntly said he hated number 13, so was better. Hearing this, Shi-san got mad and told him to stop calling him Brother B. Luxian sighed, looking at both still. It was good. The studio's crew was getting stronger. A little later, the three went back to the office Luxian had just rented. Shi-san explained affectionately they had not cleaned up yet since they just moved in. Gongtan Go did not mind, saying once they unpacked, they could clean together. Luxian first showed him around the rooms, but then Gongtan Go's eyes suddenly landed on a mask sitting on a shelf. He recognized it and panicked. It was the VR helmet from the famous Daisen company. Could it be Luxian? Tears in his eyes, he looked at Luxian and asked if he really was Daisen's member. Though before Luxian had said he was not, Luxian honestly said that at the end of Lingdong, whether he deserved to be Daisen was questionable. At that moment, Shi-san proudly pulled out Luxian's national champion badge, the first ever in Unrivaled War. The person in front of him really was Daisen, then asked Gongtan Go if he admired Luxian a lot. Gongtan Go shook his head gently, denying it. He had his own idol Daishin Natren. This prodigy had beaten Park Han-woong at the National Esports Center. That was the true peak of gaming for their country's honor. When they heard that name, both Luxian and Shisen exchanged smug looks. Gongtan-go noticed their expressions and started to suspect something. Sure enough, he then saw a photo of Luxian with Park Han-woong on the shelf. He could not believe it. Shouting, "How is this possible? You really are my idol." Natren. Realizing this, Gongtan-go got excited, rushing over to grip Luxian's hand tightly, calling him Daishin with a big smile. He knew how frustrating it was to lose an account in Lingdong. Today, since they were teammates, he would definitely help Luxian get revenge. Luxian shook his head gently. He had dreams, but revenge was not one of them. Their dream was bigger, to lead Fubang, dominate zone, and even compete alongside top players from other countries on the same stage, becoming #1 in the world. He proposed naming their studio Blood-Hued Mercenaries. Both he and Gongtan-go were wild spirits tied to blood colors, and with their studio's limited startup funds, they would have to take on hired missions to earn money. Gongtan-go agreed without hesitation. The name was awesome and reminded him of brutal battlefield carnage. Shisen agreed too, saying from now on this place would be the Blood-Hued Mercenaries studio. And just like that, a team was born. The three Luchans sat on the sofa discussing their next move. Luchen asked what everyone thought their initial goal was. 13 quickly blurted out wanting to take over Fubang City and conquer the female gamers. But Gong Sun Kok wanted to defeat Kong Long, destroy them, and get revenge on Truck Long. However, Luchan calmly said their real initial goal was to make money. As soon as he said that, 13 and the others were stunned. 13 hurriedly pulled out his computer to calculate expenses, half a year's rent. 4 computers, in-game purchases, so the 80,000 reward money was gone in just 2 days. Luchan sighed, saying they only had food money left for this week. If they did not earn money soon, next week they would have nothing to eat but dirt. At that moment, Gong Sun Kok suggested using his bounty money. Hearing this, 13 finally remembered they still had Tu Ku's bounty money. Luchan agreed and said he would go level up while the other 2 logged on to claim the reward first. Outside, as soon as Luchan logged in, he rushed to that spot to do the quest. Not long after, 13 called to say the special order had been cancelled. Luchan was a bit surprised, so the Kuang Long clan suddenly got smart. That meant 13 and Tu Ku could only team up and run the dungeon to earn 40 silver. Luchan nodded with satisfaction when he heard that. Great, he could level up and still make money. Then 13 got excited and said he found a gig for him. A top player on the leaderboard placed an order for 100 portions of level 3 food, 50 silver each. They were in a rush, had to finish within 12 hours. Chen opened the materials list to check, then frowned. A top player needing huge amounts of food, but dropping levels, meant he was probably gearing up to fight a boss. Luchan suggested 13 ask for an extra 5% cut. 13, always sharp, wanted to ask for 10%. Suddenly, a message popped up on the board. Doc Badao had successfully reached level 30, becoming the first level 30 player in Fubang City. Luchan felt frustrated. If he had not dropped levels fighting Lam Jiet Han, he would be the first to reach level 30. Ah well, better to focus on making money for now. Saying that, he ran to the canyon to gather green chilies. Only the chilies were guarded by a giant snake, and he had no idea how tough it was. Seeing the snake, Luchan could not help but raise his eyebrows. Its level was not shown, but it had to be at least 10 levels higher than him. Just picking one chili was already risky. He would make that careless designer pay double for this. With that thought, he did not hesitate and launched a dual sword attack on the snake. His combo dealt a critical hit. He was really satisfied. Fighting snakes in groups really worked. He kept targeting the same spot, hitting hard every time. Suddenly, the snake whipped its tail into him, making him cry out in pain. On top of that, it sprayed a cloud of blue smoke at Luchan. As soon as he touched the blue smoke, the system warned he was poisoned, losing 5% of his current AP. The poison was strong. He had to finish this fast. Thinking that, Luchan immediately activated his soul regeneration. The snake kept spraying venom at him relentlessly. But suddenly, the snake seemed to be in pain. Its health kept dropping, but the attacker was nowhere in sight. Luchan saw it and praised his big bear pet for a job well done. Without missing a beat, he dashed forward, slashing through the air. His sharp sword strokes cut into the snake like lightning, dealing massive damage. To finish off the snake, he aggressively stabbed its back with his dual swords. Purple sparks flew in the air as his combo landed a critical hit. And just like that, the snake died. The good news, defeating it leveled him up to 31, making him the top player in Fubang City. Luchan stood gracefully on the snake's back, collecting loot and checking the leaderboard. Seeing Lam Jiethan had also reached level 30. He thought, she is leveling up fast, but still a bit behind me. This boss dropped a lot of experience and decent loot. All the gear was good. He kept the skill bags and planned to sell the rest for a high price. Jackpot. Looking at the snake's corpse, Luchan felt it was too valuable to waste. Its strength was impressive, perfect to replace his big bear. With that in mind, He began chanting the spell Deathbind Hands and activated Soul Regeneration. You quickly succeeded, your spirit transformed into a spirit code Me Home. Lussie-chan was thrilled. After finishing this tier 3 food, he would head straight to the power-up tree for a boost. At the Frozen Cross, Lussie-chan went to find Su-lan, but the moment they met, Su-lan scolded him, saying with how he looked, there was no way he could trust him with the Soul Knight's mission. Lussie-chan could only insist that he had pushed himself as hard as possible. Su-lan sighed softly, then handed him 5 gold coins, saying he would perform the upgrade ceremony and even throw in 3 new skill books. Hearing this, Lussie-chan was a bit suspicious. Was it really that easy with no strings attached? Su-lan raised an eyebrow and asked how he wanted it. Lussie-chan chuckled, shook his head, then handed over the 5 gold coins. Su-lan began the upgrade ritual. He successfully leveled up to Bronze Spirit Knight, but it felt too easy, almost unreal. Still, he did not overthink it. He trusted Su-lan would not betray him, then checked out the 3 new skill books he would receive. After a moment, Su-lan told him once he would mastered the new skills, he should get out and fight to get stronger. Lussie-chan did not hesitate and took off. Watching his back, Su-lan suddenly cracked a sly smile. His disciple had to get stronger fast. He could not wait to claim Lussie-chan's soul. Meanwhile, a crying coal gorge, a fallen knight guarded the area. Nearby in some bushes, Lum Jit-then and Lussie-chan hid. Watching, Lum Jit-then quietly said it was tough to handle. She would attack head-on soon, with Lussie-chan backing her up. He nodded slightly, telling her not to worry once the money was in hand. It would be easy. Lum Jit then snapped at him for being money hungry, but then agreed to move forward together. As she charged, she unleashed a flash slash, but the fallen knight blocked it, taking no damage. Lussie-chan quickly rushed in, swinging his purple energy spear at its belly, but it barely hurt. The fallen knight then pushed Lum Jit then aside to face Lussie-chan. Seeing the sword swing toward him, he quickly dodged out of the way. Glancing at Lum Jit then, he could not help but ask where she got such a high-level mission. This was a risky move. She bit her lip angrily, snapping back that it was her class upgrade mission. Lussie-chan was surprised. Was leveling up a light traveler really this tough? Lum Jit then attacked the knight with flame while explaining, leveling up is tough for everyone, and some special classes have it even harder. She summoned a powerful beam of fiery light, shooting it straight at the fallen knight at lightning speed. Meanwhile, Lussie-chan was lost in thought. His mission was easy with Su-lan rushing him to get stronger. Something was definitely off. At that moment, the fallen knight, weakened by the light and down 20% of P, suddenly sliced through the beam, aiming at Lum Jit then. Catching her off guard, she quickly backed up, suspicion flashing in her eyes. How could a shadow creature slash through light? A sharp red sword beam shot toward her, then, an explosion erupted, and flames blazed through the air. Luckily, before it blew up, Lussie-chan activated Spirit Recall, using his tail to grab Lum Jit then and pull her out. She was surprised, asking if he could change the recall target. He smirked and said, there is a lot you do not know. Then he suggested they push forward together. Lum Jit then agreed immediately. The two charged at the fallen knight, wielding their spirit code Ming Hong swords. Lussie-chan activated his spear, unleashing crackling sword energy that struck lightning fast, dealing critical damage to the knight. At the same time, the spirit code Ming Hong sprayed poison at the knight. The poison weakened the knight, reducing its current health by 5% every 10 seconds. The fallen knight, CP kept dropping as Lum Jit then and Lussie-chan attacked relentlessly, gradually wearing it down. A second later, they both used skills simultaneously, striking the knight hard. Under their fierce assault, it died. Lum Jit then leveled up to 32, topping the leaderboard. Lussie-chan sheathed his sword, grumbling that he would only been number 1 for 2 hours before she knocked him off. Taking 2 gold from her felt a bit unfair. Lum Jit then smirked slightly, casually saying he was the one who said no last-minute price hikes. Then she said she had a 1-hour, 3 gold coin mission and asked if he had a pet, a giant rock gorge. A group of players were attacking the giant rock guardian together. Nearby in some bushes, Lu-chan and Lum Jit then were hiding. Lu-chan eyed her suspiciously, thinking this must be her 3 gold mission. When it came to a level 40 boss from Kung Long, she openly admitted this boss could drop a level 100% seal card to tame a beast. Lu-chan frowned after hearing that. Some pet powder, fine, but it will cost extra. Facing this money grubber, Lum Jit then hesitated but agreed. Success means more pay. Lu-chan chuckled softly, telling her to trust him. He knew she was tough, but warned not to underestimate the boss. Kung Long had real pros fighting this time. Lum Jit then was referring to the level 31 Dan the Theat Ka-warrior, Bian Vank Vu, and the level 31 knight. Lu-chan watched them skillfully fight the giant rock guardian and admired. They joined Kung Long. No wonder top players immediately found the boss weak joint. Lum Jit then nodded, adding that Longhand Thean had invested big into Thean Tongue, recruiting plenty of ranked top players. Lu-chan clicked his tongue. Money sure is tempting. If I would known Dantha Theat was with Kung Long, I would have burned through my level 3 food already. No regrets now. Meanwhile, the fight between the giant rock and Kung Long's crew was fierce. skill energy spreading everywhere. The giant rock got so annoyed by their attacks, it growled in anger, forcing Kung Long's team to pull back. Lam Jiet then saw this and suggested the boss get closer to prepare for an attack. But Lu Chen stopped her, following his lead. Lam Jiet then silently waited and kept watching Kung Long's battle with the giant rock. At that moment, Long Han Thien has spotted a good chance and urged everyone to strike hard. Instantly, a flurry of skills targeted the giant rock's joint, rapidly draining its health. The giant rock's health dropped to just over 2,000, and Kung Long's team kept attacking. Soon after, the giant rock's health finally hit 2,000. The two charged forward at lightning speed toward the giant rock. Lam Jiet then suddenly shouted, "Ambush." They quickly raised their swords to block the ambush as a loud explosion rocked the air, and a huge fireball appeared overhead. Feng Han Thien grinned. "Gotcha. The rat's fallen into the trap, and it is someone we know." He praised his companion in order to finish off the boss, but right then, a mocking voice rang out, saying that relying on just that cold wind move to hurt them was pure delusion. When they looked back, they saw the two Lufsitron standing atop the giant serpent. Lostran sneered, "So you have learned to ambush now? Huh, ain't that they?" Kuk stared at them in shock. How were they unharmed? But no one answered him as the two charged forward alongside the Serpent King. The Kung Long crew saw the Lositron-S serpent spirit for the first time and found it tough to chase off. They hurried to block the serpent, trying to stop the two from reaching the giant rock. Lositron sneered coldly, then swung his sword down and took out one of them instantly. After killing a few steel Yao, three others raised shields to block the trio, creating an invisible wall around them. But the two stayed calm. Losum Jit then used his radiant energy to break through and attack. A beam of light pierced straight through the invisible wall, shattering the three-person blockade. Then the two reached the giant rock's front. Lum Jit then boasted, "Your turn now, boss." Without a word, they charged with weapons drawn, but the Lositron serpent spirit had already been destroyed. They did not care much, focusing on attacking the giant rock. Though the damage was minimal, Yantha Thit Cut tensed up watching this and warned, "Don't he hit the wrong boss. Focus your fire on the two Lostron. Control the boss' health so he has to use his final move." At the same time, after continuous attacks, the Lositron had reduced the boss' health to just 1,700. But the Kung Long assaults kept coming. Lum Jit then quickly suggested he take the hits so Lositron could finish the boss off. Lositron immediately rushed atop the giant rock and swung down but missed. Lum Jit then asked nervously if he could pull it off. He snapped back, "How can a man say no?" Without hesitation, he activated his skill. His sharp sword slashed down from the giant rock's peak. It took all the boss' remaining health in one blow, killing it on the spot. Lostron leveled up to 32. The Kung Long crew watched in shock. Mao Tse "Ain't that that?" shouted in horror. Over 1,700 health. Even his two critical hits might not do that much damage. Yet Lositron pulled off that massive strike in just one hit. Fin Venfev quickly told him to grab the loot, and he nodded immediately. They all charged forward, but Lamam Jit then used his light speed to block their path and buy Lostron time to collect the loot. The Kung Long team got furious and all attacked at once. Seeing the enemy's numbers, Lum Jit then hurriedly told Lositron to hurry up. Since he would already grabbed everything, there was no need to stay. The two dashed through the wall of fire ahead and escaped. The Kung Long crew stood angrily. But where would they stand still if someone ran? Flames shot out nonstop, and the two Lositron dodged quickly. Lum Jit then asked if he had an escape plan. He nodded slightly. Then he told her to attack the cliffs on both sides. Lum Jit then obeyed and slashed the rocks, causing massive boulders to quickly tumble down, turning the area into a field of huge stones in seconds. The Kung Long crew was trapped inside, unable to chase. They screamed in frustration while Lostron ran off proudly outside. The two hurried back to the forest edge, checked their loot, but Lum Jit then was not happy, saying they would taken a big loss. Only the seal was usable. The weapon was not her type, and its attributes were dark magic. Plus, it would cost him money. Hearing this, Lositron asked her to hand over the ring, and she eyed him suspiciously. Then he raised an eyebrow and said these were growth items, and a small rental fee would not cut it 15 bars. No less. Lositron chuckled coldly, and when Lam Jit then saw the dagger in his hand, she was stunned. It was a moon contract. She would held on to it for a long time without redeeming it, then suggested a trade. Luxtran narrowed his eyes, teasing her, throwing her own words back at her. He wanted 25 Vang. Lam Jit then gritted his teeth, called him greedy, but still handed over the ring, then added some cash with a dagger. After the deal was done, Lam Jit then thanked him and left. He did not pay much attention, just smiled and said as long as there is enough money. The Bloodhue mercenary group 1T disappoint. Elsewhere, in the frozen forest, a group rested after defeating a boss. 13 frowned, looking at Shadowfang Lam, who had already taken down the boss and did not want them interfering. Hearing this, Shadowfang Lam just chuckled softly, saying 13 and Gong Sun Ka could leave, but he needed to talk with two people from the Ancient Sword Dream Soul group. He wanted to buy Let Duong's armor for 2 Vang. If they sold it to him, he would not attack. This was clearly a threat. Let Duong got angry hearing this, saying if they wanted a fight, bring it on. Their bronze-grade armor was worth at least 20 Vang. Did he think they were fools? At that moment, 13 patted Mingayet's shoulder beside Tran and said, "Don't worry. When bullies mess with the weak, we do not just stand by." Then he glanced at Gong Sun Kok behind him. Gong Sun Kok stepped forward and boldly said the higher price was 50 silver. If they did not accept, he would slaughter them on the spot. Shadow Feng Lam sneered at this, thinking they were way too arrogant. 13 might not handle big issues, but the Bloodhue mercenary group definitely would. Seeing negotiations fail, Shadow Feng Lam immediately ordered his men to attack, aiming to seize Let Duong's armor. The two sides clashed, with Shadow Feng Lam dueling 13 one-on-one. His skill level was far superior. 13 quickly fell behind and looked pleased with himself, thinking the Bloodhue mercenary group was nothing special. His eyes filled with battle intent, ready to land a finishing blow. Panicked, 13 called out to Kwai Kok Tu for help. Tu, who was already fighting an enemy, heard the call and immediately rushed over to block a strike from Shadow Feng Lam. As Kwai Kok Tu arrived, they called their big brother, which startled Min Gayet and made Shadow Feng Lam realize it was 80 from Kich Cham Se arriving. Lux Tran sheathed his sword and coldly looked at the newcomer, saying, "You dare lay a hand on my brothers." At the same time, Min Gayet behind him saw his back and vaguely recalled the past. Lux Tran had once stood in front of her and said something very similar. She felt it was just like the Lux Tran she knew back then, and she was right. It really was him. Shadow Feng Lam was momentarily stunned but quickly recovered, raising his sword and calling Lux Tran arrogant. Lux Tran launched a one-sided attack but missed. Shadow Feng Lam laughed loudly, standing right in front of him, thinking he was all talk and no skill. Seeing his attitude, Lux Tran just smiled softly. "Is that so?" Then Lux Tran instantly changed tactics and used a spinning strike, landing a hit that caused significant bleeding. Shadow Feng Lam bit his lip fiercely, shocked by the damage, and immediately ordered his men to retreat. Watching them flee so fast, Lux Tran let out a chuckle, then seeing nothing else to do, told 13 and the others to leave. Elsewhere, at Thanthian Gorge, Tu Waiho rested on a cliff when he suddenly got a message from Shadow Feng Lam warning him to be careful of the Kich Cham's spear. Tu Waiho stared at the message for a while before replying that he got it. The Kich Cham's spear ranked top 3 on the leaderboard, definitely not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, the three of Luk Tran were about to leave when Min Yu Gayet called them back. Luk Tran frowned and asked if she needed something. She thanked him for saving her, then after hesitating a moment, invited him to join the ancient sword Dream Soul. Luk Tran was a bit surprised and hesitated, saying nothing for a while. Min Gayet tried hard to persuade him, saying the ancient sword Dream Soul was strong and well-funded. But Luk Tran felt it was not the right time yet, so he turned down the offer, saying he already had his own Bloodhue mercenary group, but if he ever needed help, he would hire them. He would be happy to take orders from a beauty like her. Saying that, he led Kwai Kok Tu and the others away. While 13 cheerfully said goodbye to her, Luk Tran was already part of the Soul Sword Dream faction, so why join anything else? Min Gayet watched Luk Tran's retreating back, sadness flashing in her eyes as she asked Hua Dong if he thought Luk Tran reminded him of an old friend. Ho Dong knew who she meant, sighed, and called out Lak Tran's name. Min Gayet gloomily said that since that day, I've been like a lost soul, and the chance to get promoted to director slipped away. Ho Dong patted her shoulder to comfort her, saying when Yves logs back in, he will help her level up. Min Gayet sighed reluctantly, knowing that was all she could do. With that, the two turned and left. At the Fubang City Market, shut down due to the epidemic, Lux Tran came to buy a seal card and frowned when he got it 20 silver for just one card. What a ripoff. If he did not have a special grade card, no demon would buy this. Wonder if the guild leader ever got promoted to director. Thinking that over, he fell into deep thought, but then shook his head to stop worrying, and went to catch pets first. Lux Tran checked out the pets in front of him, the green horse an attack type but slow, Zim's a tank type, and the fire spike tiger's decent too. Still, none really caught his eye, so he kept looking, focusing on a 4.5-star attack pet with good speed, defense, and health. After choosing, Lux Tran ran straight to the lone scorpion forest. He found a big, strong scorpion and threw the seal card onto it. Instantly, a golden light enveloped the scorpion. Soon, it was sealed inside the card, and Lux Tran was really pleased. Its starting stats were over 19 points, not bad at all. Just then, Lam Jitan messaged asking what pet he caught. He sent her a pic and stats of the golden scorpion, and she sent back her fire sword pet's details. Lux Tran checked out Lam Jiat Han's fire sword, and then looked at his scorpion, feeling a bit annoyed. Comparing a pet to a guy skier made him want to toss his aside. While he was still thinking, two guys suddenly appeared behind him. The Scorpion Battle God and the Scorpion Cavalry God. They wanted to buy his golden scorpion for 5 gold coins. Lux Tran turned to them, sneered coldly, and said 5 gold coins. Dream on. Big shot he was not selling. Seeing he was stubborn, the two warned him to hand it over politely or else the Litduong faction would step in without another word. They attacked. Sword energy sliced through the air toward Lux Tran with deadly force. By the time they reacted, he was gone. Luxtran had already moved behind them, coldly telling them to hand over their lives. Right after, he stabbed through the Scorpion Cavalry God's body with his sword. The Scorpion Battle God took the chance to charge at him, but Luxtran stayed calm, just sneering in disdain. In a blink, he vanished from the guy's sight. The sword swung into empty air as Luxtran slashed across his body. Now full of hatred, Luxtran realized these scumbags were after Ho Dong. No one insults the sacred ancient sword spirit. Suddenly, a sword slash hit him unexpectedly, causing a heavy blood loss. Startled, Luxtran turned to see the bastard Scorpion Scout had ambushed him. This jerk did not care if it was sneaky or straight up fighting. He kicked Luxtran hard. Luxtran then fell into a nearby pit. Scorpion Gang nearby asked if the scout should finish Luxtran off, but he shook his head and said no. No one knew what, but with only one way out, they decided to just wait there. Hearing this, a guy nearby praised the scout for his smarts. What kind of Scorpion Guild leader was this? Just a dirty sneak attacker, and now he was getting payback. Suddenly, Su Lun appeared out of nowhere and fiercely swung at him. The Scorpion Gang tried to dodge, but Su Lun's attack was too fast. They could not avoid it and had to brace for the hit. One guy nervously asked if they should keep an eye on Luxtran, but the scout shook his head and told them to leave quickly. Down in the pit, Luxtran bit his lip fiercely, cursing the dirty scout for the ambush. He swore he would make him pay once he got out, but what you should really worry about right now are the guys in front of you. There is the Tiger, the assassin, all tough nuts to crack, plus there's a boss monster too. But now, you realize the mystical boss is only level 1. Could it really be the legendary highest quality boss beast? Thinking that, you get excited. This is exactly the main character's shining moment. Luxtran mutters, every cloud has a silver lining. Found a rare item here. Gotta thank Dr. Dao for this. This is clearly a rare chance. So you immediately pull out your sealing card, but that mystical boss looks at you with pure disdain. Luxtran gets a bit annoyed. What a snob. Even though it is a boss, it is only level 1. So let us try the regular sealing card first. Saying that, you toss the card toward it. A strange pattern appears around the mystical boss in the containment field, but it stops at 90%, and you can't help but smile. There is hope. Luxtran is a bit frustrated. Wasn't it supposed to take 5 tries? Is sealing a boss beast really this tough? Sighing reluctantly, you accept you have to use the upgraded sealing card. Thinking that, you throw the red card at the mystical boss. Seeing the danger, the swarm of bees rushes forward to protect it. Luxtran immediately slashes through the bees in front of him, grinning proudly. Even a mystical boss can be scared sometimes. But then another swarm of level 1 bees comes to protect it. Luxtran is annoyed. He has got to try harder to catch this thing. Then, he pretends to lose control and miss. The bees take this chance to attack him, and his health keeps dropping, but he still can't get the mystical boss. Then he pretends to die. Lying still, the mystical boss finally flies over. Excited, right then, Luxtran jumps up. He has been waiting for this moment. Without hesitation, he throws out the upgraded sealing card. Now, a red aura surrounds the mystical boss. After a moment, the sealing is complete. Luxtran laughs proudly. This upgraded seal is totally worth it. Gotta thank Kwang Long for this. He quickly opens the boss's status screen, eyes wide with shock. Attack growth is 6. Agility growth 5.5 stars. This mystical boss is insanely strong. Let us see if Lin Jiet still acts cocky now. Thinking that, he calls over the bee in front of him to check things out, leading its level 1 minions along. So Doc Baidao is all alone, yet he still dared to watch you. That is just dumb. Thinking that, you grab your sword and jump out of the pit, ready to take down Doc Baidao. But as soon as you get up, you see Su Lan standing there, blocking your way. You quickly sheath your sword and ask why he is not at Henbang Kong, but here instead. Su Lan just shrugs, saying, why can't I be here? Then he throws you a map, saying there is a vicious pack of hell wolves north of Henbang Kong that has been hunting night spirits. You need to clean them out. Luxtran frowns. He went through all that trouble just so I could kill a few wolves. Su Lan gets angry and snaps, it was damn hard to wrest that mission away from PC Dixon. You know, he wants you to get stronger, fast. You better thank him and get that mission done. Luxtran is a bit startled by the scolding, quickly replying, calm down. I will do the mission. Right after, he rushes to the forest and starts tearing through the hell wolves. Not long after, the mission's done. But he only gets a level 3 upgrade, nothing special. Luxtran is suspicious. Why would a mission handed over by PC Dixon be so easy? But he finishes it anyway to see what Su Lan's up to. After finishing, Luxtran returns to the crossroad at Henbang Koong. Su Lan hands him the reward, and the most notable part is the Hell Wolf Graves. Su Lan explains proudly that this gear not only has great stats, but also boosts damage by 10% against beast-type monsters, just as good as rare equipment. Luxtran quickly equips the Graves, happily saying they are really op, but wondering if it was worth Su Lan coming all the way himself. What if others start thinking you are the area boss? Su Lan shakes his head lightly. No worries. Don't stress about me, you have grown up now. He needs you to get so strong you can face him someday. Luxtran frowns. thinking maybe Su Lan's the one who drove Doc Bado away, even though he treated him well. Facing that old man gave a chill down his spine. It felt dangerous. Then he went offline and headed out for a meal with the two Thap Tam. Thup Tam smiled and said he was making a lot of money. He even gave them 2 more certificates, but they refused, telling him to eat quickly. Then he went to work and got a 10 gold mission from Min Guide. Hearing this, Thup Tam was shocked and suspicious, asking if Min Guide hired him on purpose. Isn't this a leak? Lustron just shook his head. Maybe it is just a test. So this time he will support them with Quan Hunten cities as the main force. Kung Tuntausen nodded in agreement, then asked why he was not revealing his identity. Lasitron explained while eating that the guy's soul shattered. Because of him, he had no right to rejoin them. He could only protect them quietly. Besides, right now he was not even fully human. Not quite a ghost either, which could cause trouble for them. After saying that, Lasitron urged them to eat quickly and mentioned he had a surprise for the two. Hearing this, they excitedly asked what it was. Lasitron did not tell them, stood up to leave, and reminded them to wash their bowls. The two immediately started arguing about who should do the dishes. At Fioi Bank Square, Lasitron pulled out 2 sealed pet tokens and gave them to the two. These were rare quality pets, and both were thrilled to receive them. Lasitron said he made these just for them and told them to gear up, so everyone could see the power of the Blood Squad. Soon, bees appeared and hovered around the 3 of them, sparking whispers among the crowd. The pet system had just launched, yet they already had boss-level rare pets. Some people even accused them of showing off. Right then, Mingguite walked over, saw the 3, and sneered. Wondering why so many guards were around, it was them. Lasitron bluntly said he could not keep the client waiting and asked if she had 2 more with her. Min Nguite shook her head, saying it was just her and Lut Dedin. Lasitron did not care if that was enough. They were ready to go. The group moved quickly. Thup Tam remarked that Lut Dugong had already changed classes at level 30. Lut Dung sneered, saying they were nowhere near their blood squad, yet they had pets. Up ahead, Minguide asked Lastron if the fight with the poison bee boss was about the pets. He shook his head, denying it. Min Nguite did not say much but gratefully mentioned that a few days ago, her people were guarded all night by the poison bee boss, and he helped them get revenge. Lasitron chuckled and said thanks, but it was not sincere. He would prefer cold hard cash. Min Nguite sighed but agreed to give him a bonus after the mission. Soon after, the group reached the ice forest. Was there a boss monster here? Blood Dungeon immediately said it only had 1 skill, non-stop spear throwing. As long as they dodged, it would not be hard to take down. Kukfuf nodded and offered to activate his demon armor to stand in front. Everyone thought it was a good plan, but unnoticed, an ice shard suddenly floated up from beneath the surface and stabbed Minguite's hand painfully. She did not have time to react before it pulled her into the air. She panicked and called for help. In the heat of battle, Minguite was grabbed by long, tentacle-like vines that wrapped her tight. The soldiers around panicked, asking what this thing was. Wasn't he the boss supposed to have only 1 skill? Feng Lam was puzzled, and no one around knew what to do. Enough talk. Save her. Someone's down. When one guy jumped up, he too got trapped by the vines, which kept growing thicker from the ground. Without hesitation, Lusitron quickly swooped in, slashing the stubborn vines with his sword like cutting through shadows. Thanks to him, Minguite was freed just in time. Another threat approached. Lysitron was alert and warned Min Inguite to be careful. It was Fire Dragon technique, a fiery dragon's head attack. Lasitron used his scarf to block the burning flames while Min Uguite supported with healing spells from behind. 2 clans met, and it turned out they shared the same goal. Feng Lam joked, "So your clan wants the boss too? It has been a while, folks, but now is not the time for jokes." The boss was still here, and after some fighting, it finally revealed itself. Someone was down. Watch out, the boss is striking. Boss unleashed a volley of sharp arrows. Just those alone could wipe them out. Lutren kept defending, shielding Minguite behind him. Meanwhile, Feng Lam was totally thrilled, ordering the mages and archers on the plains to never stop firing, kill every rat, and that boss for him. That Tam sensed trouble and asked Lutran about the next move. Tigers were lurking everywhere, but Minguite kept doing her job supporting the team and healing them. Lutran quickly arranged the formation, telling everyone to stay and handle the boss while he rushed off to deal with the clan members swarming below. Without hesitation, Lutran approached the enemies, analyzed the situation. There were quite a few of them, so he had to take out the distant ones first. After setting up the formation, Lutran charged straight toward the largest group of enemies far ahead. Halfway there, Feng Lam appeared out of nowhere, sword ready to strike Lutran down, stopping him alone. He was sent for as Feng Lam lunged with a deadly sword strike. Lutran swiftly dodged the fatal blow. Right after, Lutran flipped behind the fake shadow guy reckless much. Without hesitation, Lutran struck a brutal critical slash. It was not hard to guess the fate of that reckless fool blocking him. He had to die. But in a brief careless moment, Lutran took a light hit, annoying Lost 0.2 seconds there. Lutren analyzed again, checking the Shadow Clan's skills. They had no effect. All their gear was basic iron, and their abilities barely made a dent. So he quickly finished off these harmless foes with a final blow. Seeing this, everyone was scared. Damn, that Swordmaster was insanely strong. Feng Lam and the mages got taken out by him. Nearby, the fake Shadow Channel hurried to calm everyone. She said, "Don't worry. There are plenty more of them. All the guards are giving their all to stop that Swordmaster. The two remaining mages are focusing on killing Mo Dung Min Yugaiat first." Turns out the terrifying Fire Dragon spell belonged to the channel. She healed once more to fight the Swordmaster, but Lutren was not an easy target. He dodged quickly, ran through the flames, and charged at the channel. She was basically signing her own death warrant. Down below, the offense and defense were led by the fake Shadow Them High, commanding rapid tactics with 100 arrows fired at once. Lutren was in deep trouble, getting hit by a hail of arrows. Though each arrow's damage was low, the sheer number was overwhelming. Suddenly, his defense stats spiked and healing glowed all around. Turns out it was Min Yugaiat. Thank goodness for her timely healing. Lutren gave a grateful thumbs up. Boosted by her support, Lutren and the Swordmaster charged the fake shadows, readying his ultimate skill. The channel freaked out, shouting, "You useless trash. Can't even take down one healer." She unleashed her Ice Chain spell, shooting sharp ice beams everywhere. Lutren countered with his lightning-fast sword, shattering the ice beams and steadily closing in on the channel. Using his godlike speed, he dashed through the barrage and struck the channel before she could react, leaving her mouth agape in shock. Lutren's ultimate skill hit the channel square in the chest, sending her flying, but she quickly recovered and unleashed the Fire Dragon spell. Snarling, "Swordmaster, die!" While defending, she did not expect to be finished off. Liat Duong appeared out of nowhere and delivered a crushing blow to the channel. After most of the fake Shadows team was wiped out, their leader cursed under his breath, "Damn it!" But he was quickly taken down by Tiu Kuai. Lutren praised the swift takedown. Just like that, all the fake Shadows men were dealt with. Dudap Tam rushed over. Thanks to the beautiful Min Gaiat's support, they easily took down the boss. Lutren complimented, "Well done. Our blood-colored mercenaries will never be bullied. Want to squeeze information from us? Dream on." Once again, the team geared up to fight. Get ready, guys. Not a single one left alive. Many were still healing up and kneeling in the checkpoint. Healing spells and ultimate skills ready, no holding back now. The system finally announced that the fake Shadow Feng Lam had left the game, leaving only the fake Shadow channel. Dudap Tam and Liat Duong were ecstatic. This fight was amazing. After being pushed around for so long, we finally won. Fixes will be online at 10 p.m. tonight, and I might finally have good news. Let Dong, my mysterious brother, with our blood mercenaries, can never accept defeat. Lutren heard that and thought to himself, so the boss is finally here. Min Gaiat stepped forward. Half the easy ropes from the boss's tree exploded out as extra gifts, all level 4 armor materials. These will really help the blood mercenaries. Hope you all can take them. Lutren did not hesitate. Alright, hope we get to work together again. Dudap Tam bowed again to Sister Min Gaiat. Lutren kept thinking, the boss is here, coming at 10 p.m. The rope and wolf hide should make decent armor. I wonder what the boss's chest size is. Dudap Tam noticed he was spacing out and quickly reminded Lutren their situation was not looking good. Lutren snapped out of it. Dudap Tam kept telling him that the forum had tons of posts about hunting them down. Mad Dragon, Lone Tyrant, Shadow Skin Speed, they all had powerful guilds in Fubang Palace with grudges against them. Lutren did not care. Is that all? Let us ask Little Devil if we have that many enemies. What do we do? Little Devil replied, 1 kills 1, 2 kills both. Climb up to the top enemy's position. Lutren grinned. Good. The dream of blood mercenaries is to be the undisputed boss, even the top dog, on the path to becoming king. Enemies are just part of the game. Lutren remembered Let Dong saying the boss would be online at 10 p.m. So he hurried off to check the whole map, but after searching all 9 newbie villages, still no sign of the boss. He kept running, searching frantically, running and glancing around. So strange. Boss, where exactly are you right now? Suddenly, Lutren stopped fast. He spotted a familiar figure. Looking again, it was none other than Sister Min Gaiat. Fearing being spotted, Lutren quickly hid behind a tree. He watched Min Gaiat walk on. She is here? So does that mean the boss is around too? Suddenly, just as hoped, the boss appeared, actually a beautiful girl with long blue hair. A legendary figure in this level or night class. Min Gaiat was overjoyed, rushing over to grab her hand. Ivy, you finally made it. Ivy smiled brightly, happily greeting Min Gaiat back. Noticing the sword at her side, Min Gaiat asked Ivy if she was choosing the sword again this time. Ivy smiled at her companion. She remembered Lutren saying the sword is king of all weapons in this game, quick and versatile, great at breaking defense. Though her class is knight, she decided to use the sword from now on, she said proudly. Min Gaiat saw Ivy still clinging to Lutren's memory and reminded her, don't he do that. Luck Tran's gone. Forget him. We have to keep living. Right? Ivy looked a bit sad but agreed they had to move on. Still, she said, we do not have to forget Luck Tran. As a sudden gust of wind blew leaves everywhere, Ivy smiled. Little Two said he would stay with me till the end. I always feel like he is still here, watching over me. Mingayat was silent for a moment. From afar, Luck Tran watched this with a heavy heart, quietly longing for the boss. Min Angayat decided to break the mood and pulled Ivy away to level up. She promised Ivy Let Dong was still waiting for them. The two rushed off. Dawn broke over Fubang Square, bustling with players. Items were everywhere for sale. Level 1 Hong Fong, Level 4 Attack, Rare 19-point Tail, selling for just 150 coins. Only caught one today, grab it fast. Lux Tran moved through the crowd, ignoring the chaos, lost in thought. He only cared about Ivy's current situation. The boss is still too weak now. I have to figure out how to save her and boost her power. Suddenly, his thoughts were cut off when someone grabbed his arm unexpectedly. It was Lam I knew, the beautiful girl, asking where the handsome Luck Tran was headed. Luck Tran was annoyed, trying to pull away. Let go, this is a public place. What is with the tugging? But she held on tighter. His arm squeezed tight. Luck Tran relented. Alright, Lam, what is this about? She suggested he cover her because a few pesky bugs were bothering her. Besides, in this, he would be the one benefiting. But Lam here totally underestimated Luck, so he suddenly grabbed Lam's waist with his other arm and pulled her close. This sudden move caught her off guard. What is in it for him? That is what she said. Lam said, blushing furiously. Our beauty Lam is shy in front of this bold move. Suddenly, loud footsteps approach from afar. Longhand and his guards rush over. The stylish beauty, meaning Lam. Why are you hanging out with people like this? His face twisted into an angry scowl like it was a personal grudge. Lam knew he was coming and got really annoyed. She told Luck Chen it was this guy bothering her, only met once, but already stuck like glue. Luck Chen laughed out loud. What a joke. Maybe the guy's into pain, or maybe she is just that irresistible. Lam got mad and shouted, shut your mouth already. Fed up, Lam decided to set things straight and pointed at that guy. Why do you keep following me? Dante, you know you are annoying. Behind her, Luck Chen was ready to back her up. Longhand, clueless, arrogantly asked the beauty if she had a pet. I will give you one, he said, pulling out a ceiling card. This is a Them Lang I just bought for 100,000 super rare. You can train it. He opened the ceiling card and out came a glowing wolf. Lam laughed at him. 29 rarity. Please. Check this out. She pulled out her own ceiling card. Her pet was a fire blade. Level 20, rarity 34. Humiliated, Longhand chuckled nervously, realizing she already had one. His smile looked a bit scary. Long Lady drops the hammer. See that? Fire blade rarity 34. Take your wolf and get lost. Luck Chen watched the drama, chuckling nonstop. Longhand got humiliated and laughed at now he was mad. What are you laughing at? If you have guts, show me your pet. Longhand challenged. Luck Chen stayed cool, not bothered, but said, challenge accepted. He instantly responded with a dazzling summoning a level 27, rarity 69 creature. Definitely top tier. Super powerful. Luck Chen's pet appeared, intimidating the other two pets. Longhand was stunned, mouth wide open. 6th level pet, rarity 69. No way. Long was shocked too. You have that rotten frost beast. You want to die twice? And you have got a royal pet too. Longhand still refused to accept it, arrogantly accusing Luck Chen of cheating to get that pet. Meanwhile, Luck Chen was chill. No cheating here. Actually, gotta thank the special ceiling card Wild Dragon gave me. Hearing it came from Wild Dragon, Longhand freaked out even more, and the beauty Lamb's fire blade was also from a special ceiling card. Both pets above their usual levels. Longhand felt like he would been stabbed right in the heart. Furious, Longhand charged at Luck Chen with his spear. But this was the Ice City, and fighting was forbidden here. Did he dare? This is a public area. Fighting is banned. Anyone caught will be barred from all public zones for a whole month. Fine then. The special ceiling card has been claimed by Wild Dragon. Luck Chen's pet is up for auction. Longhand dares him, but Old Luck was not backing down. He bid 100 million. Longhand was crushed. Stunned dumb. Stop joking. Luck Chen, the price is real. No joke. Furious beyond words, Longhand finally left. Luck Chen told him, take good care of your pet. Do not let it die. Don't worry. Even if you are dead, your pet won tea. But it was not over. The beauty Lamb was still upset. Lux, can you explain your pet's name? Luck was scared and promised to change it immediately. The two slipped into a narrow path in the forest. Wild Dragon's guild was growing stronger. Did she want to see them rise in Ice City? Luck Chen asked Lamb, who answered, aren't you smart too? Think about it, who really does not want Wild Dragon to grow in Ice City? Actually, it is not them. After a while, Mages and priests appeared. Both sides were tense, clearly up to no good. Just as Luck Chen said, they drew weapons the moment they saw each other. Watch out, they all have their own agendas. Long Jathan, behind, looked confused. Priests and strategists in front, mystics behind, no brains to set up this formation. But if we passed through, the standard battle formation would change sooner or later. He explained. The strategists rushed in, alert and ready, launching fairy river strikes. In the group chat, the two started dividing tasks. Fong Sak Hoen Tong would handle the strategists and archers, while Cham Say agreed to take care of the knights. Quickly, he easily unlocked a level 33 blade shadow weapon, then with a swift shadow strike, wiped out the enemy cleanly. The enemies attacked from all sides, but the remaining ones focused solely on Cham Sale. Their attacks were fierce. Plus a fire dragon spell, Luck Tran took a big hit, his health dropping fast, and he started to feel the pressure. It was not over. The knight kept going, launching a Z-shaped combo attack. Luck Tran realized this move worked well against others, but not against him. He dodged the knight's direct slash with lightning speed. Luck Tran got behind the enemy. Struck with a shadow strike, he definitely hit his mark, but the health only dropped by 154 points. Why was the shadow strike damage so low? He was puzzled. Turns out the other team had backup, a powerful healing spell. With Tung Nep's help, the injured knights quickly recovered. Tung Nep boosted their team's defense and magic resistance by 5%. Luck Tran was worried. Whoa, healing that fast plus buffs? Having support is seriously annoying. Looking at his own team being beaten up and buffed at the same time, Cham started to panic. 5 hits, no damage to them, and he was down to half health. The enemy also noticed Luck Tran's weakness, no healing. Taking him down was way too easy. They started cheering, casting a buff that increased their attack and magic power by 5%. But overconfident, before they could finish casting the spell, their head was cut off. It was Lam Ko Nong. They died stunned and shocked. With support, Luck Tran got back on task, ordering his pet Feng Vong to kill the distant enemy. No wonder he is ranked number 1. Their teamwork was flawless. The enemy, still obsessed with taking down Cham Exa, rushed in, but they would not get him that easily. But he was stopped by Lam Det Duchen. The other guy complained. Fong Sak Huan Tong, we are focused on Cham Siza. You would better not get involved. Ignoring the warnings, Den kept supporting Luck Tran. You scoundrel, I will help you block from the side. Just finish off the others quickly. Hearing this, Luck Tran charged forward, ordering Feng Vong to take out the enemy ahead. The pet surged forward on command. Turns out it was really strong, shooting sharp spikes at the enemy, making him scatter wildly and scream for help. Woo, even the pet is powerful. One enemy started casting Fairy River strikes. Even a boss-level pet would die to that. While speaking, he cast a spell at the pet again. Luck Tran's sword blocked just in time, surprising the guy. How dare this guy injure Feng Vong? He cast a counter spell while speaking, but then he cast a smoke cloud to confuse him. The guy got diluted, and Luck Tran turned back, launching a shadow strike. The enemy was eliminated without a fight. His ally saw the bad situation and dealt massive damage. Wow! One sword killed 2 enemies at once. The fight paused, and the duo was still intact. Mudu was frustrated. Cham Che. Surprisingly, the number 1 Fong Sak also stepped in to help him. He thought if Luck Tran was alone, he would have handled him on his own a long time ago. Fong Sak Huan Tong heard this and gasped. No wonder he fought him. It turns out, he is a friend of the channel's mage. His ally was not giving up. Cham was a top-ranking player after all. Would anyone dare to take away his pet and fight him fair and square? What is there to fear? Luck Tran heard that and recalled Feng Vong. Fine. I won't bring my pet anymore so he can see my true strength and decide if I can really help my friends. Just then, his ally moved in with a poison slash on a fire-tipped sword, but Luck Tran was too fast, dodging most of the strikes. Furious, the enemy kept swinging wildly but kept getting hit. Luck Tran counterattacked. He repeated his counter spell, missing the enemy, but the enemy was more cautious, not a miss, but a shadow kill move. But it was too late. He was defeated. Lying under Luck Tran's sword, Luck Tran kept striking, breaking the strategist's sword. The bronze weapon was shattered. Facing the sword, the enemy's neck was slashed by Luck Tran's blade. He was terrified. But you just stopped there. Did not go further. The Duke is still scared stiff. Why did not you finish him off? Looking down the sword at his throat, he was so scared he almost collapsed. Luck Tran sheathed his blade and signaled Jiet Han to keep leveling up. No more wasting time in this forest. Jiet Han nodded and followed, just escaping danger. The Duke was so terrified he nearly fainted. What on earth did she do to make such an enemy in Ula Valley? The scene was a mess, skulls scattered everywhere. Fong Sak Huan Tong, Jiet Han sealed a level 1 green skull, and the system congratulated her on the successful seal. But then a level 48 reckless skull tried to ambush her. How dare it underestimate her? It immediately took an energy blade strike and lost its head flying. Tram Can Tramse and Luctran nearby used their charms to finish off the rest of the reckless skulls. The system congratulated both players for completing the Spreading Blood quest, granting 12,000 experience points and 450 reputation points. By the end, Tram Can Tramse leveled up to 39, and Fong Sak Hoen Tong reached level 40. Luctran asked, "Leveling with you is not bad at all. Not only did you level up, but you caught a green skull worth at least 400 gold on the market." Jedhan agreed, seeing the logic. Suddenly, a blood-stained skull appeared but immediately ran off scared, chased by these two overlords. In the end, Luctran got it. Grinning proudly, one-shot success, he really is the chosen one. Jedhan scoffed. "Even with all this money, do not laugh, I've got good news too." Luctran was curious. Jedhan replied, "Hero's Order." Luctran froze. Did he hear that right? Hero's Order. Isn't it that a rare item only dropped by bosses above level 60? His eyes lit up just hearing it. Lam Jedhan joined in. Players who get a Hero's Order can officially form a guild and get collective attribute boosts. Way better than starting a private guild now, she said, sparkling like a star. At Ulan Valley, the two took a break. Luctran wondered, "You are top of the level 40 leaderboard, but there is no sign of level 60 bosses yet. Is this info even reliable?" Jedhan answered, "It is true. I heard the devs want to put Heroes Orders in unexplored areas to encourage players to expand. Kuanglong and Dak Bay are frantically expanding right now." Lam Jedhan added, "Two strong factions are fighting over Heroes Orders. They are trying to pull me into the Xuian Sam Guild to oppose them." Saying it like a plea, Luctran felt awkward. Somehow it sounded like she just wanted to recruit him. Realizing she would slipped up, Jedhan blushed and looked away. "But yeah, it is tempting," she explained. She got a piece of a Hero's Order to form the Ancient Sword Dream Soul Guild. This first Hero's Order in Theantung was not something they could ignore. Jedhan suggested again, "So let us team up. Even if you do not join my guild, we can snatch Heroes Orders together." Luctran agreed. "Alright, let us team up again." Decision made to fight Kuanglong Dak Bay for the Heroes Order. Jedhan agreed too. Then she jumped up, asking Luctran if there were any other plans tonight. He replied. Jedhan smiled brightly. "Then in half an hour, meet me at Gates for dinner." Dress nice. Logging out and back to real life, Luctran was already waiting at Gates, dressed sharp and looking handsome. The guard was curious. "Hey, you have been waiting here a while. Are you waiting for Lam Jiat-han from the art department?" Luctran was puzzled. "How do you know? Are you friends with her?" The guard said, "I see guys like you waiting for Lam Jiat-han about 8 times a day. Just go home, you want to get to wait." Luctran just smiled awkwardly. But contrary to the guard's thoughts, money-loving Luctran was early. The beautiful girl approached, and the guard was stunned. "She is really here today." She grabbed Luctran's hand and walked off, leaving the guard amazed. On the main road, Luctran asked where they were going. He would call a ride. Jedhan just smiled. "No need, the car's already here." Suddenly, a luxury car pulled up right beside them. Luctran was shocked. "What? This car? The driver's definitely him." He thought to himself, "Is this Lam's driver?" Usually, they would haggle, but today he just called it a Bentley outright. The two of them settled into the car, and she immediately ordered the driver to start moving. The driver glanced at Luctran through the rearview mirror, with a not-so-friendly look. "Is this guy sick or what?" His eyes looked like he wanted to kill someone. Then he turned back and addressed her driver warmly. "Driver, this friend here, let me introduce him." With a slightly forced smile. "Driver," using such a casual term, "could this guy be one of Lam's seniors?" Luctran pondered. The driver replied, "He is a player of the game Heavenly Gamble. No need to get close." The driver sounded a bit annoyed. He started complaining again. That driver is way too into gaming, making friends with just anyone. Gripping the steering wheel tightly as he spoke. The driver got angry hearing that and snapped. "Mind your own business. Your life. Your call. Who you hang out with is none of my concern." He stopped the car and said, "You two can go on by yourselves. No need for me to drive." Sensing the tension, Luctran silently kept out of it. The driver suddenly panicked. "It is not easy to get another ride now. Maybe I should just drive you too." The driver still looked very displeased, seeing her so angry. He softened. "I respect your choice. Just remember to take good care of yourself." But his gaze toward Luctran still held some resentment. Why so bitter? He did not even do anything. When they arrived and got out, Luctran panicked. "You are really eating here? Cam Choi Mong Hong, the fanciest restaurant in the city. A male star too. Are we really dining here?" Without caring about Luctran's panic, the driver strode straight in, ignoring the casual greetings from the staff. Seeing that, Luctran followed inside. Not bad at all. A celebrity restaurant, late-night dining, luxury car, and a grumpy uncle. This meal was going to be something. No more worries. When the car arrives first, the road opens up. A big world. Good food is the best. As they moved toward the entrance, Luctran asked, "Driver, what is with that uncle just now?" She told him, "Don't think about it now. If there is a chance later, I will explain. Let us go inside. They entered, looking like a real couple. Lux Tran thought, inviting me to such an expensive meal is really embarrassing. She seemed to read his mind and said, don't worry. It is not that expensive. Look over there, those guests are all rich kids with wealthy parents. Lux Tran was confused. Why does this feel like some kind of party? The driver confirmed. Yeah, it is actually someone's birthday party. No wonder she said it was not costly. So we are just gate crashing. We are eating like this without bringing a gift. The driver said no need. In fact, I have a gift for you. Lux Tran was puzzled. A gift? What kind? Then she handed him a box. He opened it and was shocked to find a phone inside. Lux Tran was confused. A phone? For me, still not believing it was real. He was stunned. Diamond-studded gold. Isn't that a bit over the top? It is pretty heavy too. The driver chuckled. Of course it is heavy. The casing is real gold with 10k diamonds. It costs nearly 200,000. Lux Tran panicked when he heard the price. What? You said 200,000? That is insane. Lux Tran was a bit intimidated. The driver laughed. Driver, heavy and flashy like this? If it was not real gold, only a bumpkin would use a phone like this. Hearing that, the driver laughed so hard she turned red. Bumpkin? Huh. Haha. You are right. A bumpkin made this phone. From afar, someone noticed Lam Han. As that person approached, a wave of whispers started. Isn't he that the campus queen of university? Lam Dit. She is even at Li Lak's birthday party. Someone else said. Isn't Lak Thieu chasing after Lam Dit then? Who is that guy? No need for this familiar face anymore. He looked pretty familiar too. Suddenly, someone announced, the campus queen has arrived, and Lak Thieu ran off again. A man with perfectly styled pink flower-like hair and slick-back silver hair waved friendly. Driver, did not expect you here. Han thought you would not come to Han's birthday. As he spoke, the rude man dared to grab her hand, arrogantly asking if she would received Han's gift yet. Taken aback by the insult, the driver panicked. Lilac, I have told you many times, do not you dare call me so casually. Besides, today I came here with the man next to me for a late-night meal, no drama involved. Lux Tran knew he would just made an enemy with this young master. Lux Tran sighed in frustration. Just as expected, the party's ruined. Wherever this girl goes, trouble follows, and here he thought this time would be different. He is completely defeated, just as predicted. Nahak Thieu, the prince faction from University, stared at Lux Tran like he wanted to devour him. Where did this jerk come from, daring to show up with a beauty? But Lux Tran was not scared at all. So who is this show-off strutting around like a peacock? The flashy guy suddenly noticed the phone Lux Tran had just been gifted. Looking puzzled, Lux Tran saw this and picked it up to check it out. Lak Thieu started getting angry. Turns out this was a gift from him to Lam Han. And now it was in the hands of the guy sitting across from him. He shouted at her, wait, this phone I gave you, why sit in Lux Tran's hand? Rat Han could not take it anymore and decided to snap back at this clueless guy. She told him many times, absolutely do not call her Rat Rat. Besides, she did not even want the phone. He insisted on giving it to her. She glared at Lilac like a bullet, thinking, if that is the case, it is her right to decide who she gifts it to. Knowing he could not be harsh with Rat Han, the arrogant Lilac turned to warn Lux Tran. Kid, you better behave, give back the phone. That is not something you deserve. His glare was like a dare to fight, while Rat Han next to him looked like she wanted to die. But that is not Lux Tran's style. He did not want the phone, but Rat gave it to him. You are really sentimental. Rat Han blushed awkwardly beside him. Lux Tran declared, so how she handles it is her business. The hot-headed guy could not hold back any longer and raised his fist. He slammed his fist on the table, sending wine flying and nearly overturning all the food. Lux Tran quickly shielded Rat Han. After that punch, everyone nearby was shocked. Lux Tran checked if Rat Han was okay. She confirmed she was fine. The arrogant guy then asked, I do not think I invited you tonight, why are you even here? And tried to kick him out. Rat Han was furious. He told her she could bring someone, and this is exactly who she wanted to bring. Lux Tran said this while tightening his grip on her arm. Lux Tran was pissed off by this rude prince's behavior, eyes burning with fury. Suddenly, people nearby heard the name Lux Tran, and the way he looked. Could it be Lux Tran, the top student? It really is him, a girl exclaimed from somewhere. She introduced herself as Helen Lung, a third-year film major at university, admitting she would admired him for a long time. The beautiful Helen Lung's eyes lit up when she saw Lux Tran. Senior Tran, I watched your match back then. I was at school too. Now I get to run into my idol like this. Can I please take a photo with you? She asked. Phone in hand and ready. Lux Tran was a bit shy but could not say no, so they took a photo together, with him feeling awkward and sneaking a glance at Rat Han nearby. Sensing something mysterious, his secret was out. Rat Han already knew he was Nitron, and Lux Tran was stressed that his identity had been exposed. Both still awkward. The girl named Fan wanted to take another picture, lost in her own world. Seeing himself ignored, Nahak anger flared up. Who the heck is Ganitron? Before getting an answer, he was shoved aside by a crowd rushing over news that Luck Tran, Ganitron, the super idol and legendary pro, was here. Everyone recognized him as the mysterious legend of the Nitron Game Club. The girls clustered around, thrilled to see him in person. So handsome. Senior, can we get a photo too? The girls asked. Luck Tran felt awkward with his secret out. Meanwhile, Nahak was kicked away hard. A friend asked if Henlak was okay. He was still furious. Lalak asked, who the heck is this Detu Koof? And why'd he crash my birthday party? Turns out Lalak's friend was also a fan of Luck Tran, introducing him with huge admiration as the strongest club leader in University's gaming club, only 18 years old. Before finishing his sentence, Laktheus' anger cooled down. Dit Kuis, just a good gamer. Right? The friend confirmed, a bit embarrassed for speaking out of turn. I am definitely going to handle this, Laktheus said. Amid the crowd, the friend tried to pull the fans away. Lilac pointed at Luck Tran. You are Luck Tran, right? Taking his phone, stealing his woman, grabbing all his attention. This is Lak's birthday party. And you really want to get yourself killed? Seriously, unbelievable. Diane's furious. Who is his woman anyway? Stop acting all innocent. He is speechless from the insults. This is humiliating. Lilac flipped out. Alright, Lan. You chose this, kill those two. He ordered his tough crew behind him. Everyone looked fierce. Without hesitation, a shameless mob rushed in, ready to beat Luck Tran to a pulp like a hero in a game. Luck Tran refused to run, standing his ground and fighting back. He told Dahan to find a way out while he held them off, reminding him to be careful. A weak guy got kicked flying by Luck Tran. Seeing that, another guy got mad and swung a fist right at him. But Luck Tran was not backing down. He countered with a solid punch. With more experience, he easily knocked out the blonde thug. A dark-skinned guy watching got scared, wondering how the little guy was so strong. Honestly, Luck Tran did not expect this strength either. Could this be that physical enhancement virus that Tam mentioned? The dark-skinned guy was not convinced, thinking Luck Tran cheated. He started sneaking attacks, but Luck Tran quickly sensed it, raised his hand to block the punch, then delivered a powerful blow to the guy's stomach so hard it practically smoked. The big guy, almost twice his size, went down spinning. That took care of the whole group. Lilac was out of options and played dirty, throwing a bottle right at Luck Tran. Everyone around was worried. Thanks to the virus, Luck Tran was way quicker, dodging it to the other guy's shock. He was thrilled. His body reacted faster than he expected. His reflexes had definitely leveled up. Lilac cursed in anger. Damn it! Luck Tran called him useless. What a loser. Suddenly, Daihan appeared out of nowhere and kicked him again, sending him flying once more. Then he quickly grabbed Luck Tran's hand to escape the trap. Where did he come from all of a sudden? Luck Tran was surprised. She would been there the whole time. She was so honest. How could she just leave him behind like that? Noticing this, Luck Tran, now stronger than before, grabbed Daihan's hand. Alright, let us run together. Poor Lilac got kicked and then stepped on by the couple, pain making his eyes bulge with veins. The henchman, shaken but recovering, asked Lack what to do. Without waiting, he ordered them to chase after the two. So a kinda cheesy scene unfolded, the couple running away together, while the mob chased them. Suddenly, Daihan tripped and fell, worried he would get caught. Lion told him to go ahead. She twisted her ankle, but figured Lilac would not dare mess with her. Luck Tran was not having it. Lion rubbed her arm, saying some nonsense. Luck Tran scolded her, making Daihan all flustered. Behind them, some grabbed chairs, others bottles or plates, ready to throw anything to catch him. When they could not catch him, they just started hurling stuff. Even with boosted health, getting pelted like that still hurts. At Tingayat Park, after escaping the Jiang Ho gang, the two lay down on the grass to catch their breath. Damn, it took 3 blocks to finally shake them off. Daihan agreed these guys were like glue, but this time, they taught Lilac a lesson. Let us see if he dares bother her again. Luck Tran was confused. This guy makes things hard both in the game and real life. Not only do they starve, now they risk getting killed by thrown stuff. Daihan felt guilty, clutching his shirt to apologize. This one's on her. Still, she was sad. She caused a lot of trouble for Luck Tran too. He was puzzled. What? Isn't she the one causing all the problems? Daihan reminded him that she was Lac Nai Trang, the senior who is currently the head of the game club. Since he left, she would had a rough time. Luck Tran frowned. Daihan got even more annoyed. Since he beat the Hand King, top players come every year to challenge the game club president. When she took the role, she got beaten up a lot. Luck Tran analyzed that with her skills back then, she really got no easy wins. She said she wanted to expose some guy named Clive Chanted Duck, but did not expect Luck Tran to take all the evidence with him. Not even a single photo left. Luck Tran chuckled. He was not stupid enough to leave things for the pros to find. Suddenly, Jit En stepped closer, leaning in close. Even the senior knows how to keep secrets. Lucy Tron felt shy. He was about to lose it again. He stood up, Honestly, he had not thought this through at all. It was all his fault. After running so long, he was a little hungry. Instead of making it up another way, he would invite Jit-en out for noodle soup, saying that he reached out to help her up. Jit-en agreed right away. Back in the mercenaries' blood-red room, Lusitron was treating Lulas's injuries. Among their special healing herbs, a Thuptam was checking Lusitron's wounds, but suddenly got surprised there were no injuries on him at all. Lusitron was shocked. How could that be? At the guest house, he should have been beaten to death. Why was not there a single scratch? Seeing Lusitron's disbelief, Thuptam told him to check for himself, and sure enough, there really were none. Yet, the pain had definitely been there before. He looked at himself in the mirror. His body was completely intact. Could it be some kind of miracle? Lusitron took a risk and cut his own hand to make it bleed. Thuptam panicked. Lulas, you are not hurt. Why would you do that to yourself? But the miracle happened. The wound and blood vanished as if they would never been there, leaving both of them stunned. Lusitron was amazed. No doubt about it, the healing power of this virus was insanely strong. Thuptam reminded him. His test results were all normal, but today's situation was unusual. Maybe he should find some time for a deeper checkup. Lusitron agreed. In a few days, he would go see Uncle Z for a thorough check. He told Thuptam not to worry, his luck was huge. Suddenly, Lusitron asked Thuptam about the mission. Had it gone smoothly? Did he need to step in? Thuptam was helpless. Changing the subject again, Lusitron really was not afraid of biting off more than he could chew. But yeah, there was something he needed help with. At the bustling Bang market, a masked man approached and asked the shop owner why the price for level 4 red potions had jumped to 50 silver coins, when just 2 days ago it was only 20. The owner sighed tiredly, explaining that raw materials were in short supply, and the price was being driven up by fierce competition among the major guilds. Noticing the masked man's hesitation and calculating look, the owner snapped, "If you are not buying, then get lost. Don't block my business any longer." Suddenly, a message popped up on the screen. Congratulations. He has successfully sold a blood red potion to a player for 1,000 gold coins. After deducting a 5% tax, 950 gold coins were transferred into his account. Seeing this, he was stunned as if the heavens had just handed him an unexpected chance. With the money arriving at the perfect moment, it felt like the perfect response to his earlier hesitation, flipping his mood from anxious to excited in an instant. With a cocky grin, he turned to the shop owner and declared he would buy, demanding 50 bottles of the potion. Hearing this, the owner's face instantly softened, becoming friendly and welcoming, and he agreed to the order right away. Holding the heavy red potions, he felt a surge of hope. He thought about how the big guilds were scrambling to buy supplies, clearly following the rumors. It was all about the hero's bounty, but in his heart, he knew this was a quick cash opportunity he could not afford to miss in this risky game. Suddenly, a string of messages from the squad popped up, announcing that Lefthikui and Miga Dung Miningite had joined the group, along with an urgent question asking if Lualasis had bought the red potions and telling him to hurry to line success. He thought bitterly about Thuptam flirting with Miningite, feeling both amused and sarcastic, and then wondered who Nefesi Thiu was. Hoping it was not that dumb Lukke from the team, another message sounded. The top master was asking if he would bought the red potions and told him to rush to Yu Lin Kes. The tone was urgent, making him realize time was tight and things were getting serious. Scene switches to Yu Lin Kutif, where Lefty Thigo was talking with the beauty man Ingite, mentioning that his guild needed support like her for 10 gold coins an hour. At the same time, Lulas arrived at the entrance of Yu Lin Kes. Hearing Lefty, he thought to himself, typical Lutz, a clueless guy with lots of money and gold. With that kind of 5x salary, it had to be him. The thought made him feel both sarcastic and mocking. As he stepped inside, he was surprised to see Min Gai. She quickly introduced herself as a part-timer. Then the top master appeared, offering 10 gold coins per hour for healing. Stressing everything had to be clear, no fooling her. He was surprised to realize that just 1 gold coin could hire a high-level priest like her, making him feel like he scored big in this deal. But inside, he thought, Min Gaiet, are you kidding me? With a price over 1,000 coins, why are you only focused on that single gold coin? At that moment, Lack reminded them that Min Gaiet had arrived, so they needed to get to work, and she replied that she did not know, creating a tense atmosphere between them. Old Luck thought to himself, the king's not in a hurry, but the unit sure is. He added that leveling 5 ranks in 10 hours is not something to rush. Easing the tension in the conversation, Min Guide asked teasingly how much the blood skull sold for at yesterday's auction, and he confidently replied it went for 1,000 gold. Surprised, Min Unguide exclaimed that was expensive. She initially planned to buy one as a pet for a friend new to the game who needed a market handler. Old Luck replied, asking the guild leader what is up, explaining there was no need to buy a pet yet since pets have to match the class. The blood skull only fits mages and high attack archers. For other classes, the blood skull would be useless. He emphasized that only a fool would buy a low-attack pet like that early in the game. Hearing this, Min and Guite laughed heartily, agreeing he was right, while Lack trembled, hearing the announcement that the blood skull he needed was already sold. As the other guy finished talking, Lack angrily snapped, "I know already. Get lost," making the mood both tense and hilarious. Hearing that, the guy named Kimmy immediately obeyed and left quickly without hesitation. Lightening the atmosphere a bit after the tension, Mingguite was surprised, but before she could ask, Old Luck confirmed that Lack was the one who bought the blood skull. Seeing Lack clutching the ceiling card, Old Luck thought he was bold to carry a ceiling card with nearly 100,000 scattered children at level 22, risking it all if he died. Then he wondered why he just thought about killing and robbing someone. Surprised at the reckless ideas popping up in his head, suddenly, a noise made Old Luck think someone was approaching, and his worry grew. Turning to everyone, he said, we need to level up fast." His strong determination inspiring everyone around to gear up for the challenges ahead. Scene shift deep inside Ulink Valley, where everyone wonders if they really have to kill this level 47 blood skull. Anxiety shows on every face as they look around. Sensing the terrifying power of the enemy ahead, Lack speaks up, saying the blood skull is only level 39, the strongest in the Demon Valley starting at level 37, while most of them are over 10 levels lower than the monster. So how are we supposed to fight this? The tension rises as everyone realizes the tough battle ahead. Old Luck says leveling up this way 1 TB fast killing monsters level 20 to 31 get them 5 levels in 10 hours. But with the beautiful Mun Guide tanking hits, it will be easy. Lack just needs to protect her from behind and soak up experience. Min Guide agrees that is the only way. Then Old Luck shouts orders for everyone to move out, ready to fight with fierce determination. The battle is intense. Weapon clashes and monster roars echoing through Ulin Valley. Charged with tension and resolve every strike a life or death move, pushing everyone to their limits against overwhelming enemies. Old Luck yells King's Shield, then dives into the fight. The battle is fierce, with powerful strikes and smart tactics. Every move counts, and no one wants to back down against the enemy's strength. Min and Guite think silently that this strength is probably fatal if not controlled. This is his full power, and she feels both worried and amazed by Old Luck's overwhelming might. Then she channels her fiery power, attacking with a blazing strike against the red skull, her attack exploding like sacred flames, heating the air around them. Seeing this, Old Luck says the attack is too sharp, then instantly creates an immortal shield around himself to block surprise attacks. With this immortal shield skill, the player converts 15% of incoming damage into health, helping Old Luck stay alive while continuing the fight. Mingguide is amazed, thinking she has not even acted yet and he is already self-healing. Truly, the Demon Valley can't be underestimated. She thought to herself, is this really the true strength of the Blood Mercenaries? If she could sway them, she might actually get her hands on the hero's order. This made her even more determined to help the Sword Dream Soul reclaim its reputation. Then suddenly, someone shouted for the beautiful Ming Yu to come save them and stop the bleeding. Ming Yu thought to herself, every team, no matter how strong, has its weak spots. Immediately, Old Lu charged into battle with the Red Skull, determined not to let his teammates fail. He unleashed all his skills and strength, putting intense pressure on the enemy to give his team a chance to recover and strike back harder. Mingyu was surprised and asked if this was a healing spell. The other guy joyfully said, the Du family has come back to life. She felt a mix of excitement and disbelief. At the same time, she realized that this healing power could unexpectedly turn the tide of battle. Lack Thiu saw everyone celebrating his victory but thought, this is not interesting at all. Success does not bring him any satisfaction. At that moment, announcements echoed congratulating player Cham Kang Chamse for reaching level 40. Player Kwai Kok-tu hitting level 39, and Lack Thi leveling up to 27. Mingyu said her goodbyes and promised to see everyone again, her footsteps ringing softly in the quiet of Uline Valley. When everyone saw the leaderboard, Old Lu remarked that level 40 was only 7th place. Right now, everyone was leveling fast for the hero's order, making the atmosphere tense and competitive. Lack Thi spoke up, no more debt. Alright, do-ra. Seeing this, said, after leveling up, do not just hang around, head back to town. If you die, they won't be responsible. Dura's warning was not just caution. It showed he cared about Lack Thi's safety. Lack Theo laughed arrogantly and said, don't worry about me, who dare kill me. His cocky confidence made everyone around chuckle, but just then, a sharp sword suddenly flew from nowhere, piercing him through and knocking him to the ground. No one expected that a moment of reckless arrogance could end in such a tragic way. Seeing Lack Theo's stuff spill out, someone suddenly told Old Lu that these were all silver-grade gear and rare items. That guy could not believe he was carrying gear worth 50,000 to 60,000 around so carelessly. What a daredevil. Suddenly, a figure in black, face hidden, appeared. His cold voice rang out, no need for formalities. It has been a while. Chemex, his words made the atmosphere tense. Everyone's eyes turned to him, Knowing this was the one who just took down Lak Thiu, Old Lu was shocked when he recognized the man in black as Kong Long Ingo Kot. He said, "Kong Long Go Kot, I did not expect you to take out a merc right before my eyes." His tone was tense. This was not just a fight between two people, but a challenge between powerful forces in this world. With that, both sides immediately clashed. Their moves fast as lightning, their strikes and clashes sounding like thunder. Every sharp, powerful blow heated the air, skill effects flashing brilliantly, making the battle intense and unpredictable. By now, Kong Long Go Kot had the sword in hand. Seeing this, Old Lu ordered everyone not to let him escape. Old Lu chased after Kong Long Go Kot, saying, "With all that good gear, even if he is hurt, we have to grab at least one item." Then he asked, "But what exactly is it?" Old Lu ordered Xiao Kui to attack in a pincer move, saying the stuff Kong Long Nu Go Kot stole must hold some secret, and they can let him get away. Xiao Kui obeyed immediately. Then Old Lu unleashed his bright flame piercer move and charged at Kong Long Go Kot. Kong Long Go Kot and Old Lu clashed fiercely. Their strikes crashed like waves pounding the shore, echoing with heavy, relentless sounds. Each move showed their fierce determination and skill. Their eyes blazing in this brutal fight, Kong Long Go Kot smirked arrogantly and announced he would leave the battle, leaving Old Lu and the others furious, thickening the tense, hostile air. With that, Kong Long Go Kot walked away, leaving Old Lu and his ally confused. Unable to grasp what had just happened, Old Lu ordered Xiao Kui forward, telling him to sweep his spear to kick up dust and use his surprise attack. And Xiao Kui obeyed at once. Then the two of them swept fiercely together, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that blocked the enemy's vision and threw the air into chaos. After that, Lao Luk was surprised when he could not see the mad dragon Proud Bone anywhere. His sudden disappearance left him confused and clueless about what had happened. The silence that blanketed the space only ramped up the tension in his heart. He was furious, full of frustration, cursing that this brat was bold to come back the same way. That kind of provocation was unacceptable to him, making the battle even tenser. Suddenly, Lao Luk was caught off guard by an attack from the mad dragon Proud Bone from behind, leaving him stunned and unable to react. Turning around immediately, he launched a fierce counterattack, taunting, "Better late than never." Without hesitation, he swung a powerful strike at his opponent's back, showing his determination and quick reflexes in the fight. After being struck in the back, the Mad Dragon Proud Bone vanished from the battle, leaving everyone bewildered. When the Mad Dragon Proud Bone left, everyone grabbed the item he dropped, and were shocked to find it was the Prime Ruin Compass, a mysterious treasure that guides those brave enough to face their fate. Holding the compass, they realized it was the Prime Ruin Compass, and finally understood why there were rumors about the hero's order. But no one had found a boss above level 60 yet. It turns out that to find those powerful enemies, they would have to rely on this very compass. Their eyes sparkled with hope and determination, ready for the journey ahead. Dura was surprised and said, "This must be what the Mad Dragon Proud Bone stole. But where did Nessie Thieu get it?" Then another guy chimed in, "Who cares? With this, we can go straight to fighting level 60 bosses. The hero's order is real." Their eyes lit up with excitement and determination. Imagining glorious victories ahead, Laluk spoke up, saying this item was important and should be immediately stored in the guild's city warehouse. And everyone agreed. The scene shifted to the guild's city warehouse, quiet but tense. A girl spoke to Laluk, saying she even skipped a boss dungeon to come here. If something important happens, he is as good as dead. Her words rang out like a warning, showing her suspicion and resolve about what was coming. Laluk smiled and said he would show her something. His smile was mysterious and confident, making the girl even more curious and nervous. When he held the compass in his hand, the woman's eyes widened in surprise as she recognized it as the Prime Ruin Compass, her gaze shining with shock and curiosity. She said according to rumors, the developers released 4 or 5 items that could guide players to level 60 plus bosses in unexplored areas. At first, she thought it was a scam, but it turned out to be true. This reality made her more excited than ever because it opened new doors for unprecedented battles. Holding it in her hands, she asked Laluk where he got it, her voice full of surprise and curiosity, eyes never leaving the compass. It was as if hoping to find answers would clear up all the mysteries surrounding this rare item. Laluk explained that the Mad Dragon Proud Bone took it from Nessie Thieu, who killed Xiang Feng, so the compass ended up in his hands. The girl admired him, saying he was really lucky to have the Prime Ruin Compass. Her admiration grew, increasing her respect for Laluk, seeing that he was not only smart but also had precious treasures. He warned not to get too excited because level 60 plus bosses were insanely strong. Entire level 40 guild teams were wiped out by level 58 bosses. That warning echoed like a reminder that they were facing brutal challenges ahead. The girl said once a boss passes level 55, its power changes completely. The Snow Silver Mountain Guild only has 100 members, with just 10 above level 40. Fighting a boss 20 levels higher is insanely tough. Their numbers just can't make up for it. Her words a stark reminder that they were up against a brutal challenge and had to prepare carefully to succeed. Laluk said he called her here to say that within 5 days, All level 40 players must reach level 45, and level 35 players must reach 40. Then they would lead the charge to face the level 60 boss. His determined tone fired everyone up. They realized only solid preparation would give them a chance to win. The girl said she could not wait any longer. Judging by the development speed of ZBB and Mad Dragon, their strength for fighting the bosses should be enough. We just need the guiding item. We have to seize the chance. Old Luck said he will handle the megapixel recovery food. Scene shift to Reflection Hill, where Dujia and Old Luck are chatting about Dujia's new outfit. He said he just bought it with the 20,000 roses he earned. And you could hear the pride in his voice loud and clear. Hearing that, Old Luck said that money's commissioned for them. Upgrades should come from the studio's 70,000 fund. Dujia replied that most of the studio's money came from Old Luck selling skulls, and the fund's materials are meant for future growth and recruiting members. You can use that cash just to gear yourself up, Dujia said, showing his responsibility and long-term vision for the team. Dujia admitted his power is not on par with Old Luck or Little Ghost, but he can make up for it with better gear. Hearing about the boss raid call-up, Little Ghost, already at level 42, has been grinding non-stop. He won't let himself fall behind. His determination made it clear he is hungry to grow and refuses to lose to his friends in the upcoming journey. Old Luck said, to wait 3 days so Lam can see the Mercenary Guild's true strength, and reminded Little Ghost to rest and not overwork himself. Dujia agreed and joked he would cut Little Ghost's power to force him to sleep, while Old Luck quickly leveled up and prepared materials. Old Luck happily rushed toward the garlic patch. This was the key ingredient for cooking level 5 food. The excitement in his eyes showed how thrilled he was, thinking about meals that would boost the team's power. A notification popped up congratulating him for tripling his garlic harvest and boosting his field skill by 5 times. Joy and excitement filled the air. He happily thought that just a bit more garlic, and he could start cooking level 5 food. The thought made him feel like success was within reach. But when he started pulling garlic, he was shocked those bulbs were stuck tight in the ground, and he had to use all his strength to get them out. Suddenly the ground shook violently, rocks flying everywhere. It felt like an earthquake, and he panicked, unsure what was happening. He realized it was the level 60 boss, the Hill's Guardian. He thought to himself, had not even used the original compass yet, and already ran into a level 60 boss. Anxiety surged as he grasped how dangerous the situation was. Panicked, he thought with this overwhelming power, even the entire guild might not win. Little Ghost and the 13 had already logged off. He needed to warn Jit, worry rising that if he did not act fast, things would get worse than ever. He panicked, realizing Jit was not online, and that he could not beat the level 60 boss alone, but running away would mean losing face. Tension rose as he felt trapped between a rock and a hard place. After thinking it over, he grabbed his weapon anyway. If he could solo it, the drop rate would double, and he would definitely get a hero's token. His resolve made him feel like he could pull off something amazing. He charged, but the level 60 boss just sneered. Its arrogant smile was a clear warning this fight would not be easy. He was shocked when a single swipe from the boss nearly knocked him down. The powerful blow felt like hitting an unbreakable wall, forcing him to stagger back. Still, he pressed on, eager to test the Guardian's defenses, full of determination, ready to prove himself despite the risks. But when he lunged forward, his sword broke, leaving him stunned and helpless. Realizing he could not hurt the boss at all, his confidence shattered instantly, and he knew he was in serious trouble. The level 60 boss stomped powerfully, and Old Luck panicked, thinking Swithy had been crushed into dust. He realized facing it alone was pure madness, and that he needed to escape quickly, knowing safety was his top priority. Suddenly, he saw an opening and tried to flee, but the boss's finger caught him, a giant trap locking him in. Fear overwhelmed him as he realized there was no way out and that his fate was completely in the enemy's hands. Held captive, he thought that with their physical-only mercenary guild and no mage support, this boss would be a nightmare to take down. The feeling of helplessness grew as he realized the enemy was way too strong for him and his team. Confused by the enemy's incredible power and speed, truly worthy of a level 60 boss, he immediately thought about calling for backup. But at the crucial moment, neither Little Demon nor 13 were online. Then he noticed Jit was online. Before he could act, a group suddenly charged in and attacked the level 60 boss. This unexpected arrival sparked a flicker of hope in the midst of despair. Longhand Thinga held a compass and said, last time, the Chikamcha spear stole their compass. This time it was hard to get one. Just using it, they already got a bit lucky. Dan the Theaka said this is the first level 60 boss, and it is very likely to drop a hero token. The excitement grew as everyone realized this golden chance was within reach. Longhand Thianha said if we get the hero token, Kwang Long will form the first guild, and ruling the Bang City 1 TB far off. Laughter spread as everyone pictured the awesome future they could achieve if they won this battle. Then Han raised his weapon high and declared that each brother from Haas group who kills the boss will get 10 gold coins. Everyone followed Han's order immediately. A strong spirit of unity and determination to win ignited in everyone's hearts. They were ready to dive into battle and not let this opportunity slip away. The whole group charged in, but were no match for the boss. The level 60 boss power terrified them, and their attacks were quickly countered. Old Luck saw this and thought silently. One skill wiped out over 10 players. Luckily Hen ran fast. Hen's heart tightened seeing the boss as brutality. Hen knew he could not just stand there. He needed to find a way to escape and call for help if he did not want to be the next victim. Hen grabbed his sword and thought to himself that he needed to be ready. Thankfully he had a backup weapon. It was not as good as the first one, but it was better than nothing. Anxiety rose as he thought about facing the boss. Hen took a safe spot to watch while waiting for Jijit to arrive. His heart tense watching his teammates fight the boss, and when his teammates came, Hen had to kill all of Kwang Long's ranged attackers before they could close in, and cursed silently. Damn, even the second skill, this far out, still affected by the boss' power. Then the boss unleashed Stone God Spear Barrage, sending a volley of stones flying toward the soldiers. They panicked and dodged, but the boss's power was overwhelming. The stones hit fiercely, striking down the troops instantly. No one had time to react or dodge. The level 60 boss strength was truly overpowering. After a fierce battle, the level 60 boss gradually weakened, staggering under the relentless attacks from the soldiers, finally collapsing amid the survivors' uproar. Longhand Theanha was shocked witnessing the boss, as overwhelming power one strike had taken down the whole squad, forcing him to rethink his strategy. He smugly told himself that in the end, he was still the winner. Filled with pride at the thought of claiming the hero token and cementing his status, he loudly urged the surviving soldiers to get up quickly and keep attacking, determined to send the level 60 boss off for good. Old Luck hid in a corner, thinking they would need to call in 300 people to team up with Nan Nugian just to wear down the terrifying power of the level 60 boss. He raised his sword, thinking Jijit still had not arrived, and he could not wait any longer. Longhand Theanha ordered the soldiers to swarm the level 60 boss. Though his strength was fading by the second, his determination fired everyone up. The whole group surged toward the level 60 boss in a tense atmosphere. Shouts echoing, swords flashing under the light as they crashed forward like wild waves. Then Old Luck's mysterious wind attack flew in, making Longhand Theanha ask suspiciously if it was Chi Kamcha. His eyes full of doubt, he ordered his men to block Chi Kamcha, quickly commanded the troops to form a barrier to stop Old Luck from reaching the level 60 boss. Though inside they all felt uneasy, Chi Kamcha thought silently that Long's backup had arrived just in time. Now it was his turn to finish off the boss. He focused, gripping his weapon tightly, ready to strike with full determination. He charged at the level 60 boss with strong resolve and confidence, thinking the boss still had energy left to use skills. But given the current situation, he told himself to see just how much power the boss could still unleash. He braced himself, ready to take any attack from this mighty opponent, while staying determined to land the final blow. He struck the finishing blow, a powerful slash, leaving Longhand Theanha shocked and helpless as he witnessed the rapid transformation of Kich Chamsa. His sword cut through the air, piercing straight into the level 60 boss's body, unleashing a dazzling light and a thunderous explosion that stunned everyone watching the epic scene. An announcement rang out, congratulating Kich Chamsa for leveling up to 5 and becoming the new top player on the leaderboard. All eyes turned toward him, pride and admiration spread everywhere, making him feel the power and status he would just earned like a new king in the game world. Feeling satisfied, he hugged the items in his hands, as if he would just scored a huge victory, cheerfully saying, "Sweet win." These rewards were the sweet payoff for all his relentless effort. Longhand Theanha refused to accept defeat and charged back at Kich Chamsa, determined to snatch those precious items. His mind was filled with thoughts that those things belonged to him. He would not let anyone else steal the rewards he would worked so hard to earn. Suddenly, an announcement declared that Kwang Long's soldiers had all been resurrected, throwing Kich Chamsa into confusion. He realized the fight just got way more complicated. That fleeting sense of victory now felt like a huge threat as those enemies rose again, ready to keep fighting. After the soldiers revived, Longhand Theanha lunged at Kich Chamsa, declaring that even if he sprouted wings, he would not escape his pursuit. But Kich Chamsa showed no fear. His eyes burned with determination and resilience, ready for the inevitable showdown. His spirit unbroken by the enemy's threats, he ordered Huanfeng to strike, preparing to deliver Longhand Theanha a devastating blow with overwhelming power and speed. Like a sharp arrow, Huanfeng shot and hit Longhand Theanha, causing him intense pain. Seeing this, the soldiers kept powering up one by one, pushing themselves to unleash special skills. The dazzling glow from their moves only made the atmosphere more intense. They were determined not to let Kich Chamsa slip through and win again. Kich Chamsa ordered Huanfeng to charge and kill Longhand Theanha with a voice full of confidence and resolve. He knew this was the best chance to end the battle, and Huanfeng, like the wind, dashed toward the enemy with unstoppable force. Hundreds of arrows flew at Kich Chamsa, but he quickly used a stealth skill, causing the arrows to pass through the space where he would just stood, leaving only a blurry gap. Furious, Longhand Thean roared that stealth would not let Chich Kich Chamsi escape his hunt. He vowed to dig 3 feet under just to drag him out and kill him for this humiliation. The scene shifted to Gillo Forest, where a girl aimed her bow at a man standing not far away, her eyes icy and the arrow ready to fly, tension hanging thick as she awaited his reaction. The man sneered confidently, claiming that Lam Jiet then could not get past them to rescue the boss. And now the boss was safely with Kung Long. Mockery in his voice made the atmosphere even tenser. Then an announcement sounded. Chuk Kich Tramse had slain the Hill Guardian and quickly claimed the top spot on the leaderboard, filling the nearby players with pride and respect. Hearing this, Lam then smiled, saying it looked like they could not swallow the boss after all. True to his reputation, the senior alone could seize the boss. Her words left the man shocked, unable to believe what he was seeing. Lam Jiet then confidently declared that nothing was impossible for someone like Chuk Kich Tramse. Her eyes shone with pride and trust, clearly showing her faith in her teammate. Without hesitation, she rushed off to help, thinking that her senior must have fallen into a trap while soloing the boss. She could not let him face danger alone without backup. She tried to contact him but got no reply. Worry surged inside her, pushing her to run faster, hoping he was still safe and that she would arrive in time. With only 15 blood left and her stamina potion all used up, one more attack and she is definitely done for. She feels the heavy pressure, knowing she has to get there fast to save her senior before it is too late. An announcement blares. The Spirit Devourer's respawn time is 9 hours 59 minutes, and the Beast Heinfong's respawn is also 9 hours 59 minutes. This news only adds to her worry. Chich Kich Champs rushes forward, ordering his troops to charge without hesitation as they speed ahead, even knowing failure would drag them into the abyss. That fierce spirit makes him feel more alive than ever. Longhand Thean laughs smugly, his voice dripping with mockery as he taunts Chich Kich Chamiksa, questioning if he can even pull it off. Then he pushes his troops into battle with a cold, final command. Go die! Hundreds of arrows whistle toward Chich Kich Chamiksa, buzzing through the air and rattling him with a flood of confusion. It feels like he is trapped in an arrow storm. Even though he was ready, the surprise still makes his heart race. Suddenly, Lam Jiet then dashes in with fierce determination, apologizing to Chich Kich Chamiksa, but right after, an announcement shocks everyone. Chich Kich Chamse is dead, and she is now top of the leaderboard. Lam Jiet then glares defiantly at the enemy, boldly declaring that even if the meat's rotten, it is still in her pot, meaning no one will mess with her or Chich Kich Champ's SS fight. They clash head-on, non-stop attacks flying. Each gives it their all, every powerful strike ringing out like thunder. The tension is thick, and every hit carries the weight and will of a battle with no mercy. Longhand Thean says if she hands over the loot, he will give her a way out. His confident, arrogant tone shows he thinks someone as weak as her can't possibly fight him. Lam Jiet laughs it off, asking what he can really do, then unleashes her Than the Hong move to back up her firepower. Sharp arrows streak toward Longhand Thean, forming a powerful wave of attack. Then another announcement sounds. Chich Kich Chamsa chooses to respawn in Ice City, and his level automatically drops by 1. Cut to a warehouse in Ice City. Chich Kich Chamsa sits alone, pondering Lam Jiet's bold move. She acted fast and fierce, not only blocking Kong Long from getting the loot, but even ready to kill him. That surprises him. Meanwhile, Lam Jiet happily runs up to announce she has secured the loot, just waiting for her senior to open the chest. Old Luck looks at her, surprised, saying she still has some conscience left, though he himself just dropped 2 levels. She hands him an item, keeps one for herself, and says, "Let us see if this level 60 boss drops anything good." He sighs, saying he really needs a hero's token now to make up for their recent loss. His eyes gleam with desire to reclaim what was lost in this brutal fight. But when he opens the chest, he is shocked the level 60 boss did not drop a hero's token, only 2 normal gear pieces. Disappointment floods him as what he hoped for never materializes. Lam Jiet squints at the fierce wind battle boots, realizing it is just a silver item with little value. She feels let down, expecting a rare loot but getting something worthless instead. Doubts about the level 60 boss's strength start creeping in. Old Luck holds the Ice Soul Relit, his eyes lighting up as he recognizes its worth. He says this item's golden value helps compensate for their losses. At least it boosts his power and makes up for dropping 2 levels. He feels better knowing they did not come away empty-handed. Lam Jiet then decides to gift Old Luck the battle boots, since he took the hardest hit in the fight. When he accepts, he is grateful and promises to repay her later. Luck sighs, saying if the level 60 boss did not drop a hero's token, it must be the level 65 or 70 bosses. The level 60 boss already has 2 wide area damage skills that can easily wipe out even level 40 players. So the level 65 and 70 bosses must be even more terrifying and dangerous. Lam Jiet then wonders if it took 300 people to beat the level 60 boss, how many will it take to take down the level 65 and 70 bosses? Old Luck explained that although the Furious Dragon had summoned 300 people, only 25 were above level 40. while the rest were level 30 and 20 members, lots of numbers but no real quality. He went on to say that Lam Jiet and Snow Silver Clan's lowest member was level 30, with very high quality. So 2 level 50 players with gold gear plus 100 Snow Silver members could definitely take down a level 65 or 70 boss. He added that every minute counts and he really wants to gear up with that level 50 gold item soon, cause the goddess of slashing at the top spot of Lam Jiet then might just get overtaken by him. Lam Jiet then confidently said he was dreaming, because the top spot would always be hers. To him at the ice cross, his master looking on proudly, praising how hardworking he has been lately and how close he is to hitting level 45. Old Luck humbly replied that his master was too kind, but he knew he had to work hard to live up to the mission of being a spirit swordman. Old Luck asked Master Su Lan if there was any quest that was easy but gave lots of experience and a great reward. Master Su just laughed and said Old Luck sure knows how to pick his quests. Master Su Lan said Old Luck was lucky because he actually had an easy quest. Hearing that, Old Luck was shocked and excited. He saw it as a great chance to boost his experience and prove himself. Cut to the top of the Black Demon Tower. Old Luck stood before an ancient building, its faded walls and moss reflecting the mystery of ancient magic. He grinned proudly and said this would be the demon potion that changes the history of the great continent. From today on, Old Luck declared he would become the first demon potion master in the history of the great continent. Quietly plotting his great career, an announcement echoed about the demon potion master Sui being killed and the demon potion he developed stolen, saying that Talan would get a big reward for it. Old Luck did not hesitate, kicked the door open with fierce determination, excitement bubbling inside him for what he was about to discover. Upon arrival, Old Luck saw Demon Potion Master Su, his eyes sparkling with determination and arrogance. He shouted, demanding Sui's life, filled with hunger, conquest, and domination. Sui smiled faintly, eyes full of meaning, saying Old Luck arrived just in time, as if he would been waiting for him to start a mutually beneficial war. He looked Old Luck over like a precious item and said, "This is a fine catch. Strong body." Old Luck yelled and charged at Sui, full of determination and just a hint of hesitation, knowing this was a critical moment and he had to act fast. Su coldly said his strength was enough, then slammed Old Luck into the holy cross where chains awaited, wrapping him tightly so he could not move. Old Luck was shocked being chained up like this because his master said this was a simple task, and he could not understand why things were going this way. Sui held a spirit pill and said the dead spirit was about to enjoy the most miraculous demon potion, his voice full of pride and mystery, making Old Luck uneasy. Old Luck writhed in pain as the chains dug into his flesh, feeling every muscle stretch painfully. He screamed desperately at Sui to release him, his voice cracking from the torment. Su forced Old Luck's mouth open and made him drink a dark green liquid. With no way to resist, Old Luck had no choice but to swallow the strange potion. He coughed harshly, panic in his eyes as he gasped to Sui, asking what he had just made him drink. Worry flooding his mind, Sui was surprised, quickly prying Old Luck's mouth open again, asking suspiciously why he had no reaction. Confusion showed clearly on his face, not understanding why this miraculous demon potion was not working as expected. Old Luck yelled for Sui to take his hands off him, panic flashing on Sui's face as he realized the potion was not working. Starting to doubt himself and feeling uneasy about the situation, Sui lunged at Old Luck again, eyes full of doubt, demanding why his aura showed no change, his face a mix of confusion and anger. Old Luck awkwardly asked what Sui had made him drink, while Sui calmly replied it was the spirit pill demon potion, normally causing souls to sprout in the flesh, his voice dripping with confidence and arrogance. Hearing that, Luck was surprised at such good news. He wondered why he felt nothing, confusion clearly written on his face, as he sensed something was off with his body. Sui angrily asked why Luck had not changed. He could not accept that his efforts had failed. He had dissected thousands and only recently obtained the spirit beast. Yet now before him stood a Luck showing no sign of transformation. Disappointment and anger made him lose his calm, his sharp gaze fixed on Luck, searching for the cause of this failure. Sui squeezed Luck's neck tightly, insisting something was wrong with him. Luck struggled to breathe. He yelled, calling Sui crazy, his voice a mix of anger and despair. Sui pulled hard on the chains, making the cross tremble with creaking sounds as if it might crack. Luck felt the heavy chains tighten painfully. Then Sui grabbed a long saw, eyes cold and determined, declaring he would see how Luck differed from other spirit beasts. He planned to cut through every bone fragment and then forge Luck's soul fire for study. Hearing this, Luck could not help but feel furious. He shouted that Sui had destroyed so many lives yet the spirit beast elixir did not work, meaning Sui had failed to create what he desired. Furious, Sui scolded Luck, saying if the elixir succeeded, all spirit beasts would become human, ending 1,000 years of war between light and dark, and he would be the one to make it happen. The spirit beasts and humans who died were sacrifices for this grand ideal, and he vowed their sacrifices would not be in vain. Luck sneered, calling killing in the name of justice disgusting as he snapped the chains. His strength and determination shattered the bindings. He felt power rising within, and Sui grew uneasy facing this fierce resistance. Luck charged, sending Sui flying and told him to go dream his big dreams. His confident tone made Sui realize his plan was falling apart. Laluk recalled the spirit bone crown, and when Sui saw the summoned spirit, he gasped in disbelief. Sui realized the elixir did not work because Laluk was a rare wild spirit. He had searched for a dead spirit for 15 years, and now Laluk had come to him willingly. His eyes brightened with curiosity and ambition. Sui understood that if he could study and unlock Laluk's power, he would achieve everything he would ever dreamed of. A smug smile spread across his face. He told Laluk to behave like a good lab rat. He needed Laluk's bones and soul to create the greatest spirit elixir. Sui's voice was filled with ruthless ambition and burning desire. He shouted bone elixir to unleash power. The sound echoed through the space, energy rippling like fierce waves. Laluk would not back down either. He summoned the spirit bone crown and counterattacked. Laluk struck with overwhelming force, forcing Sui to retreat. He fought with fierce determination. Each blow crashed like a tidal wave, putting Sui in real danger. In the end, Laluk killed Sui, defeating the terrifying enemy after a fierce, intense battle. With Sui's death, all the spirit elixirs were consumed by him, nothing left behind. He looked at the elixirs on the table, thinking to himself that since they were all Sui's, he could just swap the labels on a similar bottle without worrying if anyone noticed. Cut to the cross altar, where Laluk successfully brought the elixir back to his master. He looked at his master expectantly, asking about his reward for the mission. His master handed him the reward just as a notification sounded. Mission complete for cross altar escort. Earning 8,000 experience points and a bronze medal. Holding the shield in his hands, he was amazed by its quality, though only bronze. Its stats rivaled silver gear. Then he turned to his master, asking if the elixir could really make a spirit's flesh and blood grow. When old Lu asked the master about the demon medicine's abilities, the master began explaining that back then he had figured out the recipe, but lost it. Unexpectedly, he spent 15 years researching it and finally succeeded, just by adding a guiding medicine. Not only wild spirits but even dead spirits could grow flesh and blood. Old Lu was amazed, like he would just uncovered a huge secret the master had not even considered before. The master insisted that only the guiding medicine was missing, then turned to look at old Lu with a gaze that scared him. It felt like an invisible pressure weighing heavily on his mind, and he could not help but worry about what the master might ask of him next. The master said the guiding medicine was not something old Lu could absorb himself, and told him to hurry and gain a rank. Hearing this, old Lu immediately nodded in agreement. He was filled with determination, not just for power, but to prove himself to the master and face the challenges ahead. Scene shifts to the Fubang trading market. Mingayat turns to Ivy, asking if they really have to join the fight for the first hero order. Her words full of worry and confusion. Mingayat adds that finding strong people is already tough for their current level. Competing for the hero order is too hard. Later, their one TV just won, so there is no need to go all out for the first one. Ivy listens seriously and replies that danger always comes with great rewards. The first hero order does not just boost guild members' stats by 50%, it also officially announces the founding of the first guild in the Xi Kingdom area. Her eyes shine with determination, excitement spreading through her words. Ivy continues, saying the first title will be famous nationwide, and the strong attribute bonuses will attract tons of players to join Si Kim Mun Hun. This is their hope to revive Si Kim Mun Hun. Min Gayet says most top players have already been recruited by Kung Long and Zakai Fabula to fight for the first hero order. Where can we find suitable people? Ivy replies, not sure. What about that guy I mentioned before, the one with the spear? KMX. How is he? Min Gayet says Chime is very strong, both in action and character. Totally trustworthy. She once invited him to join the guild, but unfortunately, he declined. Ivy emphasizes that in the top 10, only Chemse is not in a guild. If they can recruit him, it would be a huge boost for them. She feels attracting him is necessary and decides to try again. Min Gayet feels reassured by Ivy and decides to introduce Chameksa to her. She believes meeting him will bring great opportunities for both sides. Ivy reassures Min Gayet that she is fully aware of the situation. After all, Si Kigamung Hun still has all of them here, and her words give Min Gayet more confidence. Suddenly, an announcement rings out. The bronze shield with the highest bid will be sold, catching both their attention. Min Gayet pulls Ivy toward the auction. Ivy stresses that their priority now is to upgrade their gear and get as strong as possible. Min Gayet nods in agreement and mentions Ivy's blackened shield is outdated. Over there, it seems someone is auctioning a bronze shield. They rush over, excited about the chance to upgrade their power. At the scene, they see the bronze shield glinting in the light, the seller standing confidently beside it, claiming it is genuine, top quality, and very helpful in battle. Min Gayet is surprised to recognize the seller as Chimekse, who is equally surprised to see her after so long. Ivy just stares at them, confused about what is going on. Min Gayet curiously asks why he is wearing a mask. He explains he has many enemies and wears it as protection, and he is selling gear to make some extra money. He also tells Ivy she can feel free to check out the items. Ivy shyly asks the price of the shield. Kaimexa praises her for her good eye, saying it is the best shield for sale at 50 Vin. Ivy is surprised because this bronze shield has stats equivalent to a silver shield, which usually sells for 80 Vin on the market, so why only 50 Vin? He smiles and says it is because Min Gayet brought her, and it is like a special deal. Min Gayet laughs happily and thanks Chimexa. Ivy slammed her shield on the table. Starling Kich Chamsa. She introduced herself as the leader of Sword Dream Soul and invited him to join their guild. Luxtran sat up straight after hearing that he wanted to, but not right now. After some thought, he shook his head and declined, saying he had his own plans. But Ivy did not give up and kept trying to persuade him. She said Sword Dream Soul really needed skilled fighters like him, and that he could name any condition she would meet it. Luxtran frowned coldly and said this time she was not recruiting him just to grab the first hero order. But since they could not even find the level 60 boss, it was pointless. Saying that, he stood and started to leave. But Ivy quickly pulled out a golden compass and handed it to him. He glanced at it briefly, then shook his head and refused. He warned her the compass was just basic stuff. Sword Dream Soul strength was too weak. Joining the race for the hero order would only lead to ruin. She was a rational leader and would know how to make the right call. With that, he turned and left. Ivy watched his retreating figure, determined she would not give up. A little way down the road, Luxtran muttered quietly to himself, Ivy better keep her team safe. I will bring back that first hero order for Sword Dream Soul. After parting ways with Ivy, Luxtran went elsewhere to find quests, but most places only had monster hunts with no PC missions, and leveling up was painfully slow. Meanwhile, his Spirit Beast King had been revived but was not very useful anymore. He needed to replace it with something stronger. Just then, a sudden cry for help came from behind, making Luxtran spin around in surprise. A red-haired girl was running toward him, chased by some high-level monsters. She was Han Gayat Hong, a level 44 archer. Han Gayat Hong ran straight to Luxtran, shouting for help. Luxtran immediately activated his attack and struck down the two monsters chasing her. To his surprise, they died instantly. They only had a little AP left. He asked her suspiciously why she ran if one more skill would be killed them. Hanu Gayat Hong clung to him, admitting she was scared and would not have fought if it was not a quest. Luftran raised an eyebrow, and she quickly said she would share the quest rewards with him. He hesitated but agreed. If the boss did not drop anything, she would get just one item, the rest would be his. Stuck on him right away. Hearing that, Hanu Gayat Hong stepped back, eyes sparkling, promising to follow his lead completely. Actually, Luxtran's main goal was the level increase this quest gave, more efficient than just grinding monsters. Soon after, they set off on the quest, and every monster that tried to block their way was swiftly taken down by Luxtran. Hanu Gayat Hong watched with admiration. He sliced through monsters like they were nothing. So impressive. Luxtran frowned and looked at her again. This girl was a bit of a handful. He coldly reminded her they were deep in the Demon Valley now, where bosses could appear anytime. As a level 44 archer, she should chip in, but instead she pouted, saying she was scared and only felt safe sticking close to him. Luxtran sighed in defeat. Where did this scheming girl even come from? But he had no choice but to keep moving deeper in. As they went further, thick fog appeared ahead. Luxtran stayed alert, looking around cautiously. It was coming. Hanu Gayat Hong nervously asked what it was, scared out of her mind. He had to protect her no matter what. When the fog cleared, a figure appeared holding a blood-red spirit. Was a level 50 demon general who immediately attacked Luxtran and Hanu Gayat Hong. The demon general's speed shocked Luxtran, who quickly shoved Hanu Gayat Hong aside. Almost instantly, the demon general swung its spear where they would just stood. Luxtran twisted his body, striking the demon general's back while it was not ready to block, but it did not falter and immediately counterattacked. Its spear hit, causing him to lose a lot of EP. Luxtran put distance between them and fell into thought. Meanwhile, Hanu Gayat Hong watched the fight and was frustrated. She was almost wiped out by the boss. Yet young Master Long still asked her to recruit him. She immediately pulled back her ally, ready to take down the boss. But right then, a shocking twist happened that terrified her. Luxtran suddenly sped up, activating a spinning slash toward the demon general. The boss could not keep up with his crazy speed and lost a good chunk of AP. At that moment, the demon general's body changed, activating the warlord skill, boosting lifesteal by 1%, attack power by 1%, and attack speed by 2%. Luftran was not phased at all. Even 200% attack speed was not faster than him. He was not getting delayed. Without missing a beat, he charged in again. The clang of metal sparks flew from their fierce clash. Both were desperate to finish each other off quickly. At this moment, Luxtran's eyes burned with battle hunger. They moved like flashing bullets in the air, making the surrounding players dizzy just watching. This speed is insane. What is going on? She is ranked 4th in the Ice City for offense and defense. Yet she can't keep up with him, even with eagle eyes active. She only saw blurs. At this speed, she suspects Luxtran might be part of a top-tier guild. Luxtran did not care about her guesses and kept focusing on attacking the boss. The demon general activated its skill again and rushed forward, but Luxtran quickly raised his ghost armor to defend. Still, the boss attack pierced through the armor, He hurriedly activated Mercy and it actually blocked the hit. He laughed triumphantly. Mercy did not just block small monsters' hits. It blocked the boss's strike too. Then he slammed the boss's pain away and attacked again with his spinning slash. That combo dealt nearly 3,000 critical damage to the boss. And just like that, he finished it off. The other Ice City players were stunned. He alone took down a level 50 boss. That is just insane. Luxtran relaxed his grip and glanced back at the Ice City players, mocking her for not even trying. As soon as she noticed his gaze, she quickly changed her attitude, acting all clingy and praising him for not letting her fight. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Long Han Thien Het and Lamjiathan were watching Luxtran and the others. Lamjiathan was a bit annoyed, complaining that he only called her here to watch this. He chuckled softly and started stirring trouble, saying she did not trust Luxtran and he wanted to show her his true colors. But sadly, she knew Luxtran's true self way better than him. She scoffed, calling his petty sabotage ridiculous. Long Han Thien Het did not give up either, suggesting they team up to form the biggest guild in the country. Lamjiathan shot him a look, warning him to stop talking nonsense. Whether it is him, Dokba, or the Bamboo Dragon Guild from other zones, they will all get crushed by her snow silver sword step by step. Saying that, she stomped out, but after just a few steps, someone called out, telling her that overconfidence sometimes only hurts herself and drags the Snow Silver Sword Guild down a cliff. Lamjiathan basically ignored him, did not even look back, and told him to keep those words to himself. She hurried away, still fuming inside. Luxtran actually dared to hug someone else. She was about to explode with jealousy. Luxtran, who was about to pick up Lut, suddenly heard someone call out who was waiting for him. Hanugai Honk, standing nearby, asked with concern if he was feeling sick. Luxtran lazily told her to stop pretending. The mission and loot were already divided. If she wanted something, just say it straight. But she kept acting. She looked all pitiful, saying she only cared about him, so why was he snapping at her? Luxtran scoffed, exposing her fake act. She was holding a rare bow. She is a female archer who once took down a level 48 boss, but got chased by 2 little monsters. And this girl just hugged him the moment she saw him. Definitely had an agenda. Hanugai at Hong, the top female archer of the Ice City Guild. Hearing that, Hanugai at Hong pretended to be shocked, saying, "You have seen through me from the start. Sorry. I just wanted to invite you to join the guild." Luxtran, hearing her tone, could not help but roll his eyes and told her to stop. Hanugai at Hong did not give up and kept persuading him. "You have seen it, 2 solo players rarely get good missions, but our guild gets them easily. With your strength, you can control everything in the guild, even that girl." And she even flew out looking all seductive. Luxtran was so annoyed he straight up pointed his sword at her neck, warning her to stay away. He was not interested in joining the guild, so she could either leave or die here. Hanugai at Hong got scared by his move and stepped back, calling him a clueless blockhead. After scolding him, she ran off. Otherwise, he really would be struck her. She was no match. Once she left, Luxtran finally breathed a sigh of relief. That nuisance was gone. Now, he wanted to see if he could summon this boss. Thinking that, he placed his hand on the back of the Demon General, and a purple energy flowed out. Soon enough, the shadowy purple figure of the Demon General appeared. He would actually succeeded in summoning the spirit into the Demon General form. Luxtran was pretty pleased. He noticed that right now, he could only have 1 spirit at a time, and when he summoned a new spirit, the lower level one would automatically vanish. Once he became Asura, everything would be under his feet. But just as he was feeling confident, the screen in front of him suddenly went pitch black, leaving him confused. It was Zaptam taking his device, grumbling that he was crazy, playing games without eating or sleeping. Sure, he wanted to try hard, but not to this extreme. Don't he want to live anymore? Hearing that, Luxtran raised his hands in surrender, admitting he was wrong but said the hero quest was urgent, so he rushed. Zaptam reluctantly said it was not just about them. The whole city of Bang, and even the entire Z Nation, were involved. Rushing 1T solve anything. Luxtran sighed lightly. Exactly, because it involved all of Z country. He was worried. Each region had a starting hero quest, but only the first guild to get it in the area could earn the Z Nation title. He did not want it falling into someone else's hands. Zaptam patted his shoulder reassuringly. Everyone wanted that. In other areas, there were 2 or 3 top guild members leading pros to fight bosses on 2 makeup servers, loot dropping every 2 hours. But the hero quest still had not appeared. Luxtran knew that too. That was the catch. Only bosses level 60 and above could drop the hero quest. But no one knew where or which boss would drop it. Zaptam bit his lip fiercely, then said they not only had to kill bosses in their current zone, but also be faster than other regions. Trying hard was necessary, but luck was what really mattered. Damn those game designers. Luxtran furrowed his brows, thinking, luck, huh, do I even have any? While he was still pondering, Zaptam pushed his chair back toward his room, telling him to get some sleep and stay alive first. Luxtran nodded, saying he got it. After pushing him inside, Zaptam closed the door behind him. But then Zaptam went to check on Kong Tun Kok's room, and sure enough, he could still hear him playing games. Zaptam gritted his teeth in frustration, muttering that these guys were crazy. Without Luxtran, this place would be total chaos. Meanwhile, in the living room of Guyot Tower, Doc Bai Dao and Feng Han Thian had arranged to meet. Doc Bai Dao quietly said it was lucky he arrived early to catch an entertaining show. Feng Han Thian opened a bottle of wine and then started teasing Luck Tran, calling him a stinky, stiff block no one, not even Guide Hong, could handle. Doc Bai Dao bluntly said Luck Tran would not be tempted by benefits or seduction. The sweet talk others used on Lam Jiet then in him just would not work. Feng Han Thian scoffed. If it did not work, then the guy was just a coward. So he wanted to team up with Doc Bai Dao. But Doc Bai Dao was not very interested in dealing with those two blocks. Feng Han Thian smiled and shook his head, saying he meant teaming up to snatch the first hero quest. Hearing that, Doc Bai Dao perked up a bit and asked how he wanted to cooperate. Feng Han Thian took a sip of wine and casually said that although Doc Bai was the strongest guild in Bang City, compared to top guilds with masters of great fame, they were still a bit weak. Doc Bai Dao could not match them in killing bosses faster or more efficiently. For example, if 4 bosses showed up in Bang City, Doc Bai could at most take down 2. Kong Long would get 1, but if the last boss dropped the hero quest, they would be exposed. Doc Dao thought over what he said, then raised an eyebrow and asked if he meant combining reserves from both sides to grab the 4th boss. Feng Han Thian nodded reluctantly, wanting each side to pull out a third of their forces to focus on stealing the last boss. If those two manage to control all the bosses, their chances of grabbing the first hero medal will definitely skyrocket. Duba Dao furrowed his brow, hesitated for a moment, then agreed, but said who gets the last hero medal depends on each person's skill. Hang Chenxia chuckled softly and said he was straightforward. In the end, both sides still clinked glasses and happily agreed to cooperate. At the city square in Bang, 3 members of the Blood Legion were gathered there. Gong Sun Yu gave a big bag to 13, full of gems and gear he handed over. Lu Chen laughed and said there are only 24 in the Ancient Sword Dream Soul Guild. No way to swallow them all. 50 shares should be more than enough. 13 sighed helplessly. That was a thing from a few days ago. Hanin used a compass app to team up with smaller guilds, forming the Ancient Sword Alliance. Now with 200 members, 500 shares might still not be enough. Lu Chen was startled when he heard that. Is this for real? 13 nodded firmly. This morning when 13 logged in, they were farming level 60 sunboxes and probably needed more food now. Lu Chen got more and more worried. Level 60 sunboxes. 13 looked at him helplessly. This morning the news that the Ancient Sword Dream Soul King had returned dominated the Newfix forum for 30 minutes. He even told him to check the forum for info. 13 immediately opened his device to search for news. But then another group suddenly panicked and shouted, catching their attention. Before long, 13 found the news but looked grim and told Lu Chen to check it out. Lu Chen asked skeptically if he found it that fast. Let him see. But what he saw was news he wished he had not. The headline was blindingly bright, making it seem like the former king had risen. But it was Du Bei and Quang Long who ended up reaping the rewards. Lu Chen saw the Ancient Sword Dream Soul members being crushed by the Hanxia gang and immediately scowled. He clenched his teeth and muttered the names Du Bei and Quang Long, making the 213 beside him a bit nervous. But soon he changed his mind. He wanted to go there and fight to reclaim the dream. 13 immediately stopped him, telling him to stay calm and think about what he is planning before going. Someone he barely met, like the Chia Kich Chamsao or even Lu Chen who has not been seen in a while. Gong Sun Gu nodded in agreement. They should plan carefully first. Lu Chen's rage hit its peak. He could not stay calm anymore. But then someone poked the hornet's nest. The group nearby kept mocking Ancient Sword Dream Soul, saying they were pathetic and got crushed easily by Quang Long and Du Ba. Looks like there is no coming back for them. What a shame for the beautiful guild leader. Those words reached Lu Chen and set him off. He stormed over, grabbed the neck of the guy who spoke, demanding him to explain what happened with Ancient Sword Dream Soul again. They said, "You ain't seen the coffin? Do not shed tears yet." Repeated that Ancient Sword Dream Soul was worthless. And when they asked what that had to do with him, they said none of his business. Lu Chen got so fired up he wanted to punch someone, but luckily 13 ran up, hugged him, and told him to stay calm and think of a solution. The two guys took the chance and ran off. At that moment, Gong Sun Gu suddenly called him over and said Du Bei was live streaming a boss fight. Too tempting, right? Isn't he scared of getting robbed? Lu Chen startled and rushed over to check the news. Then he clenched his teeth and cursed they were not scared, because they would already figured no one would dare show up. But he dared. Those guys were dead meat today. No doubt. Gong Sun Gu read his mind and patted his shoulder, saying he would go with him. Lu Chen felt touched. True brothers. Lu Chen said he would steal the boss right during Dubia's live stream, and asked 13, who was on the forum, to let everyone know the Blood Legion mercenaries dared to rob Dubi. 13 did not hesitate and agreed, saying just leave it to him. I'm a palace breaker. Lu Chen and Gugu Zi arrived, along with Lu Chen's ghost general. Lu Chen scoped out the situation a bit, then suggested using his skill to sneak in first. When the boss' health dropped to 1/7, Gong Sun Gu would charge in and trigger the boss's rage. Gong Sun Gu nodded quietly in agreement. Lu Chen squinted at Du Bei, the war god fighting the boss. This jerk stole the boss, and then insulted Ancient Sword Dream Soul. At that moment, Du Bei the war god laughed loudly. Super cocky. The boss was sealed by his continuous magic curse skill, and he told everyone to rush in instantly. A horde of Newbies people charged toward the boss, ready to take it down. Sadly, life is not a dream. A terrifying scene unfolded before them. Lutran appeared from behind, ambushing the lone Dominator battle god. He was out for this bastard's life. One slash from him took a huge chunk of the lone Dominator's health. His strikes were lightning fast. The enemy could not keep up, repeatedly getting slashed. Lutran's eyes burned with hatred. The tip's enough. Time for the finishing blow. Without hesitation, he activated True Kill and sliced off the lone Dominator battle god's head. After dealing with one, Lutran glanced at the lone Dominator blade behind him. The guy recognized him. Lutran said coldly, "That boss belongs to our blood tax squad now." The lone Dominator cavalry glared angrily at Lutran for the sneak attack and his attitude. The lone Dominator blade stopped the cavalry, pretending calm as he said, "How many have you made an example of? Yet here you are. Coming alone. Gotta admit, you are brave. Too bad you should not be here. Why not stick to taxing? Not good enough." Lutran sneered. "Stealing from others is fine, but getting robbed back makes you mad." Lone Dominator's crew was trying to stretch chains tight to trap the boss. Meanwhile, Lutran attacked the lone Dominator blade, who defended with his blade. The lone Dominator blade asked who was backing Lutran this time. Lutran just scoffed. Punishing scumbags does not need anyone's orders. Then, he immediately summoned the Spirit Valley child. As he spoke, not only did the Spirit Valley appear, but the Great Ghost General showed up, starting to attack the level 60 boss. Seeing this, the lone Dominator crew panicked. The Spirit Valley child even had a level 50 summon. How was this summon stronger than the players? The lone Dominator blade noticed the chaos and, seeing Lutran distracted, struck down immediately. But by the time the lone Dominator blade realized what was happening, it was already too late. He took a hit from Lutran's sword, and the lone war god was shocked and called out to him. But Lutran activated his charm and delivered the finishing blow. Lutran stood coldly, calmly saying some things should not be pushed too far, and if anyone's to blame, it is the one who messed with the wrong person. Outside, Mingayet's group watched the fight closely. Mingayet smiled, saying she knew he could do it. Lamgeo then was running over to him, wanting to help. Others watching the battle were also focused on Lutran. It was about time someone taught the lone war god a lesson. But the lone war god's 4 top fighters still had 3 left, so they hoped he could pull it off. Not long after their cheers rang out, he would already taken down 3 in a row. What kind of master was that? Then he took down 2 more, wiping out the lone war god's lackeys. His summoned creatures were all defeated. Inside the game, Lutran had defeated the last one. Their whole squad was wiped out by his team, only the boss remained. Lutran frowned at the giant boss, then signaled the 2 behind him to step up. At that moment, the eyes of the Fiel Knight suddenly glowed red, and the aura around him shifted. He entered Berserk mode. Defense dropped 25%, but attack jumped 50%. The 3 of them startled and stepped back, keeping their distance. Lutran panicked, asking how a level 65 boss with rage could be this terrifying. The Fiel Knight lunged at the 3 of them, and Lutran hurriedly told everyone to dodge. The Fiel Knight swung his sword fiercely, lightning crackling along the blade. The 3 of them stared wide-eyed in horror at the scene. Suddenly, the Demon General appeared in front of the 2 Luttrans. To their amazement, the Demon General drew his sword to block the Fiel Knight's attack. The lightning from the Fiel Knight's blade packed a heavy punch, but the Demon General gritted his teeth and held firm. When the lightning on the Knight's sword began to fade, the Demon General launched a counterattack, striking the remaining bolts. Kong Tunkok watched in awe. Impressed by Lutran's healing, his summon took a brutal hit from the boss, and still held strong. Lutran glanced at the Demon General, then calmly said the Demon General's true strength was just starting to show. He immediately ordered the Demon General to attack. As soon as he finished speaking, the Demon General activated the General's 100 battle skill, doubling his attack speed. The Demon General dashed forward like a lightning bolt, fiercely attacking the Fiel Knight, his sword slashing non-stop. The Fiel Knight could not dodge in time. The speed was so fast it was just a blur, suffering heavy damage. The Knight was forced to retreat, trying to avoid the Demon General's attacks without fighting back. But the Demon General did not give him the chance, swinging his sword relentlessly and significantly lowering the Knight's health. The 2 Luttrans behind took advantage of this opening, attacking fiercely and leaving the Fiel Knight with no escape. Outside, the spectators could not help but admire the scene. Level 50 summons completely overpowering a level 65 boss. Add the spear-wielding Chimexe and the top-tier Demon Valley warrior from the mercenary group, and it looked like victory was guaranteed. The Lone War God's expression darkened. This spirit sword warrior was truly unstoppable. One summon was enough to take down the boss, but the Poison 3 riders did not think that way. Even though their summoned beast sacrificed 99% of its blood for a powerful attack, there was no room for even the smallest mistake. That is right, General Qi could not afford any slip-ups in this battle, but nothing as perfect, and the Fiel Knight was already launching a counterattack. One fierce strike from it instantly killed General Qi. The Fiel Knight retracted its attack, glaring coldly at the 2 Lutran warriors. From afar, Gongsun Valley fired a blazing attack, though it dealt damage. It was not enough to be decisive. The knight blocked his next strike as well. At the same time, Luxtren used the mercy skill to dash in, though he missed. It set him up perfectly for the next attack. Luxtren triggered a critical charm skill on the finishing blow. Even Kong Tung Kok was not spared. He unleashed his strongest move, Spirit Glash. Two powerful energy beams from the skill flashed past the Broken Lance Knight, instantly sending him to the afterlife. Thanks to that, Luxtren leveled up to 50, and the Demon Valley rose to level 48. After defeating the Broken Lance Knight, loot started dropping too, but the place was starting to collapse. So Luxtren quickly urged the Demon Valley to loot fast, and get out. Any delay would mean missing the teleport. They began grabbing loot, and this time the teleport could take them anywhere within the Frost Zone. But the best thing Luxtren got was the Lucky Compass, definitely a blessing from the heavens. After looting, Luxtren activated the teleport and vanished, and the Demon Valley was thrilled too. This run was a huge win for them, but they did not notice someone sneaking behind, ready to ambush. It was Doc Badao. He wanted that Lucky Compass for himself. Luxtren turned around with a smug smile, mocking Doc Badao like a boss. Doc Badao thought he was about to take Luxtren down, but he just swung at thin air. Luxtren and Demon Valley vanished in a flash. Lamjit, then watching from outside, chuckled softly, then ran up and poked Doc Badao in the ribs. A sneaky move, for sure. Min Gayet was thrilled too. He would made it. Ivy nodded quietly beside him. Looks like the players in the Frost Zone were finally getting fierce. She was right. The crowd watching the fight cheered wildly. Doc Badao finally slipped up. Luxtren and Demon Valley had shaken the entire Frost Zone. Doc Badao's crew was furious. If Luxtren really got the hero's order, the Bloody Mercs would become the top force in the Frost Zone. Doc Bei and Kong Long would not let that slide, but Luxtren was too unpredictable to plan against. In the Frost Zone city, the battle to steal the boss from Luxtren's team made the Bloody Mercs famous. Their orders were lined up all the way to Paris, making that Tam extremely happy. Plus, the forums were flooded with news about them right now. Demon Valley whispered excitedly in that Tam's ear. That fight was awesome. That Tam nodded. Having watched the live stream, it was impressive. Then that Tam looked at Luxtren with a smile. We are one step closer to the hero's order. Aren't you excited? Luxtren nodded quietly. Of course he was excited. He would been waiting for this moment forever, to claim the hero's order and restore the glory of the ancient sword soul. But right then, the system suddenly updated. That Tam frowned. This update was trying to corner Ancient Sword's soul. The new rule said you needed over 100 members to use the hero's order, but Ancient Sword's soul and the Bloody Mercs only had 15. Still, once they got the hero's order, hitting 100 members would be easy. He would waited too long for them to reclaim the top spot. Just then, 3 gunshots rang out behind them, making them jump. It was Lam Jiet, then congratulating them on stealing Doc Bei's boss and snagging the special Lucky Compass. Doc Bei and Kuang Long would surely explode with rage. Luxtren saw her and smirked. You showed up just in time. Lam Jiet then grinned, saying she wanted to back him up, but he was too fast and already teleported away. She felt her effort was wasted. Seeing the two talking, Demon Valley tactfully asked if they should stay here. That Tam chuckled mysteriously. They are discussing something important. As members of the Bloody Mercs, of course they have to be here. Lam Jiet then finally got to the point. Did you see the world announcement just now? Luxtren just nodded quietly. Lam Jiet then winked and offered. Why do not you hand over the hero's order to me? I will pay you 1,000 gold. Luxtren refused without hesitation. He could not give it up. The old rule was clear. Whoever defeated the boss got the hero's order. Lam Jiet then frowned, her expression serious now. Getting the hero's order was useless for the Bloody Mercs right now. While he was busy recruiting in other zones, another guild had already been formed. Luxtren just laughed it off. Lam Jiet then stared at him for a long moment, then sighed reluctantly. Stick to the old way, she thought, but wondered if the guild he planned to form was actually the Bloody Mercs. Just then, the World Forum posted another announcement. That Tam raised an eyebrow and asked, why are there so many announcements today? Looks like a lot of big events are happening this time. The Bamboo Shadow Chaos had also received the lucky directive, and was instantly stunned upon seeing the group. Luxtren raised his eyebrows slightly. So the opponent this time is him again. Lam Jitten, sensing the urgency, immediately agreed and went to gather all the people from Tayat Nigan Sam. Luxtren shook his head lightly. No time to waste. Whoever arrives within 3 minutes can come, and he will cover the teleportation fee. At this moment, Luxtren was filled with fighting spirit. Bamboo Shadow Chaos, let us see who is laughing last this time. A moment later, with just 1 minute left, he told everyone to get ready. When the time comes, they would teleport immediately. 13 quickly prepared resurrection tools and special equipment from the warehouse, and Lam Jitten was fully ready too. Luxtren told them to stock up on supplies as much as possible. Grabbing the first hero token was worth spending all their resources. By then, Taidangan Sam's people had teleported here, 5 led by Than the Hong Hong. Then the Hong Hong warmly held Lam Jitten's hand, laughing that she had pushed the team too hard. Too many people could not make it in time. Lam Jitten helplessly said there was no other way Bamboo Dragon might catch up, and if they waited any longer, it would be too late. Then the Ho Hong Hong thought for a moment before saying there was still time she would just move to a clone in the Scarlet Flame area. And Bamboo Dragon's group was currently blocked by Kin Than Lak. Then, a battle was underway. Hearing this, Lam Jayton suggested to Luk Tran that they could take their time, but Luk Tran shook his head firmly. Kin Than Lak then could not stop Bamboo Shadow Chaos. And if Bamboo Shadow Chaos got blocked, so would they? No waiting. They had to move now on the Great Prairie. At the entrance of the Earth Cave, Lux Tran led everyone there with a teleport scroll. But there was nothing in front of them that raised suspicion. However, Lux Tran had a compass to guide them and immediately pulled it out, the pointer aimed at a path just ahead. Not far away. Confident, Lux Tran said, "This is it. No mistake." He told everyone to get ready. The entrance was about to open. Then he pressed the needle on the compass. And in a blink, a dazzling blue light shot out ahead of them. Excited, Lux Tran laughed. "Let us all take down the level 70 boss together." Lux Tran's group stepped through the door. The compass opened, and the dim interior startled them a bit. Lux Tran told them to hold formation and stay alert. Suddenly, the tunnel's embedded torches flared to life. 13 asked, "Is this their way of welcoming us?" With the torchlight guiding them, they moved much faster. But the level 70 boss dungeon was pretty sprawling. After a while, they finally reached the Demon Earth Cave. Sitting on the throne in the main hall was the boss. Lux Tran warned his warrior team to act according to plan. The boss remained still. This was the level 70 Blood Earth Warlord, with a whopping 40,000 health potions. The toughest among them had just over 1,000 health potions. The group was too scared to speak. Lux Tran's group stayed alert, waiting for the boss to make a move. A second later, the boss suddenly rose from the throne, the Ghost Valley Sun shielding in front of Gong Sun Cox. The Blood Earth Warlord hurled his sword fiercely at them, moving so fast no one could keep up. Lam Jayton hurriedly used his shell skill to help Gong Sun Cock defend, while Gong Sun Cock activated his ghost armor for protection. But one strike from the Blood Earth Warlord shattered everything. Lux Tran was horrified. It was just one hit to take down Gong Sun Cox, who was defending with skill and muscles. That was insanely strong. He immediately ordered Gong Sun Cock to resurrect, then used a resurrection orb that could be activated within 10 seconds. Gong Sun Cock quickly used it. He would sold half his fortune for these 6 orbs, and had to be careful with them. Gong Sun Cock shouted fiercely, and his health potions rapidly refilled. But at that moment, the Blood Earth Warlord's sword swung down. Lux Tran shouted for him to be careful. Gong Sun Cock was startled and dodged quickly, but the boss's sword struck without hesitation, smashing the ground beneath. Gong Sun Cock scrambled out of the rubble, breathing a sigh of relief. He would almost been done for. By then, Tayat Engen Sam's people were relentlessly attacking. The clash of swords, magic, and energy crackled through the air. But to the boss, it was just an itch. The damage barely registered. Lam and Lux Tran felt something was off, so they both activated their skills. Lu Quang Tram and Chu Nan, at the same time. No wonder they are top-tier players. Their damage output was way higher than the others, especially Lux Tran. He even doubted the damage he was dealing. This must be the power of a golden weapon. His damage had doubled. He nodded in satisfaction. Right after, Tayat Engen Sam's team launched a full-on assault on the big boss, activating a bunch of skills. Boom! An explosion rocked the underground lair, flames blazing everywhere. But the big boss was unfazed. In a flash, it used its ring to block the fairy blast. Seeing this, Lam urgently said they had to make every second count. But they hit a roadblock. Lux Tran told her to stay calm, and then called for Thap Tam. Thap Tam shouted for everyone to clear out and slammed down his massive war hammer. The clash echoed sharply as the boss ring shattered into pieces. Seizing the moment, Lux Tran, Lam, and Kong Tun Kok charged forward together. The three unleashed their skills simultaneously, sending shockwaves pounding at the big boss. But then, a sudden twist. Tayat and Sam's crew rushed to attack it. Too late though. The big boss unleashed its blazing form, flames erupting wildly all around. Then the Hong 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 warned everyone to fall back carefully. Lux Tran frowned. This fire was too intense. Even magical attacks were getting burned away. And it was not over. The big boss used another skill, raising its hand as the flames started crackling and dancing in the air. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into the fiery shadow of a Holong dragon. Shocked, Lux Tran shouted out it was about to wipe them all out with one strike. The massive fire dragon roared, its red eyes blazing like wildfire, spewing a wall of flames that engulfed everything nearby. Cham Kinche raised his sword, eyes locked on the fire dragon, and shouted a decisive order. Close in for melee. Pull back ranged attacks. The flames roared fiercer, charging toward the trio, who quickly turned and fled. While running, they heard Thap Tam shout, Turning back, they saw Thap Tam lying flat on the ground, surrounded by flames. Cham Kin ordered Kwai Kok Tu and Fong Sak Huyen Tu to heal everyone quickly and restore their status. Suddenly, the underground warlord appeared behind them, swinging a blazing red sword toward Cham Kan. Kwai Kok Tu sensed the danger and shouted, "Boss, watch out!" Just as the red sword was about to strike Cham Kan's head, Fong Sak Huyen Tu rushed in to block it. Purple and red light collided, causing a massive explosion. The blast threw everyone back. Thap Tam cried out in pain, "Mom, Just one hit and is this strong. The Blood Earth Battle King's skill is so powerful it wiped out all the healing items around. Up 318, up 451, up 211, up 175 drained continuously. 13 was stunned by the sheer strength. This boss fire damage is insane. Even the level 50 healing potions of Old Lu are about to give out. At that moment, Chamkin pulled out a skill card, while the Demon General is still tanking the boss. It is our chance to strike. Chamkin's card glowed blue. Boss of fire is mine now. I will create the opening. It was the Equipment Enhancement skill card. A notification popped up, introducing the Equipment Enhancement skill. Boosts weapon stats by 200% for 8 seconds. Chamkin's sword turned blue. Snowflakes appearing around it. Another notification showed a rare Ice Spirit golden artifact item, boosting the user's ice attack by 21%. Meanwhile, the Blood Earth Battle King was slashing down one of Chamkin's summoned spirits. Moving closer to him, Fongsak Huan-tu looked worried. Senior, be careful. The Demon Valley disciple shouted beside him. Boss, move up. Chamkin activated the card's power. Ice Fury struck with 2145 damage as he unleashed an Ice Spirit blade that sliced straight into the Blood Earth Battle King's face. Snowflakes and ice chunks flew at him. He clutched his face in pain. Ice completely surrounded him. He could only tilt his head back and scream in agony. A notification appeared describing the War General skill. The Undead Demon General loses 90% AP, gains 90% lifesteal, 90% attack power, and 189% speed. Seizing the moment, a spirit rushed in and slashed him, dealing 1,112 beat damage. Spirits kept attacking relentlessly, catching him off guard, but he was not an easy target. After a brief surprise, he counterattacked with a flurry of sword strikes, killing the spirits. Seeing this, Chamkin did not hesitate and charged straight at him. Ice Demon Chu Ren and Bright Flame Twin Strike. He unleashed two non-stop slashes, drained 611 GP and left the enemy defenseless. A giant hailstorm crashed down on the Blood Earth Battle King, knocking him far back and sending him crashing to the ground. A notification introduced the Armor Breaking Formation skill card, reducing the target's magic resistance by 50% for 30 seconds, costing 60. The Blood Earth Battle King lay sprawled on the rocks, weakened. Circles of colorful formation runes appeared around him. Skill card info popped up again, describing the Armor Breaking Formation that reduces defense by 50% for 30 seconds, costing 60. Another notification revealed the Weakening Formation skill card, reducing all target stats by 10% for 30 seconds, costing 75p. The Blood Earth Battle King had not given up. He woke up with yellow sparks all over his body, slammed his sword into the ground, and gritted his teeth in fury. 13 held 3 skill cards. Looking at them in shock. Only 30 seconds left? Everyone, hurry up. Fongsak Huan-tu's eyes burned with determination. No more holding back. The Sixfold Thunder skill card. She drew out a purple card, which radiated violet lightning surrounding her. A notification introduced the Thunder God skill card. Each card shoots out 3 bolts of lightning, costing 80p. The Thunder cards began to charge. Violet lightning pierced through the blue, yellow, and red formation circles, unleashing powerful bolts. They struck the Blood Earth Battle King directly, draining his AP repeatedly. 852, 852, 852, then again 852, 852. Chamkin stayed sharp, raising his sword and signaling everyone. Attack from a distance. Boost your damage. Then the Hong 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 took the order and launched her attack, Faithful Arrow Storm. Each arrow glowing with blue light. The Loving Night Mage immediately supported with Water Flow Blade. Streams of water rising one after another. The Cold Wave Fighter summoned a hailstorm. The Lord cast Fireball Magic, sending blazing fireballs flying. The Food Mage whipped up the wind and unleashed a violent tornado, a massive vortex appearing. The Blood Earth Battle King was hit repeatedly, losing huge amounts of P. 1756, 1418, 1113. The assault never stopped. He took hits from all sides of P. 871, up 811, up 118, up 138, up 518. After the attack, the boss's health dropped to just 16,501. Everyone was shocked to see this and could not help but exclaim, this last assault worked. Just one more hit and we can take down the boss. The Crimson Blood Warlord was staggering, sweating, gritting his teeth as he held his sword to defend himself. But this guy's strength was not a joke. He immediately raised his sword, and the red glow of his blade flared up again. He slammed the sword into the ground, sparking flames. Everyone, be alert. His eyes turned yellow, like red spider lilies blooming, and the group got trapped inside glowing red circles, forcing them to quickly defend. Suddenly, flames burst from beneath the feet of the group and Fengxi Xuan too, setting the ground ablaze. The group yelled out, "Move! Quickly!" The Crimson Blood Warlord's flames seemed unstoppable. He laughed loudly. Haha! While burning everything around, announcements rang out one after another. Player Beloved Knight is dead. Player Void Sea is dead. Spirit Demon General is dead. 13 looked terrified. But the group, Fengsik Shuan and Ghost Valley Sun rushed forward to protect him. The group ordered 13 to revive the others. Got it? He replied, rushing forward holding the skill card Ambush King. The Ambush King skill boosts attack speed and movement speed by 25% for 3 minutes. The group gained the Ambush King skill and charged like an arrow, wielding a heavy hammer firmly in hand. The hammer slammed straight into the boss, making him spray blood. P dropped by 918. The boss' left arm was sliced in two, blood splattering everywhere. He screamed in pain, clutching his severed arm with his other hand. Announcements. Player Beloved Knight revived. Player Void Sea revived. The group was filled with confidence. Victory was near. They recalled their pets and launched a final fierce attack. The revived players charged at the boss. Leading the charge was the group, with Feng Xiexuan 2 and Ghost Valley Sun close behind, while a few others rushed into attack. Beloved Knight, Flowing Light Slash, and Bright Flame Spirit Strike. The trio's combined attack knocked the boss down. After that joint assault, the boss AP was down to just 9,787. He sat on the ground, grinding his teeth in pain, but surprisingly, he had not given up yet. His eyes suddenly released a golden aura, the Legion Core. A fireball appeared, and the trio had no idea what it was. Even I was surprised by this skill so twisted. Who would have guessed it could also heal? The summoned spirits were healing just like the group's members, except they were red and looked fierce. One spirit flexed and shouted, "Kill!" Even the mages were healing the same way. They obeyed orders and charged at the group. The leader issued commands. Split the battlefield. I will hold back the 2 strongest clones. You lead the fastest group to clean up the battlefield. Feng Xiexuan 2 acknowledged the order. Watch this. She swung her sword, golden light radiating from the blade. Her slash emitted a blinding light, cutting directly into the clones, causing them to lose AP instantly. HP 174. Up 112. Up 147. Meanwhile, the group was fighting their own clones and Feng Xiexuan 2's clones. His strike shocked and stunned them. The clones quickly retreated to dodge his attacks, while he fought and wondered what differences existed between the clones and their originals. Feng Xiexuan 2's clone unleashed Flowing Flame Light Slash, while the group's clone used Flowing Flame Great Scythe as they both charged him. Watching their moves, he realized both had the same resentment as themselves. Seems like they only replicated skills without consciousness. He dodged to the side. I will dodge. The 2 clones swung and missed as they lunged forward. The clone spun around. Feng Xiexuan 2's clone flipped and stabbed at him with a dagger, but he quickly raised his sword to block. The clone attacked without hesitation, flying like a dart. He was stunned. One person, take down one first, he thought. Even though they are clones, they seem stronger than the originals in some ways. The clones keep attacking non-stop, so Chamkin can only defend without counter-attacking. Suddenly, Chamkin's clone raises his sword and charges at him, aiming for a hit on his head. Chamkin can't do anything but dodge backward to avoid the blow. This is too dangerous. Surprise attack. The clone of Feng Xiexuan Tong stabs him from behind, dropping his AP by 118. Chamkin's clone quickly lands another strike, and his AP drops by another 234, taking 2 hits right in the gut. Chamkin falls down, groaning. This is what it feels like when others hit us. It really hurts. Suddenly, there is something over there, a flash of golden light, then blue light. Chamkin wonders what it could be. That is, turns out the Earth Blood War King is healing, gaining 20 hit repeatedly. 20 again, and again his AP has risen to 9,880. Seeing this, Chamkin realizes things are not looking good. Feng Xiexuan Tong beside him is worried too. The boss is healing. Chamkin knows they can't hold them off any longer. Although the boss heals small amounts continuously, it adds up over time. Trouble is growing. The clones are rushing toward the 2 of them, shouting, "Kill!" In no time, Chamkin and Feng Xiexuan Tong are surrounded by clones, forced to stand back to defend. Suddenly, a notification pops up. The boss just healed and is back with 1,443 AP. Player Vong Tin has died. Hearing this, Chamkin and Feng Xiexuan Tong are shocked. While fighting the clones, Chamkin suggests they have to strike fast and hard. They are outnumbered, but the boss healed a P1 TB huge. This is their only shot to beat Truck Long. Feng Xiexuan Tong agrees. Hang in there, Senior. Taking the cue, she looks at Thaptam, who is preparing. Senior Thaptam, revive Vong Tin. Mage, full power ice magic attack. Thaptam nod. Got it. Chamkin struggles to hold off the clones' attacks. He thinks to himself, I have to be faster. Only by being faster can I get the hero's order. Defeat Truck Long and win against Truck and Lone. Then he takes off flying. Purple light flashes repeatedly, but it is still not enough. He needs to be even faster. He rushes at his own clone, slashing twice in a row, but the clone blocks both. Still not enough. Chamkin stops. Still no plan to counter them. Suddenly, he grabs his head. The 2 clones standing there do not understand what is happening. Chamkin yells, "My head hurts so bad." Thaptam, fighting nearby. Hears the scream and turns to look. La luck, Dap Tam freezes at the scene. Chamkin's clone strikes his shoulder with a blazing fire sword. Chamkin weakly collapses. Calling out, Dap Tam. There is a notification, player Chich Kich Chamsai has died. Hearing this, Dap Tam panics and tries to rush to Chamkin, but does not notice his own clone sneaking up behind him. Luckily, Fongsak Huentong arrives just in time, slashing Dap Tam's clone away. She shouts, La luck. Revive him. Trustworthy senior. Dap Tam's face lights up as if he has just escaped death. A message appears. Mom. Chamkin stands up like he has been resurrected. Surrounded by purple light, his heartbeat starts again. Chamkin has revived. But this time it is different. He seems stronger. Chamkin's clone charges to strike him, but suddenly freezes, eyes wide in shock. Chamkin unleashes a series of sword strikes, hitting the clone too fast for him to block. The clone shatters into many pieces, head flies off, legs kick up, even the sword hand is chopped off. After finishing off the clone, Chamkin rubs his sword. That was close. He looks into the blade's reflection softly. Finally, Ayat Fongsak Huentong watches the scene. Puzzled, why do I feel the senior is stronger after reviving? His speed was insane just now. Standing beside her, Dap Tam wipes tears. It is not just strength, he says with a calm smile. The war god Lakshan has returned. Laluk's sluggishness is gone. Taking advantage of the war god's return, Chamkin immediately dashes straight toward the Earth Blood War King. Something was burning on the boss' head, making him clutch his head in pain. A red warning message popped up on the screen. A glowing circle appeared above the boss' head, splitting his head in two, causing blood to pour out while draining his energy. The Blood War King entered a fear state, his body surrounded by fairy damage. At that moment, Chamkin's sword blocked the boss' slash. Chamkin's power exploded. Attack up 25%, speed up 20%, defense down 20%. He kept dealing damage to the Blood War King, whose AP kept dropping. Now 216, then 228. The boss looked weak, only raising his hands to block. Every hit chipped away at his health faster and faster. Up now 441, then 412, then 428, then 431. He no longer stood tall. This was his strongest form. Fongsak Huentong and Kwai Kok too rushed over to help. She glanced at Kwai Kok and said, speed up 20%, that is all. Damage at 4,000. The Blood War King staggered from the hit, barely recovering before Dap Tam and Kwai Kok Tu charged in. Dap Tam struck with his mighty hammer, while Kwai Kok Tu hit with the demon god's hammer, hitting the boss hard. His AP dropped again. 418. Then 311. Chamkang rushed in too, but unfortunately missed. The boss' AP was down to just 2,917. He glanced behind him, plotting something. Suddenly, he spun around, sword raised, and counterattacked Chamkang. Chamkin watched him rush in, his face completely calm. With total focus, damage at 2,917. Chamkin landed several solid hits to the boss' stomach. The boss could only scream in pain. A message popped up. The player lost 50% of their health to deal damage equal to 10% of the enemy's max AP. Another message appeared. Hero S tears. Then another. Fongsak Huentong, Dap Tam, Tu, and the mage group all saw this and cheered wildly. We did it. Victory. They all smiled excitedly. Chamkang stood right at the boss' side, raising his sword proudly when suddenly, the boss' body burst into flames. The Blood War King's head split in two, releasing many glowing orbs. Chamkang was curious, was there something special inside? Then Chamkin shouted, that is definitely Hero's Tears. Loads of loot coming our way. Everyone behind quickly ran over to grab the loot. Chamkang caught a huge glowing red orb. He lifted it high. It shone brilliantly. Someone in the group urged him, hurry, check if it is Hero's Tears inside. The loot glowed, and a golden token appeared, sparkling in Chamkang's hand. Fongsak Huentong was mesmerized, reaching out to grab it. Item info. Chamkang handed the token to Fongsak Huentong. She immediately raised it high. A big one, Hero's Tears. Its glow caught everyone's attention. Scene shifted to an old house. A message appeared. Guild leaders with over 100 members can use Heroes tokens to officially establish their guilds and claim rewards and official guild bonuses. Hurry up! Hero S tokens. Fongsak Huentong, Dap Tam, and Chamkang stood before the house. Fongsak used a Hero's token. The snowy guild leader's guild emblem appeared. Dap Tam grinned, flexing his fingers. Damn, this is exciting. Even Chuck Long and Kindan's epic battle was not this fast. Chamkang behind him was amazed too. Then he shouted, no way! Sua Chuck is crazy this time. I am winning. Dap Tam laughed loudly, showing off his muscles. Haha! Fongsak Huentong walked with them, covering her face. Embarrassed by these two, scene switched to the Red Point area, the Hellibus Demon Palace. World announcement. At 2:29 on September 1st, 2035. In country, player Chuck and Lone officially established the second official guild. Chuck Long, in the Z Country server. Damn it! A guy wearing red gloves shouted angrily while his subordinates hung their heads. And we are only second place. Another spoke up. Tying him. What guild is that? We have never heard of them. Isn't he that just some nobody? He said this while checking the Tayat Neganam info board. A long-haired blonde replied, Tayat Neganam is the third-ranked guild in the Fubang region, with only about 100 members. This blonde was Light Fong En. He explained, the Truck Long guild's leader, Fong Sakyuan-tu, is a top et. There is also another top player in Fubang named Triat Kich Tram C. They are close allies, and these two are leading the charge this time. Fong Sakyuan-tu, Triat Kich and Tayat Neganam. Light Fong En looked down at the crowd below. Everyone's faces were grim. Since the Soul Sword came out, Truck Long has never lost. He smirked and muttered, Truck Long Guild, Truck and then he spread his hands and said, but this time, we are second. Come on, Dong Denho, defeat Tayat Neganam. Truck Long is the strongest. Cut to the wild jungle area, where Min and Gayat clung to guild leader later Nahat Fuong in surprise. Truck Long got beaten and fell to second place. Haha, after 2 years, there is finally a guild that can challenge Truck Long. Guild leader Lei the Nat Fuong laughed loudly. Min Gayat kept chatting, thinking they were just stealing the boss's power, but unexpectedly Trick Catch Tremixa helped us defend twice. Net Fung replied cheerfully, the first hero's order has been claimed, but there is still the second one. The third one, the Wild Dragons contest, will be even more intense. We need to be ready, Min Guide asked. The second hero's order 1T be as wild and crazy as the first one. Right? Trick Catch Tremixa 1T just abandon us. Will he? That girl's still determined. Maybe we should try again. Cut to Wild Dragon headquarters. Long Hunding Haste office. He is furious, shouting at the top of his lungs. Damn it! How could a bunch of useless players let Tite Engen and snatch the hero's order? He did not know who to take his anger out on and kicked over the desk. Wild Dragon is full of incompetence, too angry to think straight. He kicked again, then hugged his leg and cried out, I want to recruit new people. Meanwhile, Bilian Dio was punching some trees in frustration, cursing those useless players. Kim Shnam could not even protect it. What a mess. That hero's order should be ours. The top guild title belongs to Date B. He stayed up all night, punching a tree until it broke in half. I want Trick Catch Tremexa to pay for this. His black-clad underling was startled, reporting that Trick Catch Tremexa often operates alone with mysterious moves. Cut to Fiabang City. Someone's voice echoes. We need to plan this carefully. A bulletin appears. World announcement: the second guild, Trex Long of Country Z, grants all members 20% extra physical resistance. Everyone was stunned. Tite Engenum has become the top guild in the Z region. Faces turned pale in disbelief. They have even surpassed the strongest guild. Treski Long. The influence is huge. The top guild's boost is insane, 50% extra attribute points. And it applies to 2 categories. Everyone raised their hands cheering. Why join that Dragon's Wrath or Gvvv guild when Tite Ingen Am is the real deal? Meanwhile, Daptam was holding a bag full of gold, eyes sparkling with a bright smile. High-quality magic stones. No wonder it is a level 70 boss. Even the rings and jewelry were platinum grade. The mage group behind him was smiling happily. Brother, you nailed it. More announcements popped up. Jackpot. 500 gold coins, that is a fortune. Item info. Platinum equipment from the Underworld King Realm. Plus 150 GP. Kugfifizi lifted his spear. Plus 15 attack speed. Plus 4 luck. Feng Skaho and Hifeng could not hide her joy, smiling as she looked at her sword. It adds a chance to trigger a fire effect on each attack. Item info. Golden Light Sword. 125 160 attack. Plus 30 strength. Plus 250 GP. Boosts fire and light attack attributes for the user. Attacking enemies with both light and fire attributes can cause a double damage storm effect. Usable at level 50, a notice appeared. Platinum earrings from the Underworld King Realm. Feng Saja Home Tefan turned to Lesitron and proposed. Senior, Tite Engenum wants to invite you to join once more. Lesitron Sip increased by 100. After hearing her offer, he just scratched his head, looking a bit conflicted. Feng Ske Hon Tifeng continued. I get why you hesitate. You have your own goals. Before, we could always watch each other's backs. Join us, and the entire Tite Ingen M guild will have your back. Tremsa was silent, hesitant, thinking it over. She had not given up yet. I understand what worries you. Once you join Tite Ingen and M, everyone in Height Stecken Bin will be free. You have led the strongest guild before, and you have the experience. Tite Ingen M just became #1 and still has many things to improve. We need your help to get there. Thuptam spoke up. You're the boss of Height Seki Dean Bin. We follow you. Kufu CT Grease too. Wherever you go, we go. Trumsa was deeply moved. Behind them, Thuptam and Ku Sifti high-fived happily. This looks like a done deal. Then he spoke up. Hatsroom Bun requests to join Tite Engyan and him. We hope the guild leader will approve. Cut to the Bang City Hall. Trumsai is currently training in the arena. The person training with him is Feng Such Hein Tefeng. He throws a surprise move and flies toward Feng Six. She is gripping her sword tightly. Her expression is serious as ever. He nudges her, trying to distract her, but she stays focused since the moment I could defeat her. Then she swings her sword a razor-sharp slash. Incredibly powerful. The pressure is intense, but she does not hit Lai Si Tron. He dodges quickly, leaving her stunned and confused. He tells her, defeating me is not enough. She turns around suspiciously. What? She keeps charging but can T-land a hit. The senior speed has increased, making it hard to track his moves. Lai Si Tron seizes the chance to counterattack. But this strike is useless against me. He barely raises his sword to block. That is not all. Jit stops attacking, holding her sword in one hand and a dagger in the other, seemingly calculating something. Suddenly, she slashes 4 times at Lai Si Tron, but he dodges every attack at a speed faster than light. Jit is shocked by his skill. Impossible. How could he dodge all my strikes at such close range? But when she lets her guard down, Lai Si Tron charges, his sword radiating a terrifying red energy. Jit can only stand there and take it. The sword grazes her shoulder. She gasps. It is. Training session ends. Jit admits defeat. I lost. I always thought the senior was strong, but now I truly see it firsthand. Then she tosses Lee Tron a token. Senior, this is the token I got from defeating a boss earlier. I had some offline stuff to handle. Lai Si Tron holds the token. Feeling its energy radiated is a golden grade token. As he looks at it, he recalls Jit's face. Strength plus 16. A P plus 160, attack speed plus 16. Lai Si Tron step outside now. His glowing aura looks powerful. In the distance, the mage Thanthe Hedging approaches him. They stare at each other in surprise. Mage luck plus 6. And Lai Si Tron has a 5% lifesteal boost. Mage Egren is amazed to see Lai Si Tron with the golden token, which has shadow attributes. All the stats fit her perfectly. Jit really cared. Feels like the slowpoke's lost for good. He scratches his face. I am really bad. Eng Henning is also surprised to see him outside the arena. She asks, Senior Chich, you are finally out. Where's Jit? Cut to Min, Guide, and her friend. Seems like they are running into trouble. A message pops up. She has to go offline for a bit. What is the rush? What happened? The guild leader Net Fung reports. Our people got ambushed by Zuti B again. This is the 10th time. Net Fighting is furious. Every time Lai Si BA waits there, they run off as soon as our rescue squad arrives. It seems they are not after us. A message arrives. Because the ones ITBA wants is me. This is all because of me. You should not interfere, says B though. Frowning, if you blame anyone, blame your bad luck for teaming up with the tight Ingen M group. It is your own fault. Guild leader Net Fung sneers. You could not beat the top guilds. So now you are taking it out on low-level members. You guys are pathetic. B then Leo, hit right in the nerve, flies into a rage and charges. You are asking for death. Net Fung knows he can't win, so she raises her shield to block the attack. Suddenly, someone's foot kicks B and Thean Leo right in the face. The kick sends him flying, landing with a heavy thud. His minions get blasted away by the force. It is Chech Kech Chemixa. He tells 2 girls to take cover behind him, looking cool. He yells, B then Leo, you deserve to die. Zifif B, you keep trampling on my rules again and again. B then Leo, bleeding from the kick, sneers, haha, Chech Kizamps. You are finally not the boss's favorite son anymore. Before he can finish, his frown deepens. As if he has realized something, Chemixa bolts forward like a bullet, taking out several light tech B minions with precision. A guy got beat down by you so badly he was stuck on the floor. Totally frozen, only able to scream out, Big brother. Seeing that, Bathian Dao gritted his teeth in anger. Bathian Dao was still confident. Last time we succeeded by ambushing that guy. This time he will die here. His men surrounded Chamexa carefully. A guy with a green spear tried to stab you from behind, but you caught it, holding his spear tight so he could not move. Then you sliced him clean, sending his head flying. Another guy appeared behind you, but how could he land a hit on you? You took off like a bird, darting past each enemy before they could react. One guy you slashed was frozen stiff, stunned like glue. Net Fudrum watched you fight with a familiar feeling and asked Menguyat. That move, and the way he reacted just now, it is so familiar. Menguyat agreed. Yeah. It is really familiar. Suddenly, she shouted, Watch out! Huge chunks of ice and rock are falling toward Chemixa, but you did not even flinch. You kept darting like a spear, taking out enemies one by one. Suddenly, an archer appeared and unleashed a barrage of arrows straight at Chamsa. You looked up at the arrow storm speeding towards you, then you weaved through every arrow with ease. Your eyes locked on the enemy. The henchman watched, mouths agape in pure terror. Chi Ju Nen. You rush in like that, and they are basically done for. One said. In note, you finished off the Steel Yo guys except for the last one. Bathian Dao was so furious she screamed, sending rocks flying. Chamsa looked at Han and asked, Done talking. Any last word? Bathian Dao gritted her teeth, thinking, what just happened? Are all our war gods dead already? And clenched his fists, his face darkening. Why does this always happen to Chamsa? Han yelled, you stole our boss, our hero's token, and the top guild spot. I want to let this slide. We are the sole rulers of the ice domain. You say you are second, but no one else dares say they are first. You blatantly challenge me. Who do you think you are? What gives you the right? Han charged with his sword, shouting, I want you dead. Chamsa easily dodged Han's slash to the side. You shot back. What gives me the right? Before you could finish, Han cut you off, because you are weak, and swung again. You dodged and told Han to shut up. Han's eyes turned red with fury. You raised your sword, your words like a declaration. Weak people show off weak moves. Reality is, if you are weak, you just need to train harder. The strong swallow the weak. If you lose, you accept it. Then you launch the cheetah and move at hand. Hurt my friend, and you owe blood for blood. That was the end for Bathian Dao. Net Fujung was shocked by your words and exclaimed, those words. She called out, stepping closer to you. Trum Sang heard her but stayed silent, unable to believe someone recognized you. Net Fujung suddenly grabbed your hand. She asked, are you Luffy-chun? You played dumb? Pretending not to know, the guild leader Net Fujung explained. That move and those words, only Luffy-chun would do that. You turned to her, asking, is that right? Is that right? Then you pointed at yourself. You really think I am Luxi-chun? Haha! Awesome. You grabbed her hand with a grateful look. Les-chun is my idol. I have been copying him for so long. But you were the first to say I am like him. Net Fujung was speechless. He stepped back and Min Nugite came to hold Net Fujung's hand. Cheeser, Net Fung bowed shyly. Sorry, I made a mistake. You really look just like Leffy-chun. Thanks for helping us this time. I really appreciate you stepping in to help this time. You quickly replied, no need to thank me. After all, you got caught up in the fight between Shu Yin sect and the Poisoned Overlord. Then you looked over at the fallen warriors. The Poisoned Overlord's about to revive, better scatter fast. I Fang nodded. Got it. You glared at Bathian Dao lying on the ground and warned, remember my words. Bathian Dao, if you dare mess with Shu Yin sect or the Soul Sword sect again, I will hunt you down and kill you. I mean every word. Two of Nat Fueng's subordinates looked at you with admiration. Chich Chich, you are so cool. Pure boss energy. Chich Chich really is strong. Able to take on 5 of the main fighters from Doc B, of course. Chich Chich, currently #1 on the heaven ranking. They watched your figure disappear into the distance. Unable to hide their awe, one of them asked, Chich Chich, do you have some time later? Could you help us level up? You politely declined. Sorry, I have got some things to handle at Oplight. I will head out now. Cut to Lactran's office. He is lying on the bed, hand on his forehead, deep in thought. Boss, I really want to tell her I am Lactran. To tell her I am still alive. To cry and laugh with her together. We will bring Kim Monghan back to its peak. You stared at your hand and sighed. You talked to your hand. A messed up form like this still wants to see her. Then you lowered your hand to cover one eye. Being alone is enough. Your phone rings with a Chinese ringtone. Someone's calling you. The caller said, I am Odamun Gayat. I know you are Lactran. I will be waiting for you at Tam Nguyen Cave before noon. You jolted, shouting hello. Hello? But the other side had already hung up. You fell silent, thinking, what has to happen? Will happen. At noon in Tam Nguyen Cave, Lactran was talking with a girl inside. The girl told you, don't look around anymore. It is just the two of us here, meeting in secret. You replied, it is my first time in a fancy cave like this. I am just curious. I ordered you an Americano. Hope you like it. You answered, good coffee is worth it. This girl was from Gee's company. She looked at you and said, since you came to meet me, it seems you admit you are Lactran. You held your coffee cup and simply said, General Thancha, reporting for duty. She sipped her coffee and continued, I am Odamun Gayat. You asked, Min Gayat, how did you recognize me? Your question surprised her. Without hesitation, she answered, don't forget, Ivy are top executives at Jez. Ivy's even the president of the Asia division. She took another sip of coffee and explained further. Did you think your words yesterday could fool us? Min Gayat put down her cup, and you asked, so Ivy knows now. She replied, you are really overthinking. If Ivy knew, why would only I be here today? At that moment, you handed her a file. She asked, so what is this big secret that made you fake your death to avoid us? Min Gayat read the file, eyes wide in shock. Speechless, you explained, this is my medical report. Look it over. She tossed the file onto the table. You are sick. Lactran quickly rolled up his sleeve to show her the red rash and explained, it is more than that. I can hardly be called alive now. Have you ever seen a healthy person with a rash like this? Min Gayat was stunned, then wiped the rash on your arm, thinking you were lying. But the rash was real. It would not come off. You continued, I have to get injections regularly just to stay alive. That is why I had to fake my death from the boss. Min Gayet put her hand to her forehead. Thoughtful. You know why? Because when they thought you were dead, Ivy fell into deep guilt, almost developed autism. She had to rely on sleeping pills every day. Bringing Ki Munghan back to its prime became her obsession. You listened, lost in thought. Boss, Min Gayet advised. That is not fair to her. You have to come with me to see her. Whatever's hard, we can face it together. Meanwhile, two people behind you overheard everything and were worried about you. You just answered. I know, but I am in pain too. I want to see the boss, but I do not know when I will die. Could I really let her see me die again? After hearing that, Min Nguyen seemed to notice something. She focused on a blonde guy carrying coffee while talking on the phone. Suddenly, the mood got heavy. Lefitron and Nguyen looked down, while the blonde guy brought coffee over to them, like he was passing along some info. Lefitron spoke up. Min Nguyen, just pretend I am already dead and help me keep this secret. Okay? Min Nguyen kept her head down, deep in thought. She gripped her coffee cup tight and nodded. Alright, I will do it. Min Nguyen, in real life, I will need you to take care of the boss more. In the game, I will help bring the ancient sword dream spirit back to its peak. But you just joined the Snow Tier sect, right? So what is your deal with Feng Eska Hein Ti Feng? He answered, I am only temporarily with Snow Tier sect. But in his mind appeared an image of Jit Jit linking arms with him, both laughing happily. He confirmed, Feng said He Hun Fin and I only have a title alliance. Min Nguyen looked doubtful. Really just a simple title alliance. Lesitron stayed silent, not explaining further. Scene shifts into the game at the Forest of Death's Thurn. Lesitron is fighting a wild Diu Ri. Thinking, what exactly is his relationship with Jit Jit? Is it just a title alliance? Then he stabbed the Diu Ri straight in the head. The foe winced but replied, yeah, we are just title allies. A world announcement popped up. Player Feng Sich Heian Tifeng leveled up to 53 and reached first heaven rank. Ambushed. But Lefitron quickly blocked an arrow aimed straight at Min. He realized Min was attacked from afar, but did not know who did it. Lesitron turned around to find the attacker, sensing someone rushing right toward him. The guy wore a sleeveless shirt and had glowing red eyes. Charging straight at Lesitron, swinging his sword wildly. Seeing the attacker's look, Lesitron figured he was a warrior. Despite the relentless attacks, Lesitron dodged every strike. As he prepared to land, two arrows suddenly shot straight at Lefitron. After handling those arrows, Lesitron realized there was not just a warrior here, there was also an archer. Looking around, he spotted a vague figure in the distance. It was Nepis, the top commander of the Blood Dance Legion. Tight Vi, she was ready. Bow drawn, aiming straight at Lefitron. The warrior who attacked Lesitron was the top captain of the Dark Guard in the Blood Dance Legion. Lin Les. He appeared behind Lesitron, preparing a finishing strike. Lesitron tried to get them to stop and listen. Wait, we are all on the same side. I am from Dia Line 2. But the attackers did not stop. The warrior kept striking, but luckily Lesitron dodged without injury. Seeing the speed of his enemy's sword, Lesitron was frustrated. It seemed this guy just ignored everything anyone said. The warrior lunged at Lesitron like a hunter zeroing in on his prey, swinging his sword down hard. But Lesitron blocked it with his sword. At that moment, he knew if he did not counterattack, death was certain. Lesitron gathered his strength to strike back. He slashed hard, aiming at the warrior, but the enemy dodged the attack smoothly. Lesitron could not believe his eyes. Jit Jit could not dodge this attack, but this guy did it so easily. The enemy raised his sword, calling Letron and his kind lowly Dialine scum, then charged to take his life. During the next three attacks, Lesitron tried to dodge but felt worse as the speed kept increasing. He could not avoid them anymore. Seeing he could not dodge, Lesitron prepared to counterattack, but two arrows suddenly appeared right behind him. By the time he noticed the arrows were aimed at him, it was too late to dodge. Lesitron could not predict which arrow to evade first. Outside, there was an archer. In front, a warrior. Lesitron knew this warrior was way stronger than him. Plus the archer was the Legion commander, always ready for battle. The warrior swung his sword at Lesitron. Knowing he could not win, Lesitron did not know how to respond. Lesitron knew that no matter how much he explained, the other side would not listen. Plus, whether he fought or not, he already knew the outcome, but he still chose to risk it all. They both charged at each other, neither backing down, swinging their swords fiercely. It was like if one did not kill the other, he himself would suffer that fate. Suddenly, the warrior felt like he was being used, as if a sharp pain was creeping in. It turned out Lesitron's last strike had wounded him. Seeing his teammate injured, the crossbow girl called out to him, Lun Lak. Meanwhile, Lesitron's blue sword seemed determined to kill Lin Lak on its own, moving without Lesitron's control. Fortunately, Lesitron regained control and shouted for it to stop immediately. Only when the blue sword fell still did Lesitron calm down, realizing that a moment longer and Lin Lak would have died. Suvi, witnessing the chaos, slowly lowered her companion and noticed something strange. She was surprised that this Lin could risk taking damage, and that she had to pull her sword back too. Luktran looked at Shuva. Only now did she believe he was not some ruthless Lin from Hanbangport. But before she could reach him, she suddenly collapsed with a loud crack, leaving Luktran confused. Luktran stood silently, staring at the two people who could be killed him anytime, now so easily falling without a word. A delicious, perfectly round loaf of bread appeared. Nothing could beat Vietnamese bread. After hearing their explanation, Luktran realized they wanted to turn him into a man-eating Lin from Hanbangport, but he did not blame them. Luktran admitted he came from Hanbangport but never ate human flesh, and those wild beasts were already dead. Suvi apologized for the misunderstanding, admitting she never expected anyone good from Hanbangport. Meanwhile, Linlak was still devouring the bread Luktran had given her. After finishing the bread, Linlak told Luktran it was magical. Just one loaf restored 50 hunger points. Luktran confidently claimed his bread was the best tasting around. Linlak agreed, saying it was even better than the special rations of the Blood Dance Legion, then asked where he got them. Luktran kept it a secret, saying it was classified, and wondered why they had rations yet still fainted from hunger. Without hesitation, Linlak said it was because Hanbangport's people secretly burned their food supplies. That is why they only went out this time to find food. Luktran was surprised by this. While Luktran was still surprised, the two seemed to regain strength after eating the bread. Suvai explained their long-standing grudge with Hanbangport, saying it was a topic too big to ignore. Their legion currently needed a huge food supply. She asked how many loaves Luktran still had. Luktran casually said his bread was limitless. He could provide as many as needed. Hearing about an endless food source, Suvai and Lak were both excited and skeptical, but Luktran would not just give it away. He said he wanted to see what kind of offer they would make. Suv agreed, saying as long as Luktran supplied the bread, the price was up to him. Hearing that, Luktran thought, a Blood Dance Legion commander and a Royal Guard captain, both big fish. If I do not bring them in, I am not Luktran. Hearing Shuvai's price, Luktran's eyes lit up with dollar signs. First she said it was a bargain. Then she made a small request. Without hesitation, Luktran laid out a list longer than a New Year's Eve prayer, leaving Shuvai and Linlak shocked, but he said for now, that was enough. Reading the demands made Linlak cringe and Suvi break into a sweat, but she still said Luktran was being too polite. System announced the escort of food supplies, a level for players, with a siege vehicle. Ready escort supplies to the Blood Dance Legion tomorrow. 1,000 loaves of bread received rewards. Skill books 2. Golden weapons. Hakon Province X2. Grand Ceremony packs. An attribute gold documents. A special document package. A grand gem package. A massive wooden document package. And a huge package of 200 gold coins. A mountain of delicious, perfectly baked bread appeared in the kitchen oven. Little Luktran was amazing. Just from one oven, she could bake bread so soft and fragrant. Luktran confidently believed that all the delicious bread he made was thanks to Tam Nai's guidance. Tam Nai also felt proud, knowing she was the only child qualified as a trainee purification pastor in the village. Luktran gave a thumbs up, thinking that was pretty awesome. She was excited, hoping that one day she would definitely become a pastor, because then Tam Nai could heal her mother's illness. Plus, when adventuring outside, she could help lots of sick or injured people. Luktran patted the little girl's head, promising they would keep that vow. Once she became a pastor, they would go on adventures together. Tam Nai eagerly agreed with Luktran's invitation, both of them clasping hands and sealing their promise. Luktran's system notified him that he had successfully accepted the vow mission. Seeing the notification, Luktran knew he would reach the SSS level mission rank, committing to help Tam to become a pastor of the Silver Moon Alliance. He never expected that this little Tam Nai would issue an SSS level mission, even though Luktran had sensed something unusual about an NPC Tam Hai before. This time his reaction triggered a top-tier secret mission from the Heavenly Sect world. Tam Nai excitedly asked if Luktran could go with her to the church to witness the rite. Suddenly, a light flashed above Luktran's head. He did not expect that such a brief moment would bring a new mission. The system announced, during the vow mission, after half an hour at the Radiant Church witnessing Tam Nai's purification ceremony to become a pastor, completing the mission would grant a mysterious reward. After reading the mission, Luktran agreed to go with Tam Nai, which made her incredibly happy, but then he sensed something was off. After all, he was a shadow spirit heading into the Radiant Church. Was not that basically a death wish? At Kadic Town's church, Tam Nai and Luktran arrived in no time. Seeing the protective barrier, Luktran thought he was doomed. The barrier was so strong, he was not sure if he could get past it or not. Meanwhile, the system also announced that the Radiant Barrier, blessed by the Radiant Goddess, was activated to defend against attacks. The Radiant Barrier can block shadow creatures under level 70 for 3 seconds and instantly destroy all shadow creatures under level 60. The system also provided info on the Sakak disguise mask item. Sakak patrol investigators used this disguise mask to perfectly blend in with humans by mimicking their attire, allowing them to hide flawlessly in the camp. Luktran said to the mask, I am counting on you. Tam Nai grabbed Luktran's hand and pulled him past the barrier, Seeing he was not affected at all, Luck Tran realized the mask was working, but before he could celebrate, Luck Tran sensed something was wrong. It turned out the radiant energy was too strong, the Sakak mask cracked. And after 3 minutes it would break completely, causing all player dark energy to be wiped out by the radiant barrier spell. After hearing the system's warning, Luck Tran could not believe the mask only lasted 3 minutes, but he quickly calmed down. Within these 3 minutes, the priority was to complete the witnessing mission, and then immediately leave the church. The system started the countdown. 2 minutes, 59.98 seconds remaining. Inside the church, Tam Hai ran to Priest Jia Jia and told him she was ready to begin the purification ceremony. Seeing Tam, Priest Jia Ji said he would prepare the purification tools and that they would start the ceremony in half an hour. He needed to get everything ready before then, but Luck Tran did not have that much time. Hearing this, he hurried to find a way. Luck Tran ran over and asked the priest what props were needed so he could help. The kind priest smiled and asked if he was Tam Nai's guardian. He thought Luck Tran was a warm, kind-hearted person and said it is rare to find someone like him nowadays. Outwardly calm, Luck Tran was actually burning inside. He told the priest that what he said was true, he really was that kind of person. So let me help you finish the ritual quickly. We are almost done, but your heart's still dragging, hurry up. The time now is 2:20:37. The priest started reading the list of items to prepare. Behind the chapel, fresh willow branches are needed, not too young, not too old. Like a flash, Luck Tran appeared behind the chapel to grab the willow branches. The second item was a cup of holy water, and the third was the priestess blessing the newborn for a stronger purification ritual. Luck Tran immediately went to get the sacred cup. Also, they had to get the ancient scriptures from the bookshelf. Handle them carefully, as they are all priceless relics. These scrolls are even older than the chapel itself, so they must be treated gently, but judging by Luck Tran's actions, he was not exactly delicate. The system announced 2 hours, 0 minutes, 41 seconds left. In just over 20 seconds, Luck Tran had gathered everything the priest needed, which usually takes 30 minutes. Luck Tran handed over all the items to the priest and urged him to start immediately. The priest began the ritual, reading from the ancient book of the great goddess, guiding this lost lamb to feel her radiant, invincible glory and become her most loyal follower. From them to them, this lost lamb will join them just as they joined them. Time left, 1 hour, 2 minutes, 18 seconds. The priest did not realize that if he dragged on, Luck Tran might die, but he calmly kept reading the entire ancient book. Meanwhile, Luck Tran was screaming inside his head, begging him to speed up and save his life. With 14 seconds left, the priest and the priestess seemed about to finish the ritual, both praising the goddess together. The system kept announcing updates, sometimes about the apprentice priest, sometimes counting down the time. As soon as the system declared the player dead, the ritual was complete. Luck Tran did not even let the priest and priestess say goodbye before bursting out in joy, shouting, "Mom, it is finally over," and grabbed the priestess' hand as they rushed out just in time. Outside the chapel, Luck Tran congratulated the priestess. She was one step closer to her dream now. At the same time, he realized his mask was about to crack and needed to leave quickly, or the priestess would definitely notice. The priestess sensed something was off about Luck Tran, but could not figure out what. She asked if he was okay. Luck Tran made up an excuse about needing fresh air, because the inside was too hot, while his mask was already showing cracks. The priestess thanked Luck Tran for witnessing her becoming an apprentice priest and handed him a gift. Seeing the bottle in her hand, Luck Tran knew it was some kind of mysterious potion. The system gave a hint to the player. The ritual was complete, and Luck Tran received the secret potion gifted by the priestess. The system added info. This mysterious potion was given by the priestess at a crucial moment and can be used by the player. Immediately after, the system warned that the mask was cracking. The cracks on Luck Tran's mask kept spreading. He knew his time was running out. Quickly, Luck Tran grabbed the mysterious potion, thanked the priestess, then made up an excuse about being busy and promised to visit her again. The priestess did not suspect a thing and told him he must come next time. Luck Tran promised he would visit soon, then left. In the wind, the priest and priestess stood there waving goodbye as Luck Tran left. She kept waving after him. At the Bloodstorm Legion base, the soldiers were training hard. After delivering the bread to the Bloodstorm Legion, Luck Tran received a huge sum of money. He thought, no wonder the Bloodstorm Legion is so generous, they are giving out high-quality bread to their soldiers. Tayatva seemed eager to work with Luck Tran, saying their survival depends on it. She promised to share a secret, and Luck Tran was surprised. Was there even better news? According to Tayat, no necromancer swordsman has ever reached level 60 in the frozen wasteland. Hearing such great news, Luck Tran was shocked. He thought, what kind of nonsense is this? Sounds like a trap. Luck Tran realized that if he can reach level 60, not only will he fail to upgrade, but his account might even get deleted. You thought your special destiny was grand and untouchable. But right ahead of you is a deep pit waiting to swallow you whole. Luxtran vaguely asked Tyatvai why she spoke to him so casually. Does that mean she already has a way to fix this? But contrary to Luxtran's hopes, Tyavi had no solution. Every undead who could not reach level 60 was dead, except for Delon at Hanbangport, who managed to break through to level 60. Luftran said nothing, lost in thought. It seemed the only way was to find Talon. Though lately something felt off, like a strange vibe in the air. Suddenly, the system notified him that his contract mission had failed. Luxtran was shocked, so that uneasy feeling was real. If the mission failed, it could only mean something bad happened to Tamneen. Without hesitation, Luxtran dashed off. Tyatvi was surprised he left and asked where he was going. He had not even picked up his reward yet. Luxtran said he had urgent business, but would come back later to collect it. Luxtran shot like an arrow toward Tamneen. He could not understand how an SS rank mission could fail. How could anything go wrong at the Honorable Guanming Church? But when he arrived, Luxtran could not believe his eyes. A horrifying scene lay before him. Everyone living there was dead. Sprawled across the ground, Luxtran immediately ran into the church. He saw the kind-hearted church leader lying on the altar. Completely lifeless, he threw open every door, calling for little Tamneen, hoping for a response. But reality crushed all hope. He could not believe what he was seeing. A terrifying scene unfolded before him. His master was chewing on Tamneen's arm like a savage beast. The master casually asked how Luxtran got here, then cruelly said it was a pity he would arrive too late. He even praised the taste of the pastors as delicious, truly something abnormal. Luxtran could no longer stay calm. His eyes turned fiery red, his anger condensed into pure power. Luxtran drew his sword and swung a powerful slash at his master. Su Lan thought Luxtran had lost his mind for daring to attack his master. Seeing Tamneen's little staff covered in blood, Luxtran tightly gripped it. He asked why Su Lan did this. Su Lan said it was obvious being a feral monster who devours humans was natural. He still could not understand why Luxtran had gone mad. Luxtran did not explain a word. All he wanted now was Su Lan's life. But Su Lan was Luxtran's master and easily countered his attack. He said Luxtran had no sense of survival, daring to challenge his own teacher. Luxtran was easily thrown back, suffering a slash to the chest. Su Lan, like a hungry demon, lunged at Luxtran with a ferocious look. This time, Luxtran countered and swung his sword up. Su Lan acted like he was bowing down in surrender. Luxtran's strike barely scratched him. It did not hurt, or even tickle. Su Lan spun around, ready to slash again. His eyes gleamed with a terrifying light. Luxtran struggled. His power still could not match Su Lan's. Seeing no sign of resistance, Su Lan raised his sword to finish Luxtran off, calling him a traitor. Luxtran had no strength left. He stood still, taking Su Lan's full blow. After that slash, Luxtran felt himself falling as Su Lan stood over him. The system immediately notified the player of death, but this time, Luxtran did not care. Suddenly, he wondered why had death never appeared through his spirit of fire before, but now it did. Seeing Su Lan reach out to grab Luxtran's spirit of fire, he felt a bad omen. His spirit of fire feared Tamneen was truly dead in the heavenly sect. Sure enough, Su Lan seized Luxtran's spirit of fire, but against Luxtran's expectations, Su Lan threw the spirit of fire back into his body. Su Lan said he was showing mercy this time, since it was Luxtran's first violation. Giving him a small lesson, he hoped Luxtran would get his act together and not lose his way. There were still missions waiting for him at Hanbingport, so he should think it through and get there sooner. After saying that, Su Lan turned and left, leaving Luxtran lying on the ground. The system also notified that Luxtran had been revived. Threads of energy appeared over his wounds. Luxtran sat up, placing his hand over the large wound Su Lan had inflicted. He looked around for little Tamneen and the other cultivators who had lost their lives here. He could not do anything to help them. Suppressing his anger, Luxtran slammed his fist down hard on the ground. After that punch, cracks began to spiderweb across the earth beneath him. Outside, the sky darkened and raindrops started falling fast, accompanied by sharp, cracking sounds. Luxtran personally buried the bodies of everyone here. He knelt before the tombstones of the pastor and Tamneen, reaching out to touch the graves. Suddenly, a voice and footsteps approached from behind, asking if these were his friends. To his surprise, it was Luxtran shyly admitted they were good friends. She was like a little sister to him. Suvai explained that the light-blocking barrier of this church had been forcibly broken by others, and even the bishop was slain. She suspected Su Lan was behind it. Luxtran immediately confirmed that was true. He asked if she found it funny that the bastard was actually his master. Suvai also revealed to Luxtran that the cannibalism at Hanbingport began with Hante and Su Lan. Luxtran was shocked. He had always thought the Yaling Hanbing gang's cannibalism was instinctual. Suvi asked if Luxtran remembered she once said no other undead were alive besides Su Lan. Luxtran had a vague idea but was not sure, so he asked Shuvi if it really was all caused by Su Lan. Suvai looked up at the pitch-black sky and began recounting events from 50 years ago. No one knew where Su Lan got a mysterious potion, said to dramatically boost undead powers, but it was just a legend. Hearing about the potion, Luxtran's mind flashed to the past. He suspected it was the undead elixir Su Lan sent him to fetch. Suvi cautiously confirmed it was true. Su Lan treated that potion like a treasure. Hen had joined forces with the demon alchemist 2Y to create it. No one knew the potion was still incomplete. 2Y tricked Su Lan into drinking it. The unfinished potion gave Su Lan flesh and blood again, breaking the skull state, but it also caused many side effects. Su Lan gradually became a bloodthirsty monster, craving flesh and losing control, sometimes even going insane. Su Lan wanted to kill 2U, but Hen still needed him to complete the potion, so the only option was to keep 2Y under close watch to finish it. Su Lan was so ruthless that people from all directions had to suppress him. In the end, they buried him at Henbingang, a place easy to defend and hard to attack, turning it into their main base, an experimental ground. Under the cruel experiments of Su Lan and 2Y, Henbangsang turned into a gathering ground for night spirits craving human flesh. Su Lan and 2Y conducted brutal experiments on the undead warriors here. There used to be many undead swordsmen, but now only a few claws remain after their torture. Not only that, they even dared to loot the undead soldiers from the Blood Dance Legion. Su Lan did not realize that I would take Han's life for it. 2Y quietly escaped, and later, no one has heard any news about Han. No one expected Su Lan to skip looking for 2Y and instead attack the Blood Dance Legion. Even Tayat V's father was killed by Su Lan. Su Lan went too far. He even executed the former commander of that legion, who was Tayat V's father. At that moment, she did not know what to do. Watching her father fall, she could only cry beside his body. Eventually, they discovered that Han's original target was the Forbidden Tu Lei authority of the Blood Dance Legion. In recent years, Su Lan, wanting to get stronger, did things that injured everyone. Lux Tran heard about his master's evil deeds and everything Tayat Vi had to endure. He was stunned and speechless. Tayat Vi thought Su Lan only went after the undead, but it turned out to be far worse than she imagined. Han even dared to attack the Light Church itself. She believes Han must have some hidden agenda behind it all. Standing before Tam Nian's grave, Lux Tran did not care what the conspiracy was. He vowed to expose Han and personally end him. Lux Tran made a proposal to Tayat. He could lead her, the Legion commander, into Henbangsang and asked for her help, but Tayat Vi stayed cautious. She asked what proof she had to trust Lux Tran. No matter what, Lux Tran was his master. Taking Han's life would secure Lux Tran's future skills and position. That was enough for him. Lux Tran also told Tayat Vi that he had just absorbed the Soul Flame, but for some reason, Han gave up. Previously, Lux Tran explained that Soul Flame evolves by absorbing souls of the same kind. Now, he is the only undead besides Han, so sooner or later, Han will come after him. Tayat Vi asked if she could really trust him. Lux Tran took out the Soul Flame to swear an oath. Facing Tayat Vi, he vowed he would get Su Lan's life at all costs. The Soul Flame in chains wrapped around Lux Tran. If he broke the oath, the flame would vanish, and he would be banished to an endless hell. Tayat Vi was shocked that Lux Tran dared to make such a serious vow. She looked at Lux Tran and praised him. "You really are a good kid. I was not wrong about you." Seeing his determination, Tayat Vi agreed. The Blood Dance Legion would stand shoulder to shoulder with Lux Tran to take down Henbangsang and get Su Lan's life. They shook hands, sealing their pact. Dawn was breaking, and the warning remained clear: break the oath, and the Soul Flame would vanish, condemning him to endless hell. Meanwhile, in Henbangsang, the remaining undead guarded warily. Off guard, they fell to a sudden attack and lost their lives. Turns out, the Blood Dance Legion had arrived. Tayat Vi asked Ling Lak if everyone had been sent out already. Ling Lak reported that the old soldier leading the volunteer squad, based on the secret plans Lux Tran provided, had sealed all secret exits. So this time, Su Lan's escape chances were slim. Holding his sword, Lux Tran muttered that the time for Su Lan to decide had come. Su Lan sat on his throne, sensing a familiar scent. His level had reached 80 now. Suddenly, a magical isolation field appeared. Countless multicolored lights shattered the huge wall. That last move drained nearly 400 of Su Lan's energy. Before he could react, hundreds of arrows shot down from above, but none of it fazed Su Lan. He stood behind a wall, dodging every arrow completely. Su Lan recognized Tayat Vi, the Legion commander, and sneered. "Long time no see. How dare you team up with my subordinate to attack me?" She slowly advanced, saying all the crimes he committed today must be paid for in full. She ordered him to surrender and accept the Blood Dance Legion's judgment. The Blood Feather Legion steadily closed the gap with Su Lan step by step. He did not understand what Tayat Vi was basing her judgment on, thinking their two battlegrounds could actually change anything. Su Lan called Lassie Tran a blockhead because of some worthless woman, daring to challenge the master who trained and guided him. But when it came down to it, Lassie Tran could not absorb the soul flame. He realized even that fire could not satisfy Su Lan's demand. Su Lan, realizing his scheme had been uncovered, lunged forward to strike back. He pointed out the small flaw Lassie Tran had finally noticed. Even though Lassie Tran's soul flame was just a bit short now, it seemed Su Lan's patience was gone. He wanted Lassie Tran to hand it over immediately. This time, Lassie Tran managed to draw his sword just before Su Lan's blade came down. Like before, he dodged the attack from his old master, determined not to let Su Lan touch his soul flame again. The Blood Feather Legion was not just standing around. Another sword suddenly stabbed Su Lan in the back. Normally, I would not approve of stabbing someone in the back, but in this case, Sulan needed to get stabbed 100 times over. Turns out that strike came from Lin Les. And by the time Sulan noticed, it was already too late. Sulan seemed done holding back. He pushed Lasitron and Lin Luck away with force. With Sulan's current power, everyone was feeling the heat. Now truly furious, his eyes blazing red, Sulan called them fools and a real nuisance. Tilting his head back, Sulan shouted for wandering spirits to come forth. From the ground, dead souls began to crawl up slowly. These corpses were likely victims of Sulan's cruel experiments who lost their lives, and now he would not even spare their bones. Tai Vaidung took her battle position and ordered the troops to release the horses immediately. The two sides charged like starving tigers. The Blood Feather Legion was determined to take every enemy life. Everyone had their own opponent. No one was left without a fight. Lasitron was not holding back either. Relying on his knowledge, he took down countless dead souls. But his real opponent was not these weak, dead souls. It was his former master, who had been sneaking attacks on him. This time, Lasitron dodged Sulan's strike. Sulan kept lunging with his sword, strike after strike aimed at Lasitron. The system suggested the Snow Silver Upper Pavilion boosts Manhwa members' movement speed by 50%. Seeing Lasitron's power surge, Sulan could not believe how much he would improve after just one absence. But Lasitron was not about to waste words on a nobody like Sulan. His only goal now was to take Sulan's life. Right then, the system introduced a new skill, the Bright Pill Slash, an elite Blood Feather Legion move that pierces defenses and deals real damage. Lasitron immediately used the new move and successfully wounded Sulan. Sulan was pushed back, confused why the Blood Feather Legion would teach Lasitron the Bright Pill Slash. But Sulan countered with Soul Seize, and the system explained this skill damages both body and mind. The enemy becomes immobilized for 0.8 seconds. Sulan used this on Lasitron, who felt something was wrong as his body froze, unable to move. Sulan then unleashed Blood Penetration Strike, confident that no matter what tricks Lasitron had, he was heading straight to hell. Just as Lasitron thought he was done for, the first squad of the Blood Feather Legion's guard, Captain the Min, struck Sulan far away with a heavy stun blow. The men rushed over to check on Lasitron, asking if he was okay. Luckily, Lasitron quickly regained his composure and said he was fine. This was the power of the team, always supporting each other. But no time to rest. Sulan stood up again after being thrown back. Electricity crackled around him as the system warned. Sulan entered full Thunder Demon mode, reducing damage taken by 50% with electric defense. Lasitron warned everyone that Sulan had prematurely advanced, and they needed to be careful. Taietvi told him not to worry because she had already protected him. Honestly, I do not even know what to say about this scene. Sulan has completely lost it, and Hen can't control his body anymore. Taietvi fired arrows filled with pure hatred, telling Sulan to quickly avenge her father before shooting fiercely at her enemy. The arrow flew straight through everything in its path, heading right for Sulan. It looks like Luktran and Taietvi are communicating silently through their eyes. At that moment, Sulan jumped down from above as Hen attacked with the Blood Demon kneeling strike against Luktran, but this time, his power was boosted, so Luktran managed to dodge the attack. Luktran felt how dangerous that was. This golden weapon is seriously terrifying. He was this close to meeting the King of Hell. The system provided info on the blood weapon item, Minkai's golden weapon, forged by the legendary weapon master Molov from the Blood Weapon Legion. It adds 500 P, 80 physical defense, 40 magic resistance, 100 mana, and creates a shield when the player's AP drops below 10 points. The shield's lock effect activates, making the player immune to damage for 2 seconds. With the shield lasting 2 hours, Luktran was in real trouble. Only 10 left. He quickly needed to heal. The system showed info for a high-grade red potion that restores 1,500 AP. Sulan charged at Luktran, who calmly opened the precious potion. Turns out Ling Lak and the Min were holding the line. Buying time to help Luktran power up, they used terrain and formation skills. It seemed like they could stop Sulan to give Luktran more time, but soon after, they were blasted away. Clearly underestimating him, that attack also shattered the bottle in Luktran's hand. Now Sulan stood right in front of Luktran, taunting him about wanting more AP, but telling him there is no chance, better go meet the King of Hell. Sulan swung a powerful strike at Luktran, whose AP was down to just 10. Luktran immediately fired a magic bullet attack, then ran out of the area. Despite running as fast as he could, he still got hit and lost a P. The system announced he failed again. Luktran's skeleton no longer glowed blue, while Sulan stood motionless. Suddenly, a golden light appeared. Luktran returned to his body. The system announced he had revived once more. Luktran came back happily outside the shelter. Yeah, that hero's aura is something else. He vowed once again not to let Sulan touch his soul flame. This time his AP was boosted by 1,980. Furious at being played, Sulan let out a roar. Sulan angrily called Luktran a bastard for daring to mess with him. But when he said that, I wonder if anyone's ever handed him a mirror. As Sulan charged at Luktran like a wild beast, a loud shout warned Luktran to dodge quickly. It was Taietvi, who came to his aid, non-stop shooting arrows at Sulan, draining a lot of his AP. Luktran dodged those arrows as if gaining strength, each shot restoring thousands of points. He praised Tyetvai for her amazing aim and skill, just as Luctran was feeling hopeful. He noticed something strange he could not understand, how this turtle had so many skills. And despite the damage Tyetvai dealt, he still had a quarter of his AP left after those attacks. Sulan was down to 26,567 AP, his armor torn to shreds. Usually, I would be cautious around so many arrows, but this was seriously intense. Sulan's anger now matched the number of people he would devour. Half of his face was a skeleton, and he declared he would take every one of them down. Sulan roared loudly, telling them to go meet the King of Hell already. The Min immediately launched a taunt attack. The system explained this skill makes enemies target the user. Sulan entered a superhuman state, rushing at the Min with a sword slash. Just one strike killed the Min, poor guy. Quiet but deadly. Luctran charged at Sulan, injuring him, and that adorable blast made Sulan lose even more AP. The two worked seamlessly together, surrounding Sulan. Like father, like son, or at least in skill, Tyetvai shot a perfect arrow straight into that bastard's face. It seemed like Sulan would be overwhelmed by that last attack. But somehow, that arrow only fueled his rage even more, though not as much as the number of enemies he has already devoured. He roared wildly, swinging his sword and smashing the spirit beads away. Luctran used a dodge skill to avoid the attack from his former master. Then he countered with a knife slash, but with Sulan's relentless fury, standing still was not an option. He unleashed a thunderous lightning strike on Luctran. That electric shock was so strong Luctran could not hold his sword anymore. The system just fed us more info. Lightning Strike is a slashing move with thunder effects that can knock weapons right out of an opponent's hand. When the blade was just a few centimeters from Luctran, this time he dodged, but instead of using his sword, Luctran threw a punch, shouting, "Sulan, are not you gonna pay for this? I'm gonna twist the story a bit here, but the outcome's the same. Alright." Instead of hitting his face, he punched the arrow deeper, and just looking at it hurts. Tyetvai kept firing more arrows at Sulan. She told Luctran to quickly use the arrows she would shot out. Without hesitation, Luctran pulled out all the arrows at once. If these were Sadius arrows, would not that be even better? Luctran kicked Sulan hard toward the wall, shattering it into 100 pieces. Sulan was like a wild beast now, unable to speak, just roaring in panic. Luctran aimed an arrow straight at Sulan's artery. He said this arrow was for the innocent souls who died unjustly. Sulan had probably lost too much blood. Writhing in pain, he grabbed Luctran's shoulder, but Luctran brushed him off. He took Sulan's hand and drove an arrow right through it. This arrow was for the warriors of the Blood Dance Legion who lost their lives to him. Tyetvai called the Blood Dance Legion outside, who were ready to pounce on Sulan like wild beasts. Luctran stabbed an arrow straight into Sulan's heart, and a hissing sound came from it. This arrow was for himself, and with the last arrow, he poured all his strength and fury into it, aiming right for Sulan's eye. Luctran drove the arrow deep into his eye. His blood bar hit 0. And only then did Luctran quietly say this arrow was for Tam Nian. The villain got the punishment he deserved. But honestly, that still felt too mild for what he would done. Once again, rays of sunlight appeared, shining down on Hanbang Kong. Luctran looked up at the sky, thinking of Tam Nian, the little girl. He wanted to send her a message. "I have avenged you." The system announced that Luctran had fulfilled his vow of the Soul Flame. The player wielding the heavy spear successfully took down the swordsman Lin Sulan and leveled up to 57. The world notification announced Luctran was now top ranked in the capital city. Everyone in the Blood Dance Legion was checking their numbers. Tyetvai thanked Luctran, saying if he had not arrived in time to keep fighting the revived spirits, the Legion would be suffered huge losses. Looking at Sulan's corpse, you could not deny how terrifying he was, a true force among the heavenly army. So how did someone like him end up gone? Luctran thought about the treasured sword, the secret scroll, the soul flame, and yet Sulan dared to shatter all 3 spoils. Luctran pulled out the soul flame and slowly absorbed it. He marveled inside. "Sulan, you always wanted to absorb my soul flame. Who would be guessed in the end? I would absorb yours instead." Looking at the wreckage of Hanbang Kong, Luctran finally realized it was truly over. Holding a blazing torch, he dropped it down, hoping this fire would burn away every crime Sulan committed. The flames roared as Luctran engulfed Hanbang Kong and Sulan completely. Scene shift to the Blood Dance Legion's main hall, bathed in sunlight. Golden rays poured in like sheets of gold over every corner, the sturdy walls reflecting light to create a dazzling, majestic scene. A woman sat holding the Tula scroll, her eyes full of confusion and worry. Unable to understand the book that cost her father his life, what secret could it possibly hide? She gently untied the strap and opened the Tula scroll. Words appeared. Tula, the strongest warrior of the Night Spirit clan, a being worthy of standing alongside the radiant divine spirit, ruler of hell, capable of commanding millions of soul warriors, wielding the power to destroy heaven and earth, master of the darkest forces, able to grant flesh and blood to the soul warriors, manipulating the power of life and death, a peerless warrior god, undefeated in battle. Among the dead spirits, the soul warriors, closest to the Night Spirit of hell, he is the only one who can advance to become Tula, which made her tremble with awe. After reading the lines, she realized that to become Tula, one must defy fate, To advance to Tula, you need to absorb 10,000 souls of the Fire Moth Soul Warriors, drink the pure blood of the Radiant Divine Spirit, and the elixir of the dead spirits from the unseen. Plus, you also need the Fire Moth Souls of the dead spirits, and those Fire Moth Souls must be from warriors of equal or higher rank. Using lower-ranked souls carries a high risk of failure. She silently thought this must be forbidden knowledge. One must not only trample on the bones of thousands of clansmen, but also drink the Radiant Divine Spirit's blood from an opposing camp. Only by such means could one achieve Tula. These revelations filled her with anxiety and fear. She thought this world now only had one Night Spirit left, Chut-Chaidems. Even though he absorbed the Fire Moth Souls of Tichu Lun, but slaughtering millions of soul warriors, drinking the Radiant Divine Spirit's blood and Dead Spirit elixir, that would be a threshold even he could not cross. As she burned the Tula scroll, she recalled that dead spirits had always been legendary. Even she who created them was now dead. Gone with Tulun and Henbang Sijin, she thought Tula would never appear in this world again. As if all hope had been snuffed out, the secrets and power of the Tula scroll were just painful memories that could never be relived. Cut to the graveyard. Chut Kaicham stood before Tivmm9's tomb. The space was silent and cold, the surrounding graves seeming to listen to his sorrow. He said he had killed Kulun to avenge Temen. But sadly, Temen's wish remained unfulfilled. Regret and rage filled him. He knew one death was not enough to settle everything. Suddenly, a prompt sounded. Congratulations, Chut Chaidems. Mission complete. Temen has been awakened. The voice carried hope and power, like a flicker of light in the darkness. He was thrilled to have reactivated the SSS mission, and that Tm could be revived. His emotions burst forth. All pain and loss seemed to vanish. Hope shining bright again. Temnin had died, and he personally buried her. If he wanted to awaken her, there was only one way. With that thought, he performed a soul-summoning ritual, heart full of determination and nervousness. Then, a skeleton's arm emerged from the grave, and a dry skeleton stepped out, leaving him stunned as his imagined soul summoning suddenly became reality. Another prompt sounded. Congratulations, you now have a permanent soul servant Tem9. The soul servant distant devil general has vanished. He wondered why the summoned soul was not a spirit but rather skeletal remains. Surprise and confusion flooded his mind, but then he realized this was the only way for Tem to return. Thinking this, he waved to her, receiving no response. He introduced himself as her big brother, full of hope, but was shocked to see Tm was now just an empty shell. He wondered what state Tm was in now, fully transformed into a soul servant, and worry welled up inside him. He searched for her info, and thought to himself that her epic level qualities might be unmatched in all of Thin Tongue. The highest pet score so far was only 80 points. Yet this little skeleton, just summoned, already scored 122 points, truly defying the heavens. He thought, even in skeletal form, she had such a heavenly defying trait. His summoning skills must have evolved. The problem is still appeared on Tm body. He wondered how many secrets she was hiding, curiosity and astonishment flashing in his eyes. A prompt sounded, announcing Tem's awakening, and that round 2 of the mission was to help her recover her lost soul. Hearing this, he gently tapped Tm's head, eyes full of questions, wondering where to start and how to bring her back whole again. Suddenly, from behind, a calm voice rang out with a hint of sarcasm. Turns out the Snow Silver Azure leader of the Few Ice Guild, Chech Trio X, has a weird hobby of grave robbing. Hearing that, he turned around, and his eyes met a man. It was none other than Luch Feng 1, the famed strategist of the Bamboo Dragon Guild's 2nd Division. Surprised, he said, I never expected the Bamboo Dragon Guild's star warrior and main general, Luch Feng Chen, to have a habit of spying on others. The voice echoed again, announcing that the servant soul of Vong Line had returned to the servant space. Luch Feng 1 said his opponent had a sharp mouth, and Chech Kech Tremse replied that big shots challenging level 70 bosses need personal time, wasting energy coming to him. Surely he is not just here to spar casually. Confidently, Luch Feng 1 said his Bamboo Dragon Guild wins wherever it fights, but the hero's token was snatched by Snow Silver Azure's Chech Katremexa in just 2 seconds, making him curious how a guild without star members could pull that off. Chech Tremexi laughed confidently. That is nothing. Who said a guild without star members can get things done? Hearing this, Luch Feng 1 said with great determination that if he could beat the Bamboo Dragon Guild, maybe he could rise even higher. Today, he would see if his strength matched his arrogance. After saying that, Luch Feng 1 launched an attack, swinging a powerful blast of energy toward his opponent. Confident that only the Bamboo Dragon Guild's leader could stop him, he planned to finish off Chechkich Tremexa in a single move. Luch Feng 1 unleashed the Dust Thorn Divine Strike, a razor-sharp wind blade aimed straight at Chechkich Tremexa, lightning fast and unstoppable. Each strike from Luch Feng Run was lightning fast, sharp, and deadly like a storm, sweeping away everything in its path. But Chechkich Tremexa blocked the attacks, leaving Luch Feng Lun shocked and doubting his own eyes. His confidence wavered seeing his opponent unflinching, firmly gripping his weapon. Chech Tree raised his sword high, steel gleaming in the light, ready to face Luchfeng's deadly counterattack. Chech Tremexa used his skill. Swift step. Moving so fast it confused Luchfeng run like a ghost slipping through the shadows, dodging every attack. Each step packed unstoppable power, overwhelming Luchfeng run with relentless pressure. Luchfeng Lun broke into a sweat facing Chech Kich Tremexa. Seeing Luchfeng Lun sweating and panicked, Chech Ki Tremexa said, "You have already lost." A simple sentence filled with certainty, making Luchfeng Lun feel like all his efforts were wasted. Unable to argue back, he added confidently and proudly, "Who says you can be top guild if you are not a star member?" Like a punch of pride and power, Luchfeng Lun could not deny the truth right before his eyes. Luchfeng Lun said he had checked out the other Snow Silver Azure members, and except for Feng Sech Hindfeng, none were that scary. His tone was full of arrogance and confidence, as if stating a fact everyone had to accept. He said Chech Tremexa skills must belong to a star member, and he could not help but doubt the true identity of Chich Tremexa. Questions about his opponent's origins and power stirred inside him. Who exactly was Chech Kich Tremexa to make him so uneasy? Coldly, Chech Kich Tremexa said Luchfeng Lun was not worthy to know his identity, then turned and walked away, leaving Luchfeng Lun dumbfounded. A mix of surprise and confusion spread through him. How could this guy be so cold and arrogant? It made him wonder about Chech Kich Tremexa's hidden strength and confidence. Standing there full of doubt and thought, Luchfeng Lun could not help but compare Chech Kich Tremexa's style and moves to Ludhife Tron. Alone, Luchfeng Lun stood furious, thinking he was a star member, a respected general, yet was easily defeated by some unknown guy. This made him incredibly frustrated, especially since the other guy was 2 ranks below him. The Windblade Regiment started doubting Tremex's identity, a strange feeling rising within him. Could this really be the legendary Lac Tran he would heard about? With that thought, the Windblade quickly decided to report to the chief, saying Lac Tran had appeared again. The presence of such a powerful figure genuinely worried him. He knew that no one but the chief could handle someone as strong as Lac Tran. He needed to alert them immediately to prepare for what was coming, but then he hesitated, thinking he could not say it out loud. Lac Tran had been silent for over a year, and the chance of him returning was slim, which made him suspicious. Could someone missing for so long just suddenly reappear? His mind flooded with questions about Tremexa's true identity. Back at the Bloodstorm Emperor's Great Hall, Tremexa arrived carrying the bone mist of TM Neen. A woman stood there, eyeing him suspiciously and asking if this was the spirit that he had agreed to transfer. Tremexa said he did not know what went wrong. He was supposed to accept Tem Niven's soul, but somehow it resurrected as a bone form instead. Worry crept over him. He could not understand why things had taken such a strange turn. The purple-haired girl said that accepting a spirit without a soul was pretty unusual. This, the first time she would ever seen something like this. Then she touched the skeleton, looked at the spirit, and said that with a spirit like this, Temin Hein's bone form was far from normal. Such a high-level trait was unheard of. She looked at Tremexa skeptically and asked if he was sure this little girl was just an ordinary trainee priest when she was alive. Her tone was full of doubt, but Tremexa insisted Temin was just a regular trainee priest, though deep down, he harbored his own suspicions. He recalled past events when Titu Lu, who always knew everything, decided to attack Temin Hien despite knowing the Radiant Church would retaliate. Maybe there really was something unusual about Temin Hien in the past, a hidden secret he still could not fully grasp. The girl smiled warmly and patted Tremexa's shoulder, telling him not to lose heart. She continued, saying this little bone mist was no ordinary creature, and its soul was definitely special. She guessed that its current body might not even be enough to contain its soul, which could explain why it appeared in this bone form. The girl seemed to read his thoughts and told him to take it along with Tremev. Then, she believed that once its body grew stronger, one day they would find a way to restore its soul. She emphasized that this journey would not just make TM Nihin stronger, but could open up new opportunities for both of them. Suddenly, a guy came running up, panicked and out of breath, shouting that the 4th Legion was in danger and urgently needed reinforcements. The atmosphere instantly tensed as everyone in the Great Hall focused on the emergency. The man reported that the exile Nilo had led 40,000 spirit warriors to invade the 4th defense zone. The defensive formation had been completely destroyed by a single human. This news made everyone in the hall tense and anxious. The purple-haired girl asked in surprise why humans were involved in a war between spirits. The man quickly replied that this human was no ordinary person. The captain of the 4th Legion's guards had been killed by him. Hearing this, Tremexa thought to himself, could this human be a player? Only a player could take down a guard captain. Kufi Bing was the only one with that kind of power besides him. Could it really be Hunan? The thought filled him with growing anxiety. The purple-haired girl ordered the troops to quickly prepare the traditional formation and get ready to move. The man immediately obeyed. Tremexa said he wanted to join them, feeling the urgency of the situation and unwilling to just stand by. The purple-haired girl nodded, agreeing with his decision and saying he could come along. Tramexa happily exclaimed that kindness really does get rewarded. This mission was giving him a boost of confidence. The scene shifted to the Venica Plains, where everyone was heading into the battlefield, thousands of bone mists lying side by side, creating a gloomy, chilling atmosphere. Seeing this, Tramexa remarked, "This is the battlefield, and there are so many fire spirits here too." The purple-haired girl said the battlefield still suits the death spirit swordsman perfectly, so it makes sense that Chichkich-Chamsa ended up here. Chichkich-Chamsa sadly realized no matter how much he absorbed, he could not feel any benefit from reality itself. The red-haired girl angrily wondered which faction this human troublemaker belonged to. Seeing Liat Fongan, Chichkich-Cham said he knew this guy, so handing him over would make things easier to handle. The girl immediately nodded, impressed by his determination, then called Linglak to join her in facing the exiled Nilua Ho. Preparing for the tense showdown ahead, they charged at each other, and Chichkich-Chamsa exclaimed, "So it really is Liat Fongan. He has already hit level 62 that fast. He has completed the 3rd transformation. No wonder he is from the Celebrity Hall. I want to let him off today," he thought. Chichkich-Chamsa lunged at Liat Fongan, determined not to miss this chance. Each step took him straight toward his target, courage and resolve pushing him forward against this strong opponent. Hem was startled and turned around, surprised to see Chichkich-Chamsa, saying, "What a coincidence running into you here." Liat Fongan said he lost to Chichkich-Chamsa before because Han was careless, but if they meet again on the battlefield this time, Han vowed he would not let him leave alive. His eyes burning with determination and challenge, ramping up the tension. Then Han unleashed the thunder-like cloak, and blue light from this power spread everywhere. But Chichkich-Chamsa was not scared. He even mocked, "That is a bit much," carefully twisting his tongue. They clashed again. Chichkich-Chamsa felt Liat Fongan's strength and skills had improved across the board, showing serious preparation and an unbreakable will. Their power sparked crackling lightning as they collided. Green and purple lights shot across the space, making the air sizzle with tension and danger at its peak. Liat Fongan then unleashed the Thornstorm dance, his eyes shining with confidence. Han said, "Let us see if you can handle this." Chichkich-Chamsa's sharp thorns flew like rain, forming a deadly white wall. Liat Fongan's power radiated brilliant green sparks, flooding the area with radiant, intense energy like rivers of light, creating unstoppable force. Chichkich-Chamsa thought to himself that Liat Fongan's burst power and speed were far beyond before, but he could still block these fierce attacks. His heartbeat raced with excitement and tension. Liat Fongan was shocked, unable to believe Chichkich-Chamsa could still stand firm against such strong assault. Surprise showed clearly on Han's face as his earlier confidence turned into doubt. Then they traded blows lightning fast, each strike sharp and powerful, slicing through the air with fierce gusts. The flashes from their attacks reflected in their eyes, catching every bead of sweat and the tense expressions on both faces. Both Chichkich-Cham and Liat Fongan gave their all, showing no weakness. The sounds of strikes echoed, reflecting their relentless will and effort in this brutal fight. Finally, Liat Fongan weakened, and Han's anger surged. This was not the outcome he wanted. Han was confused, unable to understand why he could not defeat Chichkich-Chamsa. Confidently, Chichkich-Chamsa replied, "Because I am Chichkich-Chamsa," his eyes full of determination and no mercy. Then he challenged Liat Fongan, "Han, leave your life here," asserting his power and resolve in this battle. As Chichkich-Chamsa prepared his final strike to finish Liat Fongan, Han suddenly shouted, "My life is not yours yet," then arrogantly added, "You should go play with the boss," his eyes full of challenge and mocking laughter, making the tension skyrocket. Chichkich-Cham was furious, caught off guard by this surprise. It felt like all his efforts might crumble to dust. Anger and tension surged within him as he realized things were slipping beyond his control. In the dim light, the boss' massive, rugged figure appeared, muscles carved like marble, eyes sharp like spear tips. Each powerful step shook the ground, heavy pressure rolling out like a warning of looming danger. Chichkich-Chamsa could not hide his furious anger when mentioning the treacherous Liat Fongan, as if the boss was dumping all his hatred onto him, pushing him into a deadly trap with no way out. Clenching his sword tight, Chichkich-Chamsa summoned all his strength and charged forward, each step fast and fierce like a storm, tearing everything down in its path. When he struck, a brilliant purple light erupted, slicing through the darkness like sharp rays, filling the space with a powerful, mysterious energy. He swung his sword hard at the boss, but the boss' overwhelming power was too much. Just a normal attack was not enough to break through. His legs wobbled like they were about to give out. He barely had the strength to keep standing. Lin Lut gripped her sword tightly, lipped down from above, and darted behind the boss with one clear goal: to rescue Chichkich-Chamsa. But it was too late. Boss grabbed Chichkich-Chamsa with one hand, freezing him midair. Powerless against the overwhelming force, the vicious boss hoisted him up by the neck like a ragdoll, his grip like an iron clamp, then swung him hard, sending him flying and spinning through the air. Boss raised his massive sword high, its sharp blade aimed straight at Chichkich-Chamsa. snarling, "Go die!" He panicked, a wave of despair crashing over him as he realized his strength was nearly gone, no way to block the deadly blow coming his way. The clash of metal rang out. Luckily, the purple-haired girl caught the boss's sword just in time. Her strong hands gripped the sword, blocking the sharp strike in an instant, saving them from a desperate situation. Right then, the purple-haired girl rushed over, eyes full of worry as she asked how they were doing. Lin Lukenchech. Though exhausted, reassured her they were okay and still able to fight. The purple-haired girl said the exiled enemy was really tough to deal with. They had to take him down fast, or the entire front line would collapse. Her voice was filled with worry but also determination, stressing the need to unite and overcome this challenge to protect what was left. Meanwhile, Boss sneered, "Makin, you think you can defeat me all by yourselves? The 4th Legion is already nothing but ghosts beneath the earth. Same with the 1st Legion." His arrogant, cocky tone made the air thick with tension and dread like never before. Boss threatened to use Chechkachcham XSS spearhead to sacrifice the 4th Legion's cells. His eyes cold and merciless, his words stabbed deep into Chechkachcham XS mind. Boss gripped his sword with all his might, the blade gleaming cold and sharp, ready to unleash a devastating strike. He threw powerful punches, each hit like thunder crashing, shaking the ground and exploding the air with overwhelming force. Lin Luck dashed toward the boss with lightning speed, her body slicing through the air with unstoppable strength and determination. Ready to face the deadly challenge, Lin Lush unleashed a fierce burst of power, a blazing red light like roaring flames, surging toward the boss with intense speed and force. The purple-haired girl fired a blazing red arrow straight at the boss, forming a fiery red circle around him. Her voice firm and resolute, she declared that with her 1st Legion behind her, he would not take a single step forward, her eyes like arrows ready to strike. Hearing this, Boss flew into a rage, shouting she had no sense of survival, his eyes blazing like he wanted to burn down her arrogance, making the air even more suffocating and tense. Then Boss unleashed a terrifying power, waves of energy crashing down, injuring the Legion leader and making everyone around reel from his brutal strength. Boss's power shook the ground like it was tearing apart under the pressure of his energy. The air grew heavy and dark. The purple-haired girl was thrown back, her body flying through the air like a struck arrow. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Height Vigai Munkai." I activated the blood armor shield, instantly creating a protective barrier. It glowed with white-purple light, shielding the entire team from the next attacks like a solid wall, blocking all danger. With a serious expression, Lion Luffurged the Legion leader to retreat due to her severe injuries. This decision showed clear-headedness and realism in the dire situation, but the boss had no intention of sparing them. He shouted that no one was allowed to run. "It is all over now." His cold, terrifying voice rolled like thunder, filling them with pure despair. Then he opened his mouth and unleashed a fierce gust of wind, a stormy force that knocked them off balance. No one could stand against that raging storm. It felt like everything around them was being sucked into a void. The power blasting from his mouth was a wild, savage energy. This monster was terrifying, like a violent storm crashing down, shaking the space around them, suffocating and threatening. Yet the Legion commander, despite serious wounds, still held her bow steady, her eyes unwavering with determination. As if nothing could break her resolve, she firmly declared that the Bloodfeather Legion's commander has never once backed down. Behind them stood thousands of wild spirits, her steadfast gaze like a blazing torch, inspiring strength in everyone. The boss kept attacking with blasts from his mouth, each burst of energy erupting like fire, tearing through the air and striking the formation head-on. Every strike carried destructive power, making the space around them feel like it could explode at any moment. Suddenly, the Legion commander was blasted backward, her body flying like an arrow knocked off course, making Line Luck anxious. Facing the boss' overwhelming power, the commander stood firm, swearing that the Bloodfeather soldiers would stand and die with their front line. Her voice rang out strong and determined, full of loyalty and defiance even in the face of danger. Lin Luck bravely said, "Leave the rest to me." His eyes burned with determination and confidence, ready to face any challenge to protect the Legion and his comrades. Commander Geothat ordered Lin Luck to retreat, her voice commanding yet filled with worry, as if trying to shield him from the looming danger. But it was too late. Line Lutze unleashed a deadly strike with damage valued at 500. He sacrificed himself in that decisive moment, eyes blazing without hesitation. Determined to create an opening for the Legion despite the closing threat, Lin Leffy charged at the boss, determined to take his head, his voice full of defiance and unwavering courage, showing his strength even when facing death. Then a massive explosion erupted, flames bursting before the commander and the deadly strike, shaking the surrounding space. Smoke and fire swirled, blurring their vision. Only chaos and worry filled the air. The commander, tears streaming down her face, called out Lin Luxie's name, her voice choked with pain, revealing the deep loss she felt watching her brave comrade fall in this relentless battle. The boss snarled in anger, about to strike her. "Makin, why do not you go be friends with Lin Less?" His voice dripped with scorn and hatred, aiming to make her feel the agony and despair from her comrade's sacrifice. The commander then ordered the deadly strike to run away quickly, emphasizing that he was no longer part of the Blood Feather Legion. Her eyes showed worry and determination to protect him from the closing danger, even as she faced the boss' terrifying power herself. As she spoke, she pushed him away with all her strength. Her fierce will clear in her actions a firm statement that the deadly strike's safety mattered above all. The deadly strike was furious because dying in this world truly meant death and disappearance. He felt helpless watching his teammate in danger, with nothing he could do. Overwhelmed with frustration and pain over Lion Lephis' sacrifice, just as the boss prepared to finish off the commander, she broke into a sweat, terrified but suddenly opened her eyes to see another sword blocking the boss' blade, clashing with a sharp, piercing sound. The sudden appearance of the sword enraged the boss. How dare this happen while he was about to end the commander? He roared in fury, his gaze sharp and deadly as it fixed on the one who dared to interfere with his plan. Seeing the deadly strike, she thought to herself, this must be a divine intervention, a miracle in the midst of danger. The deadly strike removed his mask, stood tall with resolute eyes, and boldly declared that today, the exiled Nilu Hedge would be the one to test the pain for his Tula path, a fierce determination burning within him. Ready to fight for justice and protect what matters most. The boss thought to himself that this guy was not dead, after all, still able to land such a sharp strike, and wondered if this was the legendary Tula. Hans' gaze could not hide his suspicion and worry about Chech Kuch Trem-Se's hidden power. Realizing this battle might not go the way he expected, Chech Kich Trum-Se and the boss charged at each other, every blow crashing like thunder, shaking the air with raw power that seemed to tear the atmosphere apart. The commander watched the fight in confusion, her heart torn between worry and hope. Unsure if Chech Kit Trumsa had the strength to face such a fierce enemy, Chech Keith Trumsa declared that the boss was a traitor and a killer of souls, and neither he nor the Blood Feather Legion would ever let him off. He said only the strong can rule this world, speaking with arrogance and confidence, as if to prove that power and authority decide everything. The boss was still shocked despite Chech Trusem being many levels below him. He could still block his attacks. His surprise mixed with anger made it impossible to accept. The commander boosted Chech Trumsa's power, a brilliant light flaring from her hands like a protective shield, spreading warm energy that made him stronger and more confident in battle. She thought silently that ever since Chech Kuch Tromsa appeared on the battlefield, the flame soul kept being absorbed by him. Every strike he landed carried crushing power, as if he was draining the enemy's life force and strength. Earlier, when the exiled enemy swung his blade, Chech Kuch Tromsa quickly drank a potion, definitely some kind of radiant blood elixir. The spirit's energy must have been absorbed by him, along with the flame soul of Tukulu. She thought the little core spirit probably had gathered all the conditions to become a Tula by now, but Chech K. Tromsa was just as strong, maybe even able to bring a new future to the spirit cycles. With that thought, she encouraged Chech K. Tromsa to push forward and show his true Tula power. Meanwhile, the two were still locked in fierce combat, the boss bragging that he was the lord of this entire Veen Kaplane. Every living being trembled beneath his feet, his arrogant tone stabbing at Chech Kuch Tremsa's heart like a dagger. But Chech K. Tromsa was not afraid. He believed the boss was delusional, because in his mind, no one could claim the right to rule everything without paying a price. He taunted him, asking how it felt to be crushed by an ant he looked down on, his eyes shining with determination and challenge. The boss roared in rage that no one could stop him, his voice booming like thunder, shaking the whole space with his arrogant defiance. As they fought, Chech Triamsa was suddenly hit by a stray weapon, losing focus and stepping back with a sharp pain in his hand. Seeing Chech Trumsa weaken, the boss seized the chance, aggressively threatening he would surely die if he kept fighting like this. His eyes gleamed with smug confidence, convinced victory was already in his grasp. The commander stood at the sidelines, her gaze following every move of Chech Trumsa, worry mounting as he fell into a disadvantageous position. Just as things looked dire, someone suddenly appeared and suggested switching weapons, so he quickly grabbed a new weapon called Fiasen. He was determined to use this sword to turn the tide of battle. Holding Fia, Chech Trumsa boldly declared he would keep fighting, his words full of resolve and challenge that left the boss stunned. The boss could not believe he was still standing, daring to challenge him after all the pain he would endured. When the boss entered his berserk state, his eyes flashed with madness and explosive power, his body seeming to grow larger, more powerful and dangerous than ever. His frenzy made him unstoppable. Roaring like a wild beast, he angrily shouted for Chech Trumsa to prepare for his terrible wrath, his voice echoing like thunder, promising a brutal fight. His intense anger not only made the air suffocating, but also unleashed a terrifying pressure that hit Chech Kuch Tremsa, wounding him as blood spurted from his mouth. He thought to himself how hard it was to deal with this boss. Just one moment of carelessness was enough for him to unleash a devastating attack. In a fit of rage, the boss declared he would not spare Chech Trumsa. He roared that he would tear him apart piece by piece, His voice echoing across the battlefield like a furious oath, he shouted with venomous hatred, declaring his intent to kill Chech Tremsa. His voice rang out like a deadly curse, filling the air with cruelty and a fierce determination to destroy. He opened his mouth again, unleashing a terrifying force to blast Chech Tremsa away. But the boy was not scared. Instead, with fierce resolve, he shouted back, telling him to shut up. Then, fueled by determination and sheer grit, Chech Tremsa charged forward with a powerful strike that left the boss panicked. After relentless effort, Chech Tremsa finally defeated the terrifying enemy. A radiant announcement appeared, confirming his triumphant victory. His rank instantly shot up to 60. And not only that, he climbed to the top spot on the Phudra Bang district leaderboard. Chech Tremsa turned around and let out a soft sigh, feeling as if a huge weight had been lifted from his shoulders. The Legion commander looked at him with pride and relief, saying, "You did it. We won." Her voice breaking with emotion, Light Fong stood there, eyes burning with anger and hatred, unable to believe what had just happened. In his mind, he thought that Chech Tremsa was not just an ordinary Lefchan, he was actually stronger than one. Chech Tremsa stood lost in thought, his mind swirling with disbelief. He had accidentally evolved into a Tula. It was truly amazing. He received a well-deserved reward for this mission, a shining golden weapon and an ancient skill book filled with priceless secrets. Holding his rewards, Chech Tremsa thought, "Nice, such high damage, crazy extra skills. But since they do not work on me, oh well." He sighed and put them into his backpack. His new skill had a tiny chance to revive with full status effects. Chech Tremsa shrugged. Well, at least he got something out of it. He turned to support the Legion commander's hand and asked if she was okay. She smiled proudly and said she was fine, happy to have overcome this tough challenge together. The commander thought to herself that after becoming a Tula, Chech Tremsa seemed a bit more handsome. His strong, confident aura was both fascinating and admirable. Suddenly, Chech Tremsa remembered Light Fong run, the infamous name that could not be ignored after this battle. He turned to the commander and said she should report back to the Legion first, since he still had another guest to receive. Announcements kept blasting everywhere. Lit Fong 1 had died, revived, died again, and his rank quickly dropped from 58 to 50. A frantic soldier rushed up to the boss, panting and terrified, reporting on Lit Fong 1's condition. Everyone gathered to watch, staring in confusion and curiosity as Lit Fong 1 was suspended midair by a hanging corpse, eyes wide with shock. They wondered who could have beaten him so badly, and to top it off, colorful words were written across his backside. Them Len dashed to the scene, shouting for everyone to get back. "The boss is here." The atmosphere instantly tensed. Chech Tremsa wrote good at managing people on Lit Fong 1's rear, then casually signed his name. Seeing the boss arrive, Lit Fong was still dazed, stammering that the one who beat him was even tougher than Lekasi Tron. His face was pale as death. Before he could finish, he fainted, causing everyone around to worry and whisper. They guessed this was the death trap state. It was a condition that took 1 or 2 days to recover from. The mood grew heavy as everyone waited for their boss' reaction. Everyone present spoke up, telling their boss that since someone dared to bully them like this, they could not just stand by. They all agreed that they had to kill that guy to feel at peace. But before they could finish, the boss angrily struck down the one speaking, making the tension spike. He laughed with delight, eyes sparkling with joy, saying that since Lefitran disappeared, no one had excited him this much. His words rang out like a challenge. An announcement blared out. Trex Runlone had posted a challenge video for Chech Tremsa, leaving everyone confused and buzzing, wondering when he had pissed off Trevin Runlone. Trucken Lone is crazy, and this time he is serious. Tension is everywhere as everyone waits to see how the battle between the two will unfold. An announcement blares out. Chech Tremsa declares he is quitting Shu Sam and continuing as a mercenary under the blood-red banner. The news shakes the mercenary world. Lam Jiet then is confused by the announcement. Chech Tremsa senses something's off, and as he keeps muttering, he decides he needs to get to the bottom of this. He thinks to himself, just getting through one boss fight was not easy, and now I gotta spend another 500 coins for business. This really bugs me. He decides to sell his Ghost Shadow Bow to restore health. That is the only way to keep fighting and stay strong for the battles ahead. An alert sounds warning his body is in trouble, about to crash. Panic rises as he realizes the emergency. He quickly checks and sees all network settings are normal. Could this be a game bug? A sinking feeling hits him at the thought. He needs to find the cause and fix it before it is too late. He wonders nervously if his body's acting up because he has been online too long. Lamjit then rushes over, calls out loudly, then breathes heavily asking why he left Suyugan Sam. Was it because of Truck and Loan? Chaos erupts. What happened? Her worried, anxious face is clear as she stands before Chech Tremsa, hoping for an explanation. Looking up, she suddenly notices Chech Tremsa's face is not the same as before. He explains he transformed into Tula, a new power rising within him, and asks if this new look is okay. Lam Jiet then turns away embarrassed but says it is fine though. Inside, she can't stop thinking how handsome he looks. Like a totally different guy. Stronger and way more captivating. He says no one's ever seen him like this, so he won't wear a mask for now. He has decided to show his true face when meeting people. Lam Jiet then grabs Chick Tramse's hand, her serious face softening with eyes sparkling like stars. She says now's not the time to talk about his new look. He still has not answered why he left Shunigan Sam. Chick Tre nods to Lam Jiet then, smiling. Why so many questions? Didn't you say before that I am the one in charge here? He turns and tells her he has plans and can't he stay here forever. Then leaves with determination shining in his eyes. Lam Jiet then remembers his plans and thinks that though she promised before, now she can't bear to leave him as he walks away. Chick Tramse feels a twinge of regret but knows it is the only way to avoid dragging Shunigan Sam into it and to shift Truck Long's attention onto him so Shunigan Sam can grow safely. On the move, he hears an announcement that the Who is the Champion contest is officially starting, sparking his curiosity. After hearing the rules and prizes, Chick Tramse is shocked. A weapon that eats gold, 3,000 fame points, and a hero training scroll such rich rewards. Nothing beats leveling up by fighting monsters. Thinking this, Chick Tram immediately contacts Thap Tam and Tu Kwai to join the contest for the top spot. That hero training scroll would be the perfect gift for Ko Kiem Han Mung then. However, Thap Tam objects, pointing out they are only 3 people, all melee fighters with no ranged attackers or healers. Tu Kwai agree, saying they can register without 5 members. Chick Tramsa calmly suggests issuing a guild recruitment order and says they need a healer and a ranged attacker to complete the team. On the forum, everyone hesitates to join because blood red mercenaries are now a thorn in the eyes of Doc Bap, Kong Long, and Truck Long. Tam sighs, who would dare join us now? While Tu Kwai says, we might as well just capture 2 people then. Chick Tramsa agrees capturing people works since hiring is expensive, and they can't afford that. Suddenly, a female voice orders them to release her because she wants to join the blood red mercenaries. Surprising Chick Tramps, the 2 holding her say if she wants to join their guild, she has to prove herself and not embarrass their reputation. Seeing her, Chick Tramsa instantly recognizes her as the Tier 9 archer from Thien Bang. Batman Tai. 2 men could not hold back but Min Tai, and the Chimexa spear immediately spoke up, forcing her down when she refused to drink water, making the 2 guys angry and ask who he was. He said he was the Chemixa spear, his gaze steady and unwavering despite their anger. Hearing that, everyone was surprised, not expecting the Chimexa spear to be standing right in front of them. Bakimin Tai rushed forward, saying the Chimexa spear's arrival was perfect timing, and she officially asked to join the Blood Pact mercenaries with a determined, shining look in her eyes. Basimin Tai quickly stepped up, declaring the Chimexa spear's timing was perfect, and she formally requested to join the Blood Pact mercenaries. Advised her to think carefully because his guild was currently targeted by several powerful guilds. Bakimin Tai said she was not afraid since she already had a grudge against ICB, so a few more enemies would not scare her. She was a famous fighter, so only the Chimexa spear was worthy of her. Hearing this, he thought to himself that this girl really knows how to size people up. The Chemixa spear extended his hand. They shook, and he officially agreed to let Biki Min Tot join. The Blood Pact mercenaries representative welcomed her grandly, which made the angry looks from the others intensify, thickening the tense atmosphere. Furious at Biki Min Tot's joining, they charged forward, deciding to kill the 2 of them. Thinking their numbers would overwhelm, the Chimexa spear quickly ordered Bakamun Tai to run as the smartest move. But Chi Min Tot smiled calmly and said with the Chimexa spear's top-ranking reputation, charging to wipe out those enemies would be a piece of cake. The Chimex spear covered his face, saying there were too many of them, so he did not want to waste energy fighting. Bethan Xiao arrogantly challenged him to a one-on-one duel, and the Chimexa spear heard it. He turned, surprised to see Bethan Xiao had already reached level 62. His eyes flickering over the guy's confidence. Bethan charged with his sword, swinging a powerful slash, the cold light reflecting sharply from the blade, confidently claiming he was the top player in the Ice City. He doubted the spear had what it took to fight him. The Chememsa spear immediately cast Illusory Wind Restoration, stunning being Ye. Looking down at a dog, Bi the Endlao angrily said they would meet again at the tournament, where he would wipe the shame off in front of everyone. Cut to a forest, but Chi Min, Tight, and the Chimexa spear panting like they just sprinted. The forest was quiet, sunlight filtering through the trees, casting shifting patches of light and shadow on the ground. She asked why they could not just fight them now, but he said the battle would start soon, and if they clashed directly now, any chance of leveling down would be a disaster. Basimine Tide agreed, and he complimented her gear. The attribute synergy was excellent, showing her armor smith skills were anything but ordinary. Too bad it did not match her current level, which made him feel he needed to support her more to unlock her full potential in upcoming fights. Basiman Tut praised the Chimexa spear as sharp eye. The gear was made by her brother, who recently acquired a rare rock wine cellar and was crafting new equipment for her, making her proud and confident for future battles. The China Emsa Spear wondered why he would never heard of her brother's skill before. But Chi-min Tide explained her brother was a bit of a loner and did not like socializing. Right after, Chi-min Tide pulled the Chimexa Spear to find her brother, because today's Jir was sure to be impressive, and she really wanted him to witness her brother's talent. They reached a forest clearing. Chi-min Tide pointed ahead and said her brother was there, but warned the Chimexa Spear not to try recruiting him into the guild since she had tried many times without success. Suddenly, the Chimexa Spear stopped. Sensing something was wrong, feeling the tense air around them like danger was looming, a group of men in black surrounded Baek Min Tai's brother, aggressively demanding he hand over the rock wine, promising to spare his life if he complies. Baek Min Tai's brother blocked the spear attack, the blade's gleam reflecting sharply on his determined face, refusing to let the enemy get past him. Baek Min Tai raised her bow, determined to save her brother from the black-clad attackers. But Chich-Kich-Tramsa quickly stopped her, calmly assuring her he would be fine. Chich-Kich-Tramsa quietly observed the fight, realizing the situation looked dire. But every move was carefully calculated. Every step Baek Min Tai's brother took was not just to dodge, it was part of a bigger plan to lure the black-clad group into a trap he could easily control. Chich-Kich-Tramsa guessed that Baek Min Tai's brother's skills had limited range, so he could not engage the enemy effectively. When Baek Min Tai wondered why, she was told with his abilities, he could definitely escape. Chich-Kich-Tramsa explained that her brother could not run, because if he fled from a high position, he would be spotted immediately. Knowing this, he chose to face the enemy head-on. Baek Min Tai worried that if things continued like this, her brother's life could be in serious danger. Chich-Kich-Tramsa reassured her that he would be fine looking at the fight. He had not lost his edge, and was still taunting his opponents with a confident grin. The attacker swung his sword, arrogantly claiming he would draw blood. "Don't waste your pity." But Baek Min Tai still blocked the sharp strike with her weapon. Baek Min Tai's brother leaped up, nearly causing the attacker to fall. The spear sliced through the air just a breath away, a clear sign of looming danger. He quickly jumped higher, amazing everyone as his body glided through the crowd like a ghost, leaving his opponents unable to react. Once in control, he smiled with satisfaction, eyes full of confidence and pride, as if all the enemy's efforts were meaningless against his strength. Then, Baek Min Tai's brother used a counterattack technique that left the enemy writhing in pain. Caught completely off guard, Chich-Kich-Tram said the timing was perfect, her brother would not fail so easily. He continued using bone techniques to invade the enemy's body, slowing them down and lowering their defenses, causing endless pain and frustrating them for being outsmarted. Chich-Kich-Tramsa praised him not just for his agility but for his rare venomous skill. Unlike any healing priest, truly a genius. Baek Min Tai suddenly shouted, warning her brother to be careful. Startling Chich-Kich-Tramsa, the twin dragon brothers charged in, making him realize there was no way out of this situation. Instantly, Chich-Kich-Tramsa stepped forward to block, declaring he would got this guy covered. Did he still want to fight? The attacker asked who he was, and he replied simply, "I am Chich-Kich-Tramsa." Hearing that, the attacker panicked. This was the name of the one Long Thieu had fallen to. They fled in terror, promising to return and settle old scores together. After the chaos, Chich-Kich-Tramsa reached out to Baek Min Tai's brother, reassuring him it was okay, but he coldly stood and walked away, reminding Chich-Kich-Tramsa of what Baek Min Tai had said. He really was a little weird. So Baek Min Tai angrily told Chich-Kich-Tramsa that since he was their boss, he should show a bit more respect. Chich-Kich-Tramsa smiled, draping his arm around Min Tai's shoulder, saying, "We are all family here." But her brother snapped, telling him to take his hands off his sister. 10 minutes later, Min Tai explained that Chich-Kich-Tramsa had saved her, and now she was officially part of the bloodthirsty mercenary squad. Her brother finally understood and thanked Chich-Kich-Tramsa for helping his sister. He replied it was family, no need for formalities, and invited him to join their group, but he refused, saying he did not want to be used, then kicked him out since he had to move their base quickly. His words made Min Tai furious. Worried, Chich-Kich-Tramsa asked if his sudden move was because of trouble from the Long clan. Angry, the brother snapped it was not his business and told him to mind his own. Min Tai got mad and told her brother not to be like that. Min Tai told Chich-Kich-Tramsa that long ago her brother was criticized for sloppy work and got stuck doing just crafting. Now, anyone coming to them usually had bad intentions, so she hoped he would understand. After hearing this, Chich-Kich-Tramsa said he invited her brother because he is an outstanding craftsman. He said her brother's skills and techniques were exactly what he admired, and his sincerity softened the brother's attitude a bit. Chich-Kich-Tramsa praised him for keeping his cool while being hunted and controlling his skills with precision. He could heal but still damage enemies, proving he is one of the best warriors he has ever met. He added her brother probably did not want to keep running forever either. Hunbihurug is basically his turf now, protected by the Blood Armor Legion, so he can craft without worry. He said rare materials dropped in guild dungeons could be shared with him, and if he wanted to craft for anyone, He would not interfere. Hearing this, Baekmyntayat's brother looked quite pleased. Chi Tram then invited him to fight alongside you for your shared dream, sincerely asking him to join the Crimson Mercenary Guild. After a moment of hesitation, Baekmyntayat's brother agreed and shook hands with Chi Tram, making Baekmyntayat incredibly happy. They were joyfully welcoming the new member to the guild and announcing that Vang had successfully registered for the tournament. The whole guild celebrated the successful registration, praised Lak Tran's excellence, and vowed to wipe out Kung Long and Dokba. Suddenly, an alert came in signaling Chi Tram Ca's body was in trouble. He was writhing in pain, causing everyone to worry. Then he fainted, covered in wounds, leaving the group anxious and shocked. Lak Tran lay in a hospital room, covered in blood, breathing faintly through an oxygen mask. Outside, the doctor explained the situation to Dap Tam and Tu, saying things were not looking good and they needed to prepare themselves. The doctor told Dap Tam and Tu Kwai that if they could not find someone with the antidote serum within 48 hours, Lak Tran could not be saved this time. But the serum could only temporarily suppress the virus, with just a 20% chance of full recovery. This made Dap Tam and Tu Kwai feel a wave of dread. They exchanged disappointed looks while Lak Tran lay there, the world around him blurring as helplessness overwhelmed him. Dap Tam asked if the 10 light doses from before could not suppress the virus, and Tu Kwai wondered why Lak Tran, normally so healthy, suddenly got so sick. These questions hung heavily in the air, filled with worry and confusion. The doctor adjusted his glasses and said tests showed the virus had mutated. The exact cause was still under investigation. He had contacted a team of experts and was searching nationwide for the serum, but they could only wait for the right person to appear. The doctor's words hit Dap Tam and Tu Kwai like a knife, filling them with anxiety. But they had no choice but to wait patiently. Dap Tam patted Tu Kwai on the shoulder and said, "We won't give up, no matter how slim the hope. But first, let us find the serum for Lola." The doctor nodded and said the more people they contacted, the greater the hope. Words that offered a small comfort in the heavy atmosphere. The doctor turned to leave, telling them to prepare for Lak Tran's rest and also to head home. His gentle instructions, full of responsibility, echoed in the quiet room. Dap Tam told Tu Kwai not to tell Lola, and Tu Kwai nodded, saying he would watch over him for the next 2 days. Games can wait, but the big brother only has one. Tu Kwai, a silent promise between them. Hearing this, Dap Tam said no, because Lo Luk's most important thing is the Dream Sword. If they do not get the hero's order this time, it would really break Lao Luk's heart. Dap said, his voice full of worry and determination. He added that they had to carry the burden together. Anyone bold enough to claim the title still had to join the tournament. Tu Kwai nodded in agreement, both understanding that no matter how tough things got, they had to stand strong together. Dap Tam would search for the serum while Tu Kwai went online to alert the others and prepare. They quickly assigned tasks, each with a crucial role in this battle. As they left, Lak Tran woke up and overheard their conversation, thinking to himself that they really were good brothers. But this time, he did not think he was going to make it. Worry welled up inside him. He knew there were only 2 days to find a serum that could fight this strange virus. Miracles aside, those thoughts kept looping in Lak Tran's mind. Feeling the crushing pressure, Lak Tran wished he had an immortal skill like in the game, just 1% AP left, and he would instantly recover fully. Those daydreams gave him a bit of comfort, but reality was far harsher, and he could only lie there, feeling the pain and helplessness. His heart longed for a miracle to save him and the friends who worried for him. He wondered how much it would hurt to lose his dad someday. Memories flooded his mind, recalling his dad saying it was rare to come home, so he made the eggplant stew he loved most. That flavor still echoed in his memory, the soft, fragrant eggplant. His heart twisted, imagining a day he would never taste it again. Looking at his wound, he silently thought of his dad, feeling the pain creeping into his heart. He thought he had to get his affairs in order quickly. Thoughts of death and the inevitable departure swirled chaotically in his mind. He sat down to write his will, each word bringing up images of his dad and his 2 best friends, Shizun and Dai, and all their happy memories. Remembering all the storms they would weather together made him ache with guilt. He did not want to leave them or bring sorrow to those who always stood by him. He recalled in the game, his character Kiki Chanza once said, "I will never back down." That phrase echoed in his mind again. He remembered earning money and then leveling up by fighting monsters and running dungeons. The game scenes played vividly in his head, the thrill of defeating those beasts, leveling up and unlocking new skills. He smiled at the memory of intense battles with Kuang Long, Duba, and Zhulong, powerful foes he would overcome with Shizun and Xiaogi. His game character said Zhu Yingluan had declared war, so Xiaogu and Shizun stayed at Shu Nansum for safety, but both refused to leave. They said, since they were brothers, if one left the guild, they would all leave together. Their loyalty and strong friendship moved him deeply. Writing his will, he apologized for making them follow him so long without leaving anything behind. He felt full of guilt. The person he felt most guilty toward was the guild leader. The image of someone who always protected him filled his mind. Suddenly, a ringing phone cut through his thoughts like an unexpected sign. On the other end, a shaky sounding panicked, said she believed he was not dead yet, a statement full of strength and resolve. Latch Tran was shocked when she called him like that. She shouted through the phone, "Are you still alive?" which startled him. Surprised, she knew. Latch Tran calmly asked what she was talking about, stammering. She said she dreamed he was dead and called immediately, her voice trembling as if she could not believe what she just said. Hearing that, Latch Tran sighed. Turns out she still did not realize how serious his condition was. Latch Tran said he was still doing okay and told her to get some rest, trying to sound calm so she would not worry. They wished each other good night and hung up. In the quiet room, Latch Tran looked up at the ceiling, thinking how nice it was to hear her voice before facing death. Amid pain and uncertainty, that familiar voice was a last bit of warmth he clung to, easing his loneliness in that moment. The phone slipped from his hand as a sudden wave of pain hit him, making him choke and his whole body convulse. His face filled with worry when they realized his blood pressure had dropped below 40. His pulse untraceable. He was in critical condition. The machines beeped loudly, creating a tense atmosphere. Without hesitation, they rushed him to the ICU, fighting to save Latch Tran's life. By then, Shizen and Saga had arrived, standing by his side. She held back tears and told Lu to hang in there, it would be okay. Latch Tran wanted to tell Tran and Shizen not to worry, but his throat tightened. He could not speak, only looking at them weakly, powerless against the pain and growing fear. His eyes slowly closed, his mind fading, with one last fleeting thought. His eyelids felt so heavy. He just wanted to sleep. The next morning, Bai Mingxu looked at everyone and said the guild leader had helped them a lot, but his fate was still uncertain. Her brother sighed deeply, his eyes full of worry, hoping Latch Tran could survive this ordeal. Everyone gathered at the competition, the atmosphere tense and electric, teams prepared eagerly, their eyes burning with determination and hope. A short-haired girl asked why the team battles were split into 2 rounds, 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 to decide the winner. Another girl standing nearby said she would heard Tung got orders from above to temporarily change the competition format. The short-haired girl asked in surprise if that was really allowed, her face showing confusion and concern over the new rules, making the atmosphere even tenser and more suspenseful. Then she turned worriedly to Jijit, recalling how she nearly fainted earlier, her eyes full of concern as she asked if Jijit was alright. A clear sense of unease showed on her face, as the pressure and tension of the competition weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Jijit gave a soft smile and said she just did not sleep well, but she was fine. Her voice was a bit weak, but she tried to sound calm. At that moment, Tung Suksu stepped onto the stage, her voice echoing as she announced the official start of the tournament. She introduced herself as the charming and captivating Mise, saying she was really looking forward to this match. Even with the format changes, the excitement would not drop one bit. She looked at the team members, their eyes sparking with fire, each showing clear excitement and determination, ready for the upcoming battle to claim the hero's order. Chen Tungsu said, of course, to make up for the format change, she brought a special prize for the winning team equipment made from rare metal, specifically the Tiantung herbs. She continued that after using it, players would randomly enter 132 copies of the Tiantung Seal Dungeon. After clearing the dungeon, they would receive lots of seal gear, rare materials, and gold. All guild members would level up by 5, and their reputation would increase by 1,000. She emphasized that the most important prize was the Psi Awakening fragments. Collecting enough would allow awakening to a higher realm. In the grandstands, the crowd buzzed loudly with excited chatter. Many began discussing this rare opportunity, everyone feeling the thrill. They could not believe their ears when hearing about the Awakening prize, something Tung had never offered before, and that made their excitement grow even more. Seeing the crowd's excitement, Tung Suksu chuckled softly and asked if everyone felt surprised and pumped by this amazing news. A girl in the crowd nodded eagerly, saying this time they had to give it their all. Her eyes shone with determination, clearly showing she was ready for the fierce battle ahead. Long Han Thingha was equally fired up, shouting that this was the one and only awakening chance. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he said this key item was truly something special. The captain of the Duck Bay team, Thinda, smiled determinedly and said this was really exciting. The captain of the Koki Monghan team, Doinat Fuo, stood in the crowd with calm and hopeful eyes. She affirmed that with this special weapon, restoring the ancient sword soul was just a matter of time. The captain of the Dao Vian Them Su team, Dan too, stood firm amid the tense competition atmosphere. Her eyes shone brightly, filled with strong determination and willpower. The captain of the loyally Fenghan team, Chuck Dung, stood among her teammates with a resolute expression, her eyes sparkling with confidence, reflecting her hidden strength and determination to win. Seeing everyone's passion ignite, Suak Sui decided to declare the official start of the Who Dares to fight for the title tournament, her voice ringing out through the stands, creating exciting and electrifying atmosphere. The announcement about the game rules sounded out. Alright, everyone listen carefully. There are 2 types. 1-on-1, where each team can send 1 player, but for 2-on-2, the system will randomly assign players, and all teams will draw lots to decide who plays. The The group stage will be held simultaneously. Tam noticed and said, "This is really interesting. Up there is the name of the old beast." Hang-in peeked in and asked, "Ooh, who is the opponent?" Cheers rose as a team appeared full of energy and spirit. All right, Tudu excitedly announced, inviting team number 49, the crazy line with the bloodthirsty mercenaries. First match. 1. Longhand Thina vs. Kwaikok officially begins. When Luktran slowly opened his eyes, he heard a whisper in his ear. What is that sound? The next opponent is Dokba, but the boss still has not woken up. What are you going to do about Dokbi? What is there to be scared of? At this moment, he was still confused. Light, I am not dead. I really can't believe it. The other voice continued. Just with you and Big Mama. You already made it into the top 8. It is a double kill. You are from Fubang Than. The only way to handle those two is death. The face of 13 gradually appeared before him. Looking anxious. Old Luck. Big boss. How are you feeling? Can you hear me? Luktran said they knew about his condition. 13 little demon. I can hear you now. I am feeling a bit better. He sighed with relief. That is great. You almost scared us to death. His voice rose calmly. It seems the King of Hell does not like me, so I got rejected again this time. Someone interrupted. Hey, this time the one you should thank is him, Lamp, the scholar, and the great beauty from the arts thanks to their love. They got you the invite. Tungkok was backing them up too. Luktran was curious. How many days have I been asleep? Who exactly are these guys? The other two took turns explaining. You were unconscious for 10 days? And you would not believe it. We have made it to the quarterfinals. Pretty impressive. Right? All thanks to me and Mama. He was shocked. Really? Of course. In the first round, we faced that crazy clan. You did not even see the crazy clan's face back then. They got knocked out in the first round. Let us see who is more interesting now. Remembering that scene, all three burst into happy laughter. 13 thought. Just thinking about it makes me laugh for life. Suddenly he remembered. What about Koki Monghan and Tyat and Gan Sam? Seeing them silent, Luftran immediately felt something was wrong. What is going on? Tungkok broke the silence. Tyat and Gan Sam made it to the quarterfinals too, but Koki Monghan. He saw Tungkok hesitate and spoke for him. Not great. In the round of 16, Koki Monghan faced Doc B. They knew people close to Koki Monghan. This time it was truly brutal. They did not just kill each other directly but toyed with each other like cats and mice, torturing one another to death. Luxtran exclaimed in anger. What? The Heavenly Blade versus Hanjiam. Suddenly, he clutched his head in pain, frightening the other two. Big boss. Kantrung hurried in, scolding. I told you it was two of them and him, not two people provoking him. 13 brightly asked as he saw the doctor check Luktran. Dad, is old Luck okay? The doctor replied. Luckily we have got it under control. His body is extremely special and is our main protection target. These days, he needs to focus mainly on resting, and we have to keep a close watch. He turned to the patient and asked, what were you saying just now? Luktran stammered. Nothing. Nothing. The other two rubbed their heads, where they would been bonked and shrugged, holding back laughter. The next day, Toto announced in the arena, Doc Bay and the mercenaries covered in blood. First match, the blood-soaked mercenaries have won. The second one-on-one match will start in 10 minutes, so please get ready. Min happily praised his teammate, looking so cool, and they managed to beat the battle god Dokba so badly that even his mom did not recognize him. Mama snorted. Who told him to bully my little sister? 13 spoke, looking toward the opponent. The next match will definitely be against that assassin. He is no joke. He is from the famous clan and also one of Doc BS' deadliest killers. Look at that grin of his, always crossing his arms like that before a fight. Just like him, he is undefeated in one-on-one matches. Plus, he is from a different server, refuses to stay in his own area, and came all the way here. Something is definitely off. Little Kwai was not scared at all. This is how battles get exciting. I am the big boss, and I am going in myself. Watch me. 13 thought. Old Luck is still stuck in the hospital. If we lose this match, we want to even qualify for the 2v2 battles. Little Kwai, it is all up to you. Toto solemnly announces. Rest time is officially over. The second battle between Doc Bay and the bloodthirsty mercenary has officially begun. Sao Kwai's opponent speaks up. I have been looking forward to facing the bloodthirsty mercenary for a long time, but I did not get to meet the person I was really waiting for. He scoffs with contempt, saying there are still plenty waiting for our boss, but that person is not qualified yet. Without hesitation, he launches a sharp, blazing strike at the enemy. Their powers clash with a flash. System notification, Arhat Illusion Guard. Active skill. Effect, directional teleportation without damage. Range 3, required level 45. He does not back down and keeps attacking. Kids, I already know all your tricks. The bloodthirsty mercenary counters with Furious Golden Fist, an active skill that hits one target multiple times. Deals physical damage equal to 150% of his attack power, with a 30% chance of critical damage. Requires level 60. Xiao Kui can't believe how mobile and powerful this guy is, and loses to the opponent's hands. The enemy sneers coldly. Both are spirits, but compared to our Hat Cham Se, you are still far behind. He stays calm and adapts quickly. No need to provoke me. New skill in for Xiao Kui appears. Skill: Illusion Shield Cham Fach. Deals 800 physical damage and has a 10% chance to debuff the enemy. He blocks with a fist, still firm in his stance. Honestly, you are too weak. It is his turn to strike now. Damn it. My turn. He blocks and says, this bloodthirsty mercenary's attack is his best defense. If I can break this defense, I am doomed to lose. Demon Armor. Activate. Pushing through. Xiao Kui unleashes his full strength to break the defense. System alert. Demon Armor effect lost. Xiao Kui is thrown backward, using his large body as a shield for the enemy. I told you, you are too weak. System alert. Player, Demon Valley Sun has died. Toto heats up the atmosphere. What a scene. Toto can stand watching this. The winner of this round is Dokbi. The score is now tied 1-1. Don't go anywhere draw for the 2v2 matches will happen in 10 minutes. Xiao Kui returns and apologizes to his teammates. Really sorry. Guys, that Tam, do not blame yourself. We would not have gotten this far without you. Mama Few agrees? Yeah. This bloodthirsty mercenary is one of the top 10 members of the Celebrity Hall, so there is no shame in losing to him. He is still frustrated but says, but boss, I am not satisfied. Suddenly Lutron appears and says, if you are not satisfied, then train harder. Everyone is surprised by his presence. Brother Chamkin, boss, you are back. Boss Champ. Brother Lu, his calm voice reassures the team. Yeah, you all worked hard for me to get this far. Really appreciate it. System announcement sounds. Time's up. Results of the 2v2 draw. Guild players are Thean Dao and Bloodthirsty Mercenary. The Bloodthirsty Mercenary team sends up Tam and Chamkin Cham Sa. Lutron boldly declares, if I do not die this time, the ones who will die are you. He's visibly happy to see him. Finally, you showed up. Chamkin Che. Toto announces. Both teams are ready. Dokbais. Bloodthirsty Mercenary is famous for his close combat skills, using offense as defense with powerful punches. His strikes come as fast as the wind. Guild leader Thean Dao is even deadlier with his sharp blade and massive damage. The Bloodthirsty Mercenary team is not far behind. Chamkin Chamse is the city's only ghost swordsman, known for his high attack speed and terrifying damage. Lutron discusses battle plans with his teammates. Then he goes in like this. And then, Daptam confirms, okay. Toto skillfully announces the tournament lineup. So far, the ultimate expert has not entered yet. What surprises will he bring? Let us wait and see. The girl declares. The match starts now. Dokguild, launch your attack on the ultimate expert. Full info on both attacks displayed. Sky Blade and 1000 Slash. Effective. Unleashing the Dwarf Slash combo. Deals 200% damage to the target. Ignores 30% defense. With a 40% chance to cause bleeding. Plus Wind Palm. Deals 120% damage in a straight line. With a 30% chance to stun the target for 1 second. The crowd murmurs. The Sky Blade just unleashed his ultimate move. 13 thinks. Just like old Lu said, these two are definitely targeting me first. Toto leads the way. The unparalleled master is being pushed back, but thanks to a unique, top tier, he still holds off their combined assault. He is struggling to resist and mutters silently, damn, these two hit hard. If it were not for the custom armor from Dad, I would have been crushed the moment the fight started. Lu Chen comes in from behind the river, ignoring me completely. You two are way too confident. His arrival excites Toto. Oh man, the battle's just heating up. The guild's all-in strategy fails. They can take down the unmatched master. Instead, the Dwarf Slash disrupts their formation. Now the battlefield splits into two separate one-on-one fights. Whoever wins first takes control. Lu Chen moves incredibly agile, slipping behind his opponent. The girl is shocked. His movement is just like Nightshade's. The enemy's lucky to miss me, but he's not so lucky with you. Look, Sat Tang keeps the pressure on hard. Can Dwarf Slash withstand this flurry of attacks? No matter how well you imitate Nightshade, you are just an imitator. Scanning you is a warning to everyone else. Liao Guangpalm from Sat Tang strikes straight ahead. Update. Liao Guangpalm deals 150% damage, increases attack speed by 20%, and has a 30% critical hit chance. Toto skillfully leads the match. This must be a special class skill. He blocks Sat Tang's Liao Guangpalm without even flinching. He boasts loudly. I am no copycat, I am the Dwarf Slash. Sat Tang sees his insane power and blocks the fierce blow barehanded. Muttering, oh crap, Sat Tang activates Golden Light Shield, which absorbs 60% damage, boosts strength by 20%, attack speed by 15%, lasting 1 minute. Seeing his quick moves up close, Sat Tang gets frustrated. Playing turtle now. I am done with you. Stop right there. Toto notices this. After Sat Tang goes defensive, Dwarf Slash falls back. Seemingly avoiding a direct clash, he plans to support his teammate right behind Skyblade. He launches a sneak attack. Coordinating with his ally, 13 swings his axe in front. This sequence excites Tattooed as beautiful teamwork. While Sat-Tang has not caught up yet, Dwarf Slash and the Master team up to push Skyblade's health to the brink. Lu Chen shouts, "Hurry! Finish him off." Sat-Tang punches 13's face, cursing him, "You are cunning." 13, to the shouts, "It is one-on-one again, but with new opponents this time." He refuses to back down. "Did I ever let you touch anyone else?" 13, hold Skyblade down. A fierce blade slash is launched. To the shouts, Dwarf Slash switched targets, now aiming at Sat-Tang. Sat-Tang reacts just as fast. This really is a battle between Master's strength versus skill. I have been waiting for this fight. Noon for shows. Wind kick deals 801,000 damage, with a chance to stun the enemy. Requires level 60. Lasts 25 seconds. The girl's tone carries a hint of disappointment. "Too bad. You really let me down." The cheers. "Come on. Dwarf Slash. Take him down. Let us." Dwarf Slash. "We believe in you. Everyone's counting on you. Get up. Give it your all." 13 nervously glances back at the exhausted Lu Chen. "Old Lu, Skyblade 1T, give him a chance to get distracted. Got time for that? Die already." As the opponent's fist rushes forward, he bravely raises his sword. Their clash lights up the whole space with power and impact. Sat-Tang shout, "Give up." To the easily sees the two mercenary pros are being cornered and completely on the defensive. Sat-Tang pronounces Lu Chen's death sentence. "End this. Dwarf Slash." But he asks anxiously, "Is this all Maisao's strength?" Sat-Tang senses something's off. "I have to be faster than him." Store the punch power and strike straight at that Tam. The crowd gasped in shock. "No way. Is it?" Sat-Tang really lives up to being an 8th rank legend in the Hall of Fame. Incredible. Tutu was curious. Well, Sat-Tang's hands are insanely fast, ruthless, and precise. Did he just pull it off? Sat-Tang suddenly froze. "Wait. Hold on. What is this?" A spirit suddenly appeared right in front of him. The girl noticed the spirit too. Rumor has it that Chamkang Chamsa can summon spirits. I swear, this is like watching gods fight. Seeing it live is seriously mind-blowing. Alert, Hell Domain level 10 activated. Am consumed to summon the Spirit Legion. The spirits, damage, and numbers increase with the player's skill level, starting with 10 soldiers dealing 300-500 damage. Each level up adds 20 damage and 2 more soldiers. The Spirit Legion can respawn instantly by using EMP, requires level 60. Lu Chen coldly snapped. "Done playing. Your turn now. When you are bored, I step. You only command your opponent from a distance." Spirit Legion. OB. Kill Sat-Tang Koa before the Legion's attack. Thien Dao anxiously shouted. "Sat-Tang. That Tam's risking it all to hold his legs. I want to let you get past." He furiously landed a few punches on him. "Get lost." He felt the aftershock of power from the fight behind him. Alert. Player Sat-Tang has died. Tutu excitedly shouted. That was insane. Player Tramkantramse took down Sat-Tang with absolute power, showing the limitless potential of the hidden spirit Shura class. Becoming a Sura is brutally tough. Tramkantramse definitely surpassed all trials this moment. He is shining bright. The team was moved. Tramkantre. Supreme. So awesome. Even the 8th rank Sat-Tang of the Hall of Fame fell to him. Amazing. That special class is insanely strong. That was legit. Not just some special class. Who else could pull off those moves? As Tran Kin Thong exclaimed. Just lie there and admire. Jio Ru. He thought. Commanding the Spirit Legion feels pretty good. This feeling's not bad. But man, it burns through mint fast. Only usable once short term. Need to find a way to boost E. Sensing Han's movement, he coolly said, "Your turn now." Tutu quickly rallied. "Look over there. The legendary master was just taken down by Thien Dao. Both sides have lost one." Seeing his teammate's battered face, Lux Tran's hatred flared. "That Tam." He growled the name like a curse. Lux Tran immediately swung his sword at the enemy, timed it and fiercely blocked the sword. "You think killing me's that easy?" He powered up his sword and shot back. Right? Thien Dao could not believe it. Damn it! That kid was almost dead. How is he still this strong? Lux Tran's sword steadily pushed forward, nearly overwhelming Han, and gritted his teeth and stood firm. "Don't underestimate me." Lux Tran's eyes sharpened. Staring coldly at his opponent, Thien Han Cham swung fiercely at Thien Dao. Thien Han Cham unleashed countless split sword energies. Each sword energy strike hits with 50% of the user's strength and has a 30% chance to crit. Requires level 60. Thien Dao gritted his teeth to endure. Lux Tran sneered. "Is that all you got?" Tutu exclaimed. Chamkin Chamsa launched a relentless combo with non-stop critical hits. Thien Dao was totally on the defensive, his health dropping fast, and was blasted backward, barely stopping but still stumbling and falling. Lux Tran gave no chance to rest and charged again. Thien Dao gasped in shock at the scene. Tutu was surprised to see the sword planted right into the floor, at Thien Dao's weak spot. Chamkin Chamsa's move is brutal, directly attacking Thien Dao's weak point. That is insanely strong. But Thean Dao and that old man deserve it. Chamse is clearly trying to trap Thean Dao to his death. So intense, Chamse pressed the attack relentlessly. Could it be he wants to finish this now? The moment he lunged in, a swift sword slash cut through, and the girl felt the tension spike so thrilling. If he would hesitated any longer, the heavenly blade would have been cut in two. He is so frustrated. What a reckless, unethical player. Do you still remember your old rival, when they forged the Dream Soul Sword? Did they mention anything about honor? Today, they are about to show what it really means to have no morals. Countless sharp sword strikes rained down on Heavenly Blade, making him furious. So annoying too fast. He is about to be overwhelmed. Tukho's updating the status. This attack from the reckless player was like a meteor shower. Heavenly Blade had no strength left to fight back. The damage was not huge, but the humiliation was off the charts. He struggled to hold on, wondering why. Why? Despite being higher rank and equipped better, could he still not beat him? The reckless player poured all his essence into this move. You also used the Moonlight Blade to counter Lasachan's chamates. In the stands were stunned. Report, the fog is thick, and both sides went all out on this attack. It is earth-shattering. What is the result? The reckless player's sword sliced straight through Heavenly Blade as neck. The outcome is clear. The humiliation left Heavenly Blade speechless. You! That sword cut right through my neck. Tush shouted. With Heavenly Blade down, the fourth strongest player on the squad is born. They are the Blood Red Guardians. All four players today delivered dazzling matches and amazing performances. Let us cheer and congratulate them. Lasitron's teammates kept shouting. We won! We won! Our leader's awesome. Everyone lifted him high to celebrate. 13 is amazing. The Blood Red Guardians are unstoppable. The Blood Red Guardians. Cheers echoed nonstop. The Blood Red Guardians. Jitan stood proudly watching from the other side. She thought to herself, this is great. Really great. Senior, do not lose this match. We will meet in the finals. Notification. Player Blood Red Guardian has gone offline. The assassin recorded this rival, the reckless player. No matter who he really is, I have got you memorized now. Heavenly Blade scolded him. You trash. Yet you are still ranked 8th. Even a nobody like me can't handle you. A murderous aura radiated from the assassin, making him freeze in place. He understood clearly the chaotic bamboo shadows. The reckless player might be even more dangerous than expected. Heavenly Blade could only retreat to his teammates. Annoying assassin, damn reckless player. Hai has not provoked him yet, and this is happening. Just now, he almost lost his pants. Heavenly Blade is boiling mad. Just wait for me. Notification. Player Heavenly Blade has gone offline. She silently thanked him. Thanks again. Reckless player. You helped me once more. 13 was still questioning. Old loss. Did you say it? You really came back just in time. A flash of blue light appeared. Barely left one sentence. I am done. I am going first. With that, she vanished, returning to the hospital room where Lasitron was recovering. He glanced quietly at the scene outside. Lasitron whispered, our dad's really scary. He reminded himself. Be smart. Get out there. The big shots won't touch you. He was even told to wear a helmet and join ward number 2 with 2 others in the hospital. Could they be more thoughtful? Lasitron felt lucky it was Mother Zai and Little Tite who pulled him out. If it had been me, they would probably have taken me apart. He laughed and replied, luckily, only 2 more days until you are discharged and can make it to the finals. That is not bad at all. He confirmed. Yeah, I was thinking I would have to face Jitan in the finals, but they actually lost to someone else. I watched all of Tite Niga and Sam's matches. Jitan's condition is not great. He is acting strangely. The last match was unclear, but during the climax, his state was a killer. Is Jitan? He once asked 13 for help. Senior, please do not tell him I donated blood. I beg to keep his promise. He brushed it off. You are overthinking. How could Linem have a problem? We are the ones in trouble here. Look, their guild's about to stomp all over us. Seeing the rankings on his phone, Lasitron just sighed. If Dekong does not shout out, Kansa Ede, I am then, Tenkut. Fongskahehudi Fung has already lost to me. Are you ready to accept defeat? The first round of the finals begins. Cheers and clashing swords everywhere. Keep it up. Bebop is on fire, just keep going. Tayuku Trot notices something's off. Lasitron jumps in, saying, try saying it again. He explains that BBP's damage output is not high enough to land a critical hit. So this round is mainly about endurance, but it has been going on for a long time. He agrees with that, saying, exactly. All of BBP's attacks have been countered. The opponent has figured out his playstyle. Plus she is an assassin if she is still alive. BBP's in serious trouble. Mintite watches in shocked disbelief. Mama is slowly slipping into a weak position, glaring fiercely as his opponent strikes. Tuk updates us the situation is suddenly flipped. Muzkaz takes the opening as Mama's cooldown wears off and lands a critical hit. He seems out of sync now. With the pastor's fragile health, Every blow from Muzkaz is a critical hit too painful to bear. A sharp voice rings out behind Mama. She stands in the circle of victory's glow as he falls. Leads us. Let us congratulate Zyogaimon Themis on winning the first match of the semifinals. And thank Mama for an intense fight. He returns to his team and apologizes. Sorry. Everyone. Thuptamben, Sin and you. It is we have got this. The others agree this match clearly showed they prepared well. Plus, his class was countered, so lasting this long was impressive. Tukka announces that Zyogaim Thems admits defeat in the 1v1 semifinal. The next round will be a direct 2v2 face-off. Thuptam is stunned. What? No way. We admit defeat. Do they think so little of us? You pat his shoulder to calm him. Stay cool. They are really strong and have every right to be cocky. Plus, they are confident they will win the 2v2 too. But our goal is victory. Focusing on tomorrow's match is what really matters. They will regret that arrogance. Because Tikang stays silent while you continue, Lasitron repeats we will definitely win. Day 2 of the finals. In the blink of an eye, we are at the tournament's climax. Who dares claim the crown? The 2v2 showdown begins. Let us cheer them on. The whole Thoptam crew shouts. Big bro. Chem Kan Hun E. Taiyu Tight, Min Tight and Leastron step onto the stage. At that moment, Tush shouts out, I declare the match started. Fireworks explode. And the girl's voice confirms it is official. He charges forward while she takes a defensive stance behind him. Come at me. He targets. The girl narrates the fight. The blood red mercenary team attacks first, aggressively pressuring Zyogaim and Themis. And beside her, an attack is launched at Hebi. Amazing. Northern Star player Min Tight can shoot 5 arrows in rapid succession, but Haab reacts lightning fast and dodges the attack. She does not hesitate to keep attacking. Taste my arrow storm. Skill intro. Arrow storm, causing blurring damage effects. She fires countless arrows. Each deals 50% physical damage with a 20% chance to immobilize the target for 0.5 seconds. Arrows rain down on her. As Ta narrates the duel between two snipers, Min Tight's skilled and rapid moves give her the upper hand. She refuses to give up, quickly casting a Holy Shield spell. Holy Light. Protect me, but the shield shatters as soon as it appears, leaving Hubby stunned. She proudly rubs her nose and taunts. Still want to cast spells. The girl is pumped. Ha-BS's skills are too weak. Min Tight 1T give her opponent a single chance. Lastron distracts Tikang and rushes toward Heva B. Nice. Little Buck Min. Finish her off. The match grows intense as Cheem can Tremexo switches targets. Hubby is in danger now, but before he attacks, she blocks him. Kansa Ede, your opponent is me. Unbelievable. Tikang is not very fast, but immediately frees Heva B. While he is distracted, she cunningly uses a light burst attack, but Min Tight's arrows shatter the plan. Damn it, she drew her bow tight, saying, don't even think about getting distracted. Tuk got even more pumped. This fight was intense, with neither side giving the other a chance to breathe. On the other side, her arrow was caught by him, making a loud clang. Tikang did not wait for Lischan to recover, and immediately charged with another soul strike. The girl was surprised. Whoa, the soul strike is known as the City S Sura Berserker. Yet Thanthan Akang is holding her off. She threw a powerful slash toward her opponent, who caught it. She sneered a bit, mocking. Soul strike. Is that all you have got? But quickly, her expression changed. No more smirks. He lunged, landing a strike on Tikang. She was strong, and it was not unfair. She made Feng Sachahayan fall under her blade. He swung hard, but unfortunately, Minguida's strike hit her hard, and knocking her back. And then she ran into me. T. Turo was shocked again. A brutal hit that drained over 2,000 of Thanthan to Kang Sapi. Lassistron's teammate shouted, watch out! Soul strike, just switch from defense to offense. Each slash is breaking the tide. Both sides were testing speed and reflexes, waiting for the other to slip up. This match was insane, while attacking relentlessly. He thought, Van Kang is the toughest opponent I have faced. I have to finish this fast, or else I will get cornered. Suddenly, a yellow light shone directly at him. Lassitron gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, she found a weakness. Over there, Minthoi kept pressing the attack. Meanwhile, Abi was sneaky, aiming a spear right at him, but quickly, her arrow pierced through the shield and pinned her down. She would been holding back, saving her skills, waiting for this crucial moment on his side. The fight was just as fierce. The system popped up, showing a skill. Obsession Recommit. It boosts damage on marked targets by 60%. If the target's AP is below 10% when the mark ends, they are instantly finished. Soul Strike was held back by Thanthan Akang. No distractions allowed. Looks like this round's a wrap. Suddenly she smiled. Who says that? Two exclaimed in surprise. Bafimine Tight cut off a BS spell again, but unlike what everyone expected. She laughed. Stopping it here is exactly right. You are such a pain. The blinding light's too strong. She was blinded, unable to act. Just cursing under her breath, she turned back, saying, "Soul Strike. This time you are definitely done for." Lucy-chun gritted his teeth, thinking, "Damn, I have no choice but to use it now." System confirmed. Warning, activate summoning of Vong Lun that will consume all remaining AP. Proceed, he shouted his answer. Bring hell on them. Lucy-chun used Mingite's summon, calling forth countless Vong Lin, both HB, and to come panicked and stepped back. Things just got real. Before he could even command them, the Vong Lin surged forward instinctively. She quickly used Obsession Recommit to sweep them back. 3 powerful forces clashed, creating a beam of light shooting straight up. Mintite frowned, shielding her eyes. Even the 13 below were affected. At this moment, he was blasted far backward by the force. Toe was hyped. This fight is savage. The blood demon really lives up to its reputation. Lucy-chun looked injured but held his chest, standing strong and eyeing the crowd. He turned to his ally, Little Book Min. Keep an eye on their mage's moves. Mintite did not hesitate, replying, "Understood." On it, suddenly he shouted, "Bleak Sea Min. Watch out!" Unexpectedly, Takung charged while she was not paying attention, but luckily she blocked it. "Don't mess this up." He did not wait and quickly attacked from behind her. After all, her opponent was me. Hefeiv was not idle either. Chanting spells to block Lucy-chan's strike on her behalf, she kept casting attacks from all sides. While he dodged and got angry, my magic points are all gone, but soon he regained his focus. "Bleak Sea Min. Channel your energy now." She moved constantly, smiling slyly. "If you want to get close to me with those short legs, you will have to wait your turn." Love Chan Nianjiang said, "You are forcing me to use my ultimate." Tam Nian, just after regaining some mana, quickly summoned Tam Nian to mess with her first. The attack power is not high, but something's better than nothing, right? You stare speechless at the tiny spirit in front of you. What is going on? Tam Nian seems different now. I have not even trained her yet, so why is her gear already upgraded? Then Luck Chan stood up, ignoring it. "Tam Nian, take down that mage." Hobai was dumbfounded. Not knowing what to say, she suddenly burst out laughing, thrilled. Her legs are short, and she summons a spirit with even shorter legs, a little dry bone, and she wants to stop me, but she quickly winced, hit right where it hurts. Hobai's face went pale. What? Everyone else on stage was stunned. The fight between her and Tam Nian was insanely intense. The damage was low, but always kept up with her speed. "I messed up. How is she so quick?" She hurriedly stopped and activated Light Shield to jumped in, explaining, "Player Hobai's reckless attacks are endless. Though the little dry bone is tiny and frail, it is super quick and can dish out massive damage." Though unexpected, Luck Chan was thrilled. "Tam Nian, I wonder how many surprises I still do not know about. This is awesome." Meanwhile, Hobai kept getting wrecked, thinking to herself, "This dry bone is insanely tough. How can something so fragile ignore defense like that?" She jumped to attack, but the other side covered up, ready to take the hit. Suddenly, Tam Nian vanished midair. Hobai felt like giving up. Sure enough, the dry bone's time is limited, or else, if she could keep summoning this spirit army, her patience would wear even thinner. "I gotta rethink my strategy," Tudu excitedly announced. Player Hobai's recklessness just got her killed. The crowd's buzzing. This is amazing, but at that moment, Mintite fired an arrow at her. Luck Chan wiped sweat off her brow. "Now it is your turn." She dodged both attacks skillfully. "Damn it!" In a flash, she wiped her opponent out. "You are dead." You watch her carefully. The system notification popped up. Player back Mintite has died. Tudu hyped it up. The fight's heating up fast. In no then Tunan already took down back Min Tayet. The 3 were worried. "Little Tayet, hang in there. The boss is still around. Keep fighting," she said coldly. "If you block my way, you will die." Now, she raised her sword toward you. "Your turn." You gripped your sword tight, ready to fight, Tudu said tensely. "So intense. So thrilling. What legendary showdown will these 2 top fighters give us?" Suddenly, you blink and see her vanish. She is dodging the attack. You are stunned by Luck Tran's move. Then she got mad. "You are running. What are you trying to do?" Talking to herself, she said, "I get you have used up all your skills and probably have no mana left. Then just wait to get torn apart by me." Saying that, she raised her sword and chased after you. "Stop right there. You keep running to buy time. Does she think I am an idiot? If she tells me to stop, I will stop." You think, why does my mana regenerate so slowly? Then Tunum was nearly catching up behind. She smirked. "None of you archers can outrun me. Especially not you." Chum can chum. Sa was hit hard, half her health bar already gone. You quickly reacted and cast Bright Moon Charm. You thought, "This guy's ridiculously tough." She smiled back. "Let us see if you still have anything left." Then Tunan launched a furious attack. Tuda said, Then Tunan's strikes are explosive. Chum can chum, Sess covered in wounds, and her health's dropping fast. Chum can chum, Sess health is now lower than Than Tuna's. She is in serious trouble. The outcome hangs by a razor-thin thread. He was trying to block the attack while thinking, no way out. No skills, either could it be that I am actually going to lose to this guy here. Tu smiled brightly and swung his sword forward. The crowd outside cheered in unison. Guild leader, you can do it. Leslie-chun raised his sword and glanced at her, thinking, is it really over here? That sharp sound rang out again. Die. Tu stabbed with one strike. Gang screamed in refusal. I want to accept this, the announcer declared. Chamsa howled in despair as his health dropped to 0. The match seemed over. The crowd outside turned pale and bowed their heads. Unable to look straight, they jumped in surprise when someone shouted, wait, he is not down yet. The system screen popped up just in time. You have activated the immortal body skill as your IP hits 0. With a 1% chance to instantly revive fully healed. Tu did not notice until Lexi-chun stood up and shouted, woo! He raised his sword glowing with fierce purple light and thrust forward. She blocked it all. How was that possible? Tu's eyes widened. I did not expect such a secret move. Lus-chun's eyes flashed cold light. Accompanied by a sharp to sound, the match suddenly took a shocking turn. Chamkinche, who seemed defeated with 0 health, unexpectedly revived fully, truly an immortal war god. She swung out a slash of sword energy, and knocking him back, and said, alright then, let us settle this once and for all. The dazzling light from their swords blinded everyone. The stage was now a true battlefield of champions. Both fighters now had equal health. Who would be the last one standing? Whose victory would it be? Tukaim appeared behind Lasitron with an excited shout. His swift, light movements were like an assassin, astonishingly fast. Watching the intense scene above, Tuda shouted excitedly. Chamsa was not far behind when masters clash. The winner is the one with flawless precision. Lessie slid past Tukaim's back, leaving a trail of sword energy on him. The purple energy he unleashed quickly corroded, and her sword dropped from her hand. Tuda saw Lushtron raise his fist and declared, the winner has emerged. The final champion of the finals is the Bloodshot Mercenary Guild. Inside the arena, the girl's voice rang out. Chamsa, with fierce will and unstoppable skill, had pulled off a stunning comeback, winning this nail-biting battle. Let us give them the loudest applause. The Bloodshot Mercenary Guild. The Bloodshot Mercenary Guild. Mingite nearby thought quietly, I knew it. Senior will definitely make it. Lastron turned to look at his opponent sitting on the ground and called out, Tukum. He raised his hand to an you. I have already let you win. It was just the goddess of luck choosing me this time. You are really strong. She smiled shyly and thought to herself, trying to act cool. Huh. Tukaim wiped off his pants embarrassed and stood up. Alright. Enough with the pleasantries. Luck's part of skill after all. She shot him an angry glare and said, I am looking forward to our next rematch. Don't you dare run away. Lasitron smiled softly. Of course. He stood still watching Tukaim's retreating back, thinking, this tournament has brought out many top players like Tukaim, but in this Tin Teng world, that is just the tip of the iceberg. Lasitron raised his hand, thinking about that person and some chaos ahead. He had to get stronger. Tuda continued her work. Now, please welcome our champion team to the stage for their prize. Get ready. The girl began loudly. Bloodshot Mercenary Guild. Receive your rewards. A golden tier item, rare crafting materials, 3,000 guild reputation points, and a hero's order. Lasitron's team excitedly watched the prizes drop. Other players whispered enviously, even knowing the rewards. Seeing them firsthand still flushed their faces. The key to unlock the hidden dungeon, just like the hero's order, meant fierce competition ahead. The Bloodshot team huddled close and shouted, one more cheer for the Bloodshot Mercenary Guild. The scene froze into a photo on the table as a cheer rang out. Glasses clinked. 3 people raised their glasses and declared, to the championship, and to the guild leader a speedy recovery. Cheers. 13 quietly grabbed a food item and whispered that Dad Beep and Little Tight were still far away packing up, so they would not make it in time otherwise. Today would have been even more fun. Lusitron next to him replied, no worries. Once they finish moving in, we will throw another celebration party. He raised his wine bottle to toast, but honestly, lol, Leslie's illness scared us all this time. You owe yourself 3 cups as punishment. Tunt Hunter C jump and grab the bottle back. Do not do that. Big bro is not fully recovered yet. Can he drink too much? He also said it is just temporary virus suppression, still a risk of relapse. Lastron laughed and shot back. Come on, it is not that bad. I feel great now. Could live to 100 no problem. 13's just being dramatic. As usual, he raised his glass for a big sip. Just that I still do not know who gave me the blood to make the serum. I really want to thank that savior sometime. The other 2 suddenly played dumb, took a sip and laughed. Fate will bring you together eventually. 13 clinked glasses with Lasitron and changed the subject. The next hidden dungeon. When are we heading there? He glanced at him and said, your level's still low. Finish your job transfer first. Next time we will take you along. He was startled, face full of shock. Next time then. 13 pulled out a tablet, pointed and explained, this hidden dungeon has a very rare fragment. A fragment of awakening. Lusitron looked and asked, I know. So what? He pointed to the last line and said, "Look here. It can boost a player's rank because each fragment holds part of a warlord level boss power." 13 took the tablet and added, "If you gather all the fragments, you can uncover the warlord boss's secret and unlock the next story chapter." Lustron stared at the screen in surprise and asked, "Warlord boss? What is that?" 13 raised his glass and teased, "You are definitely a hands-on pro. Always focused on fights but never checking your gear or game setup." Then he launched into a long explanation. In the Qiantung world, there are 9 warlord level bosses, the highest entities in the game. Defeating them nets top-tier gear and resources, plus massive experience and fame. But their identities have not been revealed yet, so players have to discover them to unlock new chapters. Tum looked amazed and said, "That is so cool. If we open the first awakening fragment, our guild will definitely lead the whole new chapter." 13 scratched his head awkwardly and said seriously, "That'll be a historic moment for Qiantung. So why do I still have to do this job transfer?" Lasitron stood up and patted him on the shoulder. "Do not stress. There will be more awakening fragments. You still have a chance." Lasitron smiled and promised, "We will bring back all the resources and treasures. Every studio member will get a share." The 3 clinked glasses in unison. "All right. It is decided. Here's to the future of the Crimson Mercenary Squad." Bottoms up. At the hidden dungeon portal, Lustron looked at the group and asked if they were done packing. Mintide heard this and replied confidently, "Do not worry. With my brother as our top scout here, nothing to fear. We are almost done." Hearing this, he could not help but admire. No wonder Dad Bapi so legendary. Tun Kuntavsi turned to see 2 figures approaching and announced, "Big bro, they are here." Hia immediately clasped his hands apologetically. "Sorry for the delay and making you wait so long," Lastron replied. "Not late. Just in time." She pointed and introduced the 3. "Let me introduce. This is Shuan, Ingwai Thun, and D Thing, new members of the Ancient Sword Dream Guild. The trio's levels and classes: Suni level 60, Warrior, Ningai Thin level 59, Warrior, D Thung level 59. Balanced offense and defense." As she glanced over at them, Lusitron looked at them approvingly. "I have heard about you 3 for a while now, and now you have joined her guild. Let us head into the dungeon." Hun agreed. Sure. He walked ahead deep in thought. These 3 do not care about anyone in their actions. Is the guild forced to accept people like this now? Looks like Ancient Sword Dreams in a tough spot. Lasitron recalled last time and hoped this dungeon run would not have any unexpected problems. He silently told himself to stay calm, or else. The group split into smaller teams and entered the cave. He glanced back at Su Ninris' group behind him, deciding to keep a close eye on them. He could not let them stir up trouble. Minthoit looked around and sighed. "We have been going for a while, but all there is are tiny bugs, so boring." Just then, a monster suddenly lunged out from somewhere. Luxtren grabbed his sword and immediately gave the order to get ready for battle. Next, he swung his sword in a horizontal slash to finish it off. Luftren watched the monster fall and asked suspiciously, "Is it really that simple?" He looked up at the huge horde of monsters approaching and muttered, "This guy." The 3 from Xuanni slid past Luktran and said, "We do not know what is coming next. So everyone, conserve your energy." Then they charged forward, and Endung wiped out the monsters. Minthoit smiled brightly, praising them. "These guys are pretty impressive." Luxtren lowered his head, thinking, "Maybe I am just overthinking it." The system screen kept popping up. "Congratulations to the team for successfully defeating the distant swarm and collecting the following items: Common Wolf Bracelet 1, Defense 115, Magic Resistance 50, Stamina 20, Required Level 60, Armor Slot 1, Mithril Equipment, Magic Stone 15. Luxtran stared at the glowing orb in his hand and gave the order, "Keep moving forward." Usually, in the game setup, the boss up front is easy, but the ones behind, definitely tougher. Everyone stay sharp. The group walked across the water's surface. Suddenly, one of them stopped, tilting his head to listen. "Wait, do you hear that?" A pink dust-like fragrance appeared, surrounding the group as it moved in. Tunka could not believe it and said, A hidden dungeon with a level 18 script like this." She covered her ears. So Ho asked, "Are the designers nuts or what? I want to complain." Seriously. Luxtran's face flushed red, teeth clenched, thinking, "Oh no, I am feeling dizzy. There is poison in the air." His cheeks burned bright red as he gasped, whispering, "That thing!" A pair of slender legs stepped onto the water, surrounded by fluttering butterflies. The poisoned butterfly appeared, and the system screen flashed a warning. Poisoned butterfly. Elite monster. Level 40. Defense 100 AP. 4000 health. Skills: Poison Fang. Bewitch. Introduction: Poisoned butterfly. An extremely toxic creature that releases pink poisonous pollen, confusing its target and leaving them defenseless. Luktren struggled desperately, calculating, "Is this the boss? Damn it! My body. It won't team move at all, the system announced. Bewitch effect activated. Player attack speed reduced by 50%. Movement disabled. Duration 15 seconds. He watched those legs slowly inch closer and realized something was off. Wait, hey, the poison butterfly's face moved in close. Surprising him, she lifted him up by the waist and asked, "Why did you trick me?" The poison butterfly's hand caressed him reproachfully. "You hurt me." "Wait, I am suffering." Then she gently stroked Luctran's body, still bewitching him. "You clearly know. What I want most is you." His face burned bright red, panting hard. Silently repeating, "Boss, you have to control yourself." The poison butterfly licked her lips, pressing close to his hand, mumbling, "You want me to control myself." She tilted her head and softly called, "Senior, your face is red, eyes shut tight, come on. I can't take it anymore." Haning stepped forward and slapped Luctran, scolding, "Snap out of it, man." Luctran held his face with one hand, stammering and pointing at the poisoned butterfly. "Boss, the poisoned butterfly immediately reached out to Luctran, inviting, "Senior, come here." Suddenly she was knocked flying backward. Luctran watched the poisoned butterfly fall and transform into a terrifying face, asking, "What is going on here?" Hanin next to him explained, "You got hit by the butterfly's bewitching attack, so I woke you up. And also, why are you calling me that, boss?" Luctran replied in panic, "You know, I got hit with illusion magic, so I mistook her for someone else." He looked ahead and asked, "Right? Where are the others?" Ahead, the group was being bewitched by the poisoned butterfly. Crying out, "Do not." Mintai guessed from behind, "It looks like it only bewitches male players. The rest of us do not feel a thing." Han urged, "Don't just stand there. Even though this butterfly has weird skills, it is pretty fragile. We need to hurry." The poisoned butterflies were defeated. 10 minutes later, the Xuan group were repeatedly slapped across the face. Guyan grabbed the poisoned butterfly's head, shouting, "Unnie, watch out." Tunkov, shaken awake by Hemin, asked, "Where's the teacher?" She was furious, clutching her head and screaming, "Enough already. Enough." Mintai kept leading up front, complaining, "I really do not get, guys. Even knowing this poisonous butterfly is dangerous, you are still so obsessed you can keep it together." He spoke up, "We are all hallucinating. What I am seeing is not that face." Guy Enna chimed in, "For me, what I see is my ex-girlfriend." "Where are you, my dear?" he heard the reply. "Anyway, we are not the same." Lussie Tren calmly explained, "This butterfly larva can exploit our desires to create illusions. It is seriously twisted." He sighed inside, thinking, "I really should not have said anything too soon. It is just a cursed butterfly larva." Ish Enna turned to Lussie Tren and challenged, "Then you no need to be vague. What did you see that made you call my name, boss?" He dodged her and said, "What do you know?" Lussie Tren switched topics. "Now's not the time for this. There is still a boss ahead. Stay alert." I pressed on. "You still have not answered me, boss. Tell me, who is it?" Mingwite whispered slyly. Got it. Lussie Tron's group froze. Ahead was the venomous swamp, the final checkpoint. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Here we go again." Lussie Tron spread his hands calmly. "Whatever it is, today we have to beat it." Suanenze and the others looked up, startled. Lussie Tron stepped forward, forcefully pushing the door open. They felt a blast of wind hitting them. Weapons raised, ready for anything. He glanced at the nearby boss and said, "Get ready for battle." Everyone suggested, "Then why not sneak away with these treasures first? We still have the keys anyway. Once we are stronger, we can come back for the shards." Effin agreed. He turned to back her up. "Me too." Note, in hidden dungeons, players can re-enter multiple times if they have not died. If a player does, they can re-enter. Lastron nodded at the venomous demon king. "Let us do that for now. Everyone, be careful not to trigger the boss." Suanin cautiously approached Aetherred with weapon ready, then suddenly charged and kicked her hard in the back. Shede was slammed forward. Lasitron turned back and saw this. He angrily shouted, "What the hell?" Her face twisted in fear. The venomous demon king woke and raised its sword. "Insect larva." Looked up, shocked. She raised her sword to block the attack, activating the Water King skill. I stumbled back, groaning, "Just one strike and I can hold it." Lasitron appeared, caught her, and asked if she could stand. She replied, "No problem." He turned to the others behind. "Quick, everyone, move up. This boss is too strong," and also used purification magic. Hangyin responded, "I agree." He turned and echoed, "I agree." Note, in the hidden dungeon, players can re-enter multiple times if they have not died, but once a player dies, they can't get back in. Luxtran nodded to the Lone Devil King's plan. "Let us do it that way for now." Everyone. Be careful. Don't trigger the boss. Swan Yi cautiously approached Hang Yi with her weapon ready, but he suddenly glowed blue and charged, kicking her hard in the back. Hang Yi was slammed forward by Swan Yi's kick. Lux Tran turned around and saw what just happened. He shouted angrily, while her face twisted in fear and shock. The lone Devil King calmly raised his sword and said, "Deep-rooted buck." Making Hang Yin look up in terrified disbelief, she raised her sword to block the attack, activating the skill from the Water King. Hang Yin stumbled back, groaning, unable to block even one move. Lux Tran appeared in front of her, caught her, and asked if she could stand. She replied that she was fine. He turned to the others behind and urged, "Hurry. Everyone, let us move. This boss is way too strong." Hang Yin also used a purification spell. Different creatures all swarmed the lone Devil King with attacks, demon spear strikes, volleys of arrows, non-stop assault. Floating messages appeared in the air. Damage 3,162. Add 1,883. Add 2,971. Add 458. Tunkok realized the situation was bad and shouted, "We do not have enough people. What are you three even doing?" He laughed loudly and turned, saying, "You guys fight the monsters you caused. We are sitting this one out. But we will grab these treasures for you. We won't join the fight, but we will collect the loot first." The crafty one shouted from over there, "You bastards." He clearly pushed me out. Lux Tran stood up, pushed her aside, and warned, "Ignore them. Be careful. Avoid the poison." Ming Gayet swung her sword at the Poison Demon King and struggled to say, "Crazy damage from the boss. I am about to break." She glanced nervously. "At best, I can hold on for 10 more seconds. What do we do now?" Lux Tran started giving orders. "I will distract the boss. Everyone else, retreat. We can't get trapped here." Ming Gayet hesitated, then said, "But you..." Suddenly, his whole body glowed purple as he charged at the Poison Demon King. "Forget it. Just go." Lux Tran kept reminding himself as he saw the sword strike coming. "Think fast. Lux Tran, think of something." The sword slammed down with powerful energy. A figure glowing purple appeared beside him. Lux Tran asked, confused, "Who the hell?" The Poison Demon King's eyes flashed. "Who dares block my strike?" The figure pointed at him and shouted, "Lin." A golden light flashed right in the Poison Demon King's chest. Lux Tran stared at her, puzzled. No healing, but ran out anyway and even pushed back a boss that strong. "Linna? Who the heck are you?" She dashed past him, spear in hand. Just as Linna shouted Lin, a hole appeared in the Poison Demon King's chest. Mintayat gasped, "Boss, your pet's gone rogue." Lux Tran replied, "I do not know what is happening either. Everyone, run, do not stop." The Poison Demon King raised his sword, gathering massive energy. "No one's escaping?" He unleashed a poison shockwave at Lux Tran's group. The system announced, "Poison shockwave activated, deals 30% damage to targets. Additional effect, Poison Blade causes 100% poison, draining 5% health per second for 55 seconds. Those hit fall forward." Lux Tran knelt down, thinking, "Too far away. I have to get stronger." On the other side, Linda slammed her spear into the ground and stood upright. Then she raised her spear, releasing a wave of energy. Linda activated Bright Prison Sweep around her. The system displayed, "Bright Prison Sweep activated, an unknown power dispels all negative effects." The Poison Demon King flinched. She pointed at the hole in his chest and said, "Here." Then Linda reached her hand inside. A beam of light flashed, revealing the outside scene clearly. Lena clenched Linda's hand and said, "So it was you." He smiled faintly, impressed. "Never thought you would end up like this." A golden light flashed, and she gasped, stammering, "Lily." He released Lin Ni's hand, muttering, "How ironic. The thing I could not avoid is exactly what you want." Lina leaned back. "Fine, take the energy." "Thanks anyway. I am finally free from its control," he whispered, looking at the stone in Lin Na's hand. "Free at last." Lux Tran saw a golden glow radiating from her. He anxiously warned, "Careful. Stop. This is bad." "Siren's not listening to me at all." Lin Nai's figure began to fade. Lux Tran reached out, shouting, "Siren!" He stared at the glowing shard, thinking, "I did not expect Siren's target to be this shard." Lux Tran focused hard, wondering, is it really just to help players awaken? Then what about that player? Lena, the system appeared. "Congratulations to player Cham Say for obtaining Awakening Shard 1. Congratulations to Blood Color Mercenaries. C. Kin In for clearing the hidden dungeon. Poison Cave." Minthiat smiled brightly and said, "Guild Leader, your support pet is insane. Where did you get it? I want one too. I want." Tunkok immediately shot back, "Dun T Dream. Big Bro only got Suran by activating incest level quest. It is the only one in Thean Tongue." Haning hugged him back and said, "Thank goodness. If it were not for Siren, we would all be wiped out. Those 3 Schwanni behind us were planning a clean hit. Lufttran raised his sword, pointing at them. Stop right there. You sneaky bastards woke the boss up. And you still want to run? Schwanni twitched his ear. Denying it, says, what are you talking about? I do not get it. Guinan chuckled along. Clearly, you are the one who can stand steady. You woke the boss yourself and got us all into trouble. Jiathong agreed. Yeah, we do not blame you, which is already nice. So do not try to pin it on us. Haning gritted his teeth in anger. You guys. Luxtran, you are all good at acting. Huh. Luckily, I recorded everything. Should I upload it for everyone to enjoy? The 3 of them jumped, covering their faces in shock. What? Her face darkened as she questioned. Normally, I treat you guys alright and you betray me and Koki Monghan over little reward? He sneered. You call a little cash not bad. Swenny stepped forward angrily. You rotten woman. Do not forget that. He smiled threateningly. Right now, Koki Monghan depends on us 3 brothers. Calling you sis is already enough. Do not act like you are some big deal. Lufttran clenched his fists and punched Schwanni hard in the face. The guy covered his face, shouting, back off. This is Koki Monghan's business. None of your concern? He then stood in front of Haimi and declared, because I am part of Koki Monghan. She gasped, thinking, could it be? He really is. Schwanni sneered angrily. You. Dethong hugged him, trying to calm him. Babe, these guys are not easy to handle. If we make a scene, we will only get hurt. Nagain agreed. Yeah, let us just retreat for now. Schwanni left but reminded them. I am not settling this with you guys yet. We will handle it at the guild later. Luxtran stabbed his sword hard into the ground, eyes blazing as he pointed at the 3. I am letting you go for now. Mingaya, picking up items from Dathongus' body. Aren't these all guild stuff? How did these guys get so much? Han-in hesitated at the back. Cham Contray, earlier you said you joined Koki Monghan, is that true? In the real world, Luxtran sat watching the group of 13 admit their mistakes. Sorry everyone, I decided to join Koki Monghan on my own without discussing it first. I laughed and replied, no worries, bro. Wherever you go, I am right there with you. He raised his glass to add, exactly. Plus, the Bloodshade Mercenary Group just became a branch of Kokium. We get shared benefits and stay independent. Isn't that better than before? I used to be sad all day when Luxtran quit the game. But today, seeing the legend return to Koki Monghan, I am about to cry tears of joy. Someone nearby chimed in. Xiaox is right. No need to apologize. We decided to follow you anyway. She bit into some grilled squid, adding, yeah, totally. Luftran blushed, thinking, with teammates like these, what more could I ask for? The 13 side. If only I had a higher rank, I would not have missed out on those deadly beauties. Such a shame. Tunkok munched happily. It is wait until Sister Hamin hits level 70. Then we can tackle the hidden dungeon again. He looked at Luktran, blushing. What has this got to do with the great beauty Hamin? He recalled explaining that in the dungeon, you can get a necklace that unlocks a hidden dungeon, but only female players at level 70 can activate it. Luftran handed the necklace to Haiming, saying, this necklace really suits you. The system screen popped up. Tengai M. Kim. Power. 45. Influence. 42. Boost user's health by 20%. Unlocks hidden dungeon quest at level 70. The girl laughed and said, I guess Anin's the highest level female here. Minshu blushed and cut in. Alright, no need for explanations. For the guild leader. We totally get it. Suddenly, the 13 turned their heads in shock. Look, isn't he that the legendary Hamin? Luftran quickly ducked under the table. Donnie let her see me. Someone pointed over there. Stop trying to hide. Just look yourself. She is just coming to her company. Luftran shrank in embarrassment. Minshu beside him asked. Guild leader. That is a legendary beauty. Why are you hiding? He smacked her head lightly. Kids should not ask so many questions. Suddenly, a powerful shock swept through. 13 closed his eyes and asked, what just happened? Sungyu looked back in alarm. Oh no? Sister Hang's company just exploded. Lutran quickly wiped his face and called out toward the chaos. Hang, he rushed into the crowd, searching non-stop. Calling, Hang, Lutran pushed through the crowd, shouting, Guild leader. Guild leader. Hang. Then, Senna fell from above behind them. He scanned everywhere, calling out repeatedly, Hang, Hang. Just then, she came up from behind and spoke. Lutran, she held her injured arm and murmured, it is you. Is it really you? Hang, struggling to speak, said, I knew it. I knew you would be okay. Lutran ran over, hugged her gently, and whispered, Hang. 13 came running from behind and asked, she recognized you. Lutran nodded. Yeah? Sungyud. Enough talk. The 120 emergency team is almost here. Let us go outside and talk. Right after, The group quickly left the crowd. Outside the hospital room, disbelief echoed. How can there be nothing? Another voice tried to calm them. Please, madam, stay calm. The police looked at the two and reported, we have checked nearby stores and building cameras. Either the cameras were off or in blind spots, so we have no footage. The officer lowered his head, jotting notes. But this explosion was not an accident. We are still digging for clues. Hearing this, Lutran placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Sister Mingayat, the report's done. Leave the rest to the police. Mingayat sighed deeply. She turned and grabbed the officer's hand. Officer, if you find any clues, please contact me immediately. Blushing, he promised. Don't worry. We will. Lutran watched the police leave and said, this is way too suspicious. Definitely a plot against the guild leader. Mingayat asked, you think so too? He stroked his chin and replied, if not, why would all the cameras suddenly fail? Evidence wiped clean. No witnesses. It is clearly targeted at the guild leader. She pulled out a stack of documents. Exactly. Check this out. Lutran opened the folder and saw the notice. Removal of Hang's position as Deputy General Manager. Shocked, he exclaimed. This is... Mingayat calmly explained. I got this early this morning. He pointed to the papers. Back in the day, Jess thrived because of Kuki Monghan. But now it is declining. Major shareholders are teaming up to push If out of the company. It is not just a coincidence, I do not buy it. She stared at him and said firmly. Exactly. And only you can stop it. Suddenly, crying erupted from inside the room. Lutran glanced inside and asked, the guild leader's awake. Mingayat looked surprised, 13 startled, and turned around when he heard. Guild leader, he hurriedly explained. This is not about me. She just wants to say something. I am only sharing what I know. Lutran quickly moved closer and asked. Guild leader, Hang limped over and grabbed his waist. Lutran, she kept sobbing and begging, don't leave me. Promise me you won't leave me again. Lutran gently touched her arms and finally hugged Hang tightly. Okay? I promise. Then, inside the game, she held her sword and faced the Thunder Rooster boss. Lutran warned. Be careful. Hang glanced back as a purple flash struck down the Thunder Rooster in front of her. Suddenly, another one behind her was also wiped out. Hang turned around smiling. Lutran, it is almost done. The system screen flashed continuously. Congrats to player at Thay Nat Phuong for reaching level 59. Congrats to player at Thay Nat Phuong for reaching level 60. Congrats to player at Thay Nat Phuong for reaching level 61. Lutran turned and thought silently. Time's running out. We have to revive Kuki Monghan fast. He looked toward the nearby Thunder Rooster group. Back in reality, Lutran stood still as Hang clung to him. Right now, Thientong is getting more popular. Every gaming company wants a piece of it. Including Gugs, Mingayat said confidently. As long as Kuki Monghan is revived in Thientong, Ivy will have the strength and the right to take back control. That is why I said only you can do it. Inside the game, Lutran swung his sword in a wide arc. The notification sound kept ringing non-stop. Congrats to player Cham Kang Chamse for reaching level 69. Congrats to player Cham Kang Chamse for unlocking a skill. Kang Kon that trick. Congrats to player Cham Kang Chamse for gaining a skill. Bang Mang. Seeing this, you still can't help but mutter. Not enough. Still not enough. I have to get stronger. Lutran pushed his sword forward and shouted. I keep going. Right after, he suddenly paused, letting out a doubtful sound. Hang Inchai and the Lei Dingai were slowly disappearing, saying, this spot is all clear now. After a moment, she held out a glowing potion to Lutran, actually saying, you do not have to push yourself this hard just for me. He sat down under the tree, took the bottle, and replied, since revealing my identity and coming back here, quite a few players have already reached out. Our situation is way better than before. Lutran held up the empty bottle inside. You have to know, back in the day, Kuki Monghan used to be the #1 guild on the whole server, but now they are only in a small city district, with Kong Long, Tian, and a bunch of other strong guilds ahead of us. They either have big companies backing them in real life, endless resources, or huge influence in game with no shortage of manpower. Lutran's eyes sharpened as he added, compared to them, we have to watch out for backstabs from corporations and the schemes of other guilds. We have to work way harder than they do. He crushed the glass bottle in his hand and declared, that is why I say, it is still not enough. Far from enough. Hanine, he shouted to Lutran. He grabbed his sword and stood up muttering, no way. Keep training. Today I have to hit level 70. She stood up too and said, fine, I will train with you late at night in the Truck Long Guild. And Lone startled and asked, Cham Kontramse is actually Lutran. That person blushed thinking back to earlier and answered, yeah, before Koki Monghan was still around. He never left, stayed in Tiangan Sam, tricking us all. Who'd have thought he would come back and become famous now? He whispered a warning. Boss, He is really strong. Even stronger than our guild members, the other guy added. Quite a few VIPs are curious and want to meet him, and Lone gripped his sword tightly and muttered, "After being off the radar so long, we really have to see what he has got." He raised his sword and laughed. "Luxtran, Chamcontre, let me see if your sword is still in one piece, and just how strong you have gotten." At the Oat tribe territory, Hang Yin looked at the awakening shard and asked why he wanted it. Calmly, he replied, "I want to try it once." Luxtran held the dazzlingly glowing awakening shard up. He stared intently at it and called out loud, "Tam Nian, come here." Bright light from the awakening shard spread everywhere. The system announced, "Beast Tam Ni, your transformation failed." Luxtran sighed deeply. "Failed again," muttered, looking at the shard. "Tam Nian recovers after she dies, but she is different from other spirits because she has a real body." But Van Fuong did not expect she would get involved with King Lina and those awakening shards too. He softly analyzed. Last time in the hidden dungeon, the evil Ghost King was probably suppressed by King Lina's shards, and Tam Nian is also craving those shards. Luxtran looked at it in his hand and added, "But who knows, after using the awakening shard?" Nothing happened. Hang In nearby spoke up to comfort him. "Anyway, the golden finger can just be used carelessly. Maybe there is another step needed." Hearing that, he had no choice but to accept it. That is probably the case. Suddenly, Torn dug in and started slashing. She saw it and shouted a warning. "Careful." The system screen popped up. Siege Soldier Torin, level 40 skill, Wrath of Nodal. Luxtran pulled out his sword to block the surprise attack and said, "Still got some left." Huh. Immediately after, he jumped and drove Kang Khan Natrich hard into its head. The screen instantly displayed a notification. Kang Khan Natrich level 1, increases attack damage by 10% and reduces target's defense by 10%. Bonus effect, 20% chance to stun the enemy. Hang In watched Torrent's figure slowly vanish and praised, "His new skill is really awesome. Instant kill right there." Luxtran looked at his sword and muttered, "Level 1 already boosts attack by 10%, so level 10 would be 100% damage. Way stronger than Chu Nan." He grinned holding that sword, combined with the Ngayat Ho sword. "This is truly defying fate. The effort to level up today definitely paid off," she said with a smile as she looked at the system board that popped up. "Your effort was not wasted. Second place on the leaderboard. But sadly the top spot is held by the legendary beauty of Feng Sak Hyoyen Tong, who is even more relentless than you." Luxtran read, 10% boost to the user's physical strength, plus 8% increased attack speed, and Trang has a 15% chance to trigger a 20% unintended shot effect. Requires level 70. He could not help but admire her dedication to the game. Luxtran glanced at two unfamiliar names above and was a bit surprised. These two are new players he had not met before. Hanin laughed teasingly. Maybe they are fans of N who transferred from another zone. He did not deny it but was not sure. Suddenly, Luxtran saw a notification. "Your friend Feng Sak Hyoyen Tong has sent you a message." Curious, he checked it out. He smiled mischievously. Hanin saw it and grinned. "Is that Feng Sak Hyoyen Tong?" Luxtran nodded. "Yeah, boss." I gave her a little sigh and said, "I am exhausted after 2 days of grinding. I am gonna take a break." Suddenly Hanin turned back and said, "But Luxtran, whether you pick me or Feng Sak Hyoyen Tong, I will respect your choice." He forced a smile and explained, "Boss, hold on." The system immediately popped up a notification. "Your friend Hanat Fuong has gone offline." Luxtran tapped on the message. Puzzled, "What is up with Hanat Fuong?" Suddenly the screen flickered with an error. Then a notification appeared. Oat Gorge is located at the northernmost part of Oat territory. Luxtran was startled. Oat Gorge. Hanat Fuong's in danger. At Oat Gorge, Thean Dao glared Hanat Fuong and said, "Admit defeat already. Even if you grow wings today, you won't escape." She snarled at the gritting enemies. "You shameless bunch." A piercing scream made everyone turn around. Luxtran sneered, ganging up on a girl. "Didn't I expect you bullies to be this thick-skinned?" Thean Dao was surprised when he arrived. "Chamconche," and Zen opened his eyes wide. Calmly said, "Chamconche, with you here, I value you like the legendary sword spirit. If you agree to form an alliance with us to take down Tayat Ningen Sam and share the loot, what do you say?" Hanat Fuong saw Luxtran stroking his chin thoughtfully and warned, "Senior, do not be naive. Once Dape finishes off Tayat Ningen Sam, the next target will be the legendary sword spirit." He stepped forward and shook his ear, replying, "I am not the boss of the legendary sword, so I can decide anything. So the legendary sword spirit 1T get involved." Thean Dao scoffed. "Then stop worrying about it." He clenched his fist and said, "But as the boss of the Crimson Mercenary Squad." Luxtran raised a finger and added, "That is something I definitely manage." He tilted his head and warned, "Namvan, do not dodge your debts." Hanat Fuong almost laughed. Thean Dao gritted her teeth angrily. "Chamconche, why do you always side against me? You will regret it soon enough." Then Hen shouted, "Let us." Two others immediately responded. Just then, the system screen flashed a notification. World announcement. Attention all players, starting at 2 p.m. tomorrow, the new map, Demon Spirit Hall, will officially open. It is located beneath the Grand Cathedral in Bang Choi City. Only 10 players are allowed in. Experience points gained here get a 10% boost, and drop rates increase by 10%, plus, bosses will drop 100% Divine Authority orders and Awakening Shards. Divine Authority orders boost guild levels by 2. Everyone gasped. World announcement. Demon Spirit Hall is a new map, guild level +2. Luck Chan's eyes lit up, and Awakening Shards too. We have to go. Dathan Dukim pointed ahead. Thean Dao. The new map is open. I do not care. But are you afraid you will drop a few ranks? And Kao laughed. I am letting you go today. The new map only lets in 10 players. So do not get your hopes up. Then he turned and ordered, let us move. Luck Chan laughed loudly behind. Alright, I will get ready too. Don't forget the 50,000 gold. She angrily clenched her fists and scolded. Luck Chan, you finally found someone as shameless as you. If you had not asked me for help, I would be forgotten about her ages ago. And what about that 50,000 gold of yours? You really have the mouth of a lion. You hear that and raise a finger to explain. I did not just rush over after reading your message. Death then said coldly, crossing his arms. Then, his eyes caught the blue sword on Lassie Chun's body. Death then reached out to grab it and said, this blue sword is not bad. How about I gift it to you? Take your 50,000 gold, and this sword covers the rest. She blushed and scolded. Since we got back from the ancient sword quest, you have not gone on a dungeon run with me even once. Lassie Chun raised the blue sword toward her and said, Alright. Take it. Inside he thought. So cute. Death then stepped closer. Pleading, after entering the Demon Spirit Hall, you have to join my team. He agreed nervously. Okay, sure. Inside? He sighed. Way too close. Then she jumped up excitedly, while Lassie-chun covered his face and let out a long sigh. Bamboo Dragon Guild. Vian level 72. Silver Defense Attack. Bamboo Dragon Guild. Bit Kongin level 72. Silver Warrior. He looked down and said, just as expected. The rumors and mysterious aura were right. Lusithan has appeared. Venian looked that way and said, then let us follow Trajekin Lone's advice. Give him a hand. As he reached out to touch and calculate, challenging him 1T help. The real focus is the Divine Doctor's order and the map fragments. Grab those to earn credit with the boss. Kung Engen reached out to touch the item displayed on the screen and said, not long. Trek and Lone gave me a high-level confusion artifact. Then use it on Lash Chen. That way, he definitely can't enter this map. That day, the crowd kept attacking those nearby, guarding the main gate, not letting a single person through. This spot belongs to Kung Lung. Make way for me, or do not blame me for being merciless. What the hell are you trusting? 13. Brothers, kill this bastard. Las Chan popped his head out from underground and said, good. No one's paying attention. The system notified. Movement underground reduces speed by 90%. Demon Spirit Hall currently has 5 out of 10. System update. 6 out of 10. Seeing this, he thought happily. You guys keep fighting. I will quietly get rich. Lassie Chun gripped the sword. Pondering, why does not this feel real? He stomped the ground muttering. Something's off. Then he turned and looked back. Thinking, such a big commotion? Yet no one outside the door reacts. Lassie Chun raised his eyebrows, suddenly realizing the system was not warning him either. Right after, he lunged forward with force. Lassie Chun watched the healing glow return as usual, then looked at the fighting crowd outside and concluded, it is definitely an illusion. He quickly slid past the crowd, thinking, a high-level confusion artifact like this is definitely a magic item. But who exactly is behind it? His mind flashed to what Thin Zio said that day. Today, I will spare your lives. He raised his hand and recalled his sword. Lust Chun used Mind Prison Recall, and the purple power began to spread. He pointed the sword forward and ordered, find the real physical items. Streams of purple light radiated from Lassie Chan everywhere. He stood still, thinking, confusion artifacts can hold players back. Confusion artifacts can hold players back. He stood still, thinking, confusion artifacts can hold players back. They only last a set amount of time. But no matter what, you do not lose your mind during that time. The highest level artifacts can hold you for up to 72 hours. But users do not need to trap themselves that long. As long as the map is full of people, this trip's already lost, no matter what. For now, I just need to get out of here. Then the system alerted. Your soldiers detected something unusual at 2 of the clock. Please head there. He clenched his fist proudly. Good job. Lassie Chun stared at the white light ahead and thought, this is it. Seeing the shadow inside, he knew for sure this was the place. Lassie Chun swung his sword toward it and commanded, break it. The huge force hit the illusion, tearing it apart instantly. He stood still, watching the purple orb appear before his eyes. Luck Chan calmly concluded, this is definitely it. The screen popped up an intro, a high-level illusion tool that creates hallucinations for a targeted enemy. making them lose their sight. Grabbed the tool, denying it no way. This is not the scene I saw before. The illusion is not over, and I got hit before even sneaking in. Luck-chan stared at the orb in his hand, pondering, but this really is the tool's trademark. This magic script. A warning sound rang out. System alert. 8 out of 10 players in the Demon Spirit Hall. He swore in anger. Damn it. This plan's tight. What a waste of time. Luck-chan kept spinning the orb, grumbling. I am the top student at university. After all, and this little trick is just a permutation combo. How could this tiny thing give me trouble? His fingers hit a spot and he commanded, dispel it. The screen instantly displayed. System announcement. Congrats. You cracked the illusion tool in under a minute. Luck-chan became the tool's owner, staring at it with a bitter thought. Damn it, and it is set for 72 hours. Then he slammed his head into a pond. Furious, wondering where this thing even came from. System alert. 9 out of 10 players in the Demon Spirit Hall. Luck-chan yelled in frustration. There is still one spot left. He dashed forward, muttering, gotta get in no matter what. Moments later, a system alert from above. 10 out of 10 players in Demon Spirit Hall. Map closed. Luck-chan collapsed, clutching his head, groaning. I really missed it. Cha stood firm, laughing loudly. Isn't this Luck-chan? The top? What now? Came here to fish. His whole body radiated battle energy as he shouted. You are all asking for death, and glared at Luck-chan's small sword, sneering. If you do not want to lose, do not. I have not even entered yet. Damn it. The screen flashed a reminder. Alert sent to Senior. Senior, are not you entering? Luck-chan slammed his sword on the ground, cursing, his heart screaming. So embarrassing. Can T get in? This map is huge. There's got to be some awesome stuff inside. Now the gap's just getting wider. Luck-chan's whole body radiated battle energy as he thought. I need to be more careful. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared in the darkness. He was startled the moment he saw that glow. A familiar figure appeared before him. Xian ran. Luck-chan was shocked. She pulled him along, and he asked suspiciously. Chan ran. What is going on? Then Chen Ran raised her hand, forming a magic circle. She dragged Luck-chan right into it. Everyone gasped. What is this dry fog thing? Seriously. They are going in. Report him. Report him. Damn it. This is straight up cheating. System alert. Player Chim Sin Chim XA entered the dungeon through a special path. Current count. 11 out of 10 players inside. The startled player immediately turned and called out. Senior, 1 minute earlier. In the main hall, Kung-in threw out a Flamestorm Star. System alert. Flamestorm Star releases multiple meteorite projectiles. Each meteor deals 160 to 200 damage. Required level 70. Chin Dao quickly dodged the wide attack. You guys only know how to use tools. Huh. Kung-in appeared behind him, laughing. Old Base got tons of tools. Likes to play with them. If you are up for it, bring it on. Venom unleashed ice spears, yelling, die. System alert. Ice spears release multiple ice spikes, each dealing 200 to 280 damage, plus a freezing effect. Freeze lasts 30 seconds. Required level 70. He looked at the ice spears, helpless. Damn it, he is getting away. Chen Dao hid behind a wall, thinking, damn it, why are the Bamboo Dragon Guild guys here? They have got too many tools. I need to find someone to team up with. Then system alert. Player Chiem Can Chiem Se entered the dungeon through the special path. Now 11 out of 10 players inside. He got angry, thinking, Kansa Ede? Special path. Kang-en frowned, thinking, Kam and Kanchemek Se's already in. How did he crack the illusion tool? Venian reached out, touching it, wondering, and he even used the special entrance. I have played Thin Teng for years, and did not even know this was a thing. He laughed out loud. I am doing great too. We gotta prepare him a big surprise. Temain quickly ran toward the door. Lucy Tren chased after her, glancing back and thinking quietly. This replica dungeon is really quiet. He looked ahead thoughtfully. It seemed like this was the lowest floor of the dungeon. The screen showed the words touch the distant relic. He stared at it and thought, looks like Tevimi Yin led me straight down to the lower level. Meanwhile, Jit Then was meeting with Sister Min Nugai. Muttering something, Temayan's whole body glowed with purple light. Repeating oh. La Tron. Seeing this, asked suspiciously. Timianin. He hid behind the wall, watching her slam hard against that purple energy barrier. Wondering, last time it was Lam Nep, now it is Tafi. Could this be another name for the warlord? This door must lead to the boss. Having a golden finger is awesome, just walk right up and face the boss. Lumheim pushed forward into the secret passage, but Lashtron immediately pulled back, thinking, wait, In. The system screen flashed the message. Your item has been reclaimed. Startled, he called out, "Don't leave." Tron saw a flash of golden light and said, "Yeah? You really can fully trust the golden finger." Suddenly, the wall lit up. Surprising him, a system notification appeared. You are now viewing the Memory Stone Chronicles, the original Qiantung continent. The Purgatory contains 10 great warlords. The inscription told how the leader of the warlords, Linna, led the undead to conquer the human empire, then drained their power, breaking it into many fragments. These fragments turned human warriors into monsters, sparking a 1,000-year blood war on the continent. Eventually, all the warlords were defeated, and the war abruptly ended. The monsters were sealed in many places across the continent, their hatred lingering. The demonic spirit path is one of those seals. Tron read this and finally understood. So that is how it is. Qiantung's history and the origin of the fragments are all connected. He looked at the stone tablet, puzzled, but I thought there were only 9 warlords. Why 10? This dungeon also has awakened fragments, and Temini has sensed them too. Tron slung his sword over his shoulder, staring at the door ahead. Too bad even TM Hyen's power can open this door. I bet the condition is to clear all the previous levels first before it opens. He chuckled softly. Then a vertical staircase appeared right before him. Tron dashed forward and called out, "GN, I am on the lowest floor. The big boss door won't open yet, and I have not met anyone. How's everyone else doing?" Fengstai Hai and Titang reported. "Min Guide and I are together. We have killed 2 overlords and 3 mini-bosses. The top 4 floors are cleared. We are heading to the 5th floor." He asked, "What about Thin Xiao?" Feng's Zixia Tipping replied, "Not here. He is not the one. He's gone into the dungeon too." Tron reminded, "Right? We gotta watch out for him. Let us clear from the bottom up and meet up first." Fengstai Hai and Hitam agreed immediately. "Got it. You be careful too." Inside, he swung his sword, cutting down a large group of soldiers blocking his path. The system announced, "To Linling, Deg Soldier. Normal monster. Level 50. Attack 400 and 2550. Defense 370. Skill. Death Cry. Description: Guardian of the demonic realm border. Behind him, Thin Xiao raised his sword and took out a soldier sneaking up from behind. He looked back, unsure whether to praise or scold. "NMs. This dungeon's packed, and you still got in. That is some serious skill." Tron got close behind Thin Xiao teasingly. "Not doing things your way, huh?" Disappointing. He heard Thin Xiao raise his sword in reply. "This is my style. No reason to be disappointed. Let us team up." He swung his sword to kill another soldier and asked, "You said you were not alone here. So why did not you look for your teammates? What game are you playing now?" Thin Xiao kept stabbing forward. "You know why? Your teammates were killed by mine." Tron was shocked. "What about the other 2 then?" He swiftly finished off 2 soldiers beside him. "They are from the Truckee Long Guild," he replied through clenched teeth. Thin Xiao leaned back against Tron and said, "We can let the Truckee Long Guild steal our Ice Realm boss. One more person means more power, right?" He lightly swished the sword in his hand, holding back some mana so he could share a bit of the damage. "When they get pulled in, it will be too late to deal with him." Tron wiped the blood on his hand over him and said, "Alright, I am in for the team up, but you have gotta put in more effort." Thin Xiao glanced at the bloodied hand on him and asked, "What are you doing to me?" He smirked and turned around, replying, "Nothing much, just a little blood ritual to attract spirits." He turned his head back and shouted, "Chen Kanze, your mouth sure talks big but lacks honor." Tron muttered, gripping his sword. "For now, just getting this small advantage." Hearing footsteps, he immediately turned around, alert. Right after, Tron jumped back a few steps. Kong Yan grinned with arms crossed. "Thin Xiao, why are not you running?" He raised his hand, gathering fiery flames. "Let us come help you." Kong Yan hurled forward hard. The screen showed, Flame Rage Stone, high tier item, erupts into fierce flames that deal continuous burn damage to nearby enemies and slows their movement. The Flame Rage Stone flew straight at Thin Xiao. Tron raised his sword and slashed. "So these are the ones plotting against me in the path and map." Kong again laughed louder. "Finally figured it out. Huh, how's it feel? Fun playing with us." Van Yen nearby chuckled. "Chen Kanze, I have got something even bigger ready to show you what real power looks like." Thin Xiao behind warned urgently. "Watch out, that is a bamboo bomb. Run." He threw it hard, and the screen displayed info about the bamboo bomb. Hen raised his sword to block, but still took 8,557 damage. Angrily cursing, "Damn it!" Tron gritted his teeth and yelled, "That is your big shot." He swung his sword and said, "If you are bringing out the big stuff, find me." Van Yen's eyes flashed purple. Startled, "What the heck?" Both he and Kong Yan were knocked back, taking 4,288 and 3,722 damage. Luck used ice to freeze and trap them. He quickly wiped and said to the two, "Items are just support tools against ultimate moves. They are basically nothing." Dao stood back watching the fight ahead. He immediately grabbed a potion and gulped it down. Dao muttered through clenched teeth, "Now's the time. No need to hold back." Luck swung his sword to attack Kong again and the other guy. He stepped back. Thoughtful. Two of them covering half my body. One pretending to be some tricky little pest. Who knows if these three are actually putting on a show for me? He struck again, watching anxiously as one got knocked back. Kong Gen and Luck were suspicious, but these two were terrible actors. No way this is a show. The guy raised his hand and threw a stun bullet yelling, "Chen Kanze." The info said stun bullets paralyze the target and reduce attack speed by 30%. Luck raised his sword and forcefully knocked the bullet away. Wondering, they have got way too many weird items. This is seriously annoying. He nodded and decided, "Fine then." Luck gathered energy and used his sharpest move, slashing toward the two. The sword aura started to fade. Kong Engen laughed and mocked, "Chen Kanze? Kidney failure. Your mana's drained dry. Holding a stun bullet now. Huh. No mana means you are just helpless prey." He immediately threw another stun bullet. Luck cursed. "Damn it." He ran toward him urging, "Dao, if you do not want to die, pull back now. These two losers do not have much health left." His eyes flashed as he shouted, "Watch this." Dao swung straight at Luck cried out in pain when hit. Luck raised his sword and scolded the traitor. "Dao, you actually dared to betray me?" He just laughed. "Calm down and be quiet." Dao saw Luck running away and chased after him. "No way you are getting away." Kong Gen was shocked. "Dao, you are even shameless beyond your own brothers." He frowned and declared, "So ruthless. I like that. But you are going down too." He raised his sword to strike back. "But wait, you are not dealing with me now. You are up against Chamsa. Once he regains his magic power, everyone's dead." Dao warned calmly. "With your strength, you simply can't kill him. He ran because I sided with you too. I only want to kill Chamsa to settle the score. I do not care about the loot in this dungeon." Ingen turned back, glanced at Van Yen behind for a quick nod, then threatened, "Your life's mine whenever I want. Don't mess up and ruin the plan." The three quickly chased after Luck "Let us." Dao saw you drinking a potion and shouted, "He is over there." Luck threw down the potion, silently cursing, "Damn, that fast already closing in." Then you swung your sword, unleashing a ghostly slash. Dao raised his sword to block the attack. Seeing Luck turn and run, he ordered, "Don't let him escape. Keep chasing." You used the Chunin move, swinging your sword to strike again. The three quickly stepped back to dodge. Ingen looked at the weak attack and sneered, "Looks like someone's out of mana again." Dao's face darkened, blocking sternly, not laughing yet, and was sweating cold, staring ahead at the empty space. Confused, Ingen gritted his teeth and cursed silently. "No mana, yet still run damn fast." Van Yen pulled out a pair of shoes and said, "Big bro, use these." A notification sounded. Speed boost item activated. User's running speed increased by 50% for 15 seconds. The two left Dao behind to chase, while Engen watched Luck standing still at the big gate, saying, "Dead end. Let us see where you run now." They threw a bunch of items, but this guy just won die. Dao hid behind a wall, laughing loudly. "Sounds like a fight's about to break out. I will just watch you tear each other apart." Suddenly Han's eyes widened in surprise. What are they even doing? Dao watched the two keep throwing weapons, puzzled, searching for enemies in thin air, and jumped back from the spreading flames, shouting, "You two are crazy. Fighting air. Stop it and go away. Why throw that at me?" Just then, Luck appeared behind and swung his sword to attack. You saw the blue sword touch Dao and sneered, "Guess what? I am using my mana to kill you." Luck laughed, clever as ever. "Still got some left." The blue sword sliced across Han's neck. Dao let out a painful cry. "Damn you, Che. You and I are not done yet." The system notification popped up. Player Dao has died. Luck looked at Han annoyed. "You are such a pain in the neck." Equipment kept dropping where Dao fell. You immediately sat down and started picking it up, beaming with joy. Jackpot. Jackpot. Not to mention Dao. Han was loaded with treasure too. Suddenly a voice asked, "Luxtran, what is the situation now?" Mingai Gayet turned and asked the two who were still swinging at thin air, "Why are you two freaking out about nothing? Isn't he that Dao?" Luxtran grinned, showing his teeth. "These guys want to kill me, but they are messing up and only losing their own stuff." Mingayet's group quickly shared the good news. 3 others lucky enough to get in were already handled by us. As for these two, just stay calm and let them play in the maze formation. Luxtran looked ahead with smug confidence. All the mini-bosses up top got wiped out by the two of them. That is enough to unlock the dungeon below. He raised his hand and pushed open the big door. Luctran's face turned serious. The final boss. We must take it down no matter what. Inside the room was pitch black. Mingayat followed Luctran quietly and whispered, "This place is way too dark. I can see a thing." She heard a sound behind her. The door just closed. The three stood back to back, alert, scanning their surroundings. Luctran calmly warned, "Everyone be careful. Looks like something's lurking in the dark. Get ready and use your light-based skills." She activated her skill, expanding the area to dispel all negative effects on herself and allies within 3 meters. Dark tentacles started creeping toward them from behind. Luctran immediately turned, drew his sword, and slashed to cut them off. You swung your sword at those tentacles, but they just shrieked no damage. These tentacles do not have a physical form. Physical attacks are useless. Jahan also grabbed a weapon and swung. Warning, it is just a shadow. Sister Mungayat. When called, she immediately swung her hand, firing a spirit bullet. The tentacles quickly surged forward and wrapped around her legs. Jahan's face filled with worry. Sister Mungayat, this shadow really hates light. It does not want you using your skills. She raised her sword. Gathering energy. Radiant Holy Strike effective, dealing 200% light damage to dark-type enemies. Luctran gathered energy on the big leaf on his body. Be careful, Jahan. The tentacles immediately lunged toward her. They quickly wrapped tightly around Jihan's body, trapping her. Luctran held his sword, watching the tentacles coil around both of them. He panicked. Jahan, Sister Mungayat. Luctran spun around and shouted, "Who is there? Show yourself." He fell silent, raising his sword. Deep in thought, Luctran closed his eyes and began focusing his spirit to sense. He searched for the source of the tentacles. Then he snapped his eyes open and lunged toward one direction. Right here. Luctran swung forward with all his strength. "I found you." An alert sounded. Code 2675. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. He realized he was also being pulled by the tentacles. Wrapping around his waist, they kept climbing, wrapping around his entire body. Eventually, his whole body was entangled in tentacles. Luctran felt dizzy and startled awake, looking around and shouting, "Where is this place?" He called out ahead. "Jahan, Sister Mungayat, where are you two?" No one answered. Luctran looked at his hands thoughtfully. "Strange, why does my whole body feel relaxed, like it is full of power?" Suddenly, a sound came from behind, making him turn sharply and ask, "Who is there?" Luctran looked at the light before him, thinking, "The pressure is intense. I can move my body." He saw a shadowy figure behind and thought, "Boss," but then quickly dismissed it. It is not just a boss, it is even stronger than that. The figure's eyes snapped open, staring at Luctran as it let out a shout. He stared back wide-eyed, then he collapsed to his knees, muttering, "This kind of pressure. It is a monarch." Tofi smiled softly. Hundreds of years have passed. Everyone thought Tula was extinct, but a new species has appeared. She stepped closer to him and said, "Relax. One Tula is not enough for me to bother with yet." Tofi gathered energy at her fingertip, pressing it to Luctran's forehead. When ants look up at the stars, they think they can see the galaxy. Only when you climb high enough to see how small you really are do you earn the right to challenge me. Otherwise, like other insects, you quietly turn to dust. Luctran clenched his sword, deep in thought. Unbelievable, I am a Tula. Yet in the monarch's eyes, I am worth less than an ant. Gritting his teeth with determination, he thought, Tula is just the starting point. Good, that means I can get even stronger. Luctran touched his forehead thoughtfully. But what exactly did she do to me just now? He closed his eyes. Searching, Luctran seemed to sense a connection, a link to the darkness. Like calmly analyzing, he realized he was part of this dark realm, and the darkness was an extension of himself. The power of darkness was calling him. A dark wall appeared in his mind. Luctran stood still, sword in hand, eyes snapping open. Then he swung the Mingayat slash, instantly returning to the grand hall. In the darkness, Death's phantom appeared, raising its sword high. Luctran raised his sword to block the strike. The screen displayed Death's Phantom, level 85. Special boss. The Phantom said to him, "You have finally arrived." Death's Phantom stabbed fiercely. Luctran blocked, retreating steadily. No doubt this special boss is strong. He stepped back, thinking hard he had to find a way out and save them. Luctran, dodging Han's stabbing strike, noticed his mana had maxed out. This time, there should not be any problem. He stood firm, raising his hand to heal. The system announced, Phase 2 of the Netherworld Legion, the Dark Prison Shades. The Hell Legion quickly rushed toward the Death Shades, and swung his sword to wipe them out. Awake in the Death Prison. If they are comrades, why become enemies? Humanity is our real enemy. Luctran raised his sword, striking back. They are my allies, no matter their race. I want to abandon them. The Death Shade raised its sword, snarling, "You are crazy. You will pay for this choice." It immediately broke free from the tentacles and lunged out and quickly lifted his sword to counterattack. Darkness is me. I am the darkness. Within the shadows, I am invincible. The shade charged forward, swinging its sword. Calmly, he replied, those who tell me to pay always end up paying themselves. Get ready, the death shade began chanting. Debauched darkness of the netherworld, heed my call. Absorb the power of the nether souls. In the name of the death shade, and raised his arm. Gathering energy. Blood shadow demon strike. Thunder impact. Luxtran and the shade dodged swiftly to the side. She gasped. What the heck? It is absorbing dark energy and is already covered in blood again. He bit his lip and explained quietly, in this darkness, we do not stand a chance. The shade asked anxiously. Luxtran, what do we do now? Luxtran opened his mouth wide and unleashed his skill. Bright Moon Strike. He closed his eyes to feel it. I can sense it, the power he and I share the same origin. Luxtran felt their energies connecting. Maybe this is the dark power of the bright prison. A flash of light appeared between his brows, the mysterious spirit light left by the king warming up. Finally, Luxtran realized this was its purpose. A purple light flickered inside the night sky. A shared laugh echoed as the screen revealed the awakening of the fragment, containing King Toffee's energy. Luxtran's eyes snapped open as he charged forward. Now's the time. Full power attack. He whispered. Thanks, King Toffee. The haunting undead opened its mouth wide, unable to believe it. No way. Just a small demon. How could it absorb my energy? Luxtran used divine protection from behind, radiant and holy. Then Luxtran gathered his strength and launched a decisive blow. The haunting undead finally fell. A golden sound rang out. Congratulations, player. You have cleared the demon spirit hall. Luxtran stared in shock as the figure vanished. No way. Is this a challenge? Mingayat questioned. Why did the boss suddenly get so weak? Luxtran, supporting himself on crutches, chuckled. It is a secret. Let us hurry and see what loot the boss dropped. As Luxtran touched the items, notifications popped up one after another. Congratulations. Player earned the Divine Authority token. 1. Congratulations. Player received the Death Warrior boots. 3. Death Gauntlets. 3. Congratulations. Player received the Great Demon Stone. 10. Soul Stone. 10. Gold 99,999. Congratulations. Player received a skill book, Blood Shadow Demon Strike. When AP is higher than mana, it converts to mana. When mana is higher than AP, mana converts to P. He punched the skill book excitedly. This skill balances mana and HP perfectly. Awesome. It is like a blessing when you are sleepy. Suddenly, Jihan blushed and yelped in surprise. Luxtran quickly ran over. What is wrong? Did you touch something? She pulled her hand back. Embarrassed, I touched something hard. Bright Moon blushed and whispered. Hard? Hard what? Luxtran quickly interrupted. Wait, maybe we should not. She was excited and urged. Come on, check it out. How hard is it? Really? Bright Moon frowned. A sword? The screen popped up a message. Hellforged sword. Dark gold sharpness. 3 stars. Bonus. Increases user's attack power by 17%. Increase the scatter shot effect by 20% for the elite skill, with a 5% chance to trigger Hellfire, dealing massive damage to the target in front. Luxtran was amazed. It even has elite quality. Back at the Heavenly Sect, when Luxtran wielded that sword, he would jump for joy shouting long live the master. Inside, only the sound of the 3 sighing remained. The loot was insane. They made a killing. Outside, no sign of movement. No one knew what happened to those 2 idiots. Luxtran stepped out, looked at Nangan and Van Yen lying on the ground, and laughed. So you finally managed to kill yourselves? Huh? Mingayat asked suspiciously. But why did not our assassins stay calm? Luxtran laughed and said, because they all got messed up by those crazy props. Even if they die, they have to wait for the props effects to wear off before playing normally. She could not praise you, but you were still good. Then the screen popped up. World Channel. Heavenly Blade. You just wait. Damn it. I am not done with you yet. World Channel. Chaos Zone. Scarlet Flame Area. Luxtran. You won this time. But when the deadline comes, I will be back for your head. He immediately shared it, shouting all over the World Channel. You want to waste money on me? Bring it on. Go. 3 days later, in real life, Luxtran heard a noise outside and yawned as he walked out. He walked over, opened the door, and asked, always gotta play normal. Always gotta play normal. Always gotta play normal. 3 days later, in real life, Luxtran heard a noise outside and yawned as he walked out. He walked over, opened the door, and asked, Xiaoshu, why did you forget to bring the key again? Someone rushed in yelling, damn you. Are not you always playing normal? Luxtran raised his hand and grabbed his wrist to stop him. He asked suspiciously, wait, bro, who are you? One guy punched Luxtran and sneered. What is with the act? Paper can stop fire trying to eat someone else's meal. Huh, dignified as always. Luxtran's big name is not worth a damn compared to a bastard like you. Luxtran frowned and asked, hey, do you even know what you are saying? But the guy kept cursing. Where's that bitch you are hiding? Bring her out here. Xiaoshu. Luctran blocked him and stood firm. Unexpectedly, the guy got even angrier. Come out here, you rich boss. I will skin you alive. Luctran lost patience and punched him in the chest. Enough already. He grabbed his phone and threatened, if you do not leave, I am calling the cops. The guy spat at him when he saw Luctran was serious, angry. He left. Still threatening. Just wait. Xiaoshu. I do not believe you can hide forever. Luctran watched him go, thinking, this bastard definitely misunderstood Xiaoshu. But what is his real connection to her? And what about Xiaoshu? Lost in thought, Luctran suddenly felt something, turned around helplessly, and called out, Xiaoshu, Sister Manga. He saw the two hiding together and asked, are you two hiding from that guy? Don't worry. He just got kicked out. Minchu's face darkened as she said, sorry. Then she shrank into Mungayat's arms. Sister Mungayat. Hangin arrived and immediately asked, what is going on? Why is everyone standing here? Did something happen? Avi. Hearing this, she cried even harder. Sister Hangying. I thought he was coming back. Mingayat tried to comfort her. Don't be scared. It is not that bad. Then she turned to the two and said, anyway, come inside and talk. Mingayat and Hangying sat beside her, trying to soothe Minshu. That tamed, hey, dry those tears. Your brother's home. If he sees you crying, he will slaughter us all. Minshu finally cracked a smile and replied, it is nothing. Then Hangying asked again, so what actually happened? Don't worry. Just tell us, and we will figure it out together. She shuddered just thinking about it. After a while, Minshu finally started telling the story. Here's what happened. Before I joined our guild, in the game, his guild leader was a guy named Yat, who basically ruled everything. Minshu recounted what Yat said. If a woman agrees to hold hands, it means she has agreed to be with you. She agreed to hold hands. So why pretend with me? But after only a week of dating, he wanted to take me to a hotel. I was scared and ran away, breaking up with him. Since then, he kept harassing me in the game. My brother has faced a lot of trouble in it too, so I never told him about it. Don't think, just because you are cozy with a big shot you are untouchable. Min-Tight wiped her tears, saying, I can handle this guy in the game. But who would be thought he would block me outside? Even the Tom, who is usually joking around, got mad and slammed the table. Where do people like this even come from? And he is clearly a jerk. Min Guide hugged her. Heartbroken. You should have told us sooner. People like him need to be dealt with ASAP. Engud was furious too. We better go straight to the police and report this. Lucitron's face darkened as he said, that guy said something before leaving. I am afraid he is still around here. Reporting to the police now might be pointless since he has not caused real damage yet. She looked at him and suggested, why do not you move in here too? Taiyu Tot. If you want to go out, you can just ask me to come along. Thup Tam nodded in agreement. Yeah, Taiyu Tot is a girl, and living with a bunch of grown men like us is pretty awkward. Having a pretty girl around definitely helps. Lucitron had no choice but to agree. Sounds good. Let us decide on that then. Mintit tried to hold back tears, saying, you guys have been way too good to me. Thank you all so much. Helplessly comforted her. Okay, stop crying when you are sad. Why do you cry even when you are happy? At this moment, he called the others over to discuss. Guys, what is the plan? Got it. Cut to Ha Long Veen, a masked guy said. Listen up. My boss is Thin Leo himself, but the other side kept punching him. I am calling you. The masked guy threatened. The three of us let this slide. As soon as he finished, his teammates ran off. Hang in there. We will come back and have Dao handle this for you. Lucitron snapped the guy's wrist and said, no one's bothering us anymore. We can get back at those who bullied our little sister now. Please, stop. Then he got beaten up by the guy. Please, stop. The masked guy begged. I am, please do not hit me anymore. If you keep going, this account's done for. But Lucitron answered, keep hitting until it is wiped clean. I Nevin already sent someone to rough me up outside. The guy pleaded, I really want to do it again. Just do not hit me. I will tell you a secret. A huge secret. Su Uninjining asked. What secret? The masked guy whispered. There is an island in this lake with a big secret. They say it holds huge treasure. Lucitron grabbed his hair and mocked. If you are so kind, why not tell Boss Thin Zio instead of wasting time telling me? The masked guy yelled in protest. That is because we just got here and did not have time yet. Then he thought to himself, to get to the island, you need a special piece. We have been searching half a day and found nothing. So telling you is pointless. The masked guy pretended to cry pitifully. Now I have told you all about the island and its secrets. He nervously begged, Almighty Hero, please do not hold this against me. Can you spare me? Lucitron brushed his hair aside and said, you better tell the truth. If I catch you lying, you will pay inside or outside the game. The guy hurriedly said, It is 100% true. Trick me and I will lose my account. Ignoring him, Lustron looked at a turtle opening its mouth at him. System notification. Ice armor fish. Native species of Long V. Lusitron pulled out a fish. Hey little turtle. Here, have some fish. As soon as it ate, he jumped on its back. Little turtle, take me to the island. The masked guy stared wide-eyed. Damn, that actually worked. But suddenly 2 people appeared behind him. Boss is done being mad. But we are not. The masked guy got beaten again. Please. I really want to do it again. Even for money. Meanwhile, Lusitron relaxed and said, if there is treasure, why not claim it? Stupid not. Let us see what secrets this island really holds. The armored fish swam quickly ahead, and Lusitron thought, I had no idea there was a hidden island here. He stared at the island in the distance and marveled. It is really far an hour and we are still not there. This is intense. Lusitron stretched and said, so relaxing. Feels like it has been forever since I have had this much fun gaming. But soon he thought, it is hard to just zone out completely when my mind wanted to stay quiet. He remembered his past. First, being saved by a kind stranger who did not want to reveal their identity, and he still had not thanked them. Then the boss got ambushed. Little Tyack got tangled up with some creepy dude, and by the time the boss stepped in, the sword had already moved to the next level. While desperately searching for those broken fragments, he realized that Tam Nien seemed deeply connected to the fragments, and the king Toffee Sophia gave him power for reasons he did not understand, and even helped fix game glitches. Things seemed to be progressing, but so many mysteries remained. Lusitron looked up at the sky, especially thinking about leveling up here. He thought quietly, ignoring the bird that just arrived, I thought reaching Tula made me strong. But Tula is nothing compared to the king. Other clans have clear paths after advancing, but I am left figuring out Tula's clan progression on my own. Even stranger, when I checked my pet this morning, Tam Nien was gone. Tam Nien used to get stronger every time it appeared. Could it have grown up enough to not need me anymore? But the quest involving Tam Nien is not finished, and our bond won't end that easily. We will definitely meet again someday. He thought about the system's quest board. The SSS level promise mission. The side quest to awaken Tam Nien. The progress was not done yet. Finally, Lusitron leaned back and told himself, no need to overthink. Just take it step by step. Strength is what really matters. Leveling up beats everything. He closed his eyes to rest, feeling great. No wonder they call it heavenly luck. This is top-tier gaming. But suddenly, the armored fish wobbled a bit, jolting Lusitron awake. He looked at the island ahead and said, no way. This can keep. Lusitron squinted. This so-called true love is such a scam. Big secrets and huge rewards. There is not even a single bird here. Suddenly he jumped down, startling the armored fish. The moment Lusitron touched the ground, it ran off. Done go. Bring me back. You are killing me and won't even bury me. You rotten turtle. Suddenly someone called out, hey, Bright, staring right at him. Lusitron jumped in shock. Oh man, a ghost. But the guy kept following him, some kind of fake spirit. Bright kept circling Lusitron, saying, no doubt about it, this face. These hands, it is definitely a Tuli. He grabbed Lusitron's hand and said, you are here to serve the great Princess Sophia, right? Lusitron blinked. Who are you, and who is Sophia? Why would I help her? Bright slapped him and said, you do not even know the great Princess Sophia. What kind of fake spirit are you? You must serve the princess, or I will never forgive you for the rest of your life. Lusitron shouted, stop, do not hit me. Holding his head, he heard the guy rant. Stupid kid. Empty head. Knows nothing but dodging and drinking. I'm Bright, the great prophet of the Blood Rain Legion. I have been waiting on this island for years. You will call me Lord Bright. Lusitron greeted him. So you are Lord Bright of the Blood Rain Legion. I know the Snowveil captain well. He thought quietly. So he is the prophet of the Blood Rain Legion. Not such a bad guy after all. Bright asked. That Snowveil girl, she really became the captain. But then Bright suddenly hit Lusitron again. Stop dodging. Are you going to keep your promise and serve Princess Sophia, or not? Wait, since when did I agree to that? As he tried to block the hits, he wondered why NPC showed up on this mysterious island, and no one seemed to care. Thinking it over, this must be a high-level quest. If I would be an idiot. After a moment, Lusitron said, Alright, I will think about it, please stop hitting me. Bly turned quickly and assigned the mission. Alright, it is a deal. Just then, the system notification popped up. You have accepted the divine mission of the Demon Lock Tower. Level 5. Objective. Reach the top floor of the Demon Lock Tower. Kill the Hell Demon Army. Retrieve the Demon Sealing Sword. And deliver it to the Prophet. A warning appeared. If the player fails the mission, their account will be terminated. He widened his eyes and said, Wait, Lusitron shouted. Hold on, but the gate behind him slammed shut. Trapping him, the gate sucked Lusitron in despite his screams and protests. Don't resist. Bly then said, Kid, Listen up. Soon, Princess Sophia will rebuild the Violet Empire deep in the Violet Forest. But that forest has been ravaged by thousands of years of slaughter. The demonic energy there is so intense that only the demon sealing sword atop the demon lock tower can suppress it and become the founding sword of the Violet Empire. He stood outside, watching, and continued. That cursed place, called the Demon Lock Tower, even has earthworms with fangs. It takes 10 saint-level demon mages just to control the monsters inside. Right now, the gateway between the underworld and the mainland is not fully open. Only I can guide people through the underworld. If you can reclaim the demon sealing sword, then do not come back. Lostron shouted. You rotten old man. Just wait, I promise I will return. Then he dove freely into the lava sea. Is this really hell? Lostron glanced at his hand and said, You rotten old man. Do not underestimate me. Since I am here, I will destroy that demon lock tower for you. He gripped his sword with a grin. Is this the welcome I get? Ahead of Lostron stood a massive, terrifying gate. Suddenly, a purple light blazed, and glowing red eyes snapped open. He was not scared and said, Bring it on. Let us see what you have got. Lostron charged forward, slashing one monster in half. Wherever he went, his sword sang through the air. But suddenly, a spider leg shot out from behind him. He tried to dodge, but those sharp legs kept attacking him relentlessly. His arm was accidentally slashed. This was the dark power of the Demon Lock Tower. Lostron looked at his hand worriedly, thinking this power was not like before it even had poison. Fortunately, purification magic worked. The poison was neutralized. Purification magic, the cleansing power from Queen Sophia, can push back poison, paralysis, and decay effects on the target. Lostron covered his eyes and laughed. Thanks, Queen. With renewed strength, he swung a powerful strike, the sharpest yet. The move shattered a huge chunk of ground. When the dust cleared, only his silhouette holding the sword remained. But Lostron did not celebrate yet. He observed carefully and thought, Something's off. What are they waiting for? Moments later, a huge mouth burst out from the ground. He barely dodged. Suddenly, it shot out a long tongue, trying to snatch Lostron. Calmly, he turned and chopped the tongue off. Of course, the monster did not give up. It unleashed a massive burst of power that stunned him. What the heck? But then a golden light shone from him. This was the power of his spirit. The golden light formed into a solid entity and launched straight at the monster. Lostron gritted his teeth and said, I am not fighting alone. His sword stabbed fiercely into the monster again, breaking through. It dropped a bright blue stone as it weakened. What was that? Lostron stayed alert and prepared to leap onto it. He moved like lightning, leaving a purple afterimage. The first floor of the Demon Lock Tower actually had awakened fragments. Holding the blue stone, Lostron thought to himself, It was spirit power that saved me. Without it, I could not have stood against that giant bug. Without hesitation, he pressed on. Time to see what is ahead. Lostron paused, puzzled. Strange, the flames are everywhere, but I do not feel any heat at all. He did not linger and charged straight into the blazing red fire. Inside the fire, two shadowy figures appeared. He could not help but say, This looks like purgatory. Could this place really be purgatory? Lostron gripped his sword tightly, thinking, What is going on? I can control this corpse. He clenched his teeth and tried to stay calm. Suddenly, a fiery red-haired figure appeared before him. The chaotic figure lunged at him immediately. You dare come here after destroying my home? You are begging for death? Lostron was caught off guard. Chaos Spirit, why are you here? The figure cursed loudly. Shut up. Lostron blocked the attack and thought, Stay calm. This has to be an illusion. The chaotic spirit glared at Lostron. If I can kill you once, I can do it countless times. No matter how much you struggle, you won't escape. Suddenly, a shockwave hit, and a character appeared on his palm. People, he shouted in anger and slashed at the spirit, the hand holding the sword trembling. But the spirit vanished before leaving, saying, I will wait for you. Lostron, I will wait for the day you fall to me again. Pain filled his eyes, which turned pitch black. Damn it. This is just an illusion. I can fall for this trap. This place amplifies emotions. Only now did Lostron notice the character on his palm. He placed his hand on his sword to steady himself. Suddenly, space shifted, and a soft hand rested on his shoulder. It was the class president. Startled, he looked at her. Class president, you said you would protect me. Then another hand reached out. Lostron, hanging, stared at him intently. Lostron, come back to my side. Another voice called out. Boss, he winced, clutching his chest. Class president, is this your choice? He quickly threw down his sword and went to hold her. Trembling, Hangmia's voice echoed again. Turns out I could never compare to her. Lostron shouted in panic. Boss, amid the sea of flames, he held both of them close. But the character for death appeared on his palm. Suddenly understanding, he screamed in rage. Damn it! This is not my choice at all. Each frame shattered bit by bit as Lostron yelled. You guys were never my choice, and the reason I got stronger. There is someone important I would protect even if it meant dying. He raised his hand to block the shockwave. The flames still burned, but the pain was unbearable, collapsing. He realized too late that the fire was not just burning monsters, it was a karmic fire born from human greed, anger, and ignorance. When people fall into the three poisons, they turn into monsters. Monsters keep producing karmic fire that burns them again and again, trapping them in endless pain and suffering. A vicious cycle. Lustron's eyes reddened with blood. I am in trouble. I can't take this anymore. His consciousness started slipping away. If this continues, he would become like them. Suddenly, a soft voice spoke. Sika, here's a sparkling shard. A tiny hand held out a glowing fragment beside him. Use this. Tim Nin, dazed and almost unconscious, urged. Use it, and you can break this barrier. She kept coaxing him. Come on, use it. Sika, wavering. Lustron reached out, just absorbing this could break the barrier. She opened her small palm, revealing many glowing shards. Take as many as you want. Sika, Temhain will give you all you need. You will become the strongest spirit warrior. He went mad with desire. Strongest. Huh, she urged him again. Sika, do not you want to be the strongest? Use it, and you will be the most powerful being in this tower. Sharpness flashed in Tm Nian's eyes. She was ready to swallow everything, telling him not to deny his deepest desires, but he shouted. He writhed in pain amidst the flames, muttering, it is fake. It is all fake. He cried. She clung to him pitifully. Sika, do not you want to be stronger? Hesitant yet firm. Lustron pushed her hand away. I want to be stronger, but not by borrowing this power. I want it to come from myself. The sword shattered Tima Nian's resolve, yet she kept pleading. Sika, you will regret it. You won't escape without these shards. This place will be your prison. She warned. He answered resolutely. A prison? Since I entered this tower, every step I have taken has shattered the ground beneath me. Lustron laughed loudly, as if he would just uncovered a truth. So that is how it is now. He felt like an outsider quietly watching, sinking into the swamp of greed, anger, and ignorance, unable to break free. Maybe these three poisons can never be completely eradicated. Only by confronting and defeating them can one achieve enlightenment. Just as Lustron finished speaking, the system notification appeared. Congratulations. You have unlocked the hidden poison skill, the Voidless Enlightened Mind. Players will gain an extra 5% critical damage for each negative status they have, stacking up to 3 layers. He finally let out a sigh of relief. Maximum critical damage is 15%. Definitely worth all the pain he went through. That familiar golden light appeared again, and he wondered this light had guided him before. But what about this time? The golden light shone straight ahead, as if leading the way, the same light he received when freed from those 3 poisons. Step by step, Lustron followed the glowing path, and amid the flames appeared a woman in armor. He cheered. Tam Nian, it is really you, she gently said. Thank you, Kaka. He was stunned, staring at the armored girl before him. Suddenly, a strange memory flashed. A man beside her hospital bed softly said, Tam Nian, someone will definitely save you. Lustron stared at his palm, wondering if those images were illusions, yet they felt so warm. He stepped into the barrier and said the person before him, I feel it now. Though Tam Nian is gone from the pet system, my bond with her has never been clearer or closer. Suddenly, the system announced, your pet Tam Nian has awakened the skill Karma Flame Lotus, granting herself and allies a protective Karma Flame shield that absorbs 10% damage and converts it into healing. While active, your and your teammates' attack power increases by 20%. More figures emerged from the flames. Then the system updated again. Your pet soul Tam Nian has recovered 5%. He brightened, thinking, soul recovery means progress. There is hope for Tam Nian's revival after all. Lustron cautiously turned to the girl beside him and asked, Tam Nian, how do you feel? She grabbed his hand. Stammering, seeming too weak to speak clearly, he anxiously asked again, Tam Nian, have you regained consciousness? Before she could answer, a heavy object crashed down from above. He quickly shielded her. Warning. Watch out. It was a huge coffin. Suddenly, the lid slammed open and a sharp hand shot out. Lustron stared in shock at the scene. The figure stepped out arrogantly, sneering. Which kind soul dared to snuff out the karmic flame sealing me? The system board flashed. Demonic Army Purgatory. Dark Gold level boss. Level 99. Attack, defense, and skills unknown. Lustron frowned. So this is the final boss. Purgatory did not reply but looked at Tam Nian with a smile. No wonder it is you. Huh. Lustron immediately shielded her. Tam Nian, step back. Before he could say more, the boss lunged forward. Demonic Army Purgatory. I already said I want to be kind enough to break my seal. He sneered. Looks like I've become too weak myself, to the point where my only option is to regain my power after the traitor Lina betrayed me and sided with humans. Did you ever imagine you would end up here today? Luctran was stunned. What? This karmic flame was Tam Nien's original power. The boss narrowed his eyes sharply. When you used Sophia's demon sealing sword to lock me away, did you ever think I would eventually break free from that broken blade? Look at you now. You were once a demon army purgatory, but now you are not even worth a shadow of that. Tam Nien blinked. The path is different. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her neck. Purgatory mock. A different path. You look like a candle about to flicker out. He slammed her with a brutal strike. Luctran shouted urgently. Tam Nien. Luctran appeared, pulling her close as the boss kept taunting. Is this really your choice? You let these things cling to you. Demonic army purgatory. I will teach you what regret means, the boss said, pulling a sword from his chest. The blazing red blade flared wildly as he grinned wickedly and charged forward. Their swords clashed. Sparks flying. Luctran's face darkened. Stay away from her. You want to get away with this. Purgatory swung fiercely at Luctran. You are nothing now. Pathetic scum. His power was so strong that he was knocked into the wall, losing 3,466 health points. His whole body was covered in blood, gritting his teeth in anger. Seeing this, he took the chance to rush at Tam Nien, shouting, Fake user, you are dead. Suddenly, a sharp sword slash forced Luin Guk to stop and block. By then, Tam Nien had stood up, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. Damn you. Where do you think you are looking? He screamed with rage. You are asking for death? Then he swung a blazing sword at Luctran. The system notification popped up, convert 10% of health to damage, adding 1,000 extra attack points to target. The clash of their powers caused a massive shockwave, creating a layer of karma fire for himself and allies that absorbs 10% of damage and turns it into healing. While active, your and your teammates' attack power increases by 20%. After the explosion, the sword flew back to Tam Nien's hand, catching Luin Guk off guard for a moment, but then he laughed. He raised his sword again, saying, If you care so much about him, then I will make sure he suffers more than death in front of you. Tam Nien looked worried, trying to call out, Brother, but his attack was easily blocked by Tam Nien. Luctran's face darkened. Had enough. Now it is my turn. With a powerful thrust from the sword in Tam Nien's hand, he struck Luin Guk critical hit, 9,999 damage. The recoil pushed them both back, and the system notified, add 10% splash damage. Luin Guk clearly sensed something, worry flashing across his face. Tam Nien slung the sword over his shoulder, spitting. Thanks for the chaos, you made it possible for me to stack 3 layers of damage and land that critical hit. Suddenly Tam Nien spoke up. The dark power is mine. Luctran stared at her, stunned for a few seconds. Tam Nien's power. He smirked arrogantly. What dark power? The glowing red sword in Luin Guk's hand slammed into the ground, releasing a massive dark energy wave. Since I claimed it, it no longer belongs to you. Darkness twisted into chains that wrapped around both of them, binding with blinding dark magic, imprisoning and controlling the target for 10 seconds. That power surrounded them both, then condensed into a giant orb. But soon, a purple light shattered the orb. Min Gayat had arrived, holding his sword's hilt nervously. He asked, You are just a small Tula. How could you possibly cut through Min Guk's dark power? Luctran stood protectively before Tam Nien. There is still a lot you do not know. Then he unleashed his dark power with a laugh. Interesting. It has been a while since I faced such an intriguing bug like you. A mad grin spread across Luin Guk's face. Then let us play. He seemed excited and charged again. One used ranged attacks, the other close combat. Neither backed down. But Tam Nien only managed to take 877 health from him. He was a bit worried. Why is the damage so low? Luin Guk sneered. Surprised. My defense blocks you, so you can beat me. He kicked Luctran, taunting, in front of me. You are just a tiny worm, I can crush you anytime. Tam Nien's hand was suddenly covered in karma fire, as she called out, Brother. Suddenly, the system announced, granted karma fire power. Free control of karma fire can boost teammates' flame damage. While dodging Luin Guk's attack, Tam Nien said, Thanks, sis. She watched as he did not give her a break and lipped up again. It is not over yet. Fake user. She clenched her fist over her heart, thinking, Damn it, if he has dark power from Min Guk, then I have to test my own. Feel it carefully. Feel the power gathering. He laughed crazily and swung his sword toward Luctran. What? Ready to die already? Suddenly, her eyes snapped open. Before he could react, the sword in her hand sliced through him. Luin Guk gasped. Luin Guk, sweating, thought, This is dark domain power, how does he have it? He stood still, watching his opponent. No way. Could it be that the fake ice user passed it to him? He suddenly realized something and quickly stepped back to dodge the sword. No. The power of the frozen wind user was taken away by me. Besides, this anger and the frozen wind user's anger are not the same. Too bad the sword cut him. Who the heck is this kid? Purgatory slowly got up. Kid, you have successfully pissed me off. He keeps threatening me, but do not get cocky. Next, I will show you what true despair feels like. He kept swinging the sword, sending out thousands of sword slashes. Lutran nervously watched the attacks coming his way. Oh no, his footwork and life force were almost gone at once. And the blood demon transformation could not be used either. Could it be? Suddenly, he relaxed and raised his hand to call out. Kaka, he tried to encourage himself. I can't give up, even if I have lost my skills. So what? Then a sharp look flashed in his eyes. Even a simple move like this? I gotta be at least a rank. The flame in her hand suddenly flared up, fiery power unleashed. Lutran felt reinvigorated and surged forward without hesitation. Purgatory could not believe it. No way, this was supposed to be my secret finishing move. How did he manage to block it? He closed in and slashed his sword. Come on, even if it is do or die. I won T back down an inch. Purgatory was hit hard by Lutran's strike and howled in pain. This Kantib, his whole body was thrown back, slamming against the wall. Muttering, why? He never expected to lose so miserably. Tam 9 just turned away. Go away. Do not let me see you again. The farther, the better. He was not willing to accept it. Go on, but you will regret this. Purgatory clenched his teeth, veins bulging with rage. But just before fading away, he suddenly realized something. It turned out you only wanted to protect me all along. His body began to dissolve. Now, all he could do was reach out desperately toward Lutran and Tam Ning. Suddenly, his image was replaced by the thought that he had destroyed everything. Then he completely vanished, leaving just one final call. Tam Ning, but suddenly Purgatory reappeared with a surge of energy. This energy, I give it to you. Then he transformed into a red orb, carefully pouring his power into her body. Be careful, Lena. She quickly absorbed his energy. A powerful light burst forth, and Lutran called out in shock. Tam Ning, at that moment, the graceful feet of the girl appeared, and her whole body returned to its original form. She was back with him. The system also announced, your Tam Nia's soul recovered by 10%. He was overjoyed. Is this for real, Tam? Tam Ning, how do you feel? Are you okay? But she looked at him blankly. Confused, Lutran frowned. Seems like only her appearance was restored. Her consciousness was not fully back yet. He walked over to the sword, muttering, can't he believe I am the one turning in the quest first, drawing his sword. He grumbled. What is with this broken sword? They called it a demon sealing sword. But who knows what it is sealing? The ground shook violently, and Lutran shouted, Woo, why is the building starting to collapse? She grabbed his hand, trying to say each word carefully. Leave, now. He called out in surprise. Tam Ning, but she said nothing and just dragged him away. He did not have time to react and was pulled straight into a pillar of blue light. The light gradually faded, and the space shook even more violently. Outside, Bly stood on a staff, talking to himself. That kid did not die in there. Looks like Tula is not useless after all. Suddenly, a sword slammed hard into his back, making him yell in pain along with Lutran's voice. Old Jeezer, who said you are useless? And the demon sealing sword is in my hands now. He raised his hand but said nothing, making Lutran a bit awkward. Bly smacked Lutran's head hard and scolded, you worthless brat. Betraying me. Then listen as I smack your old man's head. Lutran, crying out pitifully. Hey, stop. Didn't you want the demon sealing sword? Hearing this, Bly snatched the sword from Lutran. That is right. This is exactly what Princess Sophia needs. You reached out asking, where's the reward? I almost turned into a pig in there. Bly, looking annoyed, said, young people these days. As he spoke, the old man tossed a gem to Lutran. Working for Princess Sophia is an honor. You are always just thinking about money. The system's announcement kept going off. Congratulations to player Cham Kanchamse for obtaining Infernal Shoes. Dark Metal Star 1. Infernal Staff. Dark Metal Star 2. 100,000 gold coins, 1,000 experience points, and 1,500 reputation points. Congratulations to player Cham Kanchamse for earning the Phantom Knight title. Player level increased to 78. Title effect. 7% less experience needed to level up, plus 1 command power for the Blood Feather Legion unit. Lutran could not help but comment. The old man's tone was a bit sarcastic, but his generosity was impressive. That is when Bly finally noticed the girl next to him. Lutran was not paying attention, still hyped up, and she even had 2 Dark Metal Star rank badges. What is up with that? And a title that shortens experience needed, so that means my level will skyrocket later. Right? The old man walked over to take a closer look. She is... He carefully examined her from head to toe. Not bad. That face. Those hands. Those legs, it is her. Only now did Lutran get annoyed and warn him. Hey, that is too low to bow. Bly, still holding him back, kept saying, It is definitely her. Then the old man tapped Lutran's head and asked, Kid, why is she with you? Even she looked surprised. Lutran rubbed his head, wincing. Ouch, you old geezer. She is my friend. By a crazy twist of fate, She became my weapon. So of course she is with me. Suddenly, he paused and asked, "Wait, you know Tam Nian?" The old man leaned in. "Kid, do you know about the 3 great powers on the Thean Tongue continent?" Lux Tran froze for a moment. Bly started explaining. The Silver Moon Alliance includes humans, elves, and other races. They represent the power of light with the goal of destroying the forces of darkness. The Shadow Soul Legion, led by the hidden warlord Jolena, represents the power of darkness and aims to dominate the continent. And then there is the 3rd branch, the Blood Feather Legion, led by our own Princess Sophia. Though our Blood Feather Legion is part of the Darkness faction, our goal is to restore the Empire and create a home for good souls. After listening, Lux Tran asked, "So how does this relate to Tam Nian?" Bly pointed and said, "Because she actually is." She tilted her head, waiting for the old man to finish. The old man's voice rang out evenly. "She is." Tam Nian suddenly opened her eyes wide, watching Bly stroke her hair as she whispered something to Lux Tran. He immediately fainted. He stumbled forward, asking, "Wait, I thought you were about to say something else." "Just that, but how do you know?" The old man flicked his beard. "I am the wisest prophet of the Blood Feather Legion. There is nothing I do not know." Lux Tran took the chance to ask, "Then, wise prophet of the Blood Feather Legion, do you have a way to restore Tam Nian to her original state?" Bly answered without hesitation. "Of course." The old man deliberately paused, but Lux Tran doubted and asked, "But what? There has got to be a catch. You old geezer. I knew you were not doing this out of kindness." The old man did not miss the chance to say, "Well, if you agree to join Princess Sophia's faction, the forces of light will definitely help." Lux Tran was firm. "I want to join any faction." Then he thought, "The expansion pack for this warlord just launched, and it is calling me to support a warlord. That basically means I will just be a bullet sponge. Only an idiot would agree to that." Bright sharpened his tone to stress. "Even for her, you would not agree." Lux Tran pushed him away. "No way." The old man did not give up. "Kid, you better think this through carefully. Don't you regret it later when it is too late." Lux Tran gritted his teeth. "I am not interested." As he tried to back out, the old man kicked him away. "If you do not agree, then get lost." He fell face first onto the armor, sore from the kick. "You old geezer, you are way too cruel." Bright looked at Tam Nian thoughtfully. "Forget it. Maybe this is fate for her, but this time, her eyesight is way better than before." Hearing that, she could not hide her happiness as a warm energy suddenly surrounded her. The old man turned and shouted at Lux Tran, "Kid, what you call being a gentleman for self-defense is just looking out for yourself." Lux Tran did not back down and replied, "I do not care about your drama. I am choosing my own path." Bright thought to himself, "That is because you do not know the true identity of this buddy of mine, a reckless, carefree guy, one of the 10 great lords of the Qian Tongue continent." Lux Tran did not know what he was thinking and just cursed. That damn old man. So ruthless. He has got that scary strength, but won't even go into the dungeon himself to grab a sword. At that moment, the system board popped up. "Your pet, Tam Nian, has been stored in the pet space." He silently thought, "Though I guess Tam Hyen's not an ordinary person. Judging by that old guy's attitude, Tam Hyen's true identity is way more complicated than I imagined." After thinking that, he sighed, "But what does that even have to do with me?" Lux Tran looked up at the sky, wondering, no matter who Hun really is, what kind of future will Qian Tongue face? He was determined. This world still runs on strength, and he had to be stronger and walk his own path. Then he stretched warily and excitedly opened the system board to check his loot. This time back, he had a ton of great stuff to share with everyone. Materials for the Great Demon Cave, gear for the Little Demon, potions for GG, and this demon staff from the Purgatory Dungeon. He would auction it off to the guild leader for some cash. Switching back to reality, he turned on the faucet and looked at himself in the mirror, wondering, have I been working too hard lately? Lux Tran spotted something strange in the bathroom. Blushing as he picked it up, panties? Oh right, I just rented a new studio with guild leader Ming Gaiet and Xiao Shu. But wait, could these really belong to Min Yu Gaiet? Suddenly, a voice outside startled him. "Lux Tran, hurry up and wash. Come eat." The voice continued. Lux Tran grumbled. All right. Coming, he quickly put the panties back where they were. Almost gave me a heart attack. Then he opened the door and walked out like nothing happened. As soon as he stepped out, he asked, "What smells so good?" "I am starving." Ming Gaiet was not happy. "This lazybones is exhausting. Who told you to sleep until you are starving?" Feeling awkward, he faked a cough and avoided her gaze. He shyly said, "Isn't he my goal to help the new studio grow faster?" But just a second later, Lux Tran turned to praise. "No way. Min Gaiet, did you make all these dishes?" She blushed a bit. "I just helped out a little." Then she pointed to someone in the kitchen. "There, the head chef's over there." At that moment, Hang Hai returned smiling. "Come on over. The last dish is ready." Lux Tran stared at those pale legs. Whoa, Ming Gaiet saw his reaction and rolled her eyes. Looks like little bro Luck Tran is totally stuck. He quickly stepped back, trying to explain. I did not mean, but he accidentally bumped into Ming Shu behind him. She rubbed her red nose and teased. Guild leader, you are so wild. Why are you so strong? Luck Tran stammered. Embarrassed? Oh gosh, then he snapped out of it and said, I am going to buy some drinks. And disappeared, leaning against the door. Luck Tran was breathing hard. Determined. No way. I gotta play more next time. Suddenly the door swung open and Ming Gaiet called gloomily, Hey, Lux Tran. She dragged him back inside. Alright. I see the embarrassment on your face, just eat up already. Ivy hit level 75 and can now unlock special missions. Luck Tran blinked. Really? Let us go then. Later. Everyone was ready to start the new mission. Hang Yi spoke up. Ready? I am activating the mission now. Let us. The system flashed. Your team has accepted the loyalty mission. Current mission rank. Aboves, Hang Yi complained as they walked. What kind of creepy place is this? We have been walking for half an hour and have not seen a single soul. Lux Tran, leading the way, asked, Boss, any new mission hints? She checked the system board and shook her head. Nothing yet. It just keeps telling us to keep exploring. The system in front only displayed the message. Explore this area. When suddenly he signaled. Wait a minute. Lux Tran cautiously drew his sword. Muttering, Wolf Tome. Before them was a wolf tome surrounded by numerous bizarre skeletal sea creatures. Tet, who was trailing behind, wondered aloud. It is just a wolf tome. Do we really need such tight security? Hang In added. Maybe it is the resting place of some big shot? Then Luck Tran spoke up. Let us go around to the other side and check what the inscription says. They all moved closer together, but none noticed the shadows lurking behind them. Luck Tran read the inscription carefully. Namthean Tongue 7114. Large-scale undead invasion. Bang City fell. The human princess of Bang City, Samplan, after sacrificing herself under the king's city, was laid to rest in this wolf tome. He frowned deeply, muttering, Namthean Tongue 7114. Huh? Hang In looked at him worriedly. What is wrong? Lux Tran. Suddenly, he asked something unrelated. Does anyone remember the chronicle of when we entered the game? Minthoi thought for a moment. Honestly, I do not remember. When was it? He said anxiously. It was Namthean Tongue 8124. She gasped. Wait, that means Princess Lam San died over 1,000 years ago. Watching the tome, he said, someone dead for 1,000 years still has heavy guards. That is seriously weird. Just then, a strange sound echoed, a continuous creaking that put everyone on edge. Moments later, they realized the noise came from inside the tome. She nervously asked, No way there is a ghost in here. Right? That is scary. Lux Tran was more worried than scared. Ghosts? Nah, it is just a game. There has to be some kind of clue or mission tied to this. Ghost or not, we will find out when we check it out. They all approached the wolf tome together. Excuse us. Captain, the system announced again. Fubang City Infiltrator. Level 75. Skill. Spectral Slash. The guard's eyes flashed suddenly. Luck Tran was shocked. So it is a night spirit guard after all. It called out when it heard a noise. Who is there? He raised his hand to calm things down. Captain, we are just passing through and have a question, but it was super aggressive. Anyone who dares come close these? He cursed under his breath. Damn it! Another stubborn one. Hanging swiftly attacked back. If it won't listen, then let us just charge straight into that tome. Min Truok and Min Gaiet heard that and jumped into the fight too. Got it. Soon, the whole group plunged into battle against those reckless night spirit guards. When Tran jumped up to kick one, he shouted, Die. Everyone was fighting fiercely when he yelled, Move, now. They all rushed inside. Seeing this, the guards quickly gave chase. Stop. Tran ran ahead urging, Hurry. Once everyone was inside, he locked the door and seized the moment to slip in. The guards were left stuck outside. Tran watched them trying to reach in. Puzzled, this place was strange, guarded by a bunch of night spirit soldiers. Could it be a trap? Hanging whispered. Maybe. Or maybe it is a mission clue. Suddenly that familiar creaking sound started up again. They tensed up. It was that crying sound again. Still, they pressed deeper inside. Or crack. They would check it out and decide later. Soon, they reached a large room where a girl sat in the middle, crying with her face buried in her hands. The system announced, Spirit of Princess Lam San. Mintek gazed at her tear-streaked face and sighed. That is Princess Lam San. Right? She is so beautiful. The girl kept muttering, Father, kill father. All four looked at each other, puzzled, repeating, Father, kill father. Suddenly, he asked, Who is her father? Hanging quickly stopped him. Wait. Lux Tran. Tutide agreed. She might really be a trap. Why else would there be heavy guards outside but no soldiers inside? Mingayat nodded. Yeah, from past boss fights. It is either a spirit or a wild spirit, and if it is a wild spirit, what if this princess is actually a boss? We can't rush into anything. Lux Tran thought differently. Boss? If this dungeon definitely dropped an awakening shard, but it did not show up this time, then maybe this princess is not the boss. She kept repeating one phrase. Kill. Father, you spoke quietly. Also her state, I feel like her soul is deeply wounded. You took a few steps closer to Lam San. Don't worry. I have a plan. Lux Tran knelt beside her and asked, Princess Lam San, who is your father? And why do you want to kill him? She struggled to answer. Father, Zayden? For now, Mingayat realized. Zayden? For now. Is not that the current king of Ice City. Mindai was puzzled too. This human princess died over 1,000 years ago. How could her father still be alive? You worried. Father? Kill father. Why would a daughter want to kill her own dad? The yelling soldiers locked down mortal souls. Yet the king who should be dead is still alive. What is going on? Suddenly, Love Tran's eyes lit up. I get it now. He turned to the others. Guys, this mission's way more complicated than we thought. At the castle gate, the system showed skill info. Light Priest's innate skill can use the power of light to hide the target's aura. Mingayat asked suspiciously. The aura is well hidden. But do we really have to trust what that princess said? Mindo agreed. Yeah, that princess seems pretty unstable. Someone might actually try to assassinate the king, just based on her rambling. What if it is a trap set by the princess? Love Tran waved off their doubts. Ignore what she says. The human princess's tomb is guarded tightly by yelling soldiers. Something is definitely off. No matter what, we have to meet the king ourselves. Minde still worried. But if the king really had issues, with so many players coming and going in Ice City, why has not anyone noticed? Hamin also wondered. Besides, how are we supposed to find the king? You explained. The king rarely appears publicly. If he is in trouble, no one would notice. We need to investigate first. The girls look curious. How do we do that? Luck Transmop. Then we will have to rely on Min Nugayat. She hesitated. You said, I have planned ahead. Mingayat has the skill to detect dark energy. We will use that. She stepped forward. Alright, let me try. Mingayat activated Holy Veil effective. The Light Priest's detection skill senses the dark energy aura of night spirits within a 100-meter radius. After a moment, Mingyat said, there is definitely something wrong here. Not only are there yelling outside, but also many dark creatures inside the dungeon. Luxtran moved forward. Then let us check inside the dungeon. Maybe the king is also under control like the princess. Hanin agreed. Right? Instead of guessing, let us explore and find out. Everyone nodded. Okay, the group walked down the hallway. Luxor said, one more step and we will reach the dungeon's center. Suddenly, he paused. Huh, that is strange. Mintide asked quickly. What is wrong? He explained. I sense a very faint dark energy here. Mingayat was surprised. Right here, but my detection shows nothing. At that moment, a strange purple aura appeared next to Luktran, dark purple energy coming from behind a decorative painting. Here it is. The closer they got to the painting, the stronger the aura became. Everyone saw only a simple landscape painting, nothing special at first glance. Mingayat frowned, closing her eyes. Still can't he sense anything? Luftran tightened his grip on the sword. Maybe only our kind can sense this power. Let me check. Before anyone could stop him, he slashed the painting to pieces. Haning behind him was shocked. They saw a sword mounted on the wall there. Really was something there. A sword. Luxtran grabbed the sword. This was definitely set up by a night spirit. The sword's mark was in the light zone. Ironically, the most dangerous place is the safest, meaning it is still spotted by me. Hangyan stepped closer to inspect just a regular sword. Nothing unusual at all. Why bother hiding it here? He was curious too. So he decided to question the night spirit, who deliberately hid the sword. Right then, soldiers attracted by the loud noise arrived. What are you guys doing? Everyone panicked, ready to run. Quick, let us... But Luktran stayed calm and stopped them. Wait. You guys. He smiled sly. Just in time. And in the blink of an eye, flashes of sword light appeared, blocking and confronting them. They switched tactics to sneak in. Luxtran, do you think this will fool them? He reassured. Don't worry. It will work for sure. They changed clothes to disguise as soldiers and approached another checkpoint. The real soldiers stopped them. Wait, which group are you? What is your business here? Luktran raised his armor badge. We are the Holy Site Artisans, sent by the chief commander, escorting the radiant priest to offer blessings to the king. The soldier relaxed. That explains it. Go on through. Passing easily, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The four quickly reached the king's presence. Minchayat was stunned. This is the king. On the throne sat an elderly man with a kind face, the Ice City king. Haning was a bit surprised. Such a gentle king. You would never guess anything was wrong just by looking. Luxtran stepped forward and knelt. Your Majesty, we appreciate your tireless efforts for the Ice City. Your kindness spreads across the people. Now, the Radiant Priests are here to express gratitude with their light magic blessings. We were ordered by the commander to bring them here, hoping for your approval. The king's pale eyes scanned them, then his gaze suddenly reddened. After a moment, the king stood and said, "At I sit, having loyal people like you truly comforts me. However, I just received blessings from the high priest yesterday. No need for the Radiant Priests to trouble themselves today. You may leave." Luxtran introduced Manhwa. "Your Majesty, this priest's heart is pure. Please accept her blessing." She stood, performing the blessing ritual. Holy wine glowed brilliantly. Spiritual energy flowing. Light grants blessings. Shields your Majesty with peace. Let light guide the way, banishing all evil thoughts. Suddenly, danger caught the king off guard. The sudden pain overwhelmed him, unable to resist the holy magic. Let the light lead. Dispel the darkness. The king's eyes blazed red as he ordered. "Guards, kill them all, and this now." Luxtran judged the furious king. This spell is a blessing to humans, but to night spirits. He threw off his helmet. It is a curse. Luxtran launched himself at the king. This guy is definitely a fake. As his holy sword pierced the fake king, a painful scream confirmed Luxtran's suspicion. Such a strong reaction meant the night spirit could not escape. Without hesitation, Luxtran pressed the sword in to finish off the night spirit. Just then, the system popped up. Update available. Version update in progress. Congrats! The squad has unlocked the Ice City transformation module. The Royal Return version is now live. Squad must complete the mission, eliminate the Rogue King while all members survive. Fail, and all squad members will be demoted 3 ranks and lose all reputation. Mintai was shocked. Fail and lose all rep. No way, that is brutal. Haning was confused. But did not Luxtran just kill the king? At that moment, they got their answer. No way. Did he come back to life? Then a girl appeared before them, making Luxtran breathe a sigh of relief. Tamneen, just in time. Let us take him down together. But when the king attacked her, she also threw her spear at them. Luxtran panicked. Daiko. Luxtran blocked the attack and called out. Tamneen. Haning was horrified. Why is this happening? Mintai quickly asked. What is wrong with Tamneen? Shouldn't T-Beast be unable to attack their master? At that moment, soldiers broke through the door. It is, the night spirit troops are here. Haning shouted. We will handle the grunts. Luxtran, are you okay? You are taking on 2 guys alone, and yet I am still holding my ground. The king suddenly slashed up with his claws, startling Luxtran. So how is this king still moving after being struck with a fatal spear? Gritting his teeth, he glanced at the girl, feeling curious. Only then did Luxtran notice the way she looked at the sword. Something clicked in his mind, because her gaze was clearly calm and steady. That made Luxtran more certain of his earlier suspicion. He immediately tossed the sword away, and sure enough, she kept her eyes locked on it. When the sword swept toward the king, she lunged forward, stabbing the demon with her spear. Luxtran grabbed a weapon and charged at the sword. Sneaky spirit. You think you can hide inside a sword? Get out here. The sword suddenly trembled violently. Hangin also noticed it. What the heck was that? Mingayat rushed over to protect her. Boss? Be careful. She activated a radiant shield spell, just as a shard of cursed soul pierced the barrier, startling Hanying. What was that? The 3 girls watched the enemy scream outside. Tiny humans. If I had not lost my body. He revealed his true form. Boss Kadira. Level 90, Night Spirit Mage. But Kadira was already targeting someone else. He laughed loudly as he advanced. Even you make mistakes sometimes. Kadira's spirit entered Tamneen's body, causing her to tremble slightly. Luxtran panicked, shouting, Tamneen. But Kadira smiled wickedly inside her. This feels good. I can possess any body I want, and I got an awesome one. Then he taunted them. Luxtran roared, you bastard. Get out of Tamneen's body. But Kadira spat out a skull, mumbling nonsense. What was he babbling about? This body is not perfect yet, but it is enough to show off some real power. I have to use it carefully. A magic circle appeared beneath him as he spoke. Kadira raised his hand, responding to the summoning spell of Taddy and Cerberus. From the circle rose a monster, the Hellhound Cerberus. Level 75 magic beast. Its roar shook everyone's nerves. Cerberus gathered dark energy into a deadly cannonball. All 3 heads spat out scorching attacks simultaneously. Someone warned Luxtran that Hellhound is not ordinary. It is almost like a mini-boss. Be careful. Luxtran nodded. Got it. Without hesitation, Luxtran jumped up and struck down with his Hellfire Slash. The Hellhound howled in pain and tossed Luxtran aside. It swung its tail to knock back Hanying, who was attacking up front. She shouted, Boss, now's our chance, and launched a Meteor Slash. Luxtran did not miss the opening and hit with a powerful strike from above. Hanying jumped up again. No matter how strong it was still just a Loic magic beast. Kadira laughed from atop the Hellhound. You 2 are skilled, but do not celebrate yet. There is plenty more where that came from. Then he summoned a bunch of white skeletons with dark power. Obey my command. Become my loyal servants. Mingayat stayed alert. Mingayat, raise your shield. She cast a holy protective spell immediately. Min-Gayet fired 6 arrows while complaining, "Why are there so many? We can kill them all." Min-Gayet strengthened her shield, using a holy aura that drained 30% of her mana to boost defense and absorb 20% of enemy damage. But she was running low on energy. "We need a plan fast. My mana's almost gone. At this rate, we won't last long." Luxtran gritted his teeth and struggled free. "Damn it! You know how to summon servants, right?" "I know that too." Suddenly, a burst of dark energy exploded around him. Hellfire summon. Countless spirit shards appeared at Luktran's feet. Kadira sneered and radiated a terrifying pressure. It forced Luktran down to his knees. "You do not dare. Little one, how could you end up like Min and Gis, only to be turned into a snake bullet?" Kadira sneered, flailing wildly, still trying to strike first right in front of me. "I'm the Night Spirit Mage under Lord Lena's command. Anyone else trying to summon a soul spirit against me? That is just wishful thinking." Saying that, a terrifying blood aura burst from him, going berserk, boosting his target's attributes by 20% and putting them into a frenzy. The monster Cerberus howled even more wildly. Its blood-red mouth snapped fiercely toward Luktran. Luktran quickly dodged the monster's fiery breath. Haning carefully observed the beast, thinking, "No worries, just chop down whatever comes at us." But when she charged again, it pushed her back with concentrated magic power. A blast even shot straight toward Luktran. Haning shouted, "Boss, watch out! This 3-headed dog must have 3 different power types." Before they could react, Cerberus prepared to unleash a third attack. Both Luktran and Haning swiftly dodged the strange substance it spat out. Haning was stunned. Turns out its third attribute was poison. She warned, "That poison keeps dealing continuous damage, so let us make sure it does not touch us." Hearing that, she raised her sword, her whole body glowing with light. "Don't worry, I have got the light attribute too. This poison won't bother us." Light shield. Activate. The system displayed. Light shield not yet activated. Light shield activated. Divine light protects allies, reduces poison damage by 20%, and resists attacks. Luktran smop. Relieved. "Well, boss, you have got skills like that too." Haning confidently swung her sword. "Of course, I did not become unbeatable at level 75 for no reason. If we work together, we will definitely beat this guy." Taking their cue, Luktran charged left. "Leave fire and ice to me," he shouted. "Boss, just handle that poison guy." Haning replied instantly, "No problem." She struck fiercely at one of Cerberus' heads. Haning surged forward, ready to finish it off. Luktran was confident their plan would work, but Kadira suddenly launched a violent fireball skill. The explosion would deal 3,000 damage and slow targets by 10%. The blast directly immobilized Haning. Luktran yelled, "Boss, Kadira is just sitting back watching. Do not just fight those summoned beasts. I am still here." That taunting tone made him furious. "Damn it!" Luktran charged forward to block the skill's effect on Haning. As he fought, he calculated the 3 heads took turns attacking nonstop. "May will heal us just in time with Sacred Moonlight, restoring 5% AP per second to us all," she asked Min-Gayet. "Little Gayet, can you hold them off?" Min-Gayet fired 6 magic arrows, quickly replying, "No problem, I can hold them. Someone help me." Luktran had to rethink their plan. "Boss, there is a gap between Cerberus attacks. Let us circle the boss. Attack from the left and right, then when the dog's attack starts, hit the 3rd head at the same time." She agreed without hesitation. As Cerberus fired sparks, they split and ran. Kadira grinned. "You think the attack's not ready? Clever idea, but too bad. All 3 heads are about to attack us at once. It is not just single strikes." Everyone was overwhelmed and falling. "Boss, run." Kadira laughed wildly. "They are all dead now. Look, Cerberus is about to fire again." Suddenly, a musical note stopped him. Min-Gayet pulled out a small harp and played a soothing melody. Kadira still sneers, "How could a mere priest's kid withstand this attack?" But she calmly plays the lute. Who says priests are weak and only protect others? Turns out, when Cerberus Jr. hears the music, he yawns loudly and eventually can't hold back sleep. Kadira is horrified. How could this be? But Luktran appears behind him, demanding his body back from Tam Nian. Unexpectedly, the timid girl cries out, says, "You are too weak to fight, Tam Nian." When Luktran turns back, Kadira fires a dark chain attack straight at him. The team gasp, "Luktran." But luckily, he easily blocks it with his sword. Luktran skulls. "So the underlings of Lin only know how to ambush. What else can you do?" "Say it again." "Return Tam Nian's body now." His sword pressed close. Kadira just smirks. "All right then, come at me." Those words make Luktran tense up. Kadira presses the sword to his throat. "What is wrong? Can it strike me? Come on, hit me." Haning quickly warns, "Luktran, do not fall for it. That is not Tam Nian, that is the boss." She screams in pain to grab his attention. 3 girls are being attacked by shadow soldiers from behind. Shouting, "Boss," Kadira warns, "Kill me, and all these toys will vanish. Come and get me." Luktran's eyes blaze. "You fake witch." Die. He laughs menacingly. "You dare attack? This body barely matured. If it is gone, no chance of recovery. Luptran coldly grabs Kadira's throat. You think hiding inside Tam Nian's body keeps you safe. He uses his skill to seize a high-level soul when the target dies. He steals its soul flame. He can claim the target's rank above level 70. Luptran tears Kadira's soul from Tam Nian's body, making Kadira scream. No way, he mocks him without explanation. I am just pretending with you. But you believe it. You are a formless spirit, just a soul flame. Nothing else. Then Luptran signals. Sister Mungayat. Now, without hesitation, she uses her skill, Holy Wrath Judgment, consuming all mana to deal 3000 holy damage per second to shadow creatures and silence them for 5 seconds. Duration: 2 hours. The holy light nearly blows Kadira's soul away. He screams in agony. Impossible. Just a petty priest, how? Mingite smiles confidently. Why not? I am the top priestess of the Blue Guild. Though delicate, my assassin skills are real. He curses. You will regret this. One day, the iron heel of Lord Lingot will crush this city. Then Kadira vanishes completely, leaving only a faint scream. System announcement. Congrats. The squad has gained a fragment of awakening. Congrats. The squad got a fragment of awakening. 3 shadow tier equipment pieces. 80,000 gold each. 30,000 fame points. And 30,000 experience points. Minket is excited. Whoa, that is a huge haul. The system is super generous. I leveled up 3 times in a blink. Hamin approaches. Calling. Luxtran. He is anxiously calling. Tam Nian. Are you okay? Minket is worried. Tam Nian's body was possessed by the boss. Will she be alright? Is she still Tam Nian? Everyone waits anxiously for her to wake up. Tam Nian finally weakly opens her eyes. Luxtran beams. Thank God. You are awake. Are you feeling okay? She pushes herself up. I am part of the boss power merged with my soul. So I am feeling strong now. He laughs with relief. That is awesome. Tam Nian. Can you tell us everything? I am so glad you are back to normal. Just then, the system announces. SSS rank mission complete. Congrats to player Cham Kang Chamsa for receiving the Dragon Soul skill book. Legendary rank. But since your level is too low, your master contract and Tam Nian's bond are officially lifted. Tam Nian stands up weakly. Thanks everyone for helping me awaken. The girls wave their hands quickly. No problem. It is what we are here for. Then she turned to Lutran and said, Hey, can you take Tam Nian home? His face was a bit tense. Alright, if that is the challenge, let us. Late at night, the two arrived at Tam Nian's doorstep. Lutran hesitated. Well, I will head back now. Tam Nian. I am really glad to see you again. Just as he was leaving, she called out quickly. Hey, you must come visit Tam Nian after this. Okay, definitely. Lutran replied firmly. Definitely. Then he confidently turned away. Tam Nian carries too many secrets. But all he hopes is that she can keep living and be truly happy. Late at night at Lutran's place, his phone suddenly rang on the table. He quickly picked up. Hello? It was Rathan, who sounded like she just got out of the shower. Impressive? Senior, quietly pulling off something big like this? Lutran chuckled. That news spreads fast. Huh, she checked the info and read. The whole server's buzzing. The official site is flooded with messages. The new version of the Evenly General's command was just unlocked by the first level 80 player. It is a big deal. Hard to miss. He stood and looked out the window. This update makes the game even more fun. The border zone is not as tough as before. I am really looking forward to it. She smiled knowingly. Yeah, we can explore more maps and dungeons. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Lutran warned gently, but do not get too carried away. You are the top-ranked player now, so you gotta step up your game too, she teased. Half annoyed. Yeah, you are number 1. You are the top warrior in the whole server now. Lutran, still tired, yawned. What is all the noise? Her tone showed frustration. You have not even checked the official site's details yet. Did you know? Now players level 80 plus who are not into PvP can learn the new cheering skill. It even boosts small group parties' leveling speed. Senior, but Lutran was already asleep. She kept calling. Hey, Senior, hello? In the rainy space, Lutran saw someone and wondered, where am I? This is Thean Tung. Tam Nian's figure in front of him shifted, her eyes cold and strange. Then they turned pitch black, her face blood red as she attacked. Suddenly, the scene flipped back to her standing over the water's surface. Lutran reached out. Tam Nian. But around her was only a chilling, ghostly aura. The vision shattered, and he gasped. Do not! Lutran yelled as the explosion wiped everything out. Tam Nian. Tam Nian coldly lunged forward, and the horror finally jolted Lutran awake. He panicked as he snapped out of the nightmare. Only now could Lutran finally breathe. Just then, his phone rang again, and it is connected to so many wild spirits and dark forces. She is full of mystery. You need to be careful not to get used by her. No more talk. I am going to sleep too. Lutran stubbornly thought. Tam Nien would not do that. That is right. Things always turn out the opposite with her. So it definitely won't happen. Back in Tam Nien's little garden, Lu Tran came to visit again. He stared blankly at the scene before him. Tam Nien was sitting quietly on the ground. She had just wiped her tears and looked up to see him. Tam Nien smiled brightly. Hey, you are here. Lu Tran greeted her too. She was so cheerful. Come on in. The two sat together by the garden. Lu Tran awkwardly said, I came specially to thank you. Time and again, you have stepped in to help me when I needed it. This time, it was thanks to you that I learned the Dragon Death skill. The only legendary skill at this level now. Her expression darkened slightly. That is just something Tam Nien should do. His words made him hesitate. Tam Nien, you. But deep down, Lu Tran decided to wait for her to share her story when she is ready. Changing the subject, he asked, are you still studying those herbs? Has your mom gotten better? But she fell strangely silent, her hands gripping the chain tightly, her lips pressed together, biting hard enough to draw blood. Lu Tran stared in shock. Tam Nien, did I say something wrong? Please do not cry. She lowered her head. Mom has passed away. Lu Tran jolted. How is that possible? Tam Nien could not hold back her tears. Can you promise me one more thing? Tam Nien still wanted to be a pastor. The system prompted. Your rank mission is to help Tam Nien receive baptism from the Archbishop of the Radiant Church. Do you accept? Lu Tran was confused. Tam Nien is linked to the Night Spirit and has dark powers. So why does she still want to be a pastor of the Radiant Church? She looked down in frustration, thinking he might refuse. Tam Nien was definitely too greedy. Lu Tran hurriedly said, Tam Nien, I will go with you. He sighed deeply inside, trying to stay calm and assess the situation. During the day at the Radiant Church, Lu Tran brought Tam Nien there. After all, the Archbishop would have to help her soon, but with her race, showing up openly in the church was asking for trouble. They needed another plan. Sure enough, soldiers at the door blocked them. Royal City Church. No unauthorized entry. Lu Tran revealed his identity. I am an explorer from Fubang City, not some random wanderer. I am the one who exposed the false king. I have urgent business with the Archbishop. The soldiers quickly checked and then immediately knelt. It is an honor. Please come in. He was even more shocked. They actually let us in. As they walked, the two soldiers explained, thanks to him defeating the false king, under the Archbishop's guidance, our Princess Kurin-san has been revived. Yes, he is the great savior of Fubang City. Lu Tran quickly said, it is nothing. It is really thanks to my sister's help. Suddenly he noticed her freeze. The Archbishop, are you worried? He asked Tam Nien. Are you feeling alright? You look pale. Her eyes look strangely empty. I am just a bit tense. Lu Tran reassured her. Don't worry. I will be right by your side the whole way. Yet Tam Nien's face grew even more tense. Okay, the two soldiers ahead reported. Archbishop, the explorer from Fubang City requests an audience. Behind her, she quietly called out, hey, now they were granted an audience with Archbishop Anvis. He asked, are you the brave young man who rescued Princess Kurin-san? Lu Tran bowed. That would be me. Inside, he doubted. Is this really the Archbishop? No rank displayed. But he must be at least level 100. The Archbishop smiled and praised. Very good. A hero of youth. Lu Tran was still tense, thinking, don't let your guard down. Those 10 green-robed elders are all level 95 dark gold bosses. At my current level, even one of them could finish me off, let alone all of them. Hey, Mama, the spirit energy concealment props you made have to work perfectly. Of course, if he was here, he would say, my mama made it. Guaranteed top quality. Anvis kindly asked, what brings you here this time? I will do my best to help. Lu Tran thought, this old man is not bad at all. He replied, Archbishop, my sister Tam Nien believes in the power of the radiant light. She wants to become a pastor. We humbly ask you to perform her baptism. Without hesitation, he agreed. No problem. The Lord always loves those with sincere hearts. I will baptize the girl immediately. Anvis then stepped forward and placed his hand on her head. Preparing for the baptism, Lu Tran happily said, that is great. Tam Nien, congrats on finally making it. But suddenly, a spray of blood shocked him into freezing. Lu Tran stared dumbfounded as Tam Nien stabbed the Archbishop to death. Only when he fell did everyone snap out of it. The soldiers reacted first, shouting, Madwoman, how dare you assassinate the Archbishop? Seize her. The two hurriedly fought off the soldiers. Tam Nien yelled, no fighting. Sorry, Mama, I can drag you into this. Take this stone and find a decisive way. Hurry. She gritted her teeth holding the staff. Listen to me. Go now. Tam Nien struggled in pain. Sorry, Mama, I have no choice but to pull you into this. But just then, Lu Tran rushed forward to shield her. Surprising her, Mama, why are you so foolish? You will get overwhelmed here. Quickly, Lu Tran firmly swung down. How could he just abandon her like that? If I brought you here, then I am definitely getting you out alive. Tam Nien, already crying, said, okay, Let us escape together. Let us fight our way out. These soldiers are huge. Just some mixed-race demons from the prison. Lux Tren could not hide it anymore. He revealed his true power. Someone noticed everything. Good. This guy's a wild spirit. Now's the time, holy light. Strike. Tam Nien rushed forward to block. Careful. Kaka, she took a hit, and her health bar dropped sharply. Tam Nien, a guy holding a staff, shouted. Stop struggling. You filthy cursed creatures. Standing before the righteous holy light means death for you all. Then the holy light flared and shone down on them. Prayers echoed everywhere. Holy light fades. Judgment ends. Holy light fades. Judgment ends. Tam Nien gasped. Kaka, you have done enough? Go now, I will cover our escape, of course. He refused. What nonsense are you talking about? It is just countering their attributes. Then the system popped up. Holy light triggers the church sacred fire effect, weakening the prison's dark power and dealing 9,999 damage to wild spirit races while controlling the target. Luftran gritted his teeth and countered. Come on. He raised his sword to cast a spell. From the magic circle, a monster appeared, startling the soldiers. What is this? An elite. Luxtran's purple eyes blazed as he fiercely controlled the monster to attack. The soldiers were swept away like nothing. Then they burst out of the church's bloodline, and he pulled Tam Nien along. Running away, the soldiers shouted desperately. Where is he? Issue a city-wide manhunt for the assassin of the archbishop. Tam Nien shouted back fiercely. The two barely escaped the holy light, but a red alert appeared above them. Damn it! We are officially wanted now. Luktran carried her, calculating as they fled. No going back to the capital now. Tam Nien and I are marked targets. Take the back way. Head to the Blood Rain territory to find Tyatvai. According to Tam Nien, Tyatvai definitely knows something. Besides, no matter how strong the Wind Church is, they would not dare invade the Wild Spirits territory. Luxtran cheered the badly injured girl in his arms. Hang in there. Tam Nien. Once we reach the Blood Rain Legion, we will be safe. But she was breathing weakly, and he noticed. Tam Nien. Hold on. Tyatvai will find a way to save you. Weakly? She pleaded. Kaka, please leave me. They are coming to kill me. You saved Princess Karim Sam, so they won't harm you. Luktran frowned. How can you say that? No matter what, I will never abandon you. Tam Nien looked at him. Kaka, I am truly sorry. Without me, you would not be facing this disaster. Luktran dodged the holy light while reassuring her. I believe you have your reasons. You are not someone who kills innocent people. Tam Nien decided to confess. Kaka, I might not last long. I will tell you everything. I originally came from the prison realm and was reincarnated as a human girl. But my mother was burned alive by the Grand Inquisitor because of me. She is the one who gave birth to that monster. She still remembered her mother being captured and burned by the Archbishop. Burn the heretic? Tam Nien said. That is why I can never forgive the Archbishop. But I really did not know how to tell you all this. I am truly... Luktran calmly said. This is not your fault. What is done is done. The most important thing now is that we survive together. Suddenly, Luktran froze. Someone was waiting for him. It is you. Immediately, they were surrounded by a group of attackers. Thiendao rubbed his hands, grinning. The whole city's bounty is 1 million. How could I possibly pass up a score this good, right? Tron Hede. Luktran clenched his teeth. Thiendao, be alert. He thought, damn, why is he here? And why are all these guys so high level? Tam Nien weakly dropped her hand. Luktran called out in panic. Tam Nien. Tam Nien. At the same time, Thiendao swung his sword, aiming to attack him deadly serious. He quickly raised his sword to block the strike. Why now of all times? The system announced the skill activation. Skill name, Bathiancham. Effect, deals 3,000 damage to the enemy and reduces their speed by 20%. Thiendao was knocked back. Clearly annoyed. This kid's gotten stronger. But Luktran only focused on Tam Nien in his arms. He could not just keep fighting like this. He quickly spun around, lifting his sword. As the demon sword plunged into the ground, a magic circle activated and the fog soldiers began to rise from the earth. Thiendao smirked confidently, knowing this move was coming. It was a pity the rank of these minions was not something to scoff at. With just one move, he smashed 2 of the soldiers apart, but the rest of the soldiers charged forward to help Luktran escape. Break through them and run. Thiendao looked on as Luktran gained some distance, running at full speed, watching from behind. He thought, this thing is tough to shake off. It looks like it is not afraid I will get away. Suddenly, something felt off, so he stopped. Not right. Out of nowhere, Longhand descended from above. Where do you think you are running? Luktran bit down. Just as expected, Luktran easily blocked Longhand's strike with his sword. Frustrated, he muttered, these two cut from the same cloth. Longhand grinned wickedly. No wonder you are the legendary Lacton Din Din, carrying such a burden, yet still so quick to react. Just then, Thiendao's troops arrived, making Luktran even more irritated. What a pain! Longhand laughed and asked, "Why are not you running anymore?" "Not a chance," Luktran said. "Even if you sprouted wings now, you would not get away." He noticed the girl on Longhand's back was in pain. Concerned, Dao's men threatened him. "Not running? Huh, that girl on your back is not exactly a beauty. Maybe we should help her relieve some pain." "Huh," Longhand sneered mockingly. "Look everyone, even the great Lacthan Din Din has his weekdays." They all burst into laughter at Luktran's plight. Luktran shouted, "Move aside." Longhand just laughed it off. "Move aside. Let us see if you can even break through this trap today." Suddenly, he exclaimed in shock. "What? Just one warning from Dao. Idiot! Be careful." Bright flashes of light appeared before their eyes. Luktran erupted an explosion that blew up the entire area. "Move aside." When the dust cleared, Longhand was slammed against a pile of rocks. Dao ordered his subordinates to rush forward and hold him down. They fiercely swung swords and blades. Shouting, Donnie let him escape. Luktran's eyes burned with killing intent as he unleashed a powerful black moon slash, knocking all the henchmen away. Dao's eyes turned bloodshot as he watched his men get sent flying. He angrily ordered, "Hold him down. He is not getting away today." Luktran blocked easily. "Just relying on useless fools like you to take me down. What a joke." Dao gritted his teeth so hard his sword trembled. Donnie get cocky. At that moment, the henchman charged again, shouting, "Die. Kill him." Luktran activated a protective shield behind him, blocking the attacks. Then, furious, he swung his sword. "Get lost, all of you." Seeing his skill cancelled, Dao was stunned. "What?" Luktran fiercely used the purgatory slash of the three realms, cutting through the charge. The system explained. Skill name, Purgatory slash of the three realms. Effect, increases area attack damage by 30%, but Dao jumped in front of him. He activated his divine shield, which absorbed 30% of the damage for 5 seconds. Luktran growled, "I told you, my sword will shatter you. Now get lost." So powerful, Dao was terrified. This guy's unstoppable. But just then, a blast struck, blowing both of them away. Luktran held tight to Tam Nian. Steadying himself, he looked up. There, in the sky, appeared 2 dragons with their dragon knights. The man shouted, "Brothers, charge!" Luktran was gasping for breath, but the dragons were already swooping down to attack. Just as Luktran raised his sword to fight back, a volley of arrows shot toward him. The dragon knight just got hit by an arrow. What the heck? Type Vi and Height V have arrived. The Height V Legion. Obey orders. Launch a full-on attack against the dragon knights of the Kwangmin sect. Right away, they opened a path to reach Lucitron. The mages rushed over to him. "Sorry, sir. We are late because tracking your coordinates took some time." Lucitron hurriedly said, "No need to explain. Just save Temenine quickly. Use the best medicine, she must live." They swore quickly. "Don't worry. We are doing everything we can." Someone noticed his wounds. "Sir, you are seriously injured too. You need treatment as well." "Over here." Then Dao sensed trouble. "This fight is not something we can interfere with. That Dragon Knight clearly sees us as targets. Dragon roams the world. If we do not retreat now, we might all be wiped out. Fall back." Meanwhile, Taifa kept attacking like crazy. The mages rushed to heal T-Mine with spirit treatment spells. Effective, the healing targets the Taifa Jia spirit, reducing 80% of the Kwangmin attribute damage. Lucitron, exhausted, recalled how she told Tangam Neiman those cruel words that killed her mother, burned this heretical group down. He remembered the pain Tem and Nian had to endure alone. "I really can't forgive the Grand Sect, but honestly, I do not know how to tell you all this. Sorry." He tightly held her hand and firmly said, "You did nothing wrong. No need to apologize. The real culprits are those fake gentlemen pretending to be good. Over there, Dragon Knight Thangal Ing, and you Tight Vi of the Height V Legion. Our Kwangmin Sanctuary has no intention of starting a war. Stop covering for murderers who attacked the Grand Sect. Hand them over." Hearing this, Lucitron stood up, catching everyone's attention. "Sir," he gave a quick order and stepped toward the battlefield. Naturally asking for help, the mage hurried to hold Lucitron back but was too late. "Sir," his wounds had not healed yet, and ahead stood the Legion commander, but he ignored the calls as if pulled away. "Sir." Lucitron dashed into the smoky battlefield. Suvi startled as he rushed past her. She called out quickly, "Don't go too far. What are you doing? Come back." Without waiting for Suvi, Lucitron pushed forward, gathering his strength to leap up. A streak of light flashed over the dragon. That was the surge skill. Second level. Effective, boosting speed by over 30% while rushing skyward. In the blink of an eye, Lucitron appeared right next to Long Knight with just one slash. He seriously wounded him, leaving Long Knight stunned. Lucitron kicked off the ground and pushed forward, easily knocking Long Knight's body back, sending him flying straight into the battlefield, freezing everyone in place. Clutching his chest in pain, he cursed. "Damn it! Cursed soul." But Long Knight's eyes filled with terror, because Lucitron did not let up and charged to stab him through. "You damn great sect leader. Long Night is scared now, dropped the sword. But all Lashitron said calmly was, he has died. Then he stomped on him, pulled out his sword, lifted it again, furious, ready to finish the job. But he was not the real threat. Just as Long Night thought he was done for, a golden shield of light suddenly blocked the sword's path. Surprised, Lashitron heard someone shout, "Drop the sword." He angrily yelled back, "Ooh." From among the soldiers, a girl appeared. "I am the sole heir of the crown, the sorceress Princess Kalinson." Lashitron sized her up, then pressed his sword closer to Long Night. "What if I say no?" Kalinson's gaze was firm. I stepped forward. "Princess, the Blood Feather Legion will always be your strongest backup." But Kalinson smiled softly and said, "Princess, you should think carefully the price you will pay for this strike." Those words made him hesitate. Lashitron asked back, "Price? Whatever the price. I do not care. I just know you treat lives like grass. Everyone deserves to die." Just as he moved to finish Long Night, she ordered, "Guards, arrest Long Night and bring him in." The soldiers obeyed immediately. Lashitron was a bit stunned. "What is going on?" Long Night screamed. "Your Highness, why? What crime have I committed?" Kalinson snapped back. "Don't pretend. The princess has already investigated. He and the great sect leader conspired to use live sacrifices to resurrect Lin Nep. That is a crime punishable by death." Those words struck him silent. She ordered again, "Take him down for strict interrogation." Long Night still tried to protest. "It is not true. Your Highness, it is not true. I have not done anything. It was all the great sect leaders doing alone. It is not fair." Then Kalinson approached Lashitron. "Princess, on behalf of Bang City and the royal family, I sincerely apologize for the crimes committed by our subordinates. From this moment on, Bang City officially cancels all orders against you and Temenhain, and will provide full compensation." Suvi still doubted. "Why should we trust you? How do we know this is not just a trick to cover things up?" Kalinson bowed sincerely. "I know it is late to say anything now, but please give me a chance to explain. Princess, you once saved me, and even eliminated the savage spirit who killed my father. I should be the one thanking you personally. But after taking over the throne in the royal city, I discovered most officials were spies for Lin Nep. I kept investigating and eventually found that the great sect leader allied with the Long Nights to use civilians as sacrifices to help Lin Nep resurrect. Temenhain's mother was one of those victims. Wang City is crawling with spies, almost like a hollow shell corroded by dark spirits to wipe out Lin Nep's forces. Honestly, I feel powerless. Without beating around the bush, I have a difficult request. Can you stay and help me cleanse Wang City? Only someone with your integrity can hold the Wang City Legion steady. I truly believe you can do it." Lashitron cuts. "Please, no more words. Princess, then you are leaving. Sorry, I do not want to get involved anymore. The misunderstanding's cleared up now, so I bid farewell." Kalinson keeps trying to persuade. Even for Temenhain's sake, she is unwilling. She is the 10th monarch, the Wind Rider. Temenhain, she is the one who betrayed Lin No 1,000 years ago. This truth horrifies him. "What did you say?" Kalinson continues. "Apparently you do not know Temenhain fought for Qian Tung's peace 1,000 years ago. She fought alongside me in the Blood Dance Legion's Sach Fia." Lashitron asked, "Is that true?" Tightva, she nods. Temenhain's appearance changed. "At first I did not know, but a few days ago she regained her memories and told me who she really is, just not to tell anyone." Her words hang in the air, silence falling instantly. Kalinson warns one last time. "No beating around the bush. I want to go easy on you. But Temenhain betrayed Lin Na, and he will never forgive her. Now the monarchs are about to return, and when that happens, no one on the Chintung continent can stand aside. You should decide what you want soon." With that, she leaves. "Let us..." Toe calls. "Got it, Your Highness." Only Lashitron remains deep in thought. Temenhain is the 10th monarch. He looks back at her still unconscious, studying Temenhain's face thoughtfully. No wonder she is tied to so many dark spirits. That explains her dark power. But if she is a monarch, does not that make us enemies? She already betrayed Lin Na. But why? Why would she do that? Suddenly, Temenhain starts bleeding. The mages panic. Quickly, return to the Legion. Lashitron watches anxiously as they rush her back for treatment. That night in the Blood Dance Legion's quarters, Lashitron anxiously asks, "Sir Brian, how's she doing?" He checks. Still no improvement. She was poisoned by a rare toxin during battle with the church steward. She is barely holding on now, thanks entirely to my magic. Her time is running out. Lashitron chokes up. Not much time left. Tightva presses. "Prophet, is there really no other way?" Brian nods. "There might be. Little Tightva, do you know the 100 Flowers Valley?" She recognizes it. The flower-filled valley in the south of the continent. He explains. In that valley grows the ice orchid, which can cure 100 poisons. If we get it, we can save Temenhain. But, Lashitron quickly asks, "But what?" Brian grimaces. The valley is incredibly dangerous. No one has survived it in 1,000 years. Worse, its master was one of Lin Ness' top generals. With our legion's strength, going there is basically a death sentence. Tidvi grabs his collar. How can that be? Our Blood Dance Legion can't even get a single flower. Brian quickly clarifies. You are oversimplifying. It is not about strength. Temhind's identity is special, and we are a neutral power, whether it is Linne or humanity. This is not something we should interfere with lightly. Tidvi frowns deeply. Are you saying just because we do not want to anger Linna, we should give up and let Tiem and Nian die? Don't act like you are holier than me. I would not dare kill anyone. I am old and confused. Maybe I should just enjoy my old age with Linna. Brian nervously defends himself. Little Tidvi, do not get worked up. I do not mean that. She gets even more upset. Then what do you mean? Lucy-chan looks sorrowfully at the person on the bed. Tem Nin. Brian stammers. He only grabs Team Anian's wrist once, then quickly turns away. I am leaving now. Brian is right. We can't risk the Blood Dance Legion any further. I will go to 100 Flowers Valley alone, while everyone argues. Someone enters. One person. How can that be enough? Jithan and the others stepped in. The Bloodfeather Legion's stance is not fit for a direct showdown. It is way too risky for the boss to fight solo better. If a few of us team up and go together. Luck-chan blinked in surprise and asked, Jit, boss, who else is with you? Why are you here? Hamin explained. We got stuck in a dungeon earlier and came straight here right after. Didn't expect to run into you guys on the way. We all heard what you and Tyatvi said. Don't face things alone if we act as a team. Our chances of getting the flower will be way higher. Mintai chimed in. Exactly. The boss has been fighting alone for too long. This time, no matter what, we stick together. Mingai added. And if you want to refuse, you will have to get past us first. Luck-chan was deeply moved. Everyone, so you have made your decision? Alright then. By daytime, they arrived at 100 Flower Valley. According to Tyadvi's map, this had to be the place. It hardly felt like a dangerous spot with all these fresh flowers around. Luck-chan stayed alert. The prettier it looks, the more dangerous it probably is. Let us stay sharp just to be safe. Still, the girls chatted happily until suddenly, Jithan felt something, a swirl of pure energy wrapping around them. The whole group got swept up in that whirlwind and blasted into a dark, deadly forest. Even the landing was rough. This place was no joke. Luck-chan looked around and said, this really is 100 Flower Valley. The system popped up. Your group activated a hidden quest adventure in 100 Flower Valley. Objective: defeat the Valley King. Level: reward, Awakening Fragment 1. The reward showed as Elegant Ice Flower 1. Level plus 10,000. Gold plus 99,999 coins. Jithan got a little hyped. Hidden quest. I was just planning to pick flowers and leave. Did not expect this kind of surprise. Hanin guessed. We already got a fragment from the dungeon earlier. Now if we collect 2 more, we can unlock the next chapter of the Heavenly Path. Jithan nodded. Right? Then the areas will open up for free travel, and the whole server can progress through the main quest together. It will be epic. Min Tayat, ready to fight, said. Then let us just head straight for the boss. Hit fast. Win fast. But she stepped right into a spider web that trapped her like a snare. Little Tayat, Luck-chan reacted quickly, jumped up, and slashed the web holding her. Both of them fell to the ground together. Min Chayat stared terrified at the monsters ahead. Those are, she gripped her sword tight, spiders. The system displayed info. Mountain Spider. Elite Monster. Level 87. Skills: Poison, Web. Luck-chan shouted, get out of the way. Just as they escaped, the spider webs rained down like a storm. Luck-chan decisively slashed through them. Mingayat barely dodged. Jithan was not far behind, cutting the webs apart too. Haning warned. Careful. These spiders can also spit poison. Mingayat was speechless. Great. All elites and high level. They are not messing around right from the start. Then she raised her staff, casting a light shield. The webs that touched the shield instantly shattered. Mingayat said worriedly. These spiders are many and hiding in the shadows. Very bad for us. We should pull back for now and find the boss lair. Luck-chan killed a few spiders and said, they have the darkness. We have the light. Retreating in one piece won't be easy. He glanced around and said, if that is the case. Luck-chan dashed out of the light shield. Everyone jumped. Are you crazy? Charging right into the spider den. But he shouted back, Jit, boss, cover us from behind. Luck-chan easily cut down the monsters. Pushing straight toward the den, he leapt over the spider webs. His eyes locking onto the monsters he collided with several times. From above, Luck-chan looked down and sized up the huge number of enemies. He shouted, hiding 1T get you anywhere. Everyone, come out and face me. Luck-chan used his skill, Infernal Slash with Karma Fire effect, boosting damage by 30%. He pushed into the monster nest, facing the giant spider boss. which trapped him in an earth and sky net. The net suppressed all creatures in range and dealt 4,000 damage per second for 5 seconds. Luxtran warned everyone, "Get out of the way." But suddenly, flames burst behind him. It was an attack from the monsters below Firestone. A fire-infused projectile dealing 2,000 damage to its target. Luftran looked around, surrounded on all sides, and said, "The Spider King just sprayed poison too." Min Gaia. She immediately activated Reflection Shield. Divine Protection, second tier effect. Creates a white shield around you and your teammates, reducing damage taken by 30% for 10 seconds. Luktran blinked, grateful for a breather. "Thanks, Sister Mungaya." "Alright, boss, you guys handle the Spider King. CIO Shu, protect Sister Min Gayat. I will take care of these rotten pests." Without hesitation, he charged forward, heading straight into the fray. Ruthen and Hanin did not hesitate either. Both surged forward to attack. Ruthen jumped in, swinging and shouting, "You damn spider. Taste the power of the top duelist of Bangta City." Haming followed, right behind, and Ruthen could not help but praise. "Nice move." Suddenly, she spotted something. The spider was lunging its fang toward Haming. "Watch out, you got saved by Ruthen instead of me." "Huh, thanks," she replied. "No big deal." Hanin reminded, "We have to pin down this Spider King. Don't let it mess with Luktran." Ruthen nodded without hesitation. "No problem." Meanwhile, Luktran used Heavenly Illusion to take down a whole bunch of monsters. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto the source of the strongest magical energy. A glowing orb gathered in the hand of a monster. It was a giant rat, bigger than the rest. Firelight Rat King. Skill, Firelight Gun Barrage. Heavenly Punishment. Luktran gritted his teeth in frustration. "Damn it! Now the Rat King shows up too." The Rat King charged forward, using Firelight Gun Barrage to surround him. Luktran calculated, "These Firelight Rats are attacking too densely. Now the Rat King's here. This is not good." Fighting the Rat King, he kept guessing. Noticing the rat looked a bit surprised, Luktran smirked mockingly. "You stinky rat. Come on, I am right here." With that, he jumped up and landed a hit on its head. After the hit, Luktran ran away, taunting, "Come on, come on." Sewer rat. The girls around Min Gayat were speechless. "Huh, boss? What are you doing?" Luktran explained casually. "Of course I am running." Now the Rat King had activated Heavenly Punishment skill. Effect, Firelight Rat King fires lightning bolts, dealing 5,000 damage per hit to the target. The lightning bolts relentlessly chased Luktran. He called out to the two ahead, "Boss." Ruthen. The two girls understood immediately and jumped into action. The Rat King directly got caught in a spider web cocoon. Wrapped up tight, Luktran nimbly dodged the rat swarm's attack. Hanin pulled out a card. Good chance. It was a high-level sealing card, capable of sealing magic beasts level 100 and above. The glowing golden card shone on the rat, successfully sealing it. Hanin breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness I spent big on this sealing card earlier. Finally got to use it." Luktran urged everyone on. "Not bad. But while they are fighting, let us get out of here." The group quickly dashed to safety. Minthoite exhaled deeply. "I thought the boss was losing it for a sec, but turns out they were actually coordinating." Luktran nodded firmly. "Strength alone 1T cut it. It is a battle of wits now." Spider Silk is an insulator. It can block the Rat King's powers. These two beasts are probably enemies. Better let them fight it out themselves. Meanwhile, Min sat back like a lucky fisherman and checked the notice board. Not bad, killed some small monsters and scored this much loot. Hanin was thrilled. While taming the Firelight, a dark metal level demon ring dropped, capable of paralyzing enemies and interrupting their attacks. Fong Sak Hoen thought the ring's attributes were not useful to him, so he decided to gift it. "Thanks for your help earlier." Jehan happily accepted. "No need to thank me." "Well then, I will take it." Luktran wondered aloud, when did these two get so close? Probably because they have fought side by side before. Right? Mintayat said suspiciously. "Now that you mention it, the boss from the last life probably saved the whole world or something." Mingayat added. "That is why two beautiful guild leaders are on his side." Luktran, do not let Ivy down." He sighed. "Alright. You two are enough. Stop hitting where it hurts." Luktran said, "Boss, I have a theory. I bet this 100 Flowers Valley is connected to the super level Worm City. Maybe this is one of its maps. Otherwise, how could the monsters here be so strong?" Jedhan agreed. "Makes sense. So we are basically getting to test out the new expansion." Huh. Hani grew more cautious. "But that means the boss deep inside the Mist Valley 1T be easy to handle. We have got to be careful." Jedhan nodded. "Yeah." Suddenly, a noise caught Luktran's attention. What was that? "Night deep in 100 Flowers Valley." Luktran on guard shouted. "Who is there?" A silhouette appeared. Flower Fairy. Level 100 plus Levi. With deadly pollen skills, sharp thorns, and dense vine cages. The Flower Fairy sneered coldly. "Outsiders, again daring to pry into the frozen flower swamp. Hanini noticed the flower on her back, the frozen flower swamp flower. Jaehan guessed, could she be the boss? Luptran pondered. Not necessarily, but she definitely knows where the flower is. The flower fairy laughed mockingly. You think you deserve the frozen flower swamp flower? Take this. She swung her vines at them. Prepare to die. The system gave them info. Deadly pollen. Level 100 plus Levi. Effects: the toxic pollen slows targets by 60% for 8 seconds. And the stone shield reduces damage by 70%. Haning told those nearby. Min Gayat. Boost defense. Missline. Adjust the light shield and divine protection. Second tier. Jedhan and Mintai both activated their buffs. Ready for the fight. Suddenly, the monster flower opened its huge mouth like it wanted to devour them. Jedhan stared in horror at its maw but did not have time to react. Danger. Luckily, Luxtran stepped in just in time. He assessed, this flower monster is not fully awakened yet. Everyone, be careful. Jedhan nodded sincerely. Thanks, Senior, the flower fairy muttered angrily. Then sneered, still too inexperienced. Suddenly, countless vines surrounded them, making them dizzy. What the? The vines kept growing rapidly. The flower fairy raised her hand and sprayed pollen. Become my nourishment. Then her hand sliced through the air. The vines tightly wrapped them in a cage. The flower fairy used the cage to trap them and released a corrosive fluid, dealing 100% true damage per second. Enclosing them like a ball. Confident, the flower fairy said, no creature escapes my cage alive. All will die in my poison. Now, come to me slowly. Suddenly, someone appeared behind her. She turned in shock. No way. Just as she was about to use them as food, he struck a blow with Min Gayat's move. Let us see if you can handle this. Only now do I see Min Gayat leading everyone out. Sorry. Your stuff is not strong enough to break through my defenses. You would better take care of yourself from now on. And now she realizes the ambush was right behind them. The flower fairy screams in pain from the slash. Damn it. When did that happen? Friendly Lasa-chun explains. While you were exaggerating and teasing, we dodged using our skills. Hurry up. She then pulls out an item, a paralysis ring, and zaps the flower fairy, freezing her completely. At this moment, Lussie-chun points his sword at her and asks where the ice flower pool is. The flower fairy pleads thickly. Don't kill me. Please, come with me. So she leads them down a narrow path deep inside the valley. Beyond this valley is the place they seek. Lussie-chun assesses their surroundings. It is exactly like the map showed. But could it really be this simple? How could a level 100 monster be this weak? Only when the flower fairy stops and points, we have arrived. The ice flower pool is right there. Min Thoit blurts out. It is beautiful, just like Snow Intel said. Looks like it is legit. The flower fairy silently stands behind them, her figure trembling softly. But Lush-chan suddenly leans in, asking, what are you planning? He swiftly strikes her back. You are trying to trap us here and activate some mechanism to lock us in, right? I know you do not mean well. We will have to be extra careful when we pick the flowers. Points. Tie you tight. Let us go pick them over there. But they did not expect Min Thoit up ahead to seem hypnotized so beautiful. Lassie starts feeling uneasy, rushing to stop her. Wait. Tie you tight. Do not touch it. But it is too late. Min Thoit has already grabbed the flower. Suddenly, a chilling aura rises behind them. Las Chajan quickly pulls her away from the sudden frost as countless spears rain down from above. A cold voice from above says, my nourishment has finally arrived. Lushen shivers, realizing the flower fairy was bait all along, deliberately letting them win. It was to lure the boss out using Pollen's charm. Tayu Tait's low level made her fall for it. Damboss casually sparks his attack. You are smart, but this is goodbye. A fiery storm pours down, making Jit then scream in terror. Senior, after the blaze, the system announces. Players Chim Sim Chim XA and Bamian New Guy have died. Jeet then can't believe it. Senior, no way. Damboss laughs. This power was granted by Lady Lena. No one can escape my attack. Next up is your turn. Suddenly someone shouts. Hey, killing me won't be that easy. Everyone cheers when he appears. Senior, La Si Chun, the system explains. Your undying skill activated, instantly restoring full health. The boss looks stunned. How? But just now then a message from Min Tight pops up. Sorry. Brother. Sorry everyone. I will leave the dungeon to you. The boss curses at him. Outsider scum. He pulls out his weapon. Fine. Then I will get serious with you all. Lussie-chun jumps and dodges the boss' attack, swinging his sword. You should not underestimate me. But to his surprise, the boss's skin is not scratched at all. Lassie-chun is shocked such strong defense. The boss laughs coldly. So you think you are strong? He sweeps his weapon at Lassie-chun again, landing another hit. Underestimating me is your mistake. I am Lady Lena's subordinate. Wiped out an entire human legion. Even Princess Karen San's guards can match me. What are you to me? Unexpectedly, Lus-chun mocks him. Lady Lena. Lady Lena. I swear my ears are growing calluses from hearing that name so much. If I do not mention the big bro. The little bro feels like he can survive. The boss nearly explodes with rage. What did you say? Lussie Chun keeps teasing. I am telling you. The little bro will always be the little bro. The demon lunges hard at Lussie Chun. Die. But he dodges. Hurry. He Ide shouts from above. Get over here. Redan charges in a devastating one-way strike. The system explains. Devastating strike deals 60% defense break plus 10% bonus damage. After attacking, she immediately stepped back to stay safe. And this time, the boss could not avoid getting hurt. How dare he attack while I am handling things, taking down the craftsman when he was not paying attention. The fight's not over yet. A slash of blue light flashed by. Hitting hard, Min Ungite raised her staff and shouted a battle cry. It is a priest's buff skill that boosts the whole team's mana by 10%. Finally, Lost Chun stepped up. My turn now. You powerfully unleashed your training prison slash, dealing tons of damage to the boss, plus a 30% burn effect. Lost Chun quickly swung his sword midair, striking the boss so hard he had to back off. Suddenly, countless ice shards rained down from above. You paused to check the situation and realized the boss had vanished. Lassie Chun's alertness shot up, spotting the boss. You shouted a warning to Min Yugai, be careful. He is targeting the backline. The boss laughed loudly. So only you guys know how to sneak attack. I can do it too. The boss activated his rage skill, aiming to take down Min Yugai. Seeing this, Lassie Chun got furious and quickly used his Sky Call skill. Dark clouds covered the sky instantly, and the monster struck back in response. Taking advantage of this, Lassie Chun charged forward and attacked him head-on. The boss was blasted away by Lassie Chun, but before disappearing, he said, "You are kin to wild spirits and still dare face me. Since you have accepted Lena, I will never forgive you." Where he died, an icy black orchid bloomed. Lassie Chun walked up and picked the flower. Examining it, he realized the boss's true form was this frozen black orchid. No time to waste, heal the Bloodfeather Legion fast. At the same time, the system announced, "Congratulations player. Prison slash mission complete. Reward, Awakening Fragment Star 1, Frozen Black Orchid, 100,000 XP, 99,999 gold." Later, during the day, at the Bloodfeather Legion base, Bly lit a cigarette for TM Nian, while Lost Chun anxiously stayed by her side. He stayed with her until she finally opened her eyes, overjoyed. He said, "Tem Nin, you are awake. Feeling any better? Any discomfort?" Weakly, Tem Hein shook her head. "Aya? Don't worry," Bly warned him. "The medicine just kicked in. She needs a few more days rest to fully recover." Lost Chun nodded. "That is a relief. Rest well. I will come visit again in a few days." But as he was about to leave, Temnin sat up. "Wait, do not go yet. You do not want to say anything." Hesitant, Lost Chun admitted, "I have a lot on my mind. How could I not? I want to know why you are the monarch, and what your connection to Lena is." But now, he smiled awkwardly. "You just woke up? It is not the right time. I have so much to say, but it will have to wait." Just then, Jit En stepped in. "If it is not the right time for you, then let me ask." Surprised, you watched her approach. Jit En boldly asked, "Prophet Lord, can you tell us who Team Emin really is? Please tell me. I do not want to see our team caught up in this mess anymore." Lust Chun quickly tried to stop her. Jit. This is not the right moment. Besides, helping Temnine was our choice. And inadvised. Of course I know. We are helping her out of true concern. But we need to understand the whole story, or Temnine might get hurt again. Aren't you worried about her? Lust Chun was speechless, unable to argue back. He looked at Tiem Nien, who smiled weakly and said, "It is Go ahead." Then the old man spoke up. "Seems like things have come this far. There is no point hiding anymore. Temhain is actually the 10th monarch. Years ago, she cut ties with Lena out of outrage at Lena's plan to dominate Thean Tung. Since then, Lina relentlessly hunted her down, and eventually she was brutally killed by Lena. Her soul then entered a human girl that is the Temin He we know now. Maybe sensing Lena's return has slowly restored her memories. For the peace of Thean Tung, she decided to help Princess Sophia reclaim the throne, which requires the Demon Sealing Sword and Demon Sealing Stone. That is also why Team Nian showed up here, and that is the real reason she appeared at the Demon Seal Tower, to kill the Grand Cult Leader, not just to settle a personal grudge. Young man, I hope you do not blame her. If it were not for necessity, she would not have dragged you into this." Temhain stopped him. "Sir Bei, you do not have to defend me. It was my fault for pulling others into this mess." But Lashtron put his hand on her head. "You fool, you have been fighting alone all this time. You are my sister. How could I blame you? I just want you to be safe." Temnin could not hold back tears. "Brother," she ran into Li Trunchen's arms, crying, "Brother, you are so good to me. What am I supposed to do with you like this?" He quickly comforted her. All right, go get some rest." Everyone else in the room was satisfied with how things turned out. Suddenly, music played loudly. grabbing everyone's attention. What is going on with the troop today? Before they left, Bright said, "Young man, I have asked you 3 times before to pledge loyalty to Princess Sophia, but you refused. But now it is time to make that choice." Lussie Tron looked confused. He did not answer but led the way. "Come see for yourself. You will understand soon enough." On the tower's rooftop, countless people cheered. "Princess Sophia, long live the princess." The princess spoke. "Everyone, for a long time, the night spirits have seen us as a thorn in their side. Humans treat us like demons. Only by building an immortal empire can we find our place. I am Princess Sophia. Now that brave warriors have reclaimed the demon-sealing sword and stone for us, I have made a decision. In 3 days, the Bloodstorm Alliance will lead a massive army to attack the fort in Violet Forest, wiping out the Night Spirit Army space and opening a new era for the Violet Empire. Beneath her, the soldier solemnly said, "We obey your highness' sacred order, for the glory of the Violet Empire. For the glory of the Violet Empire." Sophia raised the sword high. "All right, with the demon-sealing sword and stone, we will lay the foundation for a new empire." With that, the new storyline was triggered. The system announced to everyone, "Attention all players. The large-scale storyline mission Restoration of Violet has been activated. The restoration battle officially starts tomorrow at noon. Players can join the fight against the Night Spirits and earn honor points. The top 10 players with the highest honor points will get a chance to win legendary gear, legendary pets, and legendary skill books." Belle was amazed. "I did not expect such a huge mission would trigger, and even the Ice City is joining." Lussie Tron finally understood Violet's meaning. "So this is the moment when there is no choice left, we have to fight." Jit then reminded everyone, "All right, let us log off early and get some rest. 10 especially needs good rest. Tomorrow at noon, let us do the mission together. Okay, yeah?" "Sounds good," Lostron said. "Let us take on these Night Spirit soldiers. Kid, let us see if I can chop some down." Longhun was right behind him. "Brothers, charge, defeat this wave of Night Spirits and everyone gets 10,000 gold." They did not know Lussie Tron was watching from behind. "Not bad. This guy's been fighting over 2 hours and still has not wiped out the small fry. Let alone the boss, we have not even seen a shadow of it yet. What do we do now?" The commander checked the info. Night Spirit soldiers are not strong, but their numbers are huge. This fight style won't work. I have called for cooperation from the other guilds on the public channel. Snow Silver Sam has agreed. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck down and a figure gradually appeared. The one stepping out was none other than Run Lone. Outside the Skull Castle at lunchtime, some were whispering, "Zun Lone, why is he here?" No need to ask why. Isn't it obvious? He came for the Violet Restoration battle, but the time is not quite right yet. The chaotic guy laughs and casually kicks. "Now I should call you the reckless troublemaker. Anyway, the grudge between us has been going on for ages, so I guess you do not really care. Fine, I came early then." The guild leader calms everyone down. "Everyone, do not get worked up. If he has got some traps set, it won't end well." The guy nods. "Got it," surprised by her sudden arrival. Rattling noises, she walks over and explains. "Right now all the servers are busy playing the reclamation update from Lelan. This chaotic guy got here first, so I am afraid he is not the only target of the reckless troublemaker. This time, Qingdao has to side with the guy. That is right, I do not care about your grudge. But if you want to drag the guild into the city hall, that is a different story." Roaring fiercely, "I see you are trying to use your personal strength to take on our guild here at City Hall. Right?" The chaotic guy sneers. "Get lost. None of you are worth talking to. What did you say?" The Qiandao guys flare up. "Chaotic guy, you are way too arrogant. You think no one's in our City Hall. You really think we are scared of you?" A subordinate quickly intervenes. "Boss, stay calm. Starting a war here won't end well." But he just laughs scornfully. "Don't he talk about the City Hall? Even if all the guilds, big and small, teamed up, they still could not beat me. I am asking you, Duban Guanglong, do you have the guts to declare war on me? Do you dare?" They get nervous hearing that you. The chaotic guy sweeps his sword arrogantly. "And you Snow Silver Clan bunch, you rotten women, you really think highly of yourselves." These words really make the group tense. "What did you say?" He keeps provoking. "Almost forgot. Even that old Swordmaster from the Dream Soul clan got beaten and trampled by me. Sold out and left for dead. This time, Lu Chen can hold back. Chaotic guy, you better watch out. You are asking for death?" Surprisingly, he jumps up and dodges that slash. The chaotic guy flushes with excitement. "Good, that is the exact strike I was waiting for. If you, the strongest player in City Bang, get defeated, then I wish Long will bleed the city dry." Lu Chen is unfazed. "If you are so tough, then prove it." Saying that, he blocks one of the chaotic guy's moves. The chaotic guy quickly pulls back his sword to avoid Lu Chen's counterattack. Chen Dao grits his teeth beside them, bleeding City Bang dry. "I know this jerk is not one to show mercy." Hanai reminds Jia Han, "We should gather our people soon. One side is dealing with a dungeon outbreak. The other has this grudge here. Let us avoid mistakes. The chaotic guy keeps attacking Lu Chen nonstop. Can't he believe he grew this fast in just a few months? Impressive? First, I will remind you, this divine peace sword of mine is level 90 metal grade. If you get hurt, I will stomp on your dream soul sword again. Sure enough, this strike carried fierce pressure and blazing red energy, but Lu Chen just uses one sword stroke to break through that aura. You are just relying on your gear. The chaotic guy screams in shock. Damn, you want to let up. You even stomped on my sword. Where do you get this power? You are way too arrogant. Then Lu Chen lands a move that disarms him. The chaotic guy, furious, gathers his strength. Take this. Look at these bulging veins. Damn you. He launches a fierce, blazing strike forward. A fiery sudden stab. Luckily, Lu Chen blocks it with his sword. System notification. Player chaotic guy used skill flame sudden stab on you. Blocked and took 879 damage. Without giving him a chance to react, Lu Chen counters with ice strike, breaking through the enemy's defense with a furious attack that deals double damage. Feeling like he is about to break, the chaotic guy sweats cold. Lu Chen raises his sword. One more hit, a strike that shakes the core of his body, combined with a horizontal slash. Ice strike, but the guy is only pushed back. Not enough. My defense is above you. The system alerts viewers. Player Reckless Troublemaker used ice strike, but failed to hit the target. Reckless Troublemaker took 2347 damage. Chaotic guy took 3411 damage. The soldiers are shocked. Are these even human? The chaotic guy crazily charges forward. Reckless Troublemaker. Let us end this fight. Lu Chen does not hesitate and swings his sword, eyes cold and sharp. Meanwhile, he kept fighting fiercely until his eyes turned bloodshot. Determined to die standing, Luxtran suddenly jumped out of the attack range. Then he felt the air heat up intensely. His weapon blazed with red flames. Inferno Hellbrand's skill activated, releasing fire damage that dealt no less than 3,000 points per second to the target. He laughed loudly and leaped up, ready to defend. Can they block this? Hellbrand strike. With one fierce strike, he smashed through the hard ground, and knocking back everyone nearby, he stood tall amid a sea of flames, confidently. He chuckled. Hellbrand chariot strike this time. You are doomed. Without another word, he attacked again, triggering a system alert. Player Enlone used Inferno Hellbrand strike, dealing triple damage to you. He jumped up once more. I am not done yet. From above, a fiery sword formed as Luxtran stood ready to block in place. The spectators gasped. Watch out. This is Enlone's wide-range killing move. Hurry. Defend. But Luxtran remained unusually calm. Who said I am losing? His composed attitude stunned Enlone. Now terrified, Heming was sure the power on this senior's body was not ordinary. It was the dark power from the infernal abyss. The very thing Luxtran got from that dungeon raid. Luxtran swung his sword close to Enlone. You are right. Lately, I have definitely grown stronger. I have been to the infernal abyss. I have taken down the King's generals, and even fought the Iron Knights. And now, you come knocking at my door. It has been a headache dealing with all this trouble, but I have figured it out. Also, system message. Your Hellbrand sword has leveled up. Luxtran's sword glowed with deadly intent as he said, Kings, eternal enemies, bring him on. Whoever comes, I will slay him all. The sword sliced through the air, trailing thick purple energy. As Luxtran's sword neared, the martial god raised his blade to block and yelled, What kind of power is this? Luxtran thrust the sword hard, startling him. His eyes lit up as he bluntly declared, Thanks to the power from the infernal abyss. You would not understand. The martial god gripped his sword tightly, slightly shrinking back from Luxtran's purple energy sword. He slammed his sword down hard. Flames burst from the ground. System alert. Flame burst. Multiple fire pillars erupt, dealing 1,200 to 1,500 fire damage each hit, with a burning effect lasting 5 seconds. As the flames roared, the martial god jumped up with a determined face. I told you, this little fire 1T hurt me. Before he could attack, Luxtran swung his sword fiercely at him. The blade sliced across his shoulder, drawing blood. The martial god gritted his teeth. Damn, this guy's even stronger than before. Before he could recover, Luxtran struck from below again. You could not beat me before, and you 1T now. Furious, the martial god swung his sword, sparks flying from their clashing blades. Nonsense. Last time, I went easy on you. From a distance, Hamin and Dathan watched as two forces clashed head on fire against violet electric sparks. Dathan's eyes widened. I can barely see now. Hamin's face turned pale with worry. Looks like he has fully mastered this power. The martial god's blazed red as he yelled, I am the martial god. He leapt straight at Luxtran with a move called Flame Dragon Smash. System alert. Flame Dragon Smash activated. On impact, the target explodes into a 3-meter sea of flames, dealing 1,800 damage to all within range. Before the flames could touch Luxtran, He formed a protective barrier around himself. He quickly teleported behind the martial god. Taunting, "Martial god, you are just another loser beneath me." Angrily, the martial god spun around, shouting, "Take this." He raised his sword to block. "Quiet. I am going to kill you." Luxtran unleashed a new move. Cleverest strike. The martial god had to crouch to absorb the huge force of the attack. Luxtran sneered coldly. "The gear you bragged about, it is nothing but scrap now." He clenched his teeth, recalling a passerby's words. "Hey, kid, look over here." The martial god raised his hand dismissively, mocking Luxtran's image. He clenched his fists facing the nasty comments online. Stubborn as ever back then, he failed. But now that they are weak, it is time to strike while the iron's hot. "If you are so tough, face me directly." "Yeah, exactly." Bottom line, your skills do not measure up. "I bet Chaos wishes this was not a stealth fight." The war god growled fiercely, grinding his teeth. "Luxtran, I am going to beat you no matter what." His in-game character turned fierce like a demon, growing horns and veins bulging all over his face. System alert. Fire God's true form activated now in Berserk mode. Fire damage up 100%. Defense down 30%. Last 15 seconds. Luxtran raised his sword defiantly. "Got any guts left? Bring it all on." Hang Ying blinked in surprise, wondering if he was about to use the Death Dragon Strike. Jitten was just a shock. "No way." The senior was holding back. Death Dragon Strike can only be used once a day. Using it now would weaken him for the boss fight later. Seeing the fierce determination in both of them, Hang Ying was stunned. Could it be Luxtran was risking everything? Luxtran made a few swift sword slashes. The war god roared back, flames blazing fiercely. Their powers clashed head-on, sparks flying. The collision caused a shockwave explosion. Some bystanders fled in fear. After the clash, both fighters were drained of energy. Hang Ying wondered, "So who?" Jitten anxiously looked on. Both were down to just a sliver of health. Luxtran gritted his teeth, barely able to speak. "You lost?" "Chaos." Jitten cheered. "Senior." Hang Ying covered her mouth in shock. Luxtran, the war god, still managed to stand, declaring, "I am not beaten yet." One more time. Dendal rushed over in a panic. "Bad news, boss. The capital's lost god is leading troops to Fu Bang. Then they want to surround and wipe out our bamboo dragon clan." The war god blinked. "What?" and clenched his teeth, wondering what she was up to. The war god slammed his spear forward, shouting, "The battle is not over yet. One day, we will settle this for good." Luxtran yawned. "I think you are out of moves. Might as well run." Hearing that, the war god got even angrier, gripping his spear tighter, and left with a declaration. "Just wait. I will make you kneel and beg for forgiveness." Luxtran calmly replied, "I am ready whenever you are." After Hen left, he sat down, exhaling deeply. Soon, Senior, Hang Ying, and Jitten ran over to check on him. Luxtran, she handed him 2 bottles, green and red. "Take these and recover fast." He quickly drank them. Jitten asked, "Senior, is not the capital's lost god part of the elite guild?" Luxtran replied casually, "Yeah, she and Chaos have a lot of bad blood. If I see her again, I will thank her properly. Otherwise, even if Chaos loses, with Han's guild backing, they won't let it slide easily." Longhand Thean had wondered why Chaos was attacking their guild. Were not they supposed to stay out of each other's way? But Thean down and added, "Who knows? That person's even sneakier than me. Probably connected to the game's new update." Hang Ying glanced at the nearby city walls and said thoughtfully, "I think so too." At first, the areas were connected, then came the server-wide quests. Maybe Thean Tung is planning a major move. She called out, "Everyone, we have taken out the enemies outside. Now, the bots inside the dungeon are the real threat. I know guilds usually compete, but now let us put our grudges aside and clear this dungeon together. Break this defense line." Longhand Theanheim and Thean Dao exchanged confused looks. Everyone outside the castle raised their weapons and shouted in unison, "Kill!" System message. Congratulations to all players of Fu Bang Dan for breaking the defense line. Each player receives 10,000 XP and 10,000 gold. Top 3 high-fived the little demon. "We did it. We really did it." Luxtran wiped sweat from his face. "Alright, rest up a bit, then back to conquering the castle." Suddenly, the system announced, "Dungeon leveled up. Entering Phase 2. Everyone was startled. Phase 2. A huge dragon appeared, the Earth Dragon Clan. Level 100. Everyone raised their weapons, aiming at a dragon. Several dragons flew out together. Someone shouted, "Bring it on." Luxtran shouted, "Xiaogai! Shisan, let us clear the front line together." Both Xiaoga and Shisan nodded in agreement. "No problem. Ready to go." Luxtran leapt forward, facing the dragon head-on, but Thean Dao slashed his sword across the dragon, cursing, "Damn, it is a dragon. How do we take down this thick-skinned beast?" Long Xingqian Xia roared with delight, "But Athena, you are the weak link. Brothers, no matter if it is an earth dragon or a sky dragon, take them all down for me." Everyone followed. "Yes, Lord Long." He grinned coldly. Go on, You all go get yourselves killed first. Help me clear the trash, Luck-Tran ordered. Shisan, Xiao Gai, strike at their necks. They immediately obeyed. Got it, Dora charged forward. Let me. She swung her sword, cutting the dragon's neck and drawing blood. System notice. Earth Dragon's roar emits a sonic wave, dealing 2,000 damage per second to targets. The teammate on the dragon's back said seriously. Min Gaia, shield Luck-Tran. He needs to block the skill hit. System notice. Divine Guard activated. Defense plus 30%. Min Gaia raised her weapon and added the shield. Luck-Tran faced the dragon and said, Thanks. Min Gaia. He leapt up, slicing fiercely across the dragon's mouth. Mintai fired countless arrows. Nice shot, boss. Keep it up. I have got your back. Long Singha sneaked behind Luck-Tran, waiting for the kid to draw their hate. Min stole the final hit. The points went to her. Suddenly Baithian Dao turned. Noticing a pesky weapon, he swung his sword to block. Alright. Long Singha, sneaking behind me. Let us see if you dare face me head-on. Long Singha snapped. Baithina, stop pretending to be the good guy. Don't you think I do not see through you? Before he could finish, the dragon's tail smashed him away. Dora jumped up, scolding. Idiot, even if it is internal conflict, you gotta pick the right moment if you want to die. Do not drag us down with you, Luxor said. Forget them. Let us focus on our real enemies. He launched an attack, Dragon Kick Stamp, dealing 2100 AO damage, and knocking back 3 enemies. Luxtran unleashed 3 strikes on the dragon. Tien, Swan, Zan, all 3 dragons vanished at once. Luxtran raised his weapon, shouting, Attack! Smash the fortress. Weapons simultaneously aimed at the closed city gates. A powerful force shattered the gates into hundreds of pieces. The blast inside was so strong it clouded everything in dust. The soldiers inside panicked, shouting, help, Sao blurted out. Startled. What kind of boss is this? It is insane. People inside scrambled to dodge the power. Their faces turned pale. Run, the boss is here. Just looking at it, we know we can handle this. Before they could flee, a sword slash cut through. Blood spilling. Shisan's eyes went wide. Damn. Lux, this boss is brutal. Luxtran froze. Don't rush in yet. I sense a fake spirit aura. A red aura hovered in the sky. Glowing brightly, a huge figure appeared, radiating menace. Ye foolish adventurers. Do you want to kill me? Nufeng raised his sword with a sharp glare. Then come on. My blade will drink every drop of your blood, Iron War General. Nufeng, epic level boss. Luftran pondered. An epic boss surpassing Dark Gold and Death Gold tiers. Even I might not survive a single strong hit. Hamin asked worriedly. What do we do now? Luck replied. We retreat for now. Everyone was surprised. Retreat, Luck sneered at Baithian Dao. Someone over there still has not gotten their loot. Bet he is anxious now. Baithian Dao gritted his teeth. You got a lot of loot from earlier. This boss should be ours. Luck casually turned and walked away. Suit yourself. We will hang back. Baithian Dao laughed coldly. Haha, good to see you know your place, he shouted, raising his weapon. Brothers, follow me. Let us take down this boss. Xiaoga asked quietly. Boss, but this boss is theirs, right? Luftran calmly replied. Just watch quietly. And again, with weapons pointed at Nuziphone. Whether they can take him down is still up in the air. He angrily spun around, flicking his hand. Where did this audacity come from? Daring to challenge me. Jit N sized him up. Boss is strong. Kills fast. Lasitran thought. Yeah, he is powerful, but his mobility, that is questionable. Bidao fearlessly leapt to attack. He is just a wild spirit. Watch me cut him down. Just as his sword neared, Nufeng raised his hand to block. What did you say? With a strong flick, he sent Biathing Yao flying. Foolish humans. Nymphong's whole body radiated a dark, terrifying red aura. He jumped up, shouting, beg for your lives. Your souls will reincarnate in hell. Come on, join the arms of the great wild spirit. Lusitron's group shrank back in fear. The boss was about to unleash a move better hit the ground. Nymphong unleashed a sword strike that caused a huge explosion, blasting Bithian Yao's crew into the air. He hurled his sword forward with all his might. Bithian Yao's group stared wide-eyed in terror. An even bigger, more powerful explosion followed right after. He attacked fiercely over a wide area. Lastron raised his sword high and declared, Alright everyone, now it is our turn to step up. While Lastron and Jeet Enden charged forward, you guys circle from behind. The rest follow up no problem. She leapt with her sword. He countered quickly. Nufeng remained calm despite their attacks. In a flash, he vanished, leaving the two stunned. Lasitron gritted his teeth, thinking. He disappeared. Suddenly, Nufeng appeared behind Ving Kim to slash. Relying just on his group was still too inexperienced. Jeet N collapsed to the ground, bleeding heavily from a shoulder wound. She cracked a wild smile and challenged. You sure about that? System alert. Demon Realm mode activated. Jit En sparked with electricity, aiming dozens of bolts at Nufeng. Lucy Trun praised her while slashing from behind, but Nifeng dodged instantly. Nice try. Jit En. He was surprised, wondering why the damage was so low. Seeing this, Taiyuku ran up. Boss, let me take over. He extended his weapon and jabbed Nubzi Feng in the back. At the same time, Men Tight fired another volley of arrows, chaotic and relentless, but Nucky Feng was not phased. Lassie Trun stood frozen, realizing ranged attacks were almost useless. Their physical defense was maxed out. Nenfeng sneered. Huh? You really think I am just some weakling? He unleashed white-red energy blasts, war powder shards. System alert. War powder shards triggered. Thunderstorm attack within 10 yards. Triple stack damage with knockback. Lassie Tranton's group fought frantically against the blasts. Even Lassitron struggled. Thinking, this boss is basically a stats monster with insane attack power. Min Gait called from behind. Lassie Trun. He spun around in surprise. Min Gait slowly stepped forward to block him. She moved closer to where the others were struggling against Nuzzy Feng's sword. Let me handle this. Lassie Tron leapt up to attack. Distance is key. He swung hard from behind Nidzi Feng. His face darkened. Only a critical strike can break his defense. Normal hits are just scratching him. Lassie Tron stepped up, locking eyes with Nifeng's cold red gaze. Phantom Slash. Phantom Slash. This move adds 50% extra damage and suppresses spirit-type enemies, lowering their defense by 10%. Their swords clashed, sparking fierce electric flames. Nenfeng scoffed. Just a bunch of low-level spirits daring to oppose me. Pathetic. Lassie Tron gritted his teeth. When I cut you down, your soul will burn forever in the infernal forge. He showed no fear, only utter disdain. You are just a lackey of Lum Nep. Your buddies are already dead by my blade. Are you rushing to meet the same fate? Nefeng swung his sword down hard. You are asking for death? Lassie Trun quickly dashed in the opposite direction. Seeing that, Nefeng still would not back down. Wanna run? Not that easy, Lastron shouted. Dut N. Do not be reckless. Let me handle this. While running for his life, he silently analyzed in his head. The boss hits hard and from a distance but lacks speed. I can win by relying on mobility and burst damage. But the T-Long Hiyu money buildup takes too long, so I can only use it at the crucial moment. First, I need to drain some of his colored stones. Nefeng laughed loudly, then swung his sword with full force. Haha! Scared now? That is all you have got? Lassie Tron spun around and aimed for his horn with a slash, but less than 3 seconds later, Nuts Feng slammed his sword down hard. To block it was useless. Their swords clashed, sparks flying everywhere. Lassie Tron stared with fierce determination. This fight is not over yet. He steadied himself and called out, purple energy swirling around him, the power of the king. Hearing this, Na Ifeng's eyes went wide with surprise. Why did this guy have the king's power? Lassitron did not hesitate and charged forward. Coincidentally, I want to know the answer too, but right now, he swung hard at Nuzifeng, but luckily the boss dodged. First, take him down, then ask questions later. Nefeng grew serious, shooting red sparks of electricity all over the place. Enough, kid. I am done playing with you. Earth's Wrath. System notification. Earth's Wrath causes 8,000 to 10,000 damage, burns for 5 seconds at 200 damage per second, and knocks all targets in range airborne. Dut N screamed in fear. That is the boss' ultimate move. The whole crew and Min Gai watched anxiously, eyes glued to the scene. Flames exploded fiercely around Nubzi Feng as he raised his sword to attack. A massive power burst out in all directions, like it wanted to tear apart the land and sky. Dut N's face went pale, sweat pouring down. Suddenly, a girl in tech gear appeared, her weapon glowing with red-black energy. Seeing this, Lassitron muttered, "Finally, someone's here. Thought we would have to wait longer." Temin confidently declared, "Don't worry, Kaka, I absolutely won't lose." He gently brushed her hair. Dut N called out, "Hey, look over there." The girl on horseback approached Nufeng and declared, "Iron Wolf Commander. Nu Si Feng, your ambush against the Blood Feather Legion's Night Spirit troops has been wiped out. Your fortress is about to fall. Drop your weapon and surrender. This princess might just spare your life." Nufeng refused to believe it and stammered, "My elite troops, all wiped out." Hunthachu raised his sword and roared, "Noble scum, betrayer of the temple, you still risk your life for these tiny humans. What a disgrace to the underworld." Calmly, Lastron replied, "That filthy underworld is not worth a single second of my care. There is no betrayal here, no pride either, in the underworld. The only law is life or death. And today, you die." Nenfeng sneered. "Just you. Back in the day, Namexa and Lum Nep joined forces to take down the king. Do you really think you are still that king who made the world tremble?" She boldly challenged him. At the same time, Lastron seized the chance to attack from behind. Just as she finished speaking, Temin Hin aimed her weapon forward and called out, "Tem Nin."